The events of the story begin with a certain man in black with a clipboard driving around and discussing the existence of Murim no one. The driver of the car he's riding in asks if it's not better that his existence is not thought of seriously and considered a legend now. However, what this man is saying is that there are people with unusual powers lurking around us all, and that's a big fact. The man talks about the fact that they have to suffer because of this fact. The driver says that apparently he didn't like the promotion. The man says it's obvious. His predecessor died on the mission. He wants a normal future for himself, not this. Trailing off, he says he's past that topic and asks about a certain high school student who became a Murimian. The man immediately adds, saying it's weird, at that age you can already understand why he became a Murimian. The events of the story take us to the roof of one of the buildings. Some schoolboy is standing on the roof and shivering. His eyes are filled with hopelessness. He is sad. There are abrasions on his body, and he is thinking about jumping down. In the moment, his legs are jacked up, one leg up and tilted as if he's about to jump down right now. However, a voice is heard from behind the guy asking if he was going to jump. This voice caused the guy to shiver. The guy turns his head and sees a blonde-haired guy standing there just looking at the view from the roof. The guy who wanted to jump starts freaking out about it and thinking about how long this guy has been standing there watching him. However, he follows up by saying that there is no difference at all in general. He has already written a will even anyway. However, at one point this guy tells our guy who was about to jump that he better not do it now. The guy turns his head and sees that the blonde is already right beside him. Literally in an instant he was so close. Our guy who wants to jump sees on the blonde guy's shirt the symbolism of sophomore year training most likely. A blonde-haired man with an apathetic look follows, talking about what people usually see their whole life before they die. This guy is even more surprised because the guy starts telling him that people see many different moments of their lives in front of them. The guy who was about to jump starts yelling at the blonde guy, saying he doesn't understand anything about such things. The guy starts screaming about how he was fighting like a fish against the ice trying to survive, and didn't want this outcome of his life at all. Next he shows his wound, talking about being bullied all the time, and here it was again today. He also adds that he was brought to his knees today, stripped, spit on, and made to apologize for a lot of things that didn't happen. Next he says that the person who is bullying him is a real freak, but for some reason everyone thinks I'm the idiot and not him. Following this, he talks about it once more and adds that even his class teacher refused to help him and would not help him. He cries out with tears in his eyes that if this world is such a horrible place, he'd better just get out of it and that's it. The blonde-haired guy says, if that's how he wants it, he's welcome to it, and pushes our guy off the roof with his hand. This wildly scares the hell out of the guy who wanted to jump off. He didn't expect this reaction from someone who is now standing next to him listening. The guy who wanted to jump flew down the roof with a scary face, and the guy who pushed him just watched it, followed by a blonde-haired guy talking about how, since that's the case, it would be good for him to taste death one day. The guy flies down with a shocked face and tears in his eyes, talking about why he pushed him down. However, in the moment when the guy is flying down, he began to see memories from his life, birthdays and holidays, his mom. He flies downstairs with tears in his eyes, remembering his mom, dad, his childhood friends, and the pleasant memories of life. However, he trails off and remembers the people who have wronged him his whole life at school and brought him to this point. A guy named Kim Yoon-ho. The guy flying down says he doesn't want that kind of death and would like to beat this guy to a bloody pulp. However, a couple moments later, our hero, who had been pushed off the roof, woke up alive in some building. Apparently it's a medical station. The guy is in shock from what just happened to him and how he survived. Our hero, jumping off the roof, thinks about the fact that maybe it was all just a dream, or this guy was just a ghost. However, all the thoughts of our hero is interrupted by the appearance of a certain group of guys who came here for him. The guy is wildly freaking out from what he's just seeing. He says the guy's name. It's the same Yoon-ho who beat him up. Right after he sees him and calls his name, a huge punch flies into our hero and sends him into the wall. This guy starts hitting him, but our guy asks him to wait while the offender's friends stand around eating and discussing. Trailing off, Kim Yoon-ho's abuser throws some kind of journal-like journal in front of our hero's face, causing our hero to be shocked. Trailing off, Kim Yoon-ho's abuser adds that he saw our hero's will in which he stated what he was setting aside for whom. Afterward, Kim Yoon-ho's abuser says he almost cried reading about it, teasing our hero. Trailing offender Kim Yoon-ho adds that he saw everything and how our hero described and named him there, then takes silence. It gives our hero of a guy this whole thing a shuddering shock, because he realizes that it wasn't all a dream. However, he has no time to think anymore. Our assailant strikes him right in the torso with a leg kick very hard. Kim Yoon-ho starts beating our hero harder and harder, telling him not to dare to even pass out now. Kim Yoon-ho then asks our hero if he didn't leave the class to commit suicide, which shocks our hero. Trailing offender Kim Yoon-ho asks why it is that he finds a man who is on his way to die in a medical station. However, our hero is still flying around in his thoughts, wondering if this isn't a dream. What was on the roof? In his head, he starts replaying the whole situation on the roof and remembering different details of what happened. Trailing off, our hero realizes that it doesn't matter what happened then. These sensations are real or not, the very fact of their existence. Kim's abuser says that our hero is no longer even capable of dying on his own because he is worthless. Trailing off, our hero remembers that as he was falling, he was regretting his death, and now he will have to act radically. Our hero decides now to do something too, however only gets hit. His body was uncontrollable. Following, the offender beats our hero, and the latter begins to shout that he will not die again and swings with his fist. Trace shouts that even if he is already dead, he will now die without regrets and punches his offender in the face with his hand. However, our hero's abuser easily dodges and laughs with his friends that our hero decided to fight back for the first time. The offender throws our guy into the wall with a kick and yells that this lowlife doesn't have a chance to try to fight back. Trailing off with a surprised face, Kim's abuser says how dare he even act like that and fight back. However, our hero gets to his feet and says that now he will not let anyone humiliate himself and will fight back to the end. These words only cause our abuser Kim to be more eager to beat this guy up, asking him to swoop in faster. Our hero decides that he is doing the right thing, because if he is destined to die, he'd rather die fighting for something than just. However, right afterward, our hero hears a familiar voice. The voice says that he thought our hero was much weaker morally. Here our hero goes into a wild shock. He talks about how this is the same ghost that was on the roof with them then, followed by this guy sitting on a fence with blonde hair saying that in all likelihood, he shouldn't bother. However, our hero only stands in shock with sweat on his face and says that it was not a dream then. The friends of the offender who were standing nearby are discussing the fact that suddenly there is a second-year boy sitting here and telling something. The offending Kim turns to this guy and says, "Could he please get the hell out of here and not interfere with the younger ones having fun here?" Trailing off, Kim says that if that's the case, maybe he should call Jin-ho Hyun. He's in charge of the sophomores now and will decide everything. The blonde-haired guy jumps off the fence and talks about okay already since he's here. Fine. The blonde-haired second year says that since he's here, he'll help once and looks at our hero. Trailing off, this guy walks up to our hero, stands him up and advises him to better clench and hold his fist in his hand. However, all of these actions only cause Kim's abuser to misunderstand and dislike all of this going on. After a minute, the blonde second year says it's better this way and asks the guy to try a punch. All these events only cause Kim's companionship and himself a huge laugh and wild gasps at what is happening. Our hero's blonde-haired sidekick tells him not to worry, saying that one punch should be enough for these guys. However, Kim's abuser doesn't decide to just sit back and watch this happen. He attacks our hero with his fist and starts beating him. The blonde-haired guy starts to reach out and touches our hero's elbow with his finger, as if giving him strength. Immediately after that, small lightning bolts appear. The impact goes much harder, and the offender takes a huge punch to the face. A huge fist punch to the face of the offender sends him into a knockout instantly, seemingly smashing Kim's face into clutches. Kim's friends laughing in the background changed dramatically in their faces when they saw their friend flying toward them from the impact. However, our hero himself is not much too happy about it all. He stands in shock at what just happened and does not understand how it is at all. Friends of Kim's abuser begin to get angry and threaten that now they will set our hero for their friend, but they are scared. However, at one point, the blonde guy standing behind him touches our hero a couple times with his fingers from behind. Immediately after his touches, our hero's hands seem to head towards his abusive friends Kim and punch them. From all this, our hero himself is shocked. He, with snot and sweat on his face, does not understand what is happening now. He watches with great savage shock as his opponents, Kim's friends and himself, simply lie unconscious on the floor. A blonde-haired guy walks around these guys and Kim, saying that our hero is very strong since he's given them such a task. Trailing off, the blonde-haired guy adds that with skills like that, you shouldn't be a punching bag with everything anymore. With a cold face, the blonde-haired guy asks our hero who he is with these powers. However, our hero starts screaming, saying that you did it all. addressing this guy and pushed him off the roof too. However, the fair-haired man only says that it was our hero who fobbed them off, but this only comes as a shock to our hero. Our hero starts yelling at the blonde guy and talking about how he's keeping him for an idiot just with these antics. However, with just one hand motion, the blonde-haired guy lays our hero on the floor and stops all his actions. However, our hero continues. He yells out with questions about who this guy is he an alien, or who he even is? Looking at the nearest building, the blonde-haired guy talks about how it doesn't matter. The important thing is that he helped our hero. However, in response, our hero only yells that they will now beat him even more, and there is no help for him here. Our hero says that they will beat him 10 times more for these blows, but these words do not delight the fair-haired lad. The blonde-haired guy says our hero ran at him with his fists, but was scared of the usual shtick, like so-and-so. The blonde-haired guy lets go of our hero's hand and talks about how it's not like he doesn't have to apologize to the skank for this. Trailing off, our hero gets on his knees, puts his hands down, and starts thanking the blonde-haired guy for helping him. Trailing off, our hero starts crying, talking about how he doesn't care who this guy is, ghost, genius, or Esper. He swears he'll never forget this guy's kindness and thanks that at least someone came to his rescue. The guy is just watching. Followed by a blonde guy saying that our hero clearly has some kind of bipolar, since this is what happens, and he says one thing and then another. Following on his knees, our hero starts begging this guy to teach our hero how to be just as strong. However, this blonde-haired guy says our hero doesn't even know him. What's with all these statements to John Doe? But following his words, the blonde-haired guy remembers that his name tag has his name on it, and what he's a sophomore this guy knew. With sadness, tears and screams, our hero begs the blonde-haired guy to teach him everything and make him strong. However, the events of the story show us that the man and his driver from the beginning arrived at the place they wanted. The man and the driver decide to meet Lee Xiong, who has recently become a big shot in Marima. The events of the story bring us back to Lee Xiong and our hero, the blonde-haired Lee, talking about how he once asked for this too. Trailing off with a wild aura and a serious face, he says that he must now destroy the man he asked to train him. Following the events of the story, show us a creepy-looking man with one red eye with a huge dragon behind him. The blonde-haired Lee leaves, but on the way, he meets the very man who introduces and holds out the card to Lee. The man says it's a pleasure to meet Lee and shows him a certain card unknown to us. Lee asks what the purpose of these people's visit was. They say they only wanted to meet someone like Lee. Trailing off, the man's driver turns to Lee and asks if it's true that he knows a man named Ku Mong Ryong. However, the man immediately starts talking about how he understands everything perfectly and how Lee dislikes hearing the man's name too. Trailing off, the man says he remembers that Teacher Lee is the biggest disaster in Murum's history. Trailing off, the man says, "Have you heard the news that this man, Teacher Lee, has become the leader of the Shadow Warriors terrorist organization?" The man adds that after he joined there, the steps of this organization became much more radical. He also adds that they are now going beyond what they used to be, and their moves are getting more and more dangerous. He talks about how by such actions they can take over the whole world, and now their goal is Marime. However, Lee interrupts him and says that she doesn't understand what they are getting at. The man says that only cooperation is needed. The man says that although they can't help the government, cooperation would clearly not be unreasonable and useful. The man asks Lee for information, but Lee strikes sharply at the man's glass, from which he stood drinking. Lee talks about wanting to see direct speech, because Ku Mong Ryong is his enemy, so you need to speak directly and precisely what you need from him. Lee launches a business card into the man's bottle and asks him not to bother him anymore with questions on these topics. The man and the driver start discussing Lee, saying that he turned out to be pretty good like that, not a miss. Trailing off, the man talks about how such drastic actions and character only makes you want to watch it all in spades. Meanwhile, the events of the story show us our protagonist's desk, all around painted and messed up as usual. Following, our protagonist perfectly realizes that everything around him is his reality, and clearly not a dream, because everything happens as always. However, our protagonist also perfectly sees and notices that the gazes of his classmates have become much more intense. Our hero begins to wonder why this is so, since everyone in the class is on Kim's side and not his. But he can see by their looks and thinks that still some are worried about him, because everyone has found out that he almost died. Our hero ponders the option that perhaps everyone is keeping quiet, for they don't want to get bullied by Kim. However, at one point, the very same Kim walks into the classroom and starts yelling our protagonist's name, Kang Hae-jae. Our protagonist decides not to be nervous and sets himself up to think that everything will be fine and he will fight back. However, while our hero is just thinking about it and contemplating, he immediately gets another punch flown right into his face. Following this, Kim's abuser starts yelling at our protagonist Kang for what he recently did to him. Trailing off, Kim grabs Kana by his shirt and starts pestering and panting and yelling at him non-stop time after time. He starts yelling and talking non-stop about Kang explaining what he was doing outside then. Without waiting for an answer, Kim lands a huge punch right in Khan's face and sends him flying with his side fist. Kim and Kang's classmates just look at it all and can't do anything, say anything, or match his strength. However, one of Kim and Kang's classmates stood up and asked in a trembling voice to stop, because lunch would soon be over already. Kim does stop. He takes his hands off of Kana as he lies there already covered in blood with his face smashed in. Kim looks at this classmate with red eyes and wild anger and talks about how dare she dare stop him. Kim looks at her face and talks about how he took pity on her because she is the head girl, yet she dared to do that. Kim Yoon-ho starts going at her with a bloody fist, saying she forgot who his father was. His friend tries to stop him. Kim reminds him that his father is the best lawyer at the best firm in the country, in case the headman dared to forget that. Kim Yoon-ho looks at her with fury and talks about how she can imagine the situation, that she's just a little messed up at school. And after looking at her, asks about how she thinks then what will happen to him in such a case. She is very worried. However, as he was getting close to her, he heard a trembling voice behind him calling his name and beckoning. That was our main character Kang. He talks about how Kim should look at him since he's Kim's opponent, not her. Watching all of this, Kang has a very good memory of where it all started, because he also once stood up for a student himself. He remembers that moment in his life and blames himself because of that act back then, he broke his life for many years to come. Kim freaks out wildly at this, grabs the desk and yells that he needs to play with Kang for real then, since he wants it so badly. However, at the moment when, just as he was about to finish off Kana, Kim was informed that he was receiving an urgent phone call right now. It turns out to be someone named Jinho Hyun. After a couple sentences, Kim asks how Jinho knows Kana Hae-jae. However, after a couple phrases, Kim starts screaming into the phone and asking over and over why, and why. However, the voice from the tube only thunders that if you say don't touch him, then you don't have to touch him and call him a lousy guy. Kim's friends start asking him what just happened all of a sudden and why he's now calling and asking him to stop. Kang himself watches this with shock, but Kim doesn't understand how Jinho knows Kim because he asks him not to touch him now. Kim starts pointing his finger at Kana and talking about just waiting a little bit and that's it. He's done for now. Kim promises to meet with Jinho, find out everything in person, and come back to Kang to teach him a lesson. However, Kang himself can't understand at all what just happened and why Kim took off after the call like that. Kang recalls that Jinho Hyun is a sophomore bully who is famous, why all of a sudden he's defending Kang now. Kang begins to remember that back then on the street Lee heard the name, and perhaps it's his personal influence on all of this. While Kang is thinking about all this, the head of the class comes up to him, hands him some tissues and asks him to wipe himself because he is covered in blood. Pan wipes herself with napkins and addresses the old woman with some kind of personal question that surprises her quite well. After a while, our protagonist Kang walks into a classroom and asks if Lee is here. People sitting in the chat room reply that Lee is studying here and immediately ask what's wrong with our hero's face. Upon hearing this, Kang gets pretty excited and asks the people in the class if he can see him. However, his classmates reply that at the moment Lee does not go here, and even the class teacher does not know what is wrong with him. This pisses Khan off wildly. He falls into despair and doesn't realize if this guy is really a ghost ordinary. However, a couple more people sitting at the far edge of the class noticed Kana's dialogue and remembered it. Kang starts walking down the hallway and thinking about all this. He's really considering the option that this Lee guy is just a ghost. But then Kang says that it can't just be that. He's seen it and seen it with his own eyes in his life. However, here in the moment, a huge man grabs Kana by the head and says they have some interesting questions for him. The big guy leads Kana out of the school building and tells him not to be afraid and just tell him he knows about Lee. However, their dialogues are stopped by the appearance of a certain girl who asks them to stop and talk for a while. Trailing off, she looks at Khan and his name tag, then asks what's going on here. This is all very disconcerting to Khan. He looks at her and is as shocked as the rest of them, and even more so with her question. However, the big guy asks this girl to mind her own business and stay out of it, because this is their personal turf without her. However, she follows up with them and asks what business such thugs could possibly have with this beaten-up one boy. The big guy starts saying she has no brains at all, and the big guy's friends say she needs to leave for good. She agrees to leave, walks away and calls the police, talking about how there are some very suspicious second-hand women here, followed by a big guy saying what the hell is going on and asking to take the cell phone away from this lady urgently. The yellow-haired guy, a friend of the big guy who was running at her, flies into the wall with one sharp leg kick from her. With his mouth open, our protagonist looks at what is happening and cannot believe his eyes and what he is now seeing. The big guy and another of his friends realize that this girl is clearly unusual. There's a reason she's such a greyhound and acts like that. She in turn gets her leg back as she had just knocked out the sophomore with one punch. Trailing off, she looks with a cold and interested gaze at our hero and asks if he is Muramin by any chance. However, with this question, she only once again shocked the guy who already doesn't understand anything, and now such questions. Next, we see the situation of her standing alone against several guys and our hero Kana. After that question, she didn't say anything strange, but only said that this was a normal school and it wasn't necessary to make so much noise here. This makes the big guy's friend very angry, but he stops him and tells him not to get involved now and to wait. The big guy says it looks like they're facing Khan Sarah, the head of the clan that owns our entire school. Meanwhile, our protagonist Kang can't figure out what they're all talking about, which clan, or what's even going on. Right after that, Kang Sarah's girlfriend says that since everyone knows about it, there's no point in her hiding it at all, and asks to follow her. She talks about how she would like to hear about everything that happened in much more detail than they tell here. However, in a moment, this girl notices something purple being carried right at her from the side and abruptly turns around to look. She doesn't immediately realize what it is and fends it off with her purse with a cold-blooded face. However, followed by an explosion that blinds her and takes up some space, this is all the students can see. Our protagonist, a battered Khan, is in shock, screaming that there has been an explosion and he doesn't understand at all what is happening now. The big man and his men grab our hero Kana by the head and run, taking him with them. However, clan head Kang Sarah spreads this smoke around and gently appears right out of it. She starts heading after the guys, saying that it won't work if they want to escape with such a cheap trick. However, the moment the head of the Kang Saran clan catches a wild shock at what is happening, she clearly senses something unusual. She starts talking about how the smokescreen carries a scent of soul enchantment that just knocks her off her feet. It's intoxicating. She's with flushed cheeks, just watching Kang and the guys who grabbed him run away. When the scent passes, she calls somewhere and tells them that several people have escaped and Kang Haja is their captive. She talks about the fact that they used a dirty product and escaped, after which she concluded that the case was gaining serious momentum. Following Kana Sarah speaks looking at the school about searching it completely and the surrounding area, we need to gather a group of people. Following the events of the story, show us what this group of guys are discussing about what just happened in a strange place. The most important of them all, the big guy, talks about getting information out of Khan, as it were. They look at a battered Khan and talk about how it's time to listen to him, even though he looks really bad. The most important of them all, the big guy, makes the point that if Kang saw Lee, he should be here right now telling where and how it was. Our hero, Kang himself, looks at the big guy's friends and asks him what he's inquiring about Lee for. However, he hears back from the big man with anger that Kana shouldn't know anything, but just tell him. However, our hero decides to stand strong. He replies that since that's the case, he won't say anything. Khan, with a rather odd face, talks about how these guys only ask for what they benefit and need. Khan offers an exchange of information, but the big guy replies that he thought Khan didn't have the guts. After this phrase, a huge fist flies right near Kana's face and hits the wall, shattering everything and creating an aura. With a very angry, animal-like face, the big guy talks about how he has a feeling that Kanu wanted to go to the other side of the world. However, Khan only says again that they won't hear from him and talks about how he's not ready to die like that. One of the big man's friends turns to him and says, "How long is he going to stand? Because time is running out." This guy approaches our hero and asks what he wishes to know about this Lee now. Watching the two of them, Kang talks about wondering why they're chasing Lee in the first place. This guy replies that the Sunu clan has been sealed. However, the clan head has sprung into action and now they are looking for Lee. However, our hero's face reads only rejection and unawareness of what he has just been told in the first place. Our hero Kang starts asking what kind of clan Sunu is and so on. The third guy says he's a regular citizen after all. It's about Kang. Followed by a guy talking about how Lee is a very important figure in Marima, which is why they're looking for him now. Even though our hero Khan understands more now, he still asks what Murim is. The big guy is pissed off about it. He says they're not in class here, and Khan is getting fed up with his questions here. The guy replies to him that Murim is a society with different values, but our hero doesn't understand what those values are. This finally pisses off the big guy. He asks his friend to move over and walks straight towards Khan. He grabs Kana by the shoulder and says it's his turn and asks him to spill all the information he knows. With a very angry face and aura, the big guy asks Kang where Lee Xiong is now. However, our hero in turn begins only to worry wildly and try to say something inarticulate. However, right after a second after that, Lee himself appeared behind the big guy's back and asked what purpose they were looking for him for. This abrupt appearance confuses absolutely everyone, including the big guy, who is shocked at what is happening. The big guy, as well as all the guys around him, quickly step back, and our hero is shocked at how Lee got here in the first place. Lee looks at all these guys and with a cold face asks who all these people are and what they want. This time, our hero Kang finally realizes that he didn't dream anything. Lee exists, and Lee himself is going to those guys. Trailing off, Lee creates a huge, powerful aura around himself and talks about how he won't let anyone escape from here. The guys together shout the word, "Jump!" And then they do jump straight up into the sky, shocking Kana with their actions. Kang turns to Lee and asks if he saw these guys jump, but there's only a trail of air in Lee's place. For the next instant after Lee jumped up behind them, they all fell down unconscious from the sky. Lee himself, meanwhile, with pathos, comes down with a smooth leap back down to the ground with his head down and his arms folded. Kang notices that the guys who fell are barely breathing, screaming and sweating, and Lee just watches it all. The whole thing just goes into shock for Kana. He can't understand what's going on around him at all and how they're all doing it. After that, Kang looks at Lee again, and again his theories that Lee is simply a ghost of this world. Two of the guys on the big guy's team started yelling about what Lee was doing. It felt like he was just determined to kill them here. He says they threw their weapons at the head of the clan, attacked the schoolboy, and mindlessly started telling him about Marima. Trailing off, Lee asks if these guys need any more arguments. They clearly realize that they have indeed stumbled, and badly. He talks about the stalking story later, but for now he calls for Kana to go with him to follow him somewhere. However, Kang starts to ask Lee what's going to happen to these guys who are now just lying there on the floor. However, it didn't take long for the answer to come. Then the police arrived and started arresting them one by one and taking them into the car. Lee only silently walks away, turns around and tells Kang that he asked him to follow him. Reminding him of that, Kang follows him. Kang walks right behind Lee in an unknown direction, not realizing what's going on or who this Lee is or why he's even doing this. However, here Lee turns to Khan and says, has he seen what happens when people decide to talk about him and discuss things? Followed with rudeness and cold-bloodedness, Lee tells Kang not to even dare to contact him or mention him anymore and to look for him. At this point, however, Kang is only surprised, not shocked, but pleasantly surprised and silent. After which he talks about how he realized Lee was doing it to protect Kang. Now Kang is definitely sure Lee is a good person. Next, Kang asks Lee if he happened to handle Kim getting stopped at school when he was beating up Kang. Kang continues to question Lee about everything, saying that he too must be a Muriman. However, Lee asks Kang to stop. Lee looks the other way and talks about how his warning is no joke, and if Kang doesn't honor it, he'll just die. However, Kang only says that he doesn't care, which surprises Lee, who even asks, what? Because he didn't expect that from Kang. Kang, with a smile on his face and a battered face, talks about how it is because of Lee that he survived. He is no longer afraid of anything. Next, Kang starts talking about how he was an unhappy person. Everything around him didn't work out and was bad. Kang thought that everyone in this world, all people hated him. But when he woke up in the medical station, he realized everything. Khan realized that not the whole world is his enemy. Not everyone around him is horrible and indifferent. There are also kind, pleasant people. He even talks about how the class president went against Keen today and stood up for him. Kang thanks Lee for changing the visions of his world, and now he looks at everything differently, much to Lee's surprise. Khan's point is that if he had just died without learning the whole truth about the world, It simply wouldn't be fair. A surprised Lee listens to all of this and afterward talks about how it's probably already time for class to start and it's long past time for Khan to go to school. Following this, Khan begins to bow, thanking him for everything and saying with a smile that he then went since it was already like this. About 15 seconds pass, but Lee notices that Kang still isn't leaving and asks him why he's still here. However, Kang answers in a trembling voice with the phone in his hands. Could Lee dictate his phone number to him? However, Lee's angry glower makes it clear to Kang that apparently no numbers are going to be given, and Kang walks back out. Kang starts running back to school and yells that he'll forget everything that happened today. He's seen a lot of movies and can fake it well. However, as soon as Kang leaves, the very girl who was introduced as the head of the clan appears behind Lee's back. She approaches Lee, he calls her Sarah Nuna, and asks how she is. She says she's fine, just a little paralyzed for a while. Lee talks about how the invaders were running an errand for the Murima Special Forces unit in his opinion. He apologizes, however. Kana Sarah's girlfriend tells him that there's no point in worrying so much. It's okay, it's her mistake. However, she also adds that Lee shouldn't have gotten involved and meddled in the whole thing in the first place. It could have gone on without him. Lee realizes what this is about and asks if it bothers her that he helped that guy escape those freaks today. However, Kana Sarah's girlfriend only says that she understands perfectly well the feelings that Lee is experiencing and does not blame him for anything. Meanwhile, the events of the story take us to the school gates. Some brutal black car has pulled up to the school. We are shown some old man looking up and getting out of the car, saying that today is the day to meet the elder. An elder asks someone about how the head of the Sunu clan is doing and if she's okay now. Kana Sarah meets this old man and talks to him, telling him that the head is having difficulties, but he doesn't show any signs of it at all. Kana Sarah asks the elder if it is possible to carry out the improvement process when the circulation of ki in his body is disturbed. As they go and watch the school, they discuss the fact that he has been wandering the world in this state for a long time. He would have died a long time ago. The elder talks about knowing the head of the Suna clan, and he's not so weak, he's just a monster and very strong even before his first level. However, Kana Sarah says that in terms of common sense, but Grandpa asks not to think about common sense, but to trust it. As they walk towards the doors of the building, Kana Sarah and Grandpa notice that the doors themselves open abruptly and a silhouette walks towards them. It turns out to be Lee. He talks about how happy he is to see Elder here and greets him with a signature display. The Elder walks by, claps Lee on the shoulder, and tells him that he's grown quite a bit in the time he's been away from him. The Elder goes inside and says, "Well, let's do some outrageous things today." With his words, he shocks Lee and Kana Sarah. Meanwhile, it's getting evening. We're shown a school where the last bells are ringing. Students are going to go home already. The students are all discussing where they're going to go after school today, and Kim looks at Kang sitting in front of her. However, a disgruntled Kim and his friends just walk away. They don't bully Kang today, which is surprising. Kang slowly turns around and sees this. He is relieved that they will just leave today and not touch him. Kang notices the fact that after meeting with Jinho, he is clearly very subdued, an indication that something has clearly happened. Kang says it's generally understandable, because if Lee says a word, anyone would be shitting their pants just from seeing him so strong. Meanwhile, Kang searches the internet for information about Muramin, but there are only books and music, nothing useful among them. This is also when Kang realizes that he may never be able to meet Lee again, and then what? However, while Kang was Googling information and thinking about everything, he saw the back of his phone with familiar sneakers next to it. He looked up and saw Kim in front of him, but this time his friends were bleeding sweat from behind him, though he himself was smiling. With a wild and angry look, he asks Khan if he thought he would just take off after everything. This scares Kang, because he was counting on having a defense against this Kim for at least a couple of days, but apparently not. Meanwhile, the events of the story show us the face of Kana Sarah, who is very much surprised by something. She's standing next to that grandfather, and he's talking about how there are a lot of needles, but there's obviously nothing to worry about. Everything's fine. Followed with shock, and then she talks about how if she didn't know Grandpa was Marima's best doctor, she wouldn't have realized it was a cure. Grandpa, in turn, only washes his hands and later wipes his hands and laughs, saying that she's generally right even. Grandpa looks at someone glowing intensely, along with Kana Sarah, and talks about if anyone finds out about it. They'll obviously think it's a strange treatment, even for Mirame, he says, looking at the guy's neck, which is pierced with needles. And next, we are shown the guy himself, who is stabbed with needles completely, Almost all parts of his body are pierced by them, but an aura is emanating. Meanwhile, the events of the story bring us back to our hero Khan, who is apparently being beaten up badly right now. Kim beats him up near the dumpster, saying that she wants to know what tricks that pathetic Kang has pulled. Kana's very tense and sweaty friend tells him that Chinho ordered him not to touch this guy, which they do now. However, in response, Kim only hits his friend with all his might, saying that this Jinho is not his boss at all, and he doesn't care about it. Trailing off, Kim yells at them, saying that why on earth would they think they can tell him what to do now here? Kim's friends try to pull him away from Kang to stop him from hitting him, but Kim himself resists this, not understanding his friends' reactions. Our hero Kang, with a battered face, tries to get back on his feet again and realize in general what is happening in his life again. He watches as Kim's friends try to restrain their friend from the idea of beating Kana further. However, our protagonist Kang angrily cries out that he knew nothing would change and decides to change his life himself. He speeds up and strikes right at Kim, across his face. Though the blow isn't much of a serious one, it's very decisive. Everyone around them froze in dead shock. They don't realize what just happened or how to react to it. The impact was weak. Kang faintly talks about how Kim is now attacking and his mouth is bleeding. He reminds himself that he's started a new life. Kang declares with a serious face that from now on he will not grovel to the likes of Kim and will fight back always. However, with a wildly serious and bloodthirsty face, Kim looks at Kang and begins to do nothing but insult him and call him a complete loser. The events of the story take us back to the place where Elder, Lee, and Kana Sera, they are discussing the recent incident related to that manager. Grandpa says he understands their motivation and asks them not to mess with anyone because we're not like Kuma and Ren. Lee listens intently to his grandfather. Although he has a lot on his mind, he is about to say that he understood everything, but his voice is interrupted. His voice was interrupted by the fact that he smelled some strange aura and energy, but neither grandfather nor Kana Sera sensed anything. Lee apologizes. He talks about feeling some weird, disturbing energy just now. Kana Sera turns to her grandfather, saying that lately, Lee has been hearing unreachable noise and energy that others can't hear. Kana Sera recounts an incident where he heard the will of a student who wanted to jump from a roof and saved him from doing so. The elder is interested in this and is thinking about it possibly being part of the improvement process. However, his thoughts are interrupted by Lee himself. He turns to the elder and asks if he could spare some time for him. After a while, Lee, the elder, and Kana Sera arrive at the place where Kana is lying beaten unconscious. The elder is in a bit of shock and says he can't believe he felt the energy so far away. Elder looks at the beaten guy and wonders how Lee smelled it. He says Lee exceeded his expectations by leaps and bounds. A shocked Lee, who sees Kana beaten up, is approached by Kana Sera, who asks if it's the same student. Elder asks Kana Sera if he knows this guy, and Kana replies that this is the same guy Lee saved from the roof. Their dialogues are interrupted by Lee, who yells for Kana Sera to call an ambulance immediately, as Kana is now in critical condition. She grabs the phone and says she understands, but the elder interrupts and asks everyone to stand in his way. Sweet Kana Sera starts calling for an ambulance, and meanwhile the elder is sitting near the guy and doing something. Kana Sera turns back to tell Lee how long before the ambulance arrives, but her words are interrupted. Her words are interrupted by the fact that she sees Lee's very concerned face. The first time she's seen him like this, she looks at it all with a cold stare and remains silent. Realizing what is happening now, she realizes that Lee has become attached to him. Kana turns to Lee and talks about how this happened between regular people. They called an ambulance. They're allowed to leave. Kana says it's the first time she and this guy met today. We can go already. But Lee says she sees his condition. Trailing off, Lee adds worriedly that if he's left here like this now, he'll definitely die in that case. Lee says he's not consciously going to pass, but Kana Sera talks about how it's none of their business. The Muramans shouldn't get involved. However, their dialogue is abruptly interrupted. It's the voice of an almost dead Kang. He calls Lee's name, trying to get it out. Almost dead, covered in blood, Kang says they met again today. He's happy about it and tries to smile. Trailing off, Khan informs us that he didn't let himself get beaten up this time. He hit once too, and he's very proud of that. However, the moment he stops talking, the elder says he has passed out. This all worries Lee. The elder reassures Lee, telling him that his life is no longer in danger. He has given him first aid. There is time. Lee can't understand at all why he was smiling. What was so joyful that Kang started smiling and telling this to Lee? Lee looks at him very concernedly, worried, as if trying to realize something. The events of the story take us to the hospital where Kang himself is lying. He opened his eyes and does not understand what is happening and what is around him. Sitting next to him is Lee, who turns to Khan, asking if he's finally awake. Kang tries to get up immediately, asking what Lee is doing here, but he can't do it. He's all crunchy and sore. Lee asks Kang not to overexert himself as the doctor has just left, and Kang himself has just woken up. It's too early for him. Kang watches Lee slowly come to his senses, analyzing his condition and remembering everything. Having just started talking, Kang talks about how he's very happy that their meeting has taken place again, and they've met, even if it's just like this. Kang continues to tell Lee his joy of their meeting, but he doesn't even know how to react to it all. Trailing off, Kang starts to ask Lee why he's saving Kang again, as if he's chasing him every time on every move. However, Lee in turn remains silent. He doesn't know what or how to respond to this. He's having a hard time right now. Trailing off after a brief pause, Lee asks uncertainly if Kang still wants to get stronger. This question flustered Khan. He expected to hear a lot of things, but obviously not this, so he couldn't even answer normally right away. With great joy, Kang asks if Lee will help him, but Lee asks to keep it all a secret. Trace Lee wants to name what would happen otherwise, but Kang doesn't listen to the other option and immediately agrees to it. Trailing off, Kang talks about how he's already said he's willing to do anything to become as strong as Lee and powerful. Trailing off, Kang notices a cell phone on his bed. Lee asks to only use it for communication now. Lee also says that the same phone describes basic exercises to do every day. Kang asks how he can start tomorrow if he's in this condition, but Lee reminds him that he agreed already. Kang remembers what he promised Lee, that he was willing to do anything, so he stops arguing and stays silent. Lee talks about how if Kang listens to him, he will become better and stronger in everything. Kang agrees. Trailing off, Lee asks Kana to call home and tell his family that he's okay, so they don't have to worry about everything. However, with a wide smile on his face, Kang replies that everything is fine and there is clearly no need to worry. Following Lee's departure, Kang says that his mom often comes over at night and doesn't check to see if Kang is home at all. However, Kang tells Lee to do it anyway and call his family anyway. Lee leaves. For a while longer, Kang sits in shock from all this, silent and mulling over different things in his head. It's hard for him to believe that he would really become so strong if he just did the same things Lee did. Trailing off, Khan decides to see what kind of training actually awaits him now every day in exercises. Opening his phone and his daily exercise list, Khan is simply shocked at what he sees in front of him. His daily workout is hell simple: 100 pull-ups, 200 push-ups, 500 squats, and a 30-kilometer run. Seeing all this and reading it, he opens his mouth in shock, because it's a huge strain on him now, especially in this condition. Next, Kang decides to call Lee to clarify if this is a joke. However, upon opening the Contacts app on his phone, it is with a shock that Khan discovers the fact that there are no contacts on his phone. He just falls on the bed and doesn't understand why everything today seems so unrealistic, like he's living in a cartoon. Khan falls asleep looking up at the ceiling and praying that all these events don't turn out to be just a marvelous dream in the morning. Khan wakes up, goes to the wash basin in the ward, washes his face, and asks himself if he is definitely awake now. He looks in the mirror, pulling off his bandages and stuff, and marvels at how in just one night all the abrasions from his body have gone away. He walks around his room and looks around, not realizing where he is, and wonders if he's going to get a big bill for all this. Trailing behind him, he hears someone's female voice. It says that Kanu shouldn't worry about all this at all. Turning around in front of him, he sees Kana Sarah looking at him. He doesn't know her, so he is surprised to see her. After scrutinizing her face, he remembers that this is the same Nuna he saw yesterday at school. Kana Sarah in turn knitted Kana by the chin and lifted it up, much to Kana's surprise. She examines his face and says that the elder's skill is immediately visible even to the naked eye. Kang asks her again what it's about, but she says it doesn't matter and offers to discuss some details. She says she's heard about him being abused at school and promises to resolve things here and now. She talks about how they will assign a special teacher to oversee everything and Khan will get a stipend, and asks how he's doing with the conditions. He tells her that he doesn't need all this, which causes her rejection and a little shock with his words. He talks about how in return she'll ask Kana not to cross paths with Lee again in that case. She marveled at how Lee was so smart and understanding. He immediately figured out what was wrong. He caused her to be silent. Trailing off, Kang talks about how he doesn't know what the reason is, but Sarah clearly wants them to not see Lee again. Trailing off, she says he's pretty savvy, puts the bag down and gets into a weird stance. This leaves Kana incomprehensible and shocked, her hands heading sharply and very quickly towards him. In just a second, Khan finds himself in flight. She grabs him and just flips him right in the air above her. She threw him onto the bed and with one foot pinned him down around his chest and neck. Trailing off with a large and cold-blooded look, she asks Khan how he feels about this action on her part. She sits on top of him and huffs a bit at him, which clearly doesn't inspire trust or willingness to cooperate. However, at the point she starts to hear nothing but laughter from Kana and attempts to laugh again, it pisses her off. He talks about how when you consider the methods she uses, he's even more reluctant to agree to all of this. Trailing off, she punches him and chokes him even harder, telling him that Kang is deluded if he takes it all as a joke. Trailing off, she starts yelling at him, talking about how in 35 seconds Kang will be dead right there. Squeezing the last of his strength out of himself, he talks about how she can do whatever she wants. Shout adds, saying that if it weren't for Lee, he'd be long dead anyway, so death doesn't scare him obviously. In the aftermath, he cries out that he will never again live under the pressure of other people in this life. With this, he causes Sarah to misunderstand and sweat on her face. She releases him from her arms and lets him breathe normally. She sits down on the other side of the bed and talks about being clear, while Kang himself tries to catch his breath after everything. She talks about how she now understands Lee's experiences and feelings, but by doing so, she shocks Kana. She pulls some kind of beautiful box out of her bag and holds it out with her hands straight to Kanu. He asks what's in it. Sarah talks about there being food supplements for Kana, as well as a pass to the nearest fitness center in his home. He thanks her for what she has given him. However, he has a question. How on earth she knows where he lives that she found the fitness center? She talks about whether Khan realizes that Lee is a very important person in their world. Very, very, very important. She gives Khan a shock. He asks her if she means by our world, Murim, or if she means something else altogether. She adds without answering the question that if Lee is in danger because of Kang, he won't get away with mere threats. This whole dialogue only scares Kana, and he leaves the hospital, realizing that although she is very beautiful, she is a pretty creepy person. Trailing off, Kang decides not to focus on her and the whole situation, but to get down to business, and picks up his phone. Our hero Kang begins to consider the list of exercises he needs to do soon. He's afraid to imagine how hard this is going to be. But his thoughts are interrupted by Lee's ringing on that phone. Lee immediately pops in with a question. Asking if Kang is already out of the hospital, he informs that he just checked out already, followed by Lee telling him to do the exercises and write down how much he managed to do. Kang says he can only pull himself up once, and there's a whole 100, but Lee just asks him to repeat 100 times his one time. Lee is in some library and proceeds to explain to Khan over the phone what he should do best out of the exercises and how. Kang walks through town. They discuss food deliveries. Lee asks him to consume them every time after he finishes working out. Lee informs him that Kang has 2 weeks to learn how to do it all in one day. But Kang asks what happens if it doesn't work out. Lee says that this will be the end of Kang and Lee's acquaintance, which shocks the hell out of Kang. They talk. A shocked Kang walks through the city wondering how he can manage to do it all in one day. Khan decides to try out the fitness room that Sarah gave Khan access to first, and one thing shocks him quite a bit. In front of his face was an old boarded-up gym with bad windows in the middle of some building, which surprised Khan quite well. Khan walks up inside the gym, and in front of him are a lot of different jocks who are clearly experienced and have definitely been training here for more than a day. The atmosphere in the gym surprises Khan a lot, because he expected a modern gym, and here is a basement for experienced jocks. Kang is quite shy. He decides to find a secret, secluded place where he will train alone away from everyone so as not to disturb anyone. However, he doesn't succeed much, as he immediately gets the attention of all the local men who look up to him. Some time passes, our hero Kang is practicing and doing already 70 push-ups from the floor, and many people are watching him. After the 70th time, Khan falls to the floor and says he can't do it anymore, covered in sweat. A large male jock walks up to Khan and says that Khan has been doing nothing but push-ups for over an hour. Is this really his first time here? Khan gets back on the bar with the desire to keep going and continue what he started, because today he needs 200 push-ups. The male jock looks at him with surprise and tells Kang not to overdo it because his muscles will be sore tomorrow. Kang thanks him for his advice, but adds that his teacher has ordered him to do 200 times today. The jock is shocked at how weird Khan's trainer is. However, one other guy in the gym asks him to cease harassing the guy. Another guy in the audience says there's no point in pestering the little guy. Tomorrow he'll realize his mistake, and that's that. Some time passes. Kang comes home and, tired, just falls on his bed, dropping everything else. Khan looks at his phone and talks about how he tried really hard but didn't do even half of it. He's going to be disappointed. Khan keeps looking at his phone and his task list and realizes that as if it's better to give up, in half a month, it's unrealistic. However, right at the moment of these thoughts, Kang receives a message on his phone, most likely from Lee, which surprises Kang greatly. Lee asks how Kang has been practicing. Kang remembers that he promised Lee he'd write as soon as he was done and is about to answer. Kana explains everything to Lee, and he realizes that it's even pretty good for the first day. And afterwards he remembers about the supplements from Kana Sarah. He examines the things in the box Kana handed him. They look a bit impressive even. Kana hasn't seen these before. He decides to sniff and smells some Chinese medicine and wonders if he'll be okay after this. However, Kang remembers that Lee himself told him to take them, so there's nothing wrong with them. He decides to eat them. Khan swallows one of these pills, and he is immediately enamored with an unusual feeling and an aura of some new power. He immediately feels that as soon as he popped the pill, it immediately melted in his mouth, which is very unusual for pills. Khan remembers that it's late, and it would be good to go wash up before going to bed, and already going to bed. However, the moment he tries to stand up, it is as if he is stopped and burdened by some unknown feeling. Kang starts to feel a strange sensation. It's like he's falling backwards, losing consciousness. It's like his brain is shutting down every second. A moment after that, Kang just falls on the bed, not realizing what just happened to him, and passes out. Moments later, he regains consciousness, but he's very hot, mumbling that he needs to go take another shower in time. Some time passes. Kang jumps up from the bed and abruptly starts looking around as if searching for something. Next, he sees morning outside the window, and afterward, and looks at the clock, the hand on which is already pointing to 10 o'clock in the morning. A shocked Khan doesn't understand how he managed to sleep so much and what it was even, after which he decides to head for the shower. While undressing in the shower, Kang notices himself in the mirror and scrutinizes himself, looking very surprised at himself. He starts to tense his muscles and talks about how he feels like they've gotten bigger, but maybe he's just imagining it. However, the next thing he knows, he's off to the shower and the pressure of the water, talking about how there's no way that can happen, what muscles in one day can be. Some more time passes. The events of the story bring us back to the gym where Khan now trains. And here's a new training day. Already standing at the limit, he does 73 push-ups and still keeps afloat. The guys in the gym look shocked at Khan, who kinda left pretty late yesterday, and today he's already back so early and practicing again. However, they are even more amazed by the fact that Khan has no pain after yesterday's strength training, which he was not able to do at all. However, while they were discussing this, Khan managed to fall to the ground without any strength at all. They decided that the consequences would probably be felt tomorrow already. A couple more days pass. We are greeted by the city of Kana, morning, and his home gym, where he is already training again. Those same guys are once again watching Khan work out and are shocked at how he's doing and why his whole body doesn't hurt. After some more time, they discuss that it's been 2 weeks and it's strange that he's still practicing so hard and well then. Trailing off, they also notice that Khan's muscles have gotten very large and he is now even stronger than he was recently. Half a month passes. They are wildly surprised at how Khan has built up such muscles in just half a month. It's just impossible. Come evening, another powerless day. Kang is already just lying on the gym floor, but his body is clearly much stronger than it was. All of a sudden, Khan is screaming to the entire gym that he finally got to do what he's been wanting to do for so long. He's made it to the norm. Khan finds it hard to believe that he has succeeded, so he decides to write and tell Lee about all his successes. Kang walks home with his phone through the city, realizing that he has finally managed to get things done, but he is severely tired and exhausted today. Kang receives a reply from Lee. Lee promises Kang a gift for doing well, which surprises Kang himself. Kang begins to contemplate how he can best get to the station where Lee is now. Looking at all the routes, Khan notices that one of the buses is about to depart directly to that station. However, Kana is in doubt whether he should go now or whether it's better to go home and wash up before the trip. However, in the moment Khan hears someone's female voice from behind, it addresses Khan as, "Hey you," and draws attention to itself. Some unknown girl with long black boots walks towards Khan and asks him to stop right there. Kang walks forward and sees a girl in front of him with brown and red hair, a beautiful body and a pendant around her neck. Her appearance as well as herself surprise Khan very much. He starts to think that she must be some kind of celebrity. Kang starts to look around, seeing who this girl is suddenly calling out to, because he's curious to know now. However, as Kang began to look around for the person she was calling for, she yelled out, asking him not to turn away from her. Trailing off, she points to Khan and talks about addressing him now, why he's turning away from her. However, she only scares Kana with those words. He's not bad, so shocked at what he just heard and how she addressed him. Kang looks at her very surprised and doesn't understand what she wants, and she in turn looks confidently at Kang. Trailing off, she turns to ask Kang if he knows who Lee Shun is, which shocks Kang unpleasantly, since that's clearly not what he was expecting. Trailing off, she starts walking towards Kanu, saying that she is well aware of all the events, so Kanu can't be turned away now. However, Kang at the moment knocks her attention off by pointing to the side and screaming with a shocked face, causing her to turn to the side there as well. However, there was just a regular cat sitting on the curb. She started looking at it and talking about how cute it was in front of her. However, following this, she realizes what happened. She was distracted and starts yelling at Kana and glaring at him. But unfortunately for her, there is nothing to look at anymore. Khan has simply run off somewhere and disappeared. She can't see him with her eyes anywhere. But her attention is caught by a bus leaving somewhere. It's clear what's going on. She smiles and realizes Kana's ingenuity. She jumps high up like Lee once did and starts hopping back and forth looking for Kana among the cars and buses. Kang himself, meanwhile, sits on the bus and realizes that he's finally lucky enough to break away, and the bus has arrived so quickly and early. Kang admits he was startled by the question about Lee, but then he notices something behind him make a sudden noise and hit the bus car. Kang continues to contemplate about not talking about Lee, however that girl is already walking behind Kang. Kang searches his phone for information about this girl, however, at the moment she snatches the phone out of his hands, which he notices himself. She takes the phone from his hands and begins to scrutinize what he's looking for in it and reads up on there and her topic. Kang is surprised that he didn't even see her get on the bus. She is also very surprised by something at one time. She sees from the queries on his phone that he is a regular person and is very much surprised by this, not realizing how this happened. She keeps looking through his phone for everything and doesn't understand how her gut could have failed her. After all, she was pretty sure of everything. Trailing off, she notices a text with an address from Lee, where Kang was headed, and takes his phone, saying she'll borrow it for a bit. She gets off the bus and continues to read her phone. Khan at the time tries to catch up with her and stop her from the idea. However, here our hero Kang starts making threats, saying that he better give him the phone nicely or he will use force to do so. But she in turn only mocks Khan further, saying that if that's what he wants to do, then let him try to do it. Kang doesn't realize who she thinks he is. After all, he is a man and has been training very hard for the last month. Kang starts screaming, making grimaces and running straight at her with his head down and arms spread out as if to scare her. Kang reflects on the fact that no matter who these Murami are, he should definitely be able to handle the girl, right? Before Khan could even get close to her, however, her hands took a sharp grip on Khan's arms and bent them behind Khan's back. With such an easy and ordinary movement of her hand, she broke him and brought him to his knees. He wriggled all over and cried out in pain. However, the girl herself only continued to stare in amazement, not saying anything or continuing to do anything. She began to notice that Kana's hands were covered in energy that ran hotly through his hands, heating up the girl's body. She notices both that and the heat, abruptly lets go of Khan and yells across the street who this Khan guy is and what that was about. With great surprise, she yells at him, saying that he's just a normal person after all. How did he have so much energy in his body? Trailing off, he talks about how he has no idea what she's talking about at all and just asks for his phone back now. However, then the girl begins to suspect whether he is the one, which only further shocks Kana with his words. After saying that, she grabs Khan's hand and leads her at a fast run. Khan, in shock, doesn't realize at all what is happening now. The events of the story move forward. We are shown one of the subway stations near the city. It's still almost night. This girl led Khan into some elevator. He started asking her where they were even going and why, what was going on. She says, of course, to Lee, but Kang says Lee is dangerous, and she in turn says that's cool and looks forward to it. The elevator stops, the doors open, and right in front of Kang and this girl's face appears the same Lee. This makes Kang wildly happy to see Lee, because finally this will all be resolved and this girl will leave after giving up her phone. However, something wrong happens. She only punches Kana once again in the stomach and herself jumps sideways somewhere towards Lee. She then delivers a leg kick right into Lee's body, but he manages to block such a powerful attack. The girl saw Lee as if she was furious. She started jumping from side to side and striking Lee with blow after blow. Kong doesn't even have time to see her movements. He doesn't understand how this girl can even be so fast. He first notices the picture when Lee can't do anything and only defends himself against her swift attacks. However, while Khan was watching the whole mess, he noticed that there was some sort of umbrella standing off to the side, which in theory could help now. Kang looks at the girl, trying to catch her eye, and decides that he has to help his friend Lee now. However, before Kang could do anything, his umbrella was smashed and shattered into tiny pieces before his eyes. It was thanks to this girl, with one leg kick right in the fight with Lee, she hit the umbrella and shattered it into small pieces. She violently and angrily yells at Kana, telling him that he shouldn't get involved in the fight or she'll just kill him. Lee sees all of this and only calmly asks what came over Ginny and why they decided to come here together. These words shock Kang wildly. He is shocked that this Ginny girl knows Lee at all. She is the one addressing Lee. She addresses Lee rudely and as if demanding, asking about whether he gave this guy, Khan, the Taiwan pill of life. These words shock Khan even more. In a chase as if horrified, she says that she saw all their correspondence on Khan's phone. She starts yelling at Lee, saying that this medicine was meant for him. Why did he give it to this Khan? Lee sweetly talks about being willing to answer any questions from Ginny, but will do so a little later. He can't right now. Trailing off, Lee adds that his guest, in the person of Kang, is now very uncomfortable with everything that has happened, and that's not good. Ginny turns away angrily and says something to the effect that okay, so be it. She agrees to talk a little later. Genie is about to leave, however she is stopped by Kang, awkwardly talking about giving him his phone please. Ginny is still angry, so she just picks up Khan's phone and throws it right at him, which almost looks like it killed Khan himself. Kang is shocked with her and doesn't realize he didn't warn her before throwing it. She almost killed him with that phone after all. Ginny leaves, and Lee asks Khan if he was surprised by this sudden commotion that Ginny threw him in the middle of the day. Kang isn't sure it's okay, and Lee's friend was uncomfortable, so it wasn't a big deal. Lee asks Kang to come into the room from the elevator and asks what Kang would like. He asks for water in turn to drink. Kang looks around the room, and Lee says that Kang has gotten more or less pumped up since the last time they met. Kang says he was just doing Lee's assignments. Khan sits down in a chair and is about to pour himself some water, however. It's like something is bothering him, but he has a hard time saying it. Kang raises his head and sharply asks Lee who the Mermen are. With such a question, he sharply startles Lee. Kang starts to say that he realized like they are unusual people and talks about how both Lee and Kana are so grey. However, Lee only looks at Kana with a suppressed look and says that ordinary people are not allowed to reveal information about Muramin. However, Kang begins to immediately contradict Lee's words, saying that since there is such a prohibition, why then is Lee helping Kang? Kang says he already owes Lee a lot. Why would he risk so much? This is all listening to Ginny, who is standing outside the door. Kang tells Lee why he should fight with his friend Ginny over Kang. These words are heard by Ginny, and she is surprised by them. Kang continues by saying that he's not going to put Lee in this predicament in his life. Trailing off, Kang says that if such help is to Lee's detriment, then he should stop helping Kang. It's better for him that way. Lee listens intently to all of this. However, it is felt that he is overwhelmed by it all. He just remains silent with his gaze lowered, not knowing what to do. Following that, Lee clinks a glass and tells Kang that Murim is a world where people have different values. Lee tells them that in the world of Murim, everyone hides their face and is required to follow the rules flawlessly. Trailing off, Kang asks why they need to hide. Lee replies that regular people won't accept the Murim rules. Lee looks at the glass and talks about whether Khan can believe in a society where ways to justify murderers and violence against people. Lee clenches his fist and talks about what it is that the Murim represent. He's clearly uncomfortable and doesn't want to talk about it all. Lee says there is no condemnation of violence in this society, so ordinary people clearly shouldn't be interested in prying into Murim. Seeing and hearing it all, in the moment, Kang just flinched in shock and everything that had just happened and in general for this evening. However, what shocked him the most was not the truth about the Murim society, but the fact that Lee covered himself with an eerie aura when he talked about them. Trailing off, Lee stands up and says that since we're done talking, we should start the treatment then for today. Lee looks at the stairs and says that in terms of modern medicine, Khan is right. His life is in no danger. However, Lee follows up by adding that after the treatment, Kang will recognize the decrepit body he has lived in his entire life. Kang takes off his shirt. Lee sits down behind him. Lee begins to perform some strange techniques, asking Kang to breathe on his words. In his thoughts, Kang doesn't realize at all why he's doing this or what he's doing it for, because he doesn't feel obviously some kind of sick and weird thing. However, Lee holds his back and tells Kang not to dare to be distracted by any strange things and thoughts around him. Lee puts his hands on Kang's back, and then Kang starts to feel a strange body sensation, a feeling like he's changing now from the inside out. Kanu really likes the feeling. He talks about how it feels like heat is going all over his body, and he himself is becoming much calmer. However, the moment Kang wakes up, he sees chains around him and everything is strange. He docks shocked by it all. His neck is wrapped in chains, some guy in a closed suit talking about killing him now and right here. However, this is all interrupted by Ginny's voice. A couple more people in closed clothing looking at her, and one of them holding Kana back. One of these people falls to the floor, some kind of white effect around him, and Ginny yells for them to get away from the exit urgently. Ginny yells at them and insults them, asking what they are doing to the person who is circulating the energy now, and asks if they are definitely from Murim. This all shocks Kang to the point of freakishness. He doesn't understand what's going on and where Lee even is, where he's gone. One of the men yells at Ginny to get out of the way or he's going to break this guy's neck, meaning Kana. Here, Kang recalls Lee's words about what Marima is like, where murder and violence are not condemned. Kang tries to tell them not to rush to kill him, but it's obviously weak. He can't even get a word out in that time. One of these men who is holding Khan with a chain tells him not to dare to do anything stupid or he will finish him off. However, Kang grabs the chain with his hands and as if tearing it, pulling it forcefully away from his face and screams in a sweat about it. This really surprises Ginny and the two other strange people in closed suits who are watching it all. Kang screams that he can't just die here, then rips the chain apart with his bare hands. Right behind Khan, a huge stream of fire seems to appear behind his back and the chains in his hands become like weapons. However, the energy is then interrupted by Kana's musings about the steel chain he just tore with his bare hands. The man who held Khan with a chain began to ask how he had done it, because he was an ordinary man. It was impossible. Khan tells himself in his thoughts that he doesn't understand anything and decides to bail since he's managed to break free. However, a man with chains yells for Kana to be captured, and these men start trying to stop Kana with guns. One of them delivers a huge blow with an iron bat, but as if by instinct, Khan dodges it and the blow doesn't go through. Kang himself is shocked at what just happened, but he is followed by another attack from the one who held him down. It was as if Khan could sense with his body what was about to happen and jumped off the spot, running forward, thus overtaking their speed to their eventual strike. Khan doesn't realize what's happening or how he's predicting the strikes, but he can already see another leg kick right in front of him. This blow is very close to the Khan, and he realizes that he will probably not be able to dodge it like the previous ones. However, this is where Ginny flies into the fray, deftly using her legs to fend off an attack that was headed straight for Kana. Khan is in wild shock at what happened and the fact that Ginny saved him just now, which is very strange. Followed by blow after blow, she began pummeling these costumed men in different directions, preventing them from approaching and striking. She jumps on one of them, and with a knee strike just smashes his face to smithereens, shattering whatever was just there. A few more blows like that and the group of masked men were eliminated completely by one Ginny, Khan in shock at what he had just seen. He's talking about how before he can even blink an eye, Ginny has already taken out 3 guys at once. He looks at her and notices that she moved even faster this time than she did in the fight against Lee. She walks up to one of them, puts her foot up to his face, and asks if they know where they are and who they even are. However, her discussion with the man is interrupted by Khan. He asks her to wait, but clearly does so very tentatively. Khan starts to say that if she's done them all, shouldn't they call the police, who will take care of it from there? However, Ginny yells at Khan, saying that he doesn't even know the basics of the Murim world. They and regular people don't meddle in each other's affairs. One of them, who can still talk, turns to Ginny, saying that their clan is doing so badly that it's about the police. These words make Ginny realize that these people broke in for a reason and clearly have strange, evil intentions. They talk about how they just wanted to make sure the clan leader wasn't here, but they didn't think anyone else would be here. All this dialogue shocks Kang. In his head, he suspects that under the head of the clan, they might have Lee Soon. Ginny asks one last time who they are, but the guy only replies that the head of the Sunu clan is about to die and it will inevitably happen. These words shocked both Ginny and Kana. They don't even know how to react to it in this situation now. She puts her foot down on it and talks about what he's carrying. Couldn't you have come up with something smarter already back then? However, Kana's thoughts were stunned. All he could think about were those words. He couldn't believe that Lee could die. It pissed him off. However, Kana's thoughts are interrupted by a sound in his head. He hears what looks like someone coming up the stairs of the building here very quickly. Shocked by this, Kang yells out to Ginny about it, saying that someone is coming from down here really fast. She begins to ask him what he even means, but he says he doesn't understand it himself and doesn't know who it is, only senses it. Ginny points out that Khan has a pretty good knack for recognizing what's going on, just like Lee. The guy in the group talks about that's right. Here comes reinforcements of a couple dozen people behind them. Trailing off, he also addresses Ginny and Khan, saying that if they don't want to get hurt, they'd better turn themselves in right now. However, Ginny doesn't dare to listen further to these ramblings and his stories. With a kick of her foot, she simply smashes his head and sends him into the wall. Trailing off, Ginny picks up her phone. She talks about how there's no point in staying here and decides to check something out. She notices that her phone has no connection at all. Khan checks his, and he has the same thing, also no connection. It scares the hell out of both of them. Ginny yells at Khan to urgently pack his things and get dressed. They need to get out of here as soon as possible. Ginny gives Khan a helmet and talks about going down, but Khan asks if it won't be by elevator. Ginny says there's definitely someone in there already, and meanwhile the door of one of the rooms is kicked open with a sharp kick of someone's foot. A whole bunch of different people come up to the floor, all of them immediately obvious freaks of rare occurrence, and all of them hiding in one way or another. The main man among them turns to his own to examine the bodies here in the room and find out what happened here. Trailing off, he gives orders to his men that if their opponent is the Sunu clan, they can't just let them get away with it. The men in this man's unit report finding an open emergency exit with a ladder down. Meanwhile, Ginny and Khan are running down those stairs, and she asks him if his phone is picking up a signal, but Khan informs her that it is not. Ginny realizes that all the repeaters were probably broken, and a shocked Khan asks her what's going on. After running down the stairs of the building, Kang asks Ginny what happened, but she says she was just waiting for Kang to wake up, on Lee's orders. Later, she holds out her phone to Kang, showing the number, saying that it's a clan member's number in case Kang gets a chance to call before she does. She talks about going to go gas up the bike, and Kanu needs to follow her down to the second floor of the parking lot as fast as possible. She jumps down, and Khan doesn't understand why that is and what's going on if they can just go downstairs together. Like a hare, she leapt wildly down the stairs floor by floor, shocking Kana. He thinks everyone in Marima is like that. Khan goes and realizes that something has changed since he woke up, because he was able to rip the chain with his hands for a reason. Trailing off, he looks down at the stairs and wonders if he can do as well himself as she can. However, he only hears a shout from downstairs from Ginny. She's asking what he's doing down there. They should be leaving already. Khan yells back at her that he's already running, and goes down further in the usual way as a human. Some time passes. Kang successfully makes it down the stairs, however. After going down even normally, he is very tired. Khan opens the door to the parking lot, steps out, and with a smile says that he apologizes for being late. But there's a problem. Opening the door, Khan observes a picture of Ginny beating everyone around her just with her strength. A crowd of guys trying to grab her. Khan sees that Ginny is surrounded. He is shocked by this and doesn't know what he should do now. Sweat is running down his face. However, he tries to assure himself that things are still more or less normal, since Ginny is managing to fight back. After a couple minutes, she whips off the first part of a group of these guys and just stands there like she just had coffee. Another group runs right at her, but she just looks at them and says that maybe she should stop. It's useless. She shouts to them, asking if they really want to die just now. They're afraid of Ginny. Ginny is about to launch a counterattack on them, however. Something stops her abruptly. She looks scared. A huge knife suddenly appears right near Ginny's neck. She is shocked, for she didn't notice it being set up. Some scary and ugly type with a chain up his nose appears in front of her and asks her to repeat what she just said. He's many times bigger than Ginny and stands right on top of her, putting a knife to her neck, then paralyzing her, mentally so to speak. This all scares the hell out of Khan. He doesn't know what he should do now, and all you see is a death flag at his enemies. Khan begins to consider what action he should take. He realizes that he has Murama against him, and it's going to be very hard. Kang thinks that he should probably try to escape from here, but he hears that there are already people running down the stairs as well. Khan is in dawn. He doesn't understand what he should even do in such a difficult situation, but he sees a hydrant near him. The same group of people who searched the room head downstairs to Khan, but in a moment, their attention is distracted by a sharp ringing. This group gets scared. They don't understand where the ringing is coming from, but the ringing itself sounds like a fire alarm. It scares them. The same man who holds Ginny down with a huge knife orders his men to go and find out what's going on. Ginny herself at this point is more or less calmly observing the whole situation around her and trying to figure out what's going on. However, the man who holds her back tells her to dare to do nothing, which distracts her thoughts. But right after that, he also adds that he's also acting against his will, so there's an option to have Ginny help him. Meanwhile, a squad of men in suits run all over the parking lot in an effort to find the source of the alarm. Meanwhile, our hero Kang is hiding behind cars, trying to break through and get to Ginny little by little. However, Kana wonders what he's helping and doing all this for if he could have just run away a long time ago. However, in his head, he also remembers that no matter what, Ginny is very strong right now. He remembers Ginny's power and realizes that if he can manage to distract the man with the knife in his hand, he might be okay. Kang abruptly runs out from behind the cars, screaming and about to throw his motorcycle helmet right at the man. However, this man himself notices it. He's even a little surprised because Kang is acting so insecure and can't make up his mind to throw. He sees Khan perfectly well and decides to ask who Khan is and what he's even doing here and why he's swinging. It's a question that scares Khan because he's been figured out before his grand plan against the man is even executed. The group of people in suits that had left earlier began to turn back after Khan was discovered. However, Khan decides to do something wild and says that he wasn't, but he'll take the risk because he changed his life. Khan, with all his might, throws a slam right into the face of this guy with a knife holding Ginny. He laughs, saying he can easily dodge something like that. However, it doesn't, and the helmet flies right into his face at breakneck speed, smashing his face and knocking the guy himself out. Everyone around them is in wild shock at what's happening. They couldn't have expected this outcome and that Khan would knock that guy out. Yeah, and Kang himself didn't even come close to expecting this, but now he's watching this guy go flying from one of his throws. Seeing all this, Kang is frightened. He can't understand what will happen now, because after this, nobody will forgive him. In the moment, the guy who got hit by the helmet does stop. He manages to stay on his feet before falling, but is crippled badly. This guy starts looking at Kana and insulting him, and later says something about his inner energy, though it's unclear what. Kang begins to realize and understand that he did the same thing back then in the apartment when he broke the steel chain with his bare hands. While everyone is standing around in shock, Ginny hops on her motorcycle and yells at Khan about jumping on her right away and riding off with her. Khan jumps on the vine, but can't figure out what he should hold on to, so he doesn't fly backwards when they launch. Kang is embarrassed, and Ginny yells for him to grab her waist urgently. Kang hugs Ginny, and together they start to leave. One of the commanders among the men in suits points at them and yells that they must be stopped immediately. Meanwhile, Ginny and a confused-looking Kang rush the motorcycle right through them, overcoming one by one. After a couple dozen seconds, Kang and Ginny break free of their grip and fly out of the building on their motorcycle, rushing forward. A confused and worried Khan yells for Ginny to drive slower, not so fast. It's in Khan that his fear speaks. Ginny says they're being stalked by one of the 4 stars. He's reporting to the one who was supposed to have a meeting with Lee today. That's when Kang realizes that the words that Lee might die today are true, which is why Ginny is in such a hurry. After a couple dozen seconds, Ginny stops abruptly in one of the parking lots, saying enough is enough, they won't be found. Ginny talks about waiting a little while. Now she's going to call Lee and find out where he is so she can get there. Meanwhile, at an unknown location, a call does indeed come into Lee from Ginny, who is now calling him from the parking lot. Lee apologizes to someone, mentioning that he needs to get off for a call from Ginny. However, another group of men enter the office, ask Lee is the leader, and ask him to hand them the phone. Lee begins to realize what's coming and doesn't pick up yet. The phone keeps ringing for him. Meanwhile, in the parking lot, Ginny says no one is picking up the phone. Kang suggests calling someone from the clan and asking where Lee is. However, his idea is immediately shot down with a bang as Ginny informs him that no one in the clan knows about it. Ginny and Kang walk through the parking lot together. Ginny says that apparently Lee has decided to go it alone. Ginny says that it's best for Khan to stay out of it all, and afterward advises him to take a cab and go home already. However, this venture doesn't make Khan very happy. He calls out to Ginny about how he's perfectly capable of helping her and Lee right now. However, Ginny tells Khan that this is a Muram showdown, and Lee told her not to involve Khan under any circumstances. Trailing off, Ginny gets on her bike and tells Khan that she's grateful to him for saving her in the parking lot. She adds that he looked cooler than a lot of the Muram back then, and with those words, she gives Kana a shock. However, she also adds afterwards that Kanu was certainly lucky today, but he should stay out of Muram's business anymore. Shocked at all these words, Kong tries to shout a request for Ginny to stop. He has a hard time even saying anything. However, Ginny doesn't wait for his answer and just silently rides away on her motorcycle to an unknown destination. A shocked Khan looks at all of this and talks about how, in his opinion, this is all wrong decision pretty much. However, he also adds that on the whole, on the other hand, he doesn't even know what he could do to help in such a situation. However, after a couple seconds, Kang stops in shock. He sees a group of all those people on bikes heading towards Ginny. However, in a moment they stop, turn around and head straight towards Khan, then shock him even more. And then Khan comes to the realization that it's probably because of him. He now realizes that he has a huge cloud of problems now, and he can't escape so easily, but he starts to run away. Their captain, the creepy guy, stops everyone and asks them to stand and wait for him here. He has business to attend to. Trailing off with a creepy face, he talks about how it's not certain, but he felt like he saw that freak with the corner of his eye. Kang is hiding right in that back alley where this guy is standing. He covers his mouth with his hands, trying to contain his fear. A very creepy guy with a chain in his nose starts walking back and forth in the back alley as if scoping out Kana here. Kang is holding back at this time and even barely breathing so as not to give even the slightest sign that he is here. It doesn't help though. Walking behind the trash cans, the creepy guy lowers his head and sees Kana in front of him. Kang tearfully looks at him and begins to realize that in all likelihood he is finished now. However, their captain began to walk away, saying that he apparently thought Khan was extremely shocked, but glad for this outcome. The captain goes back to his men and talks about how it generally doesn't matter. Apparently they missed them. Time to leave. Kang is still hiding behind the dumpster, and the creepy guy and his men are discussing Ginny and the Sunu clan in general. The creepy guy and all his men leave the place. Khan starts walking away from behind the tank and looks to see if they're definitely gone. Immediately afterward, Kang starts scrunching up his face in bewilderment at what just happened. How is that possible? Kang definitely saw that this guy was looking at him directly, but pretended as if he didn't see him, which was very strange. Trailing off, Kang heard that he had just loudly told his guys Lee's location, as if on purpose for Kang to hear. Kang decides to call the number Ginny gave him to inform everyone at the top of the Sunu clan. However, thoughts come to Kanu that this could all be a huge trap by these guys. It can't be that simple. Khan is walking down the street and thinking about how he should be, and realizes that the exact same place is right next door. This building here is not far away. Khan walks beside him and is well aware that he's likely to run into some kind of trouble again now, most likely. However, he is well aware that this case is about Lee himself, so it would be good to verify that creepy guy's words. Khan walks up to the building and starts pulling the handle and realizes that the building is closed. This shocks him pretty good as well. Following this, some man shines a flashlight on Kana and looking at him asks, "Who's there?" It turns out to be the local security guard. He looks at Khan and asks him what he's doing here and what he's doing with the door. Kang talks about looking for one person, but the guard asks who Kang might be looking for at this late hour. Kang doesn't say directly, but describes some of Lee's external features, which surprises the guard quite well. The guard immediately asks directly if Kang is looking for Lee Xiong. He shocks Kang, and Kang doesn't understand how the guard knows. The guard adds that since that's the case, Khan should go this way and starts to escort, which surprises Khan even more. Khan starts to go after the guard, however. After a second, the guard throws Khan to the ground and starts choking his neck. The guard starts asking Khan who he is and what he's even here for, how he knows about Lee. Khan starts to try to ask why he's being choked, but the guard says it's better for Khan to know why this is happening. The guard pushes Khan against the wall and asks time after time how Khan knew about this place. Khan can no longer breathe at all, for he is being strangled hard and decides to grab the guard's hand that he is strangling him with. It was only necessary for Kanu to clamp his hands on the guard's arm just a bit as the guard's arm snapped apart. The guard began to scream wildly in pain, for Kang had broken his bone in his arm several times, and Kang himself was wildly shocked by this. Khan starts to ask the guard if he's okay, but he's clearly not helping the guard with such questions. The guard starts yelling at Kang, insulting him and talking about how he's an asshole and not a normal person at all. This question surprises Kana a lot. He realizes that it comes out that this guard is also Miramin and not an ordinary person. Following this, Kang starts running away from the guard, which surprises him, and the guard is still sitting there with a broken arm. Now Kang is pretty sure Lee is here somewhere. With so many guards and that information, it's all starting to come together. Following that, Kang grabs his phone and decides that he needs to urgently report all of Clan Sunu. It's important. However, in the next instant, Kana's phone seems to explode. Something flies into it and the phone splits in two. Khan is shocked and holds the phone in his hands, not realizing what is happening now, but realizes that he has lost his means of communication. Khan turns around and sees some man with metal objects. The man says the next one might be to Khan's head. Shocked by all this, Kang doesn't know how to react and only asks the man who he is. However, the very next moment the man is behind Khan's back and asks who Khan is. After another moment, Khan's body seems to flip and he finds himself upside down in the air. Khan falls face first into the concrete, causing him to smash part of his face to the point of bleeding. He's in a lot of pain, and he also takes a kick to the legs. However, the man is surprised by this and asks Khan if the man doesn't know how to fall properly even. The two men discuss the fact that he's probably just an ordinary man, but recall how he broke a guard's arm. The man adds that a normal person would have passed out long ago after such a blow, but Khan did not. Khan, with his face all bloody, starts screaming, asking why they're doing this and who they even are here. However, in response, one of them only puts his foot on Kana's face and begins to press him down, creating a lot of pressure. He then begins to address Khan, telling him that if he wants to pretend to be a normal person, he should at least hide his energy. Khan, covered in blood, starts asking them what kind of energy they're even talking about and what they want from him. They start asking Kang again how he found this place, but does the latter ask if this is where Lee is? Following this with a pitiful face, Kang asks them if Lee is here. Is he okay and healthy? Expectedly, however, instead of answering, Lee began to receive only blows to his face time after time and harder. One of the men continued to beat him, saying that he had been asked to answer questions rather than ask them here, followed by them grabbing Kana by the face and start beating his face against the floor, smashing his face more and more. Khan no longer has the energy to put up with it all. He yells insults at them and is terribly angry at what is happening. However, from behind these men, someone quietly approaches and sharply asks them to cease and desist. This person turns out to be Lee himself. He approaches with a blank face as usual and informs Kang about Kang being with him. This turn of events surprises both Khan and the guards who beat his face against the pavement. Lee looks at Khan coldly and asks if he's okay and can move normally. However, Kang only sits with a broken face and looks at Lee, not answering anything, either from shock or surprise. Two men in black address Lee as the head of Sunu and ask why he's here, since he's supposed to be at the meeting now. In response, however, Lee points to Kana and says that he would first like to know why his friend is in such a state. One of the men in black talks about how they were informed that there would only be an elder. There was no mention of this guy. However, in response, Lee only gets wildly angry, saying that according to them, it's his fault that his friend they just beat up. Trailing off, Lee adds that okay, since he made a mistake, there will be no renegotiation then. He then turns to Khan, who is sitting on the floor covered in blood, telling him to get up and suggesting that he get out of here. However, they are stopped by a guy in black. He says that it can't be like that because Lee himself made the appointment with the elder. He also adds in a shout about Lee himself calling the elder here, and now he's just going to take off. However, in response to everything he says, Lee only says that don't they fear repercussions for what they just did to his comrade. However, these guys in turn only talk about how Head Sunu is very funny while holding back a smile. Trailing off, one of the men says he's heard about Lee's awesomeness, however. At this point, Kang hears a great deal of foot stomping closer and closer. Dozens of men in black appear on all sides, and the one asks if Lee considers himself equal to the elder. A horribly shocked Kang starts questioning a horribly calm Lee about what is going on around them right now. However, in turn, Lee with a cold look only says that nothing is impossible in this life. These guys start to approach Lee again and talk about what is enough, asking him to return to the negotiating site now. They threaten him that things could end badly, but Lee says he came here to negotiate, not to listen to threats against him. Trailing off, quite seriously and loudly, Lee makes the point that if they're going to get into a conflict, he's not going to dodge. Just as the fight was about to start, an elder of these guys appears from behind and walks towards them. An old, stunted and bearded man along with a tall and beautiful girl with glasses are heading towards them. All these guys, as one, are shocked by what is happening. They start crossing their arms in a special sign and bowing. And following that, everyone began to shout with one voice that they were welcoming the elder and his majesty. Lee looks at it all and surprised Kang is covered in blood. It's the first time he sees such a picture in his life. Trailing off, he scrutinizes the elder's face and realizes that this is the same man who was supposed to meet Lee. In a gruff voice, the elder turns to all these guys and asks them what this all around means now. All the men in black, as one, began to talk about the fact that the head of the Sunu clan, in the person of Lee, began to talk about leaving the meeting. Kang is surprised by all this. After all, from the looks of it, it's just an old lowly uncle. What could be so dangerous about him? Trailing off, the elder looks right at Kang and asks his men who the guy next to Lee is. They say Kang is his friend. However, the elder says that it's strange, because Kana has the energy of Muramin emanating from him. But he seems to be a simple boy. Trailing off, the elder says that it's strange that the power of Muramin, which should be strictly guarded, has leaked to the common people. How come? This is all Lee is looking at and observing this. Kang looks at Lee, but he doesn't understand what the old man is talking about at all. Trailing off, Kang thinks the elder is saying this to Lee, and Kang thinks he's put Lee in a very bad position, and then the elder turns to Kang. One of this elder's men in black approaches Kang and talks about following them. They need to check something out. However, a moment after this phrase, a tremendous blow is heard right into the man's body. This is noticed by the elder and his assistant. The elder's face changes. He is very surprised by this blow. This blow was struck by Lee, followed by another blow to finish off this man in black, causing a huge shock to everyone around him. Kang and the entire crowd of men in black who were here were shocked beyond belief at such actions on Lee's part. Kang doesn't realize what Lee is doing, and the elder turns to Lee, asking what the hell kind of tricks are these? The elder rudely yells at Lee and reminds him to remember who he is in front of right now. The elder stops all his men, but he himself is mad as hell and asks Lee if he wanted to accidentally die. Khan notices that he can't move from his seat, as if something is severely restraining him from the inside right now. All this silence and blows are interrupted by Lee himself. He turns sharply to the elder, then calms him down. Looking straight into the elder's eyes, Lee says that he came here at his request as a guest. Trailing off, Lee points to the man and asks what, if anything, why the elder's men beat up his friend. The elder talks about how this is a strange and ridiculous nagging from Lee right now. However, Lee adds that he came alone without his clan at the elder's request. But for some reason, the elder brought so many people here. Trailing off, Lee asks rudely and with anger, was it really the elder's plan to steal Lee out here now? The elder's men began to cry out in one voice that such words were outrageous and improper on Lee's part. However, the elder himself only continued to remain silent, and Lee said that he could see that the elder had nothing to say to him this time. Lee starts to walk away, saying that it looks like his expectations weren't met at all this time, unfortunately. Lee walks by Khan and tells him very quietly that as soon as the fight starts, Khan needs to run right away. Lee tells Kanu that he will try to get their attention, and Kanu should run away and hide from them at this point. Kang stares absent-mindedly into Lee's empty eyes, and in his thought realizes that it seems to be his fault for what's happening now. Kang turns back and sees an oodles of people. Kang can't understand at all how Lee is going to face them all alone. All of this is interrupted by the voice of an elder behind Lee. He chuckles and says that apparently Lee's gut is not thin at all. Trailing off, the elder addresses Lee, saying that there was a misunderstanding between them, and he apologizes for it. The elder says he will ask his men later about what happened, but now he leaves, his men all shocked at such statements. His men try to stop him, but he only shouts louder and louder for everyone to get out of here right now. Already leaving, the elder tells Lee to follow him. It is time for a frank conversation between them. However, Lee bows and talks about asking for forgiveness, but another time, because he won't be able to talk today. However, in response he hears from his assistant that the elder told him to follow him, so one must follow him. Lee looks at her. She begins to raise a strange white aura around her, and afterward adds that Lee needs to follow him silently. Abruptly turning around, she purposely creates a hole right in the pavement with her heel, as if demonstrating her power. Such actions on her part really scares Kang. but not Lee in any way, though Kang doesn't understand what Lee is up to right now. With a cold-blooded stare and an eerie aura, Lee says what would happen if he suddenly recanted her words now. However, she doesn't choose to continue the dialogue, and with a sharp jump she rushes up, saying that it's up to her to force Lee then. In the next instant, a huge attack of her leg flies into Lee. Somehow, but Lee manages to stop this attack. Though Lee's attack was stopped, the blast wave took him with horror right into the building next to him. Kong is wildly frightened by all this. A mere assistant elder, and such a blow even to Lee. How powerful are these people? A battle in the air ensues between Khan and this assistant, the two hitting each other with blow after blow in flight. Kong watches all of this with great amazement. He is shocked that such a thing happens and is happening to him now in real life. Watching this fight, Kang noticed that in the moment, his heart felt as if it had been stirred up by it and began to spread energy through his body. Kang's thoughts are interrupted by the appearance of an elder who says that Lee is not bad at fighting a master-level person. Elder talks about some kind of injury to Lee, but here Kang remembers that he was asked to leave urgently in such a situation. However, just as Kang wanted to leave, he was stopped by an elder who began to force Kang to hold out his palm. The elder begins to ask Kang to hold out his palm to him, but Kang doesn't understand what this is for at all. Khan does so. The elder says something is bothering him and asks Khan what clan he's from. However, a surprised Kang replies that he doesn't have any clan. He doesn't understand what we're talking about now. The elder says with a smile on his face that he knew it. His predictions were right. He had seen everything earlier. He delivers a punch to Kana's stomach and talks about how he would then have to destroy that energy inside Kana. Striking harder and harder, Kana's body felt like it was burning with fire, all his veins swelling and his temperature rising. Lee, who was fighting with the assistant elder at this moment, pays attention to this and it creeps him out. Lee snaps out of his seat, stopping the fight with that girl, and heads towards the elder, which scares him. Lee throws a rare and very vicious punch right at Kan, then flips him away from the old man of this one. A very angry and agitated Lee looks at the elder and asks what he suddenly decided to do with Kang here. However, that girl appears from above and says the same words she wants to say here and is going to hit Lee. Apparently, Lee notices this, and in the moment he is overcome by a wild power and anger that covers everything around him. Lee starts spinning around at wild speeds and launching cosmic blows at everything he can see, as if destroying everything around him with anger. The elder is shocked to the core at what he now sees in front of him. He watches Lee like a monster that is wrecking everything. After just a moment, Kang and the elder watch as the elder's assistant flies off to the side from the impact with great speed. With a wild white aura and monster eyes, Lee tells the elder to urgently take his hands off of Kana like everyone else here. However, the elder only smiles and shouts about how it was as if he knew it and asks Lee how he hid such power. Creepily shocked, the uncomprehending Khan watches it all and their dialogues lose touch with consciousness. The elder points to Kana, saying that this child has powers he shouldn't have from birth. Kang in turn starts yelling loudly to Lee not to come here because the elder is going to kill him here. A moment after Kang shouted those words, the elder's hand grabbed his neck and began to choke him forcefully. The elder choked Kana, saying that he had first illegally gained the power of the Murim and now he dared to talk such nonsense. However, Kang courageously ignores it and shouts for Lee not to let himself be fooled. Kang heard what the people of the elder say. Dissatisfied with all this, the elder begins to question Kana about what he might have heard there, but their dialogue is interrupted. More precisely, he is interrupted. It turns out to be Lee, who is already standing behind the elder with a huge energy charge in his fist. The elder feels it. With his entire body, he can feel the wild aura of Lee, who is standing right behind him at this moment. The elder, sensing this, decides to strike first and kicks his foot back sharply, thus throwing Lee away. A shocked Kang stands and watches all this. He stands there trying to say something but failing. Kang tries his best to open his mouth and say a word, but all for nothing, he can't even say a word. He also notices that he can't move either, as if his whole body is paralyzed by something very strong. Kanu is left to watch it all with shock and blood. Meanwhile, the elder banters with Lee. Elder starts laughing with Lee, talking about how he didn't even succeed in catching him off guard, let alone defeating him. However, at this moment, Lee is not worried about that at all. He only asks the elder, what did he dare to do to Lee? The elder says there's nothing to worry about. He just pressed the right points to get Kang to calm down a bit. A shocked Kang listens to this and can't understand what points are being talked about at all or what has been done to him. Lee starts to head towards the elder and asks why he gagged Kana, but the elder asks what Lee is unhappy about. The elder asks Lee if he really believes the words of this boy and thinks the elder is going to kill Lee. Lee's point is that at the very least he trusts Khan many times more than he trusts Elder, so there's that. However, the elder only says that apparently after Lee's energy increased, his self-confidence also increased. The elder begins to turn to Lee and talk about once, can he attack the elder now? Trailing off, the angry elder yells at Lee and talks about whether he has the strength to open Kana's point A back up since he's so strong. A shocked Kang looks at all this and can't understand if Lee is really going to fight this old man. Kang considers the elder. He remembers that Lee is very strong, however. Could it be that the old man is stronger than Lee? Lee starts to walk towards the old man. However, some strange sense of unease in the moment stops him and keeps him from going. Following Lee, a strange feeling and some kind of speed is also experienced by even Kang, not just Lee. Turns out it's not for nothing, as with all the tremendous speed, the elder flies right into Lee and strikes. Slowly, Lee manages to get his arm up in defense and dodge a bit, but he's really shocked by that punch from Elder. The elder stops after striking and says that Lee has a pretty good Kigam, sense of energy. However, Lee doesn't choose to stand and wait for his praise further. He picks up speed and flies straight at the elder with wild speed. Lee begins to strike blow after blow at the elder's face with great speed, as if he is starting a war with him. However, in a moment, the elder just stops and says something about, how is this really the Sunu clan's wall-beating downpour? In the instant after his phrase, the elder creates a stream of energy that sends Lee in the other direction into flight. Barely. But Lee even managed to stay on his feet after such a powerful energy attack from the elder himself into him. With a look of pathos and cool, the elder looks at Lee and says something about how he doesn't really think such a tactic would work. However, Lee's attitude clearly makes it clear that he has no intention of standing around and talking about it all. Picking up speed, he attacks again. The energy flow from Lee's punches is so huge that it dents and crushes all the cars standing nearby. Kang is shocked beyond belief at what's going on here right now. He finds it hard to believe that this could all be about him. The elder, meanwhile, continues to dodge just Lee's attacks, but it is clearly visible that the degree of the attacks has increased. Kang is creepily shocked by everything that's going on right now, and even more so by the fact that he still can't even move. The flow of energy and strikes from Lee and the elder is so high that due to the aura of strikes, Kang can't even see what's going on anymore. As Kang tries to figure out what's going on there, Lee continues his fight with the elder, taking punch after punch right to the body. However, some obscure feeling gives Kang the notion that his friend Lee's attack is very good and direct. But that same feeling gives him a sense of how much the elder is carefree in this battle and isn't even tensing up yet. Kana gets the feeling that this is not a fight for the elder, but just a joke of some sort right now. Lee flies up. This Lee field was secured by the elder's huge kick directly into Lee's body, causing him to fly upwards. Slowly, Lee manages to land on his feet and steady himself after what just happened. However, something surprises him. But there is no time to think about it, because Lee is immediately hit by another attack, but now from the assistant. Lee is greatly shocked by everything, because now he is confronting two enemies at once, and they are both very strong. It is very difficult even for him. The old man's assistant asks Lee if he really wants to die, but he remains silent and only creates a white aura again. Lee begins to notice that this old man's assistant is very stressed out because Lee broke her glasses. Kang analyzes the situation and easily realizes that the old man is already a strong opponent. But with her together, it's even worse by leaps and bounds. However, the elder turns to his assistant and tells her that she should stop attacking. The elder points at Lee and talks about how he's still learning and learning. No need to kill him so easily here. The elder says teach Lee everything gradually. However, Lee himself doesn't understand what he's talking about. Trailing very arrogantly, the old man turns to Lee and asks the man why he suddenly stopped. Won't he attack now? The old man starts to go at Lee a little at a time and create a strange aura under his feet, saying that is this really it. Lee can feel a powerful aura from the old man and some strong speed. It really scares him. The old man's assistant felt the same way, and then the elder himself seemed to snap out of his seat in an instant. The very next second after that, the elder's huge and powerful fist is already near Lee's face. However, the elder doesn't carry the punch. He stops right in front of Lee's face, as if trying to teach him a lesson that way. The whole picture is still being watched by a shocked Kang, who still can't even move. With a wild and fierce face, in a rough voice, the old man turns to Lee and asks if the latter is frightened now. And so shocked Kang is even more surprised, he finds it hard to believe that the old man has moved from place to place. Only the old man's assistant understands everything that is happening. She can clearly see that it is a ghost step technique. The assistant talks about how if it's the first time someone sees an elder's technique like this, you might think it's magic. The elder's fist is still right next to Lee's face, however. The latter is no longer that surprised by it all. The elder looks into Lee's face and eyes, noticing that he is still unconcerned about it all. Trailing off, the old man laughs a little, turns to Lee and says whether he has realized that his power is simply a mirage. Trailing off, the old man turns to Lee again, saying that judging from his fight, he only uses Sunu clan techniques. Trailing off, the old man says that the techniques are indeed fast and incredible, thanks to Kwon Jung-yu after his arrival. However, the old man follows up by adding that the problem is that Lee's energy is created by the Black Heaven and Earth technique, and calmness is important there. The old man holds out his palm and says that such techniques look soft and slow, however, the inside is not. The old man followed, pointing his palm to the side to create a huge blast of energy that felt like it could bring down a building. The old man adds that this is the kind of powerful force that lurks within such slow and seemingly soft attacks. The elder explains that the whole point of martial arts is that you need to store energy and then release it. The elder continues to explain, saying that success is achieved by the harmony of many body elements in a single attack. Looking at Lee, he explains that it is the synchronization of all elements, not just techniques, that most clans study. This is all seen and listened to by a paralyzed Khan, who is shocked at how strange, complicated, and incomprehensible it all is. Kang wonders, since the elder was going to kill Lee today, why is he training him? Trailing off, the elder turns to Lee, saying that if he is interested in all the techniques and true arts, he had better become the elder's disciple. This phrase pisses Khan off. He never thought it would be such a turn of events. A horribly shocked Kang looks at all of this and doesn't realize what other students. How can Lee learn from this old man? Looking at the beautiful city, Lee says he knows that his techniques don't match with the Sunu clan at all. With this statement, he surprises the elder. He asks if Lee knows everything. Why does he continue to study them further? And following that, Lee gives out some very shocking information to the old man, saying that he's the head of the Sunu clan, so that's why he does this. Looking coldly at Elder Lee, says that he can't betray his clan's techniques. After all, he is the head. However, the old man only closes his eyes and says that Lee is still a fool who has no point in explaining anything. Lee abruptly begins to lift his leg and talk about having to thank the old man for his advice today. Such a sudden and tremendous speed of Lee scares and surprises the elder. He doesn't quite understand what Lee is up to. The assistant elder, as well as himself, noticed that in an instant, Lee simply disappeared from where he had just been standing. Following that, a huge and powerful blast of energy flew at Kana, straight into his torso with all his might. Kang thus screams in pain, but notices that his body has come back to him and he can now move and speak. Lee appears near Khan, who most likely gave him the ability to move. Lee thanks the old man for reminding him of the techniques. Shocked, both the old man and his assistant are shocked. In his thoughts, he doesn't realize if Lee really used the ghost step technique. The surprised elder only continues to stare at Lee in silence, as if trying to understand him from the inside. Kang tries to ask Lee how he did it, but Lee interrupts Kang, asking if he's okay. Lee tells Khan that if he's okay, then let him tell Lee what he wanted to tell him at the beginning then. Kang starts ranting about how while Lee was away, the subordinate elders broke into Lee's house and tried to kill Kang. Lee asks Khan how he knew those people were subordinate to that elder. Khan says that's what Jinny said. Trailing Kang says if Lee knows a man named Mamungi, he presented machetes to Jinny's throat. Lee listens carefully to everything Kang has told him and begins to demand an explanation from the elder for it all. Lee asks gruffly but confidently of the elder if his friend is telling him the truth now, but the old man only remains silent smartly. However, the elder only smiles, saying that it's ridiculous. First a child with Murim's strength, and now such accusations from him. However, Kang starts yelling that the old man is talking nonsense, and the fact that he's a regular person doesn't matter. The old man looks at Kana rudely and talks about how one of Murim's rules is to not reveal your identity. What then? The old man turns to Khan again, saying that he probably knows that you can lose your life for breaking such a rule. The elder talks about how strange it is that a regular kid is telling him off for all of this and interacting with the elder like that. Kang starts to look at Lee and realize that Lee went for something serious, but he didn't think it was that serious. As he continues to look at Lee, Kang wonders if he's even getting into this whole thing now for nothing. In front of a shocked Khan, the old man turns to Lee, saying that he must answer how Khan got the energy in the first place. Lee just keeps quiet with a cold-blooded stare, and it pisses off the old man. He asks why Lee is just keeping quiet now. The old man turns to Lee, saying that if it turns out to be his handiwork, not just him, but the entire Sunu clan will suffer. Kang realizes that Lee is facing a huge problem and something needs to be done. Kang decides to shout, asking the elder to wait. From behind Lee, Kang comes out from behind Lee and yells out that he has a question, which shocks both Lee, the assistant, and the old man. Kang turns to the elder, calls him grandfather, and says, "Is the whole problem that he's an ordinary man?" The elder is shocked that Kang called him grandpa, but says let's assume he did. Now what? Kang puts his hand on himself and talks about how if all the problems are from this, can he just become Murim, and then there will be no problems. Such a harsh and very dangerous statement from Kang just shocks Lee standing next to him. Not a little less, but even more so, this statement surprises the elder, who clearly wasn't expecting such a thing. Lee and Kang look at each other, and Kang says that if that's the case, then what's the problem with him becoming part of Murim, so there's no problem. Kang keeps talking about it. He looks into Lee's eyes and talks about how isn't he right, but Lee is very surprised. However, his words are interrupted by an elder who shouts that enough is enough on this absurdity today. The elder starts yelling at Khan, saying that isn't it his opinion that anyone can take and become a Muriman. The elder shocks Kana now by saying that to become a Murin, one must either be born one or do so in early childhood. A very angry elder yells at Kana, saying that does he really think becoming a Murin at that age is possible? However, their dialogue is interrupted by Lee, who shouts that it's possible, since he himself became Murin at his age. Lee says that's why Khan can make it work too, but the old man just freaks out, saying it's some kind of complete nonsense. And then, Lee gives out a shock to everyone around him, saying that Kang is now joining the Sunu clan. Lee says that now they'll figure out for themselves what's bullshit and what's not. But this all just really pisses off the old man, who yells that enough is enough already. However, Lee doesn't pay attention to the old man's anger at all, and says that now it's his turn to answer. Lee asks his subordinates about whether they ordered their subordinates to attack Khan. However, all Lee hears in response is silence from the old man and his assistant. He continues to stare into their eyes. However, the old man only hesitantly lowers his head, saying that Lee himself knows that he would never give such orders. However, Lee stops the old man's words by saying that he himself personally saw his friend being beaten outside this building. Lee goes on to say that the elder's men attacked the man who came to meet them. Lee looks at the streets of the city, saying that he knows their hatred for the Sunu clan, but despite that, he still came alone. Trailing off, Lee compliments his words by saying that he feels sorry that expecting the old man and his men to have a normal conversation was a stupid decision. The elder-like child begins to stop Lee's words, trying to justify himself by saying there was a misunderstanding. However, Lee just clenches his fist, creates a strong charge of energy and says, "Does the old man still want to have a normal dialogue now?" Lee creates a wild aura of power around him and says that if they want to continue the dialogue, they will only continue with a corpse. The elder's attention is drawn to the assistant, who says she has tried to contact the Black Starlet, but she is not being answered. The old man is surprised, and the aides add that the Sunu clan's men are scouring the places where the Patoka clan was. The assistant talks about how the situation is not going well, and the old man is only really pissed off about the whole thing. Kang looks at the old man and sees a huge aura rising around him right now, following Khan as the others notice that the old man is very angry, and a wild aura of strength and power has risen around him. Kang tells himself in his thoughts that he's scared, and he hopes the old man doesn't start attacking him and Lee now. However, for the next many breaths, the old man simply exhales air and only says, "Oh." The aura around the old man subsides, things more or less calming down. He doesn't look so intimidating anymore. The elder orders his assistant to contact the Red Star and ask him to escort them, as the leader of the Sunu clan is here. The elder starts walking straight towards Khan and Lee, and the assistant reports that she has contacted the Red Star. The elder fixed his gaze on Khan and began to ask what his name was in general. Unsure and scared out of his wits, Kang replied that his name was Kang Haje, but the old man just stared at Kang. The old man started to leave and only said that he would be glad to see how long Kanu would be able to stay in Marima. Such words frightened Kana. He realizes that he's in trouble, and now he's going to have a lot of problems. However, in a moment, already when the old man was leaving, he started saying something about some kind of eternal energy. He says that Kumong Ryong is chasing the eternal energy, and these words scare and surprise Lee to no end, and he loses his cool. Trailing off, standing with his back to Lee, the elder says that isn't what Lee came here to find out today. The old man immediately says that it's likely that after Lee saw the news that Kumong Ryong started acting out, he wondered why. Following this, Lee began to shout that did the elder have anything to do with being visited by the special purpose people. However, the old man only replies that all the major Murim clans have not moved for more than a few months. He also adds that he'd rip anyone here interestingly, but Lee just looks at the elder in surprise at this point. Elder ends by saying that what he wanted to say, he unfortunately didn't say, but at least Lee is intact. However, Lee began to question the elder with shouts, talking about what other eternal energy was like. The elder turns his head around and says something about whether it wasn't Lee who had only recently refused to talk to him. Lee is creeped out by what the elder has just told him. He starts trying to follow him. The elder ends up asking Lee to surrender, because with his current skills, it would be suicide to pursue Kumong Ryong. A moment after saying those words, the elder and his assistant simply vanished into thin air like the wind. Kana is surprised every time they disappear like this, because this is the first time he sees this kind of technique and power at all. Kang ponders that they are some kind of demons, but then he notices his friend Lee's depressed state. Kang starts to ask Lee if he's okay. Little by little he walks over and is about to put his hand on Lee's shoulder. However, Lee abruptly turns around, grabs Kang by his shirt, and asks him how he got here in the first place, which scares Kang. Kang tells half of the whole story, but Lee doesn't understand why Kang went here. Kang says that earlier Lee was worried about Kang, and following with a surprised face, Kang adds that since that's the case, why can't he worry about Lee then? Lee lets Kang go, and starts talking rudely about how he only helped him because of his fleeting compassion for Kang. Lee talks about how his physical features used to be similar to those of Khan, but Khan himself doesn't realize what he's talking about. Lee says that with these features, you are weak from birth and no modern medicine can help you here, except Murima's medicine. However, Lee says he was foolish because he didn't realize that there would be so much energy after the Kana treatment. However, Kang only asks about something he doesn't understand well, but wasn't Lee's original intention to help Kang like that, and that's a good thing, right? However, Listel yells at Kana saying that there's nothing good about it. He just yelled that he's going to be a Murim under Elder. Trailing off, Lee adds, saying that now Khan won't be able to escape. He only has the option of becoming a Murim now. Lee blames himself, saying that he only wanted to fix Khan's physical properties, but in no way that Khan would now be connected to the Murim world. However, Kang only simply looks at Lee in surprise and says that if that's the only problem, whatever, which surprises Lee. Kang tells Lee that even if something happens to him, he will be responsible for it himself. Lee doesn't need to worry. Lee begins to explain to Kang how terrible the world of Murim is, but Kang assures him that he doesn't care since he only survived because of Lee. Kang talks about staying alive because of Lee, and he doesn't care if it's the Murins or the Shmurins or whatever. He wants to be in the same world as Lee. Following this, Lee's eyes became very thoughtful. He himself began to have a strange feeling after Kang's words. Trailing off, Kang pointed his finger at Lee, talking about how he called the world of Murin shitty. But that's just his opinion after all. Khan spreads his hands, saying that if this world really was shit, it would have fallen apart a long time ago. Looking at the city, Kang says that if Murin's world hasn't disintegrated but is only blooming, then that means a lot of people like it. These words and conclusions finally kill Lee. He is in shock, as if in a trance, after what he heard from Kang. Lee recalls a scene from his childhood, standing on the edge of a building. Some grown man tells him that he loves the world of Murin. He smiles, winks, and looks at little Lee, saying that he would like Lee to accept the world of Murin as his home someday. Lee's head lowers. He talks about how, if you think about it that way, those who like the world of Murin really were. Kang wonders what Lee is saying, because it's obvious, and why Lee is so depressed, Kang doesn't understand either. However, in a moment, Kang and Lee notice that there is some person sitting on the roof of a neighboring building watching them. This man with the tattoo on his face is bleeding a little sweat and says thank God Lee is still alive, looking down at him. Khan notices the man, looks and shouts at him with the phrase, "Ah, who's that here?" Lee talks about how he's kind of early and addresses the man, which scares Khan. who doesn't understand what's going on. Followed by this guy jumping off the roof down, he has several piercings, tattoos, and a long braid. He surprises Kana. This guy immediately shows himself to be a very strong man, for with one of his jumps, he breaks the asphalt beneath him. Once down, he immediately looks into Lee's eyes as if trying to elicit something from him, but Lee himself stands there with a blank stare. The guy turns to Lee with a weird question about how it is. Unclear what it's about, but Lee replies that it's nothing. Shocked by all this, Kang decides to ask Lee if this guy is from the Sunu clan or where he's even from. The guy interrupts Kang by asking Lee who he is, pointing at Kang, and Kang himself replies that he wishes to be a part of Sunu. However, as they stood chatting, Khan's senses were heightened again, and he heard some cars heading towards them. Kang, Lee, and this guy turn around and indeed see a mass of black cars in front of them, which stop right in front of them. Following this, a group of guys run out of the car and see Lee, Kana, and that guy and head straight for them. However, neither Lee nor this guy is worried. They just watch, and the guy even talks about the fact that they are delayed. Trailing off, Lee addresses Kang, talking about how this will be the first factual greeting for him tonight. But Kang doesn't realize what's going on. All these people as one folded their hands in the proper position and bowed, and began to all salute the Sunu clan head together. Lee turns to Khan and tells him to meet the members of the Sunu clan and points them out, which shocks Khan. Immediately after that, all the clan members began to crowd and approach Khan. Two grandfathers approached him and began to look him over. Kang tries to look at them all with a smile to create a good impression, but in his thoughts he is panicked. Following this, Kang decides to speak up and asks Lee who these people are, referring to the two old men. Lee points to two elderly uncles and says that they are the two elders of the clan, Min and Kim. Khan also notices a few other people who stand out, one with long white hair and glasses, as well as Ginny. Trailing off, one of the elders tells Lee not to stand outside and offers to go inside now. Followed by everyone starting to go inside, with Kang himself going at the end, he has a sense of how this all doesn't feel like a friendly environment. Trailing off, Lee turns to Ginny, saying if she could take Khan to the library and fix him up there. However, Ginny is clearly not happy about such requests and yells at Lee that she shouldn't do it. Khan sees that he is not welcome. However, with a cute face, Lee turns to Ginny, saying that she is asking a lot because you can't leave a guest alone. This really embarrasses Ginny. She even blushes. However, she agrees. Kana cheers up a bit. She turns around, yells rudely at Khan and suggests he come with her now, telling him to keep up. The events of the story take us to that very library. Ginny puts some kind of ointment on Khan's face. He is in pain. Ginny scolds Kana, saying that the wound has nothing to do with it. He should stop croaking already and act normal. After Ginny finished dabbing, Khan turned to her, asking if she too lived here with everyone else. Next, without waiting for an answer from her, he asks what family Lee is from, for the house looks very rich and cool. However, she only hits him in response, telling him that he shouldn't pretend like they know each other well here. Ginny talks about how she doesn't understand what Lee is thinking at all. He's being unreasonable with the life pills he gave Kanu. Khan asks Ginny if those pills were really valuable. Ginny replies that Khan is listening backwards to her, for she has already said that. Trailing off, she moves closer to Khan and talks about how since she fixed him up, he should tell her, but Khan doesn't realize what. She comes very close to him and asks him rather rudely how Khan managed to be here now with Lee. Trailing off, Khan is very frightened by this angry look on Ginny's face, however decides to tell and tells her the whole story. Meanwhile, while Kang is chatting with Ginny, Lee apologizes to the rest of the clan tops for using pills like that. Trailing off, Kang also tells them the rest of the story, as well as about meeting the ghostly Dr. Elder today. Trailing off, he receives criticism in return that he acted very thoughtlessly, but in response, Lee only glares at them. One of the clan members stands up and starts talking about how Lee should have consulted with them before such a meeting. However, without finishing listening, Lee asks if they would have given good in such a case. With his words, he stops the flow of the man's speech. Lee talks about how when he was in his hospital bed, he asked more than once to arrange a meeting, but was ignored. Trailing off, he says that while this was going on, rumors began to spread around Murim that he was disabled, shocking the elders with his words. Trailing off, with a rather powerful aura, he talks about how in their opinion he should have stayed back and just watched the whole thing. The guy with the tattoo also observes this dialogue and notices that Lee has changed and has become more serious. As they follow, they begin to discuss the fact that Ku Moon Ryong has reappeared among the Murime, which may lead to internal clan conflicts. Trailing off, Lee tells the elders, with a very creepy aura about whether or not they're still hesitant about naming Kang to Kumong Ryong, or not anymore. However, Elder Ming began to fill Lee in that he didn't doubt in the slightest. He just decided to describe the current situation. However, here Lee's gust of hatred is interrupted by another elder, who speaks of Lee giving the precious medicine to a schoolboy. Trace asked this schoolboy to be accepted into the clan, and now he's talking about Kumun Ren, even though Yavo doesn't have the power to defeat him. Lee talks about how it was just his personal desire to help his friend. He is well aware of the responsibility for his Sunu clan. Trailing off, Lee says that's why he wants everyone's opinion. If they are vehemently against it, he'll destroy Kaina's energy and take the cure back. Such harsh and cruel words shocked everyone in the audience and that guy with the tattoo, because it was very strong. However, the tattoo guy is shocked by what Lee just said. He knows it's horrible after all. He's been through it himself. Everyone is silent. No one gives any reaction to such a harsh statement from the head, but the elder asks if Kang is waiting in the library. Meanwhile, events bring us back to Khan and Ginny, who is sitting in a chair and yawning as she listens to Khan's stories. She says she knew everything. Kang doesn't understand about what. She explains that the guy with the machetes helped them, for he knows Lee. Khan is a little shocked at what Ginny has just told him, but doesn't understand how he didn't dodge the slam back then. Ginny started to scold Khan, saying that he should have told the clan right away, but he said he was afraid, for what if it was a trap? Trailing off, Khan adds for Jimmy to think about what this whole circus is for if he was told everything so easily. Ginny tells him that the guy with the machetes is just that old man's servant, and she's afraid to cross him, but he's nice. Khan wanted to discuss the old man with Jimmy, but she reports that their meeting there is over and tells Khan to come with her. Khan, Ginny head towards this room. They open the door. Ginny lowers her head a little and walks in, and Khan is shocked. In front of him, a room with an eerie aura where Lee, the elders, and other Sunu clan's top people are sitting. He is scared. Trailing off, one of the people in the room yells out to Khan what his name is, calling his name, clarifying if it is, which shocks Khan. It turns out to be one of the elders. He approaches Khan. Khan replies that that's right, that's his name. The elder extends his palm and his hand to Kanu and speaks loudly about how pleased he is to welcome him to the Sunu clan. Kang is shocked but shakes his hand, and Grandpa introduces himself as an elder named Min. Trailing off, the second elder stands up and says that that's pretty much enough for today and decides that it's time for them to go already. The clan escorts the elders to their cars. Lee wishes them a pleasant journey, and the elders go home on their own. On the way home, the two elders discuss the fact that the head of the Lee clan has changed, but they don't know in which direction. One of the elders on the trip home assures the other that for the better, he is no longer so radicalized and has become understanding. Trailing off, they began to discuss Kaina as well, talking about how he was given the right pills for Lee. However, everything turned out fine. Trailing off, they discussed that they learned through a handshake that Kong has single yin, but Lee has triple yin. Min tells the second elder the details of these meanings, and the latter is amazed at what he is now hearing from Min. Looking at the road, Elder Min tells the second elder that fellow Kang is very much not an easy guy. He talks about how Khan is in fact a whole jackpot for the clan. If developed well, it will do very well. Meanwhile, we are brought back to the rest of the Sunu clan. Ginny asks Khan to speed up and decides to give him a ride home. Khan wants to refuse and is beginning to thank Ginny already for making such a generous offer for him. However, here in a moment, the guy with the tattoo quickly and sharply grabs Kaina by the neck and pulls her to him, starting to strangle her, and then tells him in his ear that if he dares to mess with Ginny, he'll kill him right here. Meanwhile, the elders are still discussing about Kang and Lee on the way home. Min talks about how Kang has Diokitaton's energy level. Min says that it takes 10 years to reach this level normally, but because of the pills and Lee's energy, this level appeared in Kang's body in 2 weeks. Trailing off, the second elder asks the first one, if Lee managed to make Kanu this level, what level is Lee himself then? Elder Ming recalled Lee and said that his energy level had now reached a result twice as high as before. Meanwhile, at the house of the Sunu clan's clan head, Lee, all of the clan members began to disperse to their respective businesses already. However, here, Lee called out the name Gyu Bom, which belongs to one of the members of the clan here, a blonde-haired guy with a short haircut. He turns to the head of the Lai clan, who in turn says that if Gyu Bom could have his attention for a moment. Gyu Bom, of course, agrees to this and tells the rest of the Sunu clan that they can already go to their places. The same guy with the tattoos also starts to walk away with another guy from the clan. however, looks back looking at Lee. In his head, this guy recalls the dialogue between Lee and the others tonight about taking Khan, and the events of the story show us it. Looking back at the dialogue, he remembers Lee promising in his office that if his friend Kan didn't have a place in Marima, he would destroy his energy himself. The elder addresses Lee then, saying that it wouldn't be easy for an ordinary person to become a Merino, so also a member of the Sunu clan. The elder then turned to Lee, saying that they were fine with him, but if there was no room for him, Lee would personally handle his energy. Then, in the study, the elders had agreed that if Lee promised them that he would get rid of him himself if anything, they would be okay with his acceptance into the clan. At that time, it shocked Lee because he was glad to take his friend Kana into the clan, but he was afraid to deprive him of energy with his own hands. Tonight in the study, Lee thanked them all for agreeing to accept his friend on such terms. The guy with the tattoo and the guy with the long white hair are discussing whether Lee seriously promised to take such action against Kang if anything happened. The guy with the long blonde hair talks about having to get stronger and tougher to survive in Murama. Lee has become like that. As they walk home, they discuss that it's not worth thinking about it anymore. They've had enough more thoughts when the other clans will heckle them for it. Meanwhile, Lee, along with Gayub, discuss various aspects of the clan, talking about some of the strange environments in the clan. Gubom talks about how things are still very calm so far, however, there is one point that worries him. Next, he starts talking about one young Kilnam, who is the chairman at Songjai's company. In talking about him, Gubom mentions that he is very eloquent and speaks at clan meetings, which makes everyone know and respect him. In the courtyard of the house, Gyubom tells Lee that there is information that this man is in contact with the heads of another clan. Gyubom told Lee that if Yong succeeds in getting everyone on his side, then everyone just might leave and the clan will disintegrate. In the meantime, the events of the story show us an unknown location, where just as this Ian is himself, his attention is diverted by someone. This person turns out to be Chairman Yong's assistant. He informs him that the head of the Lai clan has arrived. Trailing off, Ian says that apparently there will be a meeting soon since Lee has arrived, and thanks him for the information. Ian himself is sitting in the company of some men, and after being told, he draws their attention to himself. He informs all the men sitting with him in the hall that the head of the Sunu clan, Lee, has arrived and offers to congratulate him. However, these fat uncles are discussing among themselves that they didn't think they would see Lee alive anymore, and they are laughing. However, at the point where everyone was about to start drinking, Chairman Yang stands up and says that he urgently needs to excuse himself for a bit. Ian picks up his cane and starts walking somewhere in an unknown direction, or rather to a man who is sitting in a chair. He walks over to the chair and tells whoever is sitting there that such a visit from him embarrasses John in front of everyone. That man in the chair turns out to be the same elder of the other clan that Lee fought. He says he only came to sit and drink tea. The chairman sits down in the seat across from Yang and says that he would like to chat about the head of the Xiong clan. However, the old man from the other clan immediately says that Lee is unharmed. Yes, so much so that even his assistant is confused. Chairman Yang, who is sitting opposite the old man, comes to a slight surprise at this and doesn't even dare to reply something. Together, they look at the view of the city, and Ian says that it's strange. Why would it be necessary to disappear from sight then? Next, Chairman Yang asks an old man from another clan if he has any information on Lee, such as his weaknesses. However, the old man only replies by saying that Yan is cruel and climbing such a mountain of wealth, how could he not fall down it? However, Yang talks about how there is nothing wrong with that, and the old man benefits if the Sunu clan falls apart. Afterwards, the old man talks about how he doesn't like people like Yang, because he doesn't understand what's going on in their heads all the time. However, Ian talks about what a coincidence, but he harbors a dislike for the old man for the same reason. Trailing off, the old man breaks a cup of tea and says that Ian should pay attention to the Kana guy who's hanging around Lee right now. Meanwhile, the events of the story show us that Ginny and Khan have gone home, and Ginny drops Khan off outside his house. Khan gets off his bike but stops Ginny, asking her what he should do from tomorrow now in the clan. Ginny replies that Khan shouldn't leave home. He should have someone come to him who will take care of his training now. Kang thought he was going to be taught by Lee personally. However, Ginny talks about how he already has tons of tasks to do once he returns. He won't have time for Lee. Trailing off, Lee asks if the Sunu clan has some big problems right now, but Ginny only remains silent. But later added that Kanya doesn't need to know any of that right now and advised her to watch herself, which shocked Kanya. Ginny tells Khan that he still has some of Lee's power left in him after his treatment, and if anything, Khan can use this unthinkable charge. Trailing off, Lee asks what the downsides are to this, and Ginny talks about how, for example, from that kind of force, Kana's body might not be able to take it. With her eyes on the city she's about to leave, she asks Kana not to overuse this energy herself. Kang gets home and jumps on his bed. He's tired, and talks about how today was a killer day just. He starts remembering all the things that happened to him today, and talking about how he didn't know the other world existed even this morning, literally. There are also different moments that don't leave Kang's mind. He remembers how cool Lee's fight was, and it's like Kang could feel him in that moment. Kang practically falls asleep and contemplates whether he too could become so strong if he learned the techniques of the Sunu clan. The sun is shining from behind Kana's window. He wakes up and immediately says that he slept very well today. He warms up in the kitchen and immediately realizes that his body feels lighter and all the pain is gone. However, Kang is shocked and confused as he remembers that he doesn't have a phone now. It was blown up back then. Kang's bell rings, he opens it. In front of him are two people in black suits. They are people from the Sunu clan. Kang realizes what's going on. Khan runs back to the apartment and asks these guys to wait a few minutes because he's about to change and go with them. Riding in the car, Khan looks out the window and smiles, and the men who picked him up can't understand at all why he's so happy. Following, they arrive at the place. It is a certain Angra. Khan asks them if they will really study here now. One of the men turns to Kang and rudely asks what Kang has decided to study. But Kang says he doesn't know what he's studying yet. Khan looks around the hangar thinking about future training, but one of the men talks about being here for questioning. No training. Kang is wildly surprised by their words and asks the men if they really just kidnapped him. However, another new voice is heard from the street that says not kidnapped, but invited. With a caustic smile, the same man, Chairman Young, who spoke to the old man from the other clan yesterday, walks into the hangar. He holds up his eagle cane and talks about whether Khan would mind having a little chat with him now. Kang is startled by his appearance and offhandedly asks who he is and what he wants to talk to Kang about. He in turn only lowers his head and says with a smile that he is the one who invited Kana here now. His assistants give him a chair. He sits down and asks Khan if he will give him his hand now. However, Kang instantly hides his hand, saying that he knows all of this man's intentions. Kang is not that stupid. Chairman Yang says that there's really no point in just wasting time. He holds out a lot of money to Kang, which surprises Kang. Kang immediately begins to ask him what it is and why he is giving it to Kang, but he only replies that it is just pocket money. Chairman Yang strokes his cane and talks about how this is a very impressive amount of money as a student. Trailing off, Chairman Yang says that as a thank you, Kang will tell Yang everything he knows about the chapter. Yang adds that he wants to know everything about Kang and how he got into the Sunu clan, and Kang asks if Yang is in the clan. However, Ian talks about how it doesn't matter at all. What matters is that there are such great opportunities for Ian now. However, in his thoughts, Yang realizes that everything he has is because of Lee, not that dirty money from Yang. Not waiting for a response from Kang, Yang begins to moralize, saying that Lee is only temporarily acting head. This scares the crap out of Kang, and he asks, only to be told by Jan that Kang doesn't know what's going on in Murama at all. Looking up at the hangar, Chairman Yang talks about how Lee was only chosen to temporarily perform tasks. Yang begins to describe the vast wealth of different clans, but there are very few key clans like Suin, and here, the head of such a clan was 18-year-old Lee. Ian continues to moralize, saying that such people will not be able to die a normal death. Trailing behind with a creepy aura, this Yang is pressing morally on Kana, talking about whether it's right to go after the fake clan head. Then Kang lowered his head, put his hand on his neck, and started scratching, saying that he now understood why Lee was so anxious. However, Kang turns around next and says with a cute smile that he's not very smart and doesn't really know what they're talking about. Trace holds out the money back to John and tells them to take it and just let Kana go back. However, at this moment, Chairman Yang only begins to smile and says that since it's like this, it's fine. He snaps his fingers and talks about how since he already has, he'll put the question in a completely different way from what it is now. Chairman Yang's man opens a huge briefcase with a lot of money behind him. There are millions lying there. Kang looks at that money and is embarrassed, and John presses on morally, talking about how Kang's mom would probably be happy to have it. John talks about how he knows that Khan's mother works very hard. She drives a truck and is trying to raise him alone. He continues to press John, saying that this way his mother can get a better job instead of driving an old truck. However, in the moment, Kang apologizes and talks about whether Young was once on the cusp of life and death, which surprises Young. Kang continues by saying that it was because of Lee that he was able to stay on the threshold of this life, not death. He tosses the money back into Ian's suitcase and says he can't pay back a debt like that with any money. Trailing off, Khan starts to walk away and rudely suggests that they should drop the idea of winning him over to their side. However, some dangerous feeling abruptly stops Kana, and Yang says that then once again the method of conversation needs to be changed. Literally a second after this phrase, a huge aura sweeps through, knocking Kana off his feet. He flies upwards. With that, Kang falls to the ground, and Yang presents the cane to his neck and begins to threaten and laugh. However, Kang grabs and holds up the cane Ian was crushing his neck with and asks if it's customary to talk like that in Maremma. Odanko, Ian only looks at Ian with an arrogant look and says that he is surprisingly very brave. Trailing off, Ian starts pushing on the cane and saying that they need to check to see how brave Kang still is. However, how very surprised Ian is when Khan has the strength to swing the cane away from his neck. Khan falls red-faced on his side and begins to gasp for air, trying to begin to take in air normally again. Ian looks up at that horrified expression on Khan's face and remarks that Khan has pretty good internal energy, followed by Ian saying that since that's the case, he'll use his as well, and the cane is covered in a yellow aura. This scares Kana. Kang notices that Ian has abruptly become somehow different, very strong, tense, and eerily angry. Kang notices that Yang hasn't even set his cane up for him yet Kang is already having a hard time breathing. It's like he's choking. Trailing off with a plaintive face, Ian says one last time asking if Ian will accept his offer or not. However, Ian stands his ground. He starts yelling and saying that no, and he will stand his ground until the end. Chairman Yong calmly closes his eyes and speaks about well, letting Kang go as he asks for it himself. Khan doesn't even close to believing it. He remains just as tense and lies on the floor in shock, preparing to strike. Immediately after that, Kang lifts up and looks his head back and forth in shock, for Yanu's servants had agreed. Kang starts to get up and immediately yells for Ian to wait. He doesn't understand what this all means, but Ian only offers Kang advice. Chairman Yang turns to Kang and says that his advice to Kang is to not get close to the chapter if Kang wants to die a normal death. After a while, the two men bring Khan home, but before they leave, they say that if word spreads, they will kill Khan themselves. Next, before they leave, they throw a wad of money to Kanu and say that it is for Kanu's pocket money from Chairman Yang. They begin to drive away, however, Khan runs after them in an attempt to stop the car and themselves from driving away. Kang takes this money and throws it down against the floor, saying that didn't he ask for it to be given to him for expenses. However, at the last moment, he does not dare to throw the money on the floor, under the pretext that they are not to blame. Now alone, Kang can finally think things through. He begins to wonder what Lee's problems might be. However, the events of the story show us Lee asking Chairman Yang what the latter now means. Chairman Yang himself is right in front of Kang at this moment and looks him in the eye. Lee, along with his assistant with whom they discussed John yesterday, are sitting here across from John talking about something. Yang in turn asks not to be made a fool of and says that he saw Kang before coming to Lee. Chairman Yang talks about being impressed because Kang's energy is incredible. Chairman Yang abruptly stares directly at Lee and says that he wants to know his intentions. Lee talks about how it's all true. He gave Khan the cure and let him join the Sunu clan. However, immediately after his words, rudely and coldly, Lee asks what now about the fact that he did so. Trailing off, Ian is silent for a bit, but then looks at Lee and speaks of the fact that many in the clan are now expressing complaints. Young talks about how many now remain loyal to the clan simply because the elders are strong leaders. Trailing off with the most awful aura and smile, Young talks about how Lee is only a fake and not the leader of a powerful clan like Sunu. Deputy Lee is covered in sweat trying to stop Chairman Young from thinking and saying such thoughts and words, but he's interrupted by Lee himself, who says that Chairman Young has said all the right things. Lee says that he won't be in this place for long. Lee adds that this is what he used to think, but then he found out that past elders had a much better opinion of him, so he decided to stay. He recalls their faces in his head and talks about how for their sake he stayed in this position and will continue to be in this position. Trailing off, rather rudely, clearly and coldly, he makes the point that no matter what Ian says, Lee's will is unshakable. Either rudely suggests that he will not abdicate his responsibility for anything, even if he dies fighting for it. Chairman Lee creates his own creepy and wild aura around him and asks Lee if he has powers to his words. However, Lee in turn also raises his powerful aura and says that they can check it out. However, the events of the story moves us to Khan, who is walking some streets, but walking as if he is looking for something. However, walking around even the regular streets, Kang complains that he feels somehow uneasy here. Around one of the street corners, he notices a car he knows and realizes that it's not really the same car. As he follows, he also notices people coming out of it. Kang knew it was Chairman Yang's men and their car. Khan doesn't have time to hide, but manages to see Ginny, who is racing by on a motorcycle nearby. Kang starts yelling her name, calling for help. However, she doesn't hear him, and Ian's men grab Kang's hands. One of them starts to gag Khan with his hand, showing his strength, but Young bites him on that hand. And following that, she doesn't just bite, but grabs his hand with her own, gives a little pressure, and thus breaks the man's arm. Kanu starts to run away and the man stands by the car with his now broken hand. Kanu starts running after Ginny's motorcycle, screaming her name over and over again, hoping she will hear it. Kanu is overly lucky. Ginny heard him and stopped, and even turned her attention to him running towards her. She starts to scold him, saying he was asked not to loiter anywhere, but Khan starts pointing his hand back and asking Ginny to look over there. She looks over there and yells at Khan that there is nothing there. Khan turns around in bewilderment to see that there really is nothing there. Khan starts to ask Ginny where they went, but she doesn't understand Khan and only asks him who he's even talking about. Kang starts to say that he was kidnapped and asks if Lee is okay, but Ginny only asks why Kang is so nervous. However, their dialogue is interrupted by the huge sound of some sort of aura, followed by the sound of a window breaking. Lee's body flies out of the window of a large house, smashing through the window and the decorations in the garden. Lee flies out of something of a blow. However, he manages to stay on his feet after being charged so hard. Before Lee can even stop all the way, he hears Ian's voice from behind him saying, "Isn't it too slow?" And later, Young himself appears, grabbing Lee's leg and flipping him head down. Lee is shocked to the core at what's happening now. It's been a long time since he's been played with like a toy. However, he doesn't decide to give up and cry. He manages to grab the ground beneath his head with his hands and stop his body. In the next instant, Lee is already behind Ian's back, and some white aura gathers in Lee's hands. However, Chairman Young in turn also snaps out of his seat and reiterates that it's still slow for Lee. In the next instant, Young strikes, as does Lee. From such a blow, Lee is thrown upwards into the air and Young remains down on the ground. Ian grabs his cane with a bloodthirsty grin and yells about coming out to what is the end for Lee. Following that, a powerful blast of blue energy flew straight out of Chairman Lee's cane and straight into Lee's body. However, Lee manages to resist such an attack and even managed to hold back her surge of power and not fall down. This is noticed by the shocked Chairman Lee, who didn't expect Lee to have the strength to resist such an attack. Chairman Yang starts to look at Lee's hand movements, and in his head, he asks himself if he really has the double dragon chain dance technique. However, the fight is interrupted by the appearance of Ginny and Kaina, who have come in from the backyard to observe everything. A startled Kang immediately sees Chairman Yang and starts pointing his fingers at him, talking about him. Ginny bursts through Lee and Kaina and with a questioning face asks, "How does Uncle Yang understand all this?" However, Ian only answers with a question, asking what Ginny is even doing here. She says she heard about Ian's arrival. Lee doesn't let Ginny pass. He puts up his hand and talks about how he himself asked Ian to come here tonight. This is also where Lee's assistant appears, saying that everything is correct, and Young himself has agreed to compete with Lee's head. Ginny screamingly starts to ask about why it has to be done at home, but Ian interrupts and walks away, saying that the rest of the answer is in the meeting. With a limp, Ian walks towards Khan and walks beside him, much to Khan's consternation. He walks beside Kang and tells the man quietly again about keeping Chairman Yang's advice in mind. Meanwhile, Lee looks at his hands and talks about how the arts of the Sunu clan are incredible. Ginny also stands with him. Ginny turns around and sharply asks Lee if he's okay. He says he is and tells her not to worry about him. Kang starts walking towards Lee and Ginny, and on the way asks Lee who the man was, meaning Ian. Lee asks if Kang hasn't seen Young before, but Kang replies that this morning is the first time only. Ginny is surprised and asks Khan if he really saw Ian. Khan replies that he did, but didn't realize who he was. Ginny tells Kang that Chairman Yang is in charge of a very important job in the clan, which surprises Kang. Tracy adds that it's strange that such a secret for Kana was revealed in just one day. Kang realizes that Yang is a big shot, and Ginny asks Lee why he even came, but Lee replies that it was nothing. However, at the end, Lee adds that he just asked for the head position in the Sunu clan to be given to him, which shocked Ginny and Kana. Meanwhile, somewhere in the car, Chairman Yang himself is chatting with someone and saying the same thing. Men who video chat with him say that this move is very abrupt and quick for Ian. However, Chairman Yang only says with a smile that he would have met with the head if he wasn't sure. Riding in his car, he continues to talk on the video link, adding that Lee is still a teenager who doesn't know how to control his emotions. Chairman Yang smirkingly continues to talk about it, adding that only to butt Yang's pride as he immediately attacks. After all, Ginny tries to call Uncle Ian, however, he in turn only ignores the calls. Kang is surprised at Ginny's persistent attempts to contact him. Kang asks if they know each other. Ginny says he was raised by his grandfather too. However, the dialogue is interrupted by Lee, who says he has to go to practice and asks Ginny to take care of Kang, which she's not too happy about. However, Lee once again makes a very handsome and cute face, asking Ginny to please do this for him. Ginny blushes hard at this and is silent. Khan looks at it all. He's not comfortable with it either. But everyone is silent. Ginny snaps, talking about so be it. However, this is the last time Lee thanks her. Kang asks Ginny if she's in real earnest about not being able to say no to Lee, but Ginny is only angry at Kang. Kang says no, it's nothing like that, while Lee himself watches the whole thing with a sweet face as he stands nearby. Lee's assistant intervenes in the dialogue. He asks if he should report everything to the elders. He embarrasses Lee. Lee talks about how he thinks he shouldn't, and with that answer, he surprises his assistant. Looking at the chandelier, Lee talks about how Yang is only interested in him, not everyone else. It doesn't make sense. Already leaving, Lee asks not to worry and says he will think about his decision some more. Lee walks away and his assistant stands in a sweat, contemplating whether things are definitely going to be as good as Lee seems to think they are. Lee goes to a solitary, dark and empty room, sits in lotus pose and crosses his arms. Lee begins to meditate, closes his eyes and lowers his head as if thinking about something very important. After a couple dozen seconds of such practice, a white aura began to emerge from Lee, straight from his back. A couple moments later, Lee himself formed from that aura. Lee standing from the aura on his feet, near the living Lee himself. Sam, the real Lee, smiles, and in his thoughts says that it's time for the real fight to begin. A couple of meters away from the sitting Lee and Lee, someone's leg appears out of aura. It is also composed of white aura. Near Lee turns out to be Chairman Yang, who is also composed all of white aura just like Lee. Meanwhile, the events of the story take us to Ginny. She talks about Lee locking himself away for a few days now. Behind her, Kong is actively practicing, and she talks about how Uncle Yang hasn't answered her for a few days as well. She walks up to Khan and starts yelling that it's time for him to go to school, and he's had enough of coming here every day. Khan says it's okay, but Ginny is jealous of him, for she is nervous now and worried about Lee. However, Kang asks Ginny if it's really that bad. She says the housemates don't respect Lee. Next, Ginny talks about how after her grandfather died, it's like everyone in the house is trying to get rid of Lee. However, here Kang asks a strange question. He asks why then did Lee decide to help him? Khan looks down, scratches his head, and says that if he were in this situation, he wouldn't have been able to bail out another. However, here Ginny talks about how that's not the reason at all, which surprises Kana. Ginny beats up the trainer and talks about how the cause isn't Kana at all. Lee is always helping everyone but himself. Trailing off, Ginny adds that because of this trait of his character, Lee has taken on so many problems. However, cheerfully Kang asks, which is why Ginny likes Lee, much to her embarrassment. She turns around sharply, starts crushing Kana's head and asking who else likes around here. Trailing off, Ginny says that if Kang is going to train, you need to do normal, not the same thing. Ginny tells Kana that he should focus on controlling his energy instead of exercising, which surprises Kana. She says that martial arts is energy, and if Kang can't control it, then everything will be useless. Kang starts to explain the process of circulation and impact to Ginny, asking if it's correct, but he really surprises her. Ginny looks at him, and Khan says he learned that from the old man Lee fought back then. Khan says the grandfather was cool. He extended his arm and something exploded, followed by Khan doing the same, showing how the grandfather did it. Ginny squeezes Khan's head again, saying that grandfather is our enemy. Khan agrees. but says that still he is strong then. Trailing off, Ginny starts talking about how they also had a master who was in the top 10 strongest. Trailing off, she looks at Khan and asks him if she would show him the abilities he possessed. Immediately after, Ginny clenches her fist and gathers energy in it, putting her hand into a strong, striking pose. She asks Kana to look closely, but he's already crazy about the view, sparks coming from Ginny's hand. Ginny then takes a leap and hits the practice wood directly, shattering it into pieces. Khan is in wild shock. He's crazy about what Ginny just did. He has a hard time believing in that kind of power. Ginny didn't just blow the booth apart with one punch, she also left a mark and created a powerful charge of energy around her. A shocked Kang starts to ask how she managed to do it, but she says it's a complete failure. Ginny talks about how it was a pathetic parody that was no match for Grandpa's punch, his thunderous punching technique. Khan says how so if the booth is blown away, but Ginny says that from real machinery, there wouldn't have been any chips left of the booth. However, Kang runs up to the strong Jinna and starts asking if he can learn how to do this and do like her now. However, Ginny stops Kana, telling him to get busy circulating energy and learn basic techniques and concepts. Meanwhile, the events of the story show us Lee talking to someone and saying he'll be waiting at the meeting. A helper approaches Young and asks if it was the elders. Lee replies that yes, they learned everything from Young. The aide asks Lee if he's sure everything will be okay, since he rejected even the help of the elders. Lee says that he can't be sure until the end, because Yang is very strong as it turns out, the outcome is unknown. Meanwhile, the events of the story show us Chairman Ian himself being informed of something. He sits at a table with some men and informs them that the head of the Lee clan has just refused the help of the elders. Everyone in the room began to discuss the head of the Suna clan at the table, laughing at how stupid he had become. With a smile on his face, Chairman Young sets his glass on the table and says that everything is going perfectly according to plan. Chairman Young looks into his glass and talks about how, at this rate, Lee's point could be made as early as the next meeting. Meanwhile, the events of the story bring us back to Khan, who is lying on the floor near the dumbbell tired. Barely, but Kanu manages to get up and sit up. Ginny hands him some water to rest. She's also been working out, also drinking, and says she's finally getting into the groove of training at Khan's. Ginny looks up at the sky and tells Khan that it's getting late. He should go home. They say their goodbyes. However, right before he leaves, Khan starts asking Ginny to teach him the Thunder Punch technique, much to her shock. Ginny shocks, laughs, punches Khan and tells him he's crazy, looking at the building next to her with a smile. A little time passes. Our hero Kang goes home, very tired, and says he's going to die. However, a car drives by, the window of which starts to open, and from there a question is heard whether Khan is going home. This question turns out to be asked by Chairman Young, which wildly shocks Kang again today. He talks about hearing that Khan is practicing with Ginny, and it looks like they are done for the day. Khan is shocked by this. Yang and Kang discuss training a bit, and then Young asks if Kang has thought about his proposal. However, Kang only calls Young very pushy and talks about how he has already responded to him several times. Young asks Kang if he knows that the Sunu clan is having a meeting today. Kang says he's heard out of the corner of his ear. Trailing off, Ian shows Kanu to a seat and asks to sit down, under the pretense of giving him a ride to the meeting. Meanwhile, the events of the story show us some apartments where a lot of people are drinking. They are informed that the head has arrived. Lee and several members of the Sunu clan emerge from the elevator. Everyone as one began to bow and talk about welcoming the head of the Sunu clan here. Lee also bows thanks and says it's nice to meet you, and the clan members consider everyone here. The guy with the tattoo near Lee turns his attention to a group of fat men who are smiling achidically from it all. The guy with the tattoo notices that they are standing far away from everyone, and the atmosphere there is kind of weird. It's not good. Lee's assistant asks him to come to the table, but Lee's attention is distracted by something. He turns around. Lee observes Yang walking to the meeting, and Yang himself says that he apologizes. He's a little late for the meeting. Trailing off with a strange and caustic look, Ian looks directly into Lee's eyes, who in turn also looks at Ian. However, Ginny's attentiveness allows her to see a familiar face in the crowd among Ian's men. It turns out to be Kang, who clearly stands out with his clothes. Ginny is shocked to see him amongst Ian's men. Ginny points her finger at him, curious about what he even dared to do here, also with Ian. Kang talks about finding out about the meeting, but Ginny replies that only important members of the Sunu clan should be at the meeting. Kang tries to ask Yang what that means, but Yang grabs Kang by the shoulder and says loudly that Kang is the new member of the Sunu clan. In front of the entire audience, Yang talks about how not long ago, Kang was just a simple schoolboy, but now he's part of Sunu. Ian looks into Lee's eyes and in full view of everyone talks about whether or not the head can answer how the schoolboy became part of Sunu. These words wildly startle and confuse Kang, and he asks Chairman Yang what he's even doing now. Kang starts yelling at Yang, saying that did they kidnap him again, but Yang only laughs back at Kang. Yang lays a hand on Kang's shoulder and asks what it's about, since Kang himself came here at Yang's invitation. However, Kang is wildly angry. He abruptly removes Yang's hand with vigor and yells at him not to do that again. Kang gathers all his strength into a fist and starts asking Yang who he suddenly thinks he is here. However, Chairman Yang's men simply grabbed Kang by the neck and held him down with their hands. One of Ian's men asks Khan to shut up before he breaks his neck for his broken wrist. Ginny starts yelling at Ian's men, talking about what they dare do to Khan now. Yang loudly starts talking about how Lee is a terrible leader. He gave the clan treasure to a schoolboy, and his aides hand Yang the papers. Yang pulls out and shows everyone an envelope of papers, saying that he and a few others are demanding Lee's removal as head. He also announces that he will leave the Sunu clan if the document is not accepted. Everyone in the room is shocked. Ginny looks around. Ginny starts screaming about how this is even understandable, turning to Ian. One of their fat uncles from their group starts asking Ginny to shut up and stay out of here. Being snide like that, he calls Ginny a simple little shit, just like the head of the clan, asking her to shut her mouth and not open it again. That's when the guy in the tattoo shows up and yells about how if anyone didn't like what Ginny said, they should come forward and show themselves. Next, the guy with the tattoo is yelling about how he's going to defiantly break every bone in this man's body right here. Such harsh words and statements frighten a group of fat uncles, but then a harsh voice is heard and the words, "Enough." It turns out to be one of the elders. He says, "Don't you all see him in Elder Min here?" Trailing off, Old Man Kim raises a wild aura and asks if anyone here wants to see his wrath on himself. Kang looks at Elder Kim's energies and auras and is amazed at how powerful he is. Kang didn't think that old men were so strong as well. Chairman Yang bends down saying that he apologizes. He doesn't want to show his rudeness in front of Elder King. Yang speaks of the fact that he has gained such courage, for many of the highest men of the clan have signed the document with him. Elder Min goes to Yang, holds out his hand, and asks him to show him just how many people signed the document. However, Chairman Yang declares that he will not show the document to Elder Min, much to his surprise. Chairman Yang says that the document he filled out can only be seen by the head of the Sunu clan. Yang, looking at Lee, talks about how only Lee can see him, but only after he leaves his position, which surprises Lee. Elder Min will lose his beard, saying that this turns out to be an anonymous agreement and document against the chapter. Elder Min talks about how very interesting it turns out. He asks Lee to leave so he can see the document, but after all, it might just have Yang's name on it. However, Yan states that no one can know that. Suddenly, there are signatures of most of the clan's tops there. Ginny gets into the dialogue. She starts asking Ian to stop with the nonsense already, and Ian says he doesn't care what the decision is. In front of Ginny, Ian coldly states that he is simply giving the chapter a choice now. He looks at Lee, who just remains silent, and says that either he makes a decision or he is alone in the clan, since everyone will leave it. Chairman Yang began to stand and just watch what was happening, watching everyone in the hall whispering. After a while, Lee takes the floor and asks Chairman Yang if he's finished speaking already. After hearing no response from Lee, he talks about getting to the point already and walks over to Yang. Chairman Yang looks at Lee with a smirk and asks him in what sense to get to the point. Lee keeps coming at him, creates a huge aura behind him, and only with it turns the table next to her upside down. Ginny, Lee's assistant, Kang, Yang and his men, Lee's men all wonder together what is starting to happen. Ian silently begins to walk further towards Chairman Ian, demolishing everything in his path with his eerie aura. Kang watches this as Yang gets closer and closer to him. He is shocked by such actions of his friend. With even the elders already frightened, Lee recited the dragon chain technique, and even Yang was surprised by it. Lee looks into Chairman Yang's eyes and talks about whether they, the Marinas, shouldn't settle things the way they're supposed to. Everyone begins to discuss Lee's might. However, Yang quietly asks if Lee has decided to challenge him to a duel. Lee in turn turns his head, looks at the elders, and addresses them as Mr. Elders. Lee tells them that he can call them as witnesses to the fight. In case he wins, he will settle things with the document and Yang himself. Elder Kim begins to ask Elder Min if such a fight should be allowed, since the opponent is Chairman Yong himself. Elder Min talks about how it's too late. Lee has announced the battle in front of everyone, hence it should happen. Chairman Min says that if that is the verdict of the chapter, they obviously will not argue with it. Young makes a point of agreeing to the duel. With the elder's permission, he will not back down at a time like this. Trailing off, Ian hands the document to his assistant and heads off to meet Lee. Young promises that everyone will regret this, but Kang is even a little relieved to see such a powerful fight from Lee again. By the edge of his ear, Kang hears what the fat uncles are saying, that everything is going according to plan and Lee has jumped into this trap. It's all shocking to Kang because these uncles are talking like it's over. Lee lost to Yang. However, before Kang could listen to them, he heard the sounds of explosions. It was the start of a fight between Yang and Lee. Lee sinks the first punch and Yang nearly kills him. Lee backs up a bit. However, Yang shows up near Lee's face immediately afterward and talks about how he knew it. It's too slow. Ian takes his cane right in flight and starts swinging it at Lee with all his might. However, by the time he was about to strike, there was no one else to hit, as Lee easily dodged the attack. And then, when Yang turned around, he already saw Lee attacking him, and he managed to hold back Lee's attack. Chairman Yang looks at his cane and starts to notice that it's a bit even broken. Yang is shocked by Lee's blows. Trailing off, Chairman Yang hears Lee's voice saying that Yang should keep his eyes open now. Raising a wild aura behind him, Lee says that he is going to bat seriously. Ian should be more careful. Meanwhile, Lee's arms, legs and body begin to boil with energy and seem to be covered in it from above. However, Ian puts one foot back and says that's fine. A blue aura coming from his eyes. The whole thing is wildly shocking to Khan, who is still being held down by Ian's men holding him by the throat, followed by Chairman Yang clutching his cane as if covering it with an aura and talking about how then he too will stretch out for himself in some age. After Lee and Chairman Yang raised their powerful strength, everyone once again became very tense and glared at them. Even the fat uncles who had recently been confident of John's victory were tense. Lee begins to notice something, but he continues to stare silently into Ian's eyes as if pondering something. Some incomprehensible feeling also swept over Kang. He began to watch as Ian changed inside as if... Trailing off, Kang looks at Lee and thinks about how the fight is probably about to start in earnest between the two of them. Watching all this is Lee's assistant, who remembers that as a child, everyone thought that Yang would surpass everyone in the clan in strength. The aide recalls telling Lee only recently about Yang's techniques and how he lost his leg a long time ago, but is very strong. Then, a couple days ago in training, Lee and his assistants were discussing Yang's strength, remembering that he has a prosthetic that is very fast. The events of the story bring us back to the battle. Chairman Yang moving with wild speed around the hall. Lee recalls the words of his assistant. Yang begins to strike at Lee with his cane, and here Lee also recalls his assistant's words about the danger of the cane in battle. The fight is on. Ian moves around the hall with wild speed. His prosthetic is very controllable and his cane is very powerful. Trailing Yang strikes with his technique that he made himself for his cane. Lee is left with no choice but to constantly dodge. Blow for blow, Lee just dodges. As soon as he wants to attack, Chairman Lee's cane stops him immediately. While Lee is only contemplating his actions, fighting Yang has become many times more difficult than before. Trailing off, Lee recalls the words of his assistant, who revealed to Lee all the features and power of Yang's cane and leg. Lee remembers perfectly everything the aide had said and was now considering how he might take it into battle. However, for Kana, who doesn't know or understand anything yet, it's all very surprising because not long ago, Ian was still limping. Trailing off, Kang also notices that those same fat uncles are still laughing and discussing Yang's already imminent victory in this battle. Kang realizes that the whole fat men thing is starting to piss him off. He doesn't understand why they're so sure John will win. Meanwhile, while Kang glares at them, Lee delivers a crushing blow to Yang that can barely stop him. This pleases Kang greatly. He watches as Lee flies up and heads straight for Yang. Lee doesn't decide to wait long and give Yang a chance to attack, and immediately unleashes several more volley attacks straight at him. Trailing off in his thoughts, Lee realizes that he has managed to find combinations of attacks in order to strike directly at Yang. Followed by Yang noticing that Lee's leg charged with energy is already near his face, he realizes that Lee wants to end the fight with one attack already. Yang talks about how Lee has some pretty good tricks for his age, but it's still not enough, and stops his cane attack. With his cane, Yang throws Lee straight up and says that he's not as easy an opponent as Lee seems to be. Lee does not dare to retreat. He runs at Ian again along the walls of the room. However, in a moment, something diverts his attention. It turns out to be Chairman Yang's cane, which is already near Lee's face. Chairman Yang himself is also already right in front of Lee's face already. Lee himself had not even expected such speed. Trailing off, Chairman Yang shouts that he and Head Lee should end the fight at this point already, and strikes. Ginny shouted out Lee's name, and everyone in the hall began to run to different sides, for parts of the building began to fall down to the floor. Fat men began to rejoice and praise Jan, because the victory was now obvious to everyone. However, that doesn't happen. With a deft move, Lee walks right out of the trap Yang has made for him. Yang pretends like it's no big deal to him, but everyone is surprised. Yang starts jumping right behind Lee. Evil Yang shouts to Lee about whether he can escape now again and points his cane at him again. However, Lee acts unusually. He jumps backwards. Instead of running away, he grabs Yang's cane in flight. This is seen by Yang himself. He is shocked by such actions on Lee's part, for he was preparing to attack the fleeing man. Lee grabs Yang's cane, thus depriving him of the source of the weapon, and swings his leg upward for a kick. Slowly, Chairman Yang manages to dodge such an attack. However, Yang's cane remains in Lee's hands. Kong is wildly shocked at Lee's skill, and Yang and Lee meanwhile stand on the floor on two different sides to each other. With a calm face, Lee holds Yang's cane and talks about letting his guard down. It's pretty bad for him. Then, with a very powerful attack, Lee takes Yang's cane and aims it straight into the floor, punching the floor with it. Everyone in the audience is in wild shock, because many were told that Yang would win immediately, and now everything is changing. With a cold face, Lee looks at Chairman Yang and says that the precious weapon can no longer be used. Ian keeps his composure, saying that it wasn't a bad option to restrain Ian and take the weapon. Lee turns coldly to Chairman Yang and asks the latter if he wishes to continue the fight. However, there was no response from Yang at all. He only stiffened and smirked evilly into Lee's eyes. A moment after his smile, Yang was at Lee's side and struck with a charge of energy directly into Lee's body. Kang looks at this. He opens his mouth in surprise because he didn't expect Yang to continue attacking after all this. Yang decides to act further. He strikes again, sending Lee lying in the rocks. Following that, Chairman Yang charges his prosthetic with energy. It blazes, and with a straight knee, he flies into Lee's face. However, it can't fly straight into his face because Lee managed to dodge his attack and is very frightened by it. Ginny looks on with shock the whole time. She is very scared because she sees that Ian is seriously trying to kill Lee. The elders are also discussing the same issue among themselves. They find it hard to believe that Yang is trying to kill Lee here. After Lee dodges, Yang addresses him, telling him that his cane isn't really a weapon. And with that, Ian removes the energy and stone shards from his prosthetic, showing it off to everyone. He bangs his prosthetic against the floor and talks about the cane being a sort of limiter for his iron thunderleg technique. Chairman Yang looks at Lee with a smile and talks about how he tried to hold back. But things will be different now. Our protagonist Kang shockingly continues to watch all of this, believing Yang to be some kind of cyborg. Ginny and the guy with the tattoos are also looking at the fight, and Ian is talking about whether Lee wants to continue fighting him now. Shocked by it all, Ginny tries to hesitantly shout no, but her words are interrupted. And interrupting her is Lee, who says with a soft smile on his face that he can't wait for this. The fight continues, but now gaining new momentum as both opponents will act on their limits. Chairman Yang only stomps his foot at the moment, but immediately disappears from sight, which shocks Lee. Just a moment after that, with great speed, Yang's body whizzes by L, but Lee dodges. Kang sees this and opens his mouth out of shock. However, he doesn't understand why Yang didn't strike Lee then. However, Lee realizes what the blow was. It is one of the Sunu clan's most powerful techniques. The technique is residual image illusion. And here comes the punch itself, a huge surge of Chairman Yang's blue energy reaching Lee, the technique working like an illusion. Sweat runs down the Khan's body. He can no longer hold back his screaming as attack after attack Yan shocks everyone in the hall with his strength. Kang can see that some huge energy is crushing Lee time after time, but it's hard for him to even see what's going on. A group of fat uncles start to doubt Yang. They discuss the fact that Yang had to use such a technique against Lee. They talk about how this way Yang will reveal all his cards, and meanwhile, Lee further evades the attacks. They look at a rather tired Ian and discuss possible defeat. One of them says it's all nonsense, and Yang's skills aren't inferior to some kid. though others say Lee too still fights. They start to argue about Lee being able to stand his ground when the chairman had revealed all his cards already. Next, they discuss the fact that if Chairman Yong is defeated, the document that his assistant has will fall into Lee's hands. However, one of these uncles talks about how it will never happen, which shocks everyone else in the group. He tells of putting the chairman the same envelope but with blank paper inside. Trailing off, he adds, saying that while busy with the fight, you can just replace the envelopes. Trailing off, one of the men asks how they'll be able to pull this off, but the other man is silent and only shows a yelp with his hand. The very helper notices such a signal from the man and shows him a self-liked signal as well. This delights all the men in the group. They are in awe of how thoughtful and savvy their sidekick is. However, things are not as simple and easy as they initially seem. Khan notices that something fishy is going on in a group of these men. And following that, Khan watches as one of them walks up to him and does something behind his back, like I'm something. Kang looks closely and sees that the man is hiding one of the envelopes Jan showed him at the beginning in his bag. Next, Khan notices that after changing envelopes, that uncle with the bag started to simply walk away. Khan starts yelling for everyone to wait and saying something happened there looking at him. Khan starts yelling about how they just switched the envelope, however the guard tries to gag Khan. That's when Ginny and the guy with the tattoo got distracted from the fight by Khan, and Ginny started yelling asking for Khan to be let go now. However, they retorted to Ginny about how they would break Khan's arms if she came near, but at that moment, Khan decided to run. Ian's guards notice this and restrain Kana, pinning him down with their bodies. However, Khan doesn't decide to stand for it. He breaks free of them with a charge of energy and screams to be let go. Ginny and the tattoo guy are shocked at how drastic Khan's actions are, but also shocked that they've been holding him back all this time. Khan walks over to that fat turd and asks him to look at Khan urgently, then takes his attention. Meanwhile, Ian's men come to their senses and realize that they've let their guard down once again with this guy. However, in the moment while they were realizing this, the very guy with the tattoo appeared behind their backs. He cranes their necks and talks about how the clan leader is having a fight right now. Why the hell dare they clown around here? Khan starts walking towards the very fat uncle and tries to shout, "Show me your briefcase." However, all he gets in response is a slap on the wrist with great force from the largest of them. He asks how Khan dares to pry into their belongings. However, Kang doesn't give up. He loudly shouts to everyone that he and Yang are for one. He was watching them. Trailing off, Khan gets into a fighting stance. Raising his fists, he asks them to step aside, or he's not responsible for himself otherwise. However, the largest of them only laughs with Kana and cowered, offering to attack and show his strength. Kang starts to clench all the power in his fist and talk about not making them regret it later. Kang strikes, shouting the lightning sky technique, then shocked everyone. But the big guy, though, scared, but stopped the strike. However, after the hit, he starts yelling at Kana in shame, saying that there wasn't even another technique here. What a cheat. However, Khan himself only turns away and starts screaming Ginny's name, begging her to help him. And literally the next instant, after Khan called out to Ginny to help, she appeared with that very technique. She applied this technique directly on the body of a huge burly man's body, much to everyone's delight, and tossed him aside. Everyone around them opened their mouths in shock. They can't believe that just now Ginny used a heaven-shaking punch. Even after the strike, they don't believe that it's Elder Kwan's technique, and that Ginny's skills are already so high for such techniques. However, even after such a powerful blow, Ginny blows her fist and talks about how unfortunately again she failed. Meanwhile, Khan immediately runs up. He immediately grabs the briefcase that was standing next to the man. However, Kana's attention with the briefcase and Ginny's is interrupted by sharp cries behind their backs, as if in pain. Turning around, they see Chairman Young once again launch a stream of energy directly at Lee, thus knocking him back. The chairman is screaming that it's about time to end what's going on here. Lee is shocked by it all. Right after that, another attack comes at Lee, which makes a bunch of wounds on his body. Lee sees that Yang's attacks have intensified several times. Immediately after this attack, Lee notices that Chairman Yang is about to attack again and gains speed under his foot. The next instant after that, the chairman's foot is right in front of Lee's face, who looks at it in shock. This is the first time Lee is in such a wild shock. He realizes that it is simply almost unrealistic to hold back the chairman's attacks anymore. After this attack, the chairman returns to his seat and Lee's body is thrown far upwards by a huge wave. Everyone is wildly shocked by this, both the people from the clan and Kang and Ginny, who are very worried about Lee specifically. The elders are also watching and realize that this might be the end already, for the attack was very strong. Chairman Yang turns his head around and looks up with a caustic smile, saying that he warned that it would be very dangerous. However, here comes Lee. He's standing on the wall of a building. It's like there's fire under his feet, and there are traces of blood in many places on his body. Surprised and even frightened at this whole affair, Chairman Yang looks on, who could not have imagined that such a thing would happen. Behind the monster's eyes, as if in berserk mode, Lee looks at Chairman Yang in wild rage and prepares to attack. Lee shouts that he will now inspire fear, and with great speed, he takes off from his seat, heading for Chairman Yang's place. Chairman Yang stands alone like a cornered dog and sees Lee flying at him from above with wild energy. At this point, it's not even close to known how this may end, as Lee continues to fight for his clan in a wild rage. Ian starts to shake just from the aura. He realizes that it's too late for him to dodge and can't be given the back of his hand. Trailing off, the chairman also begins to cover his body with aura, realizing that there is only time left to take the hit. With wild speed, in mid-air, Lee and Yan's fists collided in a punch. Two strong energies against each other, the outcome would be powerful. Everyone around them was shocked at the wild aura they had spread around, for this aura had created an entire powerful dome. Everyone around them began to be struck by the effects of their collision. Yes, so much so that the Luli could see nothing but their hands nearby. Everyone is shocked by this. They look around trying to figure out what happened, but the strike is over. Both sides are moving out of position. A satisfied Ian yells out that this is a mistake for the head. He puts his hand behind him in a punching stance. And afterward, with great speed, he leaps out of his seat, carrying himself and his blow towards the head of Lee. A surprised Lee looks at Ian, however. He is surprised, not scared. He has noticed something strange. And that strange thing is in John's prosthetic, because it's sparkling, like it's about to explode. John himself is startled by this, followed by everyone in the room, including our hero Khan. Lee decides not to act just yet and steps back with a sharp leg kick to give Ian time. Chairman Yang just walks along, but his prosthetic begins to creak and squeak, and later began to smoke. Already even a group of men are taking notice. Shocked, they realize it's most likely broken. And then, Lee turns to Yang, saying that the information that the Leg of Thunder can't be used for a long time has turned out to be true. Then rudely and insistently, Lee turns to Chairman Yang, asking if he is ready to continue the fight. Lee says he is personally ready. Everyone in the audience began to discuss this flaw in Yang and his technique. They say that they also don't recall Yang having very long fights. However, Chairman Yang himself is only silent. He looks at Lee with empty eyes, his face covered in blood. The male accomplices also look fearfully at their counterfeiter Jan, as if afraid to hear the cherished words from him. Ian lowers his head, stares down with empty eyes, and talks about how that's enough for this fight already. Yang talks about Lee using the true Thunder Fist of the last chapter, and no leg is going to hold up here. Lee drops his cane, and then follows that up by closing his eyes, saying that he lost, and admits defeat to the chapter. A group of men who were very much looking forward to Yang's victory began immediately shouting, "That is it really so," calling out Chairman Yang. Elder Ming asks Chairman Yang if he's sure he'll admit defeat, because that way Lee will decide what to do with him. However, only by lowering his head and smiling a little, Ian says that he understands everything perfectly well himself. Trailing off, the elder announces that the document must now be placed in Lee's hands, and this gets Kana's attention. Kang yells across the room, getting attention. He raises the envelope in his hands and tells Lee to look at this one too. Khan puts it down and states that he took it away from that group of men along with Ginny when they tried to switch it up. Ginny talks about not knowing which one is the real one, but if you compare them, I think it will become clear. There are two documents in the hands of the battered Lee at once. He holds them looking as if into the future that will decide everything. Lee turns to Chairman Yang, asking if he will accept any of Lee's decisions. Yang says yes. Despite the documents, Lee turns to Yang, suggesting that he become an elder and help Lee in the future with everything. Everyone in the hall began to discuss Lee's words and check to see if they had just heard what the Lai clan head had said. Chairman Yang looks at Lee shockedly and interjects whether he heard Lee's words accurately. However, Lee doesn't answer anything. He just silently starts tearing the paper envelopes in half. Such a decision is shocking to Khan, Chairman Yang, and indeed everyone in the room right now. Kang tries to ask Lee what he is doing, but Lee only calls his assistant to him in response. Trailing off, a bloodied Lee hands the papers to an aide and asks them to go and burn them now, just to burn them. Lee addresses everyone and talks about how he promised that he would handle the paperwork and everything as he decides it needs to be handled if he wins. Trailing off, Lee asks if anyone has any questions about his decision. Everyone starts to interject, and a shocked Kang and Yang just stare at Lee. Ginny starts yelling at Lee, talking about what he's doing, because he's burning a list of Sunu clan traitors. However, Lee replies to Ginny that there are no traitors in the Sunu clan, which amazes her to the point that she just shuts up. Loudly and to the whole room, Lee talks about how conflict happens everywhere, but everyone here is a family. Lee continues to talk and says that Ian is right. Lee is only temporarily the head of the clan, which shocks Ginny even more. Next, Lee talks about how he knows that there are many who are unhappy with him and his decisions, and this is just his blunder. He says he lacks experience. His age is still young. Ian is shocked and looks at Lee. He says that however he is still in office, it is because members of the Sunu clan believe in him. He then goes on to say that he may well disappoint the members of the Sunu clan many more times, however. In the moment, Lee bows and asks Elder Yang to mentor him and help him so this doesn't happen, to which he surprises Yang. And it's not just Jana. Virtually everyone in the room is amazed by Lee's wise and powerful words. Only Ginny re-enters the dialogue. She tries to say that he wants a little from the traitor Ian. However, her words are interrupted by the loud clapping of the Sunu clan members who stand and cheer for a leader like Lee. Elders Min and Kim are also surprised by Lee's words, but rejoice, for Lee is already quite good at running the clan alone and without them. However, in spite of all this, the elder says that nevertheless, this is only the beginning of the journey. However, the events of the story show us some strange man in the crowd. He pulls a strange device out of his jacket. It turns out to be a small hidden camera, and with it, he starts taking pictures of what's going on. After that, the events of the story there also show a room in which a certain man is sitting and watching the situation in the hall through cameras. After again showing this man sitting in a chair, he smiles bloodthirstily and chuckles. He looks at Lee through the camera, raises his glass, and talks about how happy he is to see the returned Dragon Slayer. Afterward, sipping whiskey, he talks about how news of the Sunu clan leader's return will soon spread throughout Muram. The events of the story take us back, showing one of the group of men who supported Ian. He says it's a fiasco, adding that not only did Ian's plan fail at the last moment, but they were burned when they were about to leave. They discuss amongst themselves all that has happened, trying to find the extreme amongst each other. One of them says that no matter how it is, he doesn't understand Master Young's loss since he is so strong. They discuss the possibility that Ian lost on purpose, as his fortune is higher than theirs together by a factor of 3. They discuss what Chairman Young can do to them now, one of them asking for silence because he's already all worked up. One of them began to suggest meeting with the head of the clan in a quiet setting to find a way to save them. A little time passes. Lee heads somewhere and later says, "Did Elder Yang really want to see him?" As it happens, Elder Yang stands in front of him, saying that he was wondering what was on Lee's mind right now. Ian asks what the sudden decision to make him an elder is, but Lee says it's not sudden. He's been choosing for months. Lee shocks Young by saying that Elders Min and Kim recommended him. Young wants to say something against it. However, Lee interrupts him and asks about whether his leg of Iron Thunder is all right. Chairman Young replies that everything is generally fine and wants to switch to another topic of conversation. But Lee interrupts him. Lee lands a sharp and sudden hard punch right on Lee, saying that he thought so. Ian does not understand anything, because just now they were peacefully discussing the affairs of the clan, and then such a sharp blow to him. Elder Young turns to Lee and tries to ask him how he should understand it all now. Lee stops and talks about how Chairman Young lied to him about his leg being broken during the fight. Meanwhile, the events of the story show us our hero Kana shaking his head back and forth in confusion. Lee asks Ginny where Lee went from here. She replies that he went to meet the new Elder Young. Trailing off, Kang starts to ask Ginny what the meeting is for. However, she herself doesn't know. Lee said a private conversation. The guy in the tattoo turns to Kang, asking if he likes Young. Kang replies that of course not, he's a nasty type. Kang talks about how he just fought Lee in case there's an emotional clash, but Ginny interrupts Kang, saying they're not kids. Trailing off, the events of the story bring us back to the dialogue between Yang and Lee strikes again at Elder Young. Immediately after another strike, Lee activates as if he was in berserk mode, his eyes and mouth white, and he rushes towards Yan. Ian notices that this is a death strike technique and activates a very strong technique with his energy as well. Their arms cross in battle again, as they did then, but now much stronger, and neither of them takes the upper hand again. After so much energy comes in contact, expectantly, there is an explosion that throws them both aside. Surprised, Elder Yang shouts at Head Lee, asking what the latter is doing all of a sudden. Lee says he knew it. Yang repelled such an attack, and then in the fight he didn't. Yang asks if Lee is throwing such a punch to test Yang's strength. However, as it turns out not, Lee admits that it's the Yenwon clan's technique, not his or Sunu's. Lee looks at his hand and talks about how he couldn't use it in battle, because then you had to use Sunu clan techniques. With a cute and harmless face, Lee talks about what he thought if he tells about it. Yang will realize that Lee is not hiding anything. Yang asks how Lee managed to find out what he was hiding techniques. Lee tells about seeing it with spiritual abilities. Lee says that his spiritual abilities allowed him to create all of Yang's attacks in his head and thus learn them. Trailing off, Lee studied it all and came to the conclusion that Ian's abilities were almost at Elder Kwan's level. It was then that Lee in battle realized that a person like Yang, with such techniques, could not lose to Lee in battle. However, Yang only guffaws, saying that Lee overestimates him and he has nothing to be so proud of. Trailing off, Lee tells Ian that he had nothing to be proud of in that duel, where he could have lost everything at once. Trailing off, Lee goes to Yang, saying that in his opinion, Yang was just trying to figure out the traitors of the Sunu clan with all this. Lee also adds that Ian's ultimate idea was to publicly broadcast their names at the meeting. However, Yang only smiles, saying that the world is not as romantic as Lee sees it for herself. Yang talks about how the Sunu clan house has plenty of money, and why wouldn't he reach for it like so many others? However, Lee only replies to Yang, saying that from the other two elders, he has learned something valuable about Yang. Lee talks about how he knows that Yang grew up in Old Man Kwan's house, and the latter was like a birth father to Yang. Trailing off, Lee adds, saying that it's impossible that such a person would betray the Sunu clan because of some money. Elder Yang stops making excuses and asks Lee what he tore up and burned the papers for back then. Lee says that it is not wise to publicize such things. A simple replacement of people in such a large clan cannot be done. Lee says it's also worth considering the time and effort it takes to do all of this, and that's worth a lot. Lee says making quick decisions will show Suna as a weak clan. Yang says there is logic in the words, but there is one point. Ian says you can't turn a blind eye to it that easily, Lee agrees, and says that's what Ian is for, since he's gotten close to them during this time. With a sweet face and sincere hope, Lee says that he trusts these people to Yang and asks them to help solve the clan's problems. Such words, speculations, and decisions even managed to make Elder Yan teary, for he had not expected it to turn like this at all. After all of this, Yang asks Lee if he came up with all of this on his own, or if someone is helping him with it. Lee is honest when he talks about having a counselor, but here Ian tenses up and says it's clear. Yang says it's obvious that the counselor is Kana Sarah from the Milyon clan that Lee is communicating with. Ian starts yelling at Lee, saying that what's already there can't be changed, but to communicate about such a thing to another clan is wrong. However, Lee sweetly replies to Elder Yang in the wind that Yang should not forget that Lee is a stranger in the clan himself. Elder Yang grabs Lee and starts yelling at him about not talking like that anymore. The Lord trusted him with his life. Next, very tensely, Elder Yang talks about how a person like Lee, no one would consider someone like Lee a stranger. Lee is surprised at first, but follows it up by crossing a cute smile and thanking Ian for it all. Trailing off, Lee adds, complimenting Ian, he says he has very nimble hands, which surprises Ian. Lee says that if Yang had attacked, Lee wouldn't have been able to dodge, but Yang apologizes. Immediately afterward, Yang crosses his arms and asks to introduce himself to Lee as Elder Yang. Lee also bows and says that he relies on Elder Yang with all his soul. However, their dialogue is interrupted by the appearance of Ginny and Kana, who ask if they were really fighting here again. The clan head, Lee, as well as Elder Yang, are surprised by their appearance. Lee asks what they are doing here. Ginny starts yelling at Lee and Ian, asking what's wrong with both of them. Did they really decide to play kindergarten here? Lee responds by saying that they were just having a conversation here. Ian adds that Ginny is worrying about it for nothing. The events of the story move us to Elder Ian's car, his men asking if he's okay. However, Elder Yan replies that he's fine, although, he's really having fun even now. He adds that he wanted to test the man and ended up testing him, which surprises his men. Looking out the window, Elder Yang says that he now realized for sure what the head considered in Lee. The driver turns to Elder Yang and asks what he means. The latter replies that you just have to wait. Elder Yang says that as long as they are alive, the Sunu clan may suffer the strongest change in its history. However, their dialogue is interrupted by the opening of a door. Khan gets into their car and closes the door behind him. He starts talking about how since they already kidnapped him this morning, they should take him home now. One of Chairman Young's men turns around and rudely asks Kanu to leave, but Elder Young asks him to stop. Ian stops them, saying that they, like Kang, can consider it just a night out on the town. As it happens, Elder Young's car has started to drive off right through the city now. Meanwhile, a tense Kang sits in the car and looks eternally at Elder Young. Young notices the fact that Kang is very tense and wonders from him if he has something to say to Yang. Young hears those words and loudly asks Elder Young what they talked about with Lee today. Trailing off, Yang turns to Kan and asks if he really wants to know what Head Lee's interest is. Such an abrupt and direct question surprises Kang. He asks what it is. Ian replies that everyone knows it. The events of the story show us an unknown location with explosions and lots of dead military personnel. In the midst of all these military men walks a man in a black jacket, covered in blood and carrying a sword, who most likely killed them. This man turns out to be the same Ku Mong Ryong that Lee has been chasing for a long time. The events of the story show us an elder of another clan, the ghost of his grandfather. He is shown footage of Ku Moon Ren. Next, this old man's assistant talks about how Ku Mun Ren has a bunch of clients all over the world, moving non-stop. Trailing off, the old man asks his men if Ku Moon Ren left any clues. The aides say there are none. However, they say that the Shadow Warriors faction he is in already has an impressive international force. The old man's aides say that he already has international arrangements in place. It's hard to investigate something like this. The old man looks up and doesn't even know how to react, because it's very hard to fight against something like this. Aides say the Murim must intervene or the barrier between them and the ordinary world will be broken. However, the old man sets down his tea and says there is no need to worry, for there is an alliance for that. Now the old man is talking to that very manager. He asks if by any chance the old man is related to the Sunu clan. The manager says that Sunu clan has been very aggressive lately. He may not go for an alliance with everyone. However, the old man suggests that there is no need to worry. He knows Head Lai well, and Elder Yang so much so. Meanwhile, the events of the story bring us back to Elder Yang, who speaks of the clan's arrival in the year. Lee, in front of all the elders, asks why Haejong's profit is too small, even compared to last year. Elder Yang talks about Lee missing the point about overseas investment, which is also very important. Lee and Elder Yang continue to discuss the economy, but then they are interrupted by a voice. He apologizes. They pay attention. It's Elder Min. He's talking about how it's been 2 hours. Lee says that's right. It's time to call it a day. Lee thanks everyone and talks about seeing them again in 2 days, as there is much to discuss. Together with his assistant, the Lee clan head began to leave, and the elders looked on in his wake. Yang tells the other elders that he is surprised at how familiar Lee is with everything and even the numerical figures. However, Elder Min says that the head is simply in a desperate situation, which surprises Yang. Elder Min talks about how previously all the business was on them, and the head was trying to get back to normal life. Trace Min adds that however already now, the head has taken on everything and now things are much more complicated. He studies until the night. That explained a lot to Ian. It was a surprise to him that such a young lad had such a strong grasp on everything. Trailing off, Min says that after studying, Head Lee devotes himself to practicing martial arts and endurance into the night. Afterward, a very surprised Yang asks when he's already asleep, but Min replies that according to his assistant, he hardly sleeps at all. Elder Min talks about how he spoke to Head Lee and his assistant, but the latter doesn't want to listen at all. Elder Min adds that he thinks the head is working very hard. This all makes Yang think about a lot of things. Meanwhile, our protagonist Kang lies on the floor tiredly, saying that he wishes he could be Ku Moon Ren. Ginny talks about how Khan is completely brain dead. Too bad she took pity on him at practice today. She shouldn't have done that. Kang talks about how he meant that he just wanted to see Lee, but he's only interested in this Ku Moon Ren. However, Ginny only beats up Kana and tells him not to do that, because Ku Moon Ren is the enemy of Lee and the entire Sunu clan. Khan says it's been a long time since they've seen Lee. Since Ginny isn't curious about him, she says she's not. However, their dialogue is interrupted by a gruff male voice saying that here he is already interested. It turns out to be Elder Yang, who says that he heard about Ginny and Kong practicing hard every day. Though it makes them both happy, it's with a little apprehension that Kong asks what Elder Yang is doing here. However, he says with a smile that he would just like to reward them for such great effort. It makes Kaina and Ginny very happy, but it also surprises them quite a bit, because it's the first time it's happened. Some time passes, we are shown the head of the Sunu clan, Lee, being distracted by his assistant. The aide distracts Lee by saying that he has visitors, and it is Elder Young who has come. Lee is surprised. The door opens. Elder Young is standing there, along with Kang and Ginny, who are very happy to see Lee. Lee is quite surprised by Ian and such guests, so together, and asks what's up. John reports receiving a call informing him of the completion of a certain pitchfork renovation. Jan tells Lee about vacationing there for a couple days, along with Kang and Ginny, who are very excited about it. With a devastated look, Lee looks at Ian, and a satisfied Kaina and Ginny, however, just stays silent. Kang looks very childlike in his eyes. He is excited and blushing, hoping that Lee will now agree to go on vacation with them. However, Lee turns away and talks about apologizing. However, he has no time for fun at all. Kang is shocked with Lee's response. He starts trying to talk him out of it, saying there's nothing wrong with a vacation. However, Lee turns his head and rudely asks why Kang isn't at school right now at all. This shocks both Khan and Ginny. Ginny stands up for Khan, saying he just wanted to see Lee and that's it. However, Lee talks about the fact that this is all about Ginny as well, which surprises her even more now. He rudely addresses Ginny, talking about when she's going to graduate from her grandfather's training already. Lee starts to walk away and talks about how if they have time to pester him, maybe they'll spend it practicing better. This all shocks Ginny and Kaina wildly, but only Ian, who expected this outcome, is not shocked. The events of the story take us back to some sunny location, clearly seeing Ginny and Kang discussing Lee. Ginny talks about what the hell is even going on, they just wanted to visit him and there are remarks like this. Trailing off, Ginny adds that she doesn't understand why the hell Grandpa's tech is even touching Lee at all. Khan sees that Ginny is not at all at ease. He asks her if she's okay, but she stands as she was. However, following that, she grabs Kaina, saying that today will be a level-held training session, and Ian only ponders about something. Ian stands and ponders about what needs to be done, for he realizes that Lee is clearly overdoing it in his training. Trailing off, Ian stops Ginny and turns to ask Kang what surprises him so much so. Elder Young asks Kang if it's true that he hasn't gone to school in a very long time, which surprises Kang. Elder Young looks outside and talks about hiding nothing. He knows everything about Lee and Kang's acquaintance. Elder Young beckons Kang over to him and asks if he's still afraid of a guy named Kim. Unsure, but Kang replies that no, he's not afraid, but wants to add something. However, Young interrupts him, saying that he needs to get back to school. He shocks Kang with those words, but Young adds that isn't it time for Kang to avenge everything. Ian says you pay your benefactor twice as much and your enemy 10 times as much. He surprises Kaina with such new phrases. Kang doesn't realize at all about what is going on and means Elder Young, and Young himself puts his hand on Kang's shoulder. With an interesting smile, Ian looks at Kaina and talks about how this is going to have to be very interesting. Meanwhile, the events of the story show us Lee, who is training with huge tire machines at his place. The events of the story show us Khan's thoughts. He remembers some girl next to a guy and himself kicking the tires further. Some thoughts bother Lee a lot. He strikes blow after blow, remembering different life moments in his head. He remembers the elders of the Lee clan, where there are 2 old elders besides Kim and Min. He also recalls how one of these old men taught him as a child and was with him when he was practicing. He remembered some battles, his grandfather worrying about him, and while he remembered beating and kicking his tires non-stop. He also recalls some man with an aura from behind his mouth, his silhouette very reminiscent of Kumun Ren. He also remembers his grandfather protecting him from someone while covered in blood. He hugged Lee. This brings Lee to the end in reality, his pupils narrowing as he delivers blow after blow himself. He remembers this grandfather, who had his arm around him, fighting someone, covered in blood, but standing his ground to the end. He recalls some man with a cigarette turning to him and asking him to keep his shirt on. This person was addressing Lee, saying that he should be worried because Lee is his disciple. This person resembles Kumun Ren. However, thinking back on it, in reality, Lee is hitting the stands with his strongest attacks, screaming about how it's all lies, lies, and lies. He practiced to the point of exhaustion and blood, never stopping to scream that it's all lies and falsehoods. It can't be. Some time passes. We are shown Kana, who now has a short haircut. He is standing with a backpack on his back. Lee looks at his school and talks about how it doesn't say much yet about wanting to go there and see all of them. He walks into the school and sees his classmates walking around like nothing happened and getting ready for class. He walks into the classroom and is immediately noticed by the head of the class, who takes notice. Past her, everyone else is also starting to look at Kana and his new appearance, which isn't ordinary like before. They begin to discuss the fact that this is apparently a newcomer, Kang himself saying to himself that he is terribly uncomfortable here. The classmates begin to suspect it's Kang, and he in turn greets the headman, but tentatively, very tentatively. Kim and his friends show up, who are also surprised to see Kang's progress, saying that he's clearly gotten bigger and stronger. After a couple seconds of this, Kim came close to Khan and stood face to face with him. A second after that, Kim takes and delivers a fist punch right into Kana's face with all her might. The classmates nearby are shocked. They thought Kang had changed and gotten stronger, but he missed the punch again. With a sinister and bloodthirsty face, Kim looks at Kang and talks about how he's just as much of a ballbuster as he used to be. However, just a second after Kim said that, his face turned sharply surprised, shocked. Kana's cheek was only reddened from his blow, not even a wound, blood or bruise on Kana's face like before. Trailing off, Kim swings in for another punch, for he thinks he's hit Khan weakly. He starts hitting Kana, yelling that he really missed him during this time. All of his classmates look on shocked. Kim throws dozens of punches, and then he sees that Kang is still on his feet, no significant wounds either. Kim is shocked. Kim says it's no big deal. Now Kim will only have more fun beating up Kang and his friends, but Kang only laughs in his face. Khan smiles, feels the impact site, and talks about how day-to-day he dreaded going to school over such trivial things. Kim turns around, looks at Kang in surprise, and interjects what he just told him. Trailing off, Kang picks up his energy, charges in for a punch and says, was he really afraid of a lowlife like Kim? Kim sees this, yells at Khan that he didn't want to die, and grabs a chair, swinging it at Khan. However, before Kim can even make a punch, Kang, with a powerful charge of his punch, throws Kim back at his friends with a chair together. The impact was so hard that with his fall, Kim turns the chairs and desk just into splinters from how strong he is. Kim's friends are shocked at what's happening. It's the first time they've seen their friend being treated like this, and by Kang. Everyone around them is shocked to see this, but Kang only yells at Kim, calling her scum and asking her to get up right now. Kang is charging more energy and yelling about how Kim will get 10 times more now than Kang did then. Some time passes. We're shown some girl. She's screaming about how Khan is just a monster. She points at Khan and yells at the school principal that her son Kim now has 4 weeks to recover because of him. Kang sits back and looks at everything sadly, realizing that this is what will happen. However, he is glad that he was able to teach Kim a lesson after all the things Kim did to him. However, in his thoughts, Kang recalls sitting in Ian's car, and the latter suggesting that he go out to fight. Back then in the car, Kang was saying that because Muram can't hit regular people, Ian was saying that's right, one wrong punch and it's all over. However, back then in the car, Elder Young told Kang that this prohibition only applied to masters. Ian then talked about how if it's all done by Kang, it's no big deal, no one will realize or notice anything. Now Khan sits in school and realizes that of course believing John was not a good decision once again. Here Kang hears that Kim's mother is asking the principal to expel Kang or transfer him to another school immediately. Here Kang intervened in the dialogue, saying that since he hadn't even been heard yet, but Kim's mother said that she didn't have to listen to Kang. The director is afraid and asks Kim's mother to calm down, but she threatens to take everything to the media and make it public for everyone. The director asks Kim's mother to calm down. He called a certain guardian Kang here, but Kim's mother doesn't understand what kind of guardian Kang lives with his mom. The door to the classroom opens. A rough male voice apologizes, and the face of the principal and Kim's mother are very surprised. Yang and his guards appear in the office. He turns to Kim's mother and asks if she is his mother. Very surprised and unsure, Kim's mother asks him who he himself is, and the principal adjusts his glasses in shock. Elder Yang declares that he is Kang's guardian, which surprises the principal and Kim's mother, as well as Kang himself. The director starts double-checking the data, and Kim's mother yells that if she got it right, it's Yang who's the father of this child, meaning Kana. Kim's mother says that Kang is the reason her son is in a terrible state, but Yang interrupts him and talks about her son beating up Kang forever earlier. She starts yelling at Jan, saying that she's the injured party here, but Jan interrupts her, asking the secretary for the paperwork. Ian shows Kim's mother documents from the hospital where Kang has been more than once after her son beat him up. She starts yelling about being taken for a fool. Where's the proof that it's her son? But Jan once again just calls her secretary. The secretariat shows her old videos of Kim and her friends beating up Kana behind the school every day. Ian starts talking about how the injuries that day are so serious that Khan could have been fatal. Young further demonstrates the evidence by saying that Kim also used a cold weapon against Kang as well. However, in response, Kim's mother only yells out that does Young want to say that Kang is right and it's all Kim's fault. However, immediately after her words, she started pointing her fingers at Ian, asking if he knew who her husband was. John talks about being more than aware because her husband is a lawyer at John's company, so he is well aware of everything. These words of Elder Jan scare Kim's mother to the point of frightening her. She doesn't know what to say and only interjects. Yang forgot that he forgot to introduce himself. He gives his name and says that he is the head of Songjoy's company. The shocked principal started sucking up to Yang right away, and Kim's mother stands shocked at what's happening now. All of this also shocks Kang, because the director says that he saw Yang on the magazine covers. Kang didn't know that Yang is a businessman indeed. Jan puts his hand on Kang's shoulder and speaks loudly in front of everyone about how he and Kang are one family. Ian continues by saying that when he found out about everything that was going on, he decided to pay a personal visit to the school and work things out. Trailing off, Yang says that their first demand is an apology from Kim himself to Kang. Such words from Yang shock Kang. Trailing off, Yang says that their second demand is to move Kim to another school, since Khan may not be happy to be in the same class with him. Trailing off, John finishes by saying that if the situation is still unclear, she'd better discuss it with her husband at home. Ian talks about how he's sure her husband won't want to lose the business over this incident. She flinched at that. Some time passes. Kang and Yang are standing in the schoolyard. Kang says he didn't think the problem would be solved so easily. However, Kana and Jan are stopped by the headmaster, who calls out to them, addressing them both. The principal goes outside to announce that the CEO of the school wants to meet with Chairman Yang. Chairman Yang and Kang went up to the CEO's office where Kana Sarah was in front of them. A shocked Kang doesn't know what to say. He didn't know that the true headmaster of the school is Kana Sarah. John turns to her from the get-go, saying that in all likelihood she knew Jan was coming to school today. She talks about what she only assumed after seeing the news about the incident between Kang and Kim. Young talks about how it was a good idea for her to discuss matters in Marima here so as not to attract the attention of the other clans. This is where the realization comes to Khan that it's as if Jan has once again taken advantage of him, even though he's helped in fact. Kana Sarah addresses Yang, saying that it's obvious to her that Yang is here because of the head of the Sunu clan, Lee. Ian talks about not taking the chapter to the grave. All true, he shocks Kana with his words. Here Kang is very much shocked, for he didn't expect to hear such a thing. What grave are we even talking about? The events of the story show us Lee, who is very much in training at this moment, for he is very angry about something. Meanwhile, outside Lee's villa, his assistant and some guy with white long hair are walking by. Lee's assistant tells this guy that he's always welcome here. Maybe he's already decided to join the Sunu clan. However, he says he's more comfortable alone. An aide points him to the house where Lee is practicing. He thanks for that. Walking inside, he saw that there was Lee who was actively practicing. The guy immediately greeted him. This guy immediately started waving at Lee and calling him by name, indicating that they knew each other already. Lee also greets him, calling him Jigong. He wants to say something, but stops talking abruptly. Without speaking, he looks at Lee and realizes that something has changed. He is surprised by Lee's new look. The guy turns to Lee, asking why he called him, and in such a big house. He doesn't give any direct answers to the guy's questions, and only says that the sword and uniform are in the next room, which surprises him. The guy yells at Lee, saying he was only hoping to hang out with Lee and that red-haired girl, meaning Ginny. Lee smilingly asks him to be a friend and help Lee, as he is practicing a new technique right now. This really surprises this guy. He didn't expect Lee's requests to be exactly like this to him. He turns to Lee, saying that so-and-so will help, but will not be spared, immediately warning Lee of this. Meanwhile, we are brought back to Kang and the situation at the school. Kang is still in shock from what Ian just said. With his shock, he interrupted Yang. The latter made a remark saying that he was now communicating with Kana Sarah, and Kang was interrupting them. Elder Yang asks Kana to be careful, because in Murama, this could cause a lot of people to be very angry. However, Kana Sarah reveals that she too is not very clear on what Elder Yang means right now. Kana Sarah looks at her office and talks about how she rarely sees Lee lately and has only been calling him. However, Elder Yang says that Lee trains to the point of exhaustion and still does paperwork afterward. Trailing off, Lee says that lately he has been practicing the soul source technique of the Yuan clan for days on end. Jan says that Kanasera has trained in this herself and knows how energy-consuming it is for the body. He turns to Kana, glaring at her, and says, what kind of body can withstand this kind of training when he doesn't even get nearly enough sleep? Young talks about how Head Young is not okay, and if he continues to train like this, we can prepare for the worst. Kanasera talks about how in that case, Lee would either die or have his body disabled. Her words scare the hell out of Kana. He didn't know about this at all, and how hard Lee was trying. Sitting in his office, Ian says that's right, which is why he decided to go to Kanasera for this. Lee turns to Kanasera, saying that as he knows, she was the one who helped Lee with his treatment at the doctor's office and learning the technique. Trailing off, looking at her, Elder Yang says that won't she be able to change the head's mind about this kind of training then? She looks into her coffee and says she'd love it if it could be done that way, and Lee wouldn't be so serious. Meanwhile, Lee and his partner are having a tough battle, having clashed in a training fight. Lee's friend realizes in his head that he was actually joking about not being spared, and Lee has become so strong. Lee's friend sees that it's like Lee is losing touch with reality. His attacks are stronger and stronger. He's just shocked by it. Meanwhile, in Kanasera's office, Ian asks her if she doesn't know too what they should do best. However, Kanasera says that this technique is certainly very powerful, but it doesn't need to take so much energy. Kana continues and talks about how if it makes sense for him to exhaust himself like that, maybe it's not all for the sake of some technique. John checks with Kanasera to see if she means that the technique doesn't require that much effort at all. She says it does. However, she still talks about how whatever it was, Lee became attached strongly to the technique. As the events of the story show us the fight between Lee and his friend, Kanasera asks if Young has any thoughts. Meanwhile, during the battle with Lee, his friend asks him to take it easy or something will happen. However, Lee's friend notices that after another blow, everything is just covered in aura, and Lee himself is nowhere to be seen. The next take on the events of the story shows us the eyes of Lee's friend, who is very much surprised. Meanwhile, we are shown Kanaseru, who says that maybe Lee isn't interested in technique at all. Meanwhile, Lee himself is also shown, who is almost completely covered in a dark aura. However, Elder Yan doesn't understand at all what exactly Kanasera means and asks her this. She says that maybe Lee is trying to be the strong one, someone he knows and remembers very much. Ian is shocked to the core at what Kanasera just said, because in his mind, everything came together. Abruptly sweating, with a creepy face, Yang looks at Kanaseru and says something that apparently Head Lee has decided. As they talk, the fight between Lee and his friend continues, Lee throwing back his friend blow after blow. His friend doesn't know what to do anymore, as Lee is attacking and assaulting him with great speed. Trailing off, remembering Wild Lee, Yang asks if he's dared to become Kumun Ren. Following this, Lee's friend notices that Lee's eyes have begun to change and bleed from his eyes, and Lee himself has begun to sweat wildly. Lee's friend started trying to stop him, talking about stopping. It's just a workout after all, not a fight. Lee's friend asks if Lee has decided to kill him. With his words, he brings Lee back to reality, for he is very strong. Meanwhile, the dialogue between Kanasera and Yang continues. She says that Lee is still trying to pull everything by himself. Kana suggests that he's torturing himself over his sense of responsibility, which Khan points out. Elder Yan talks about how things are much more critical than he thought. You can't leave things like this. However, their dialogue is interrupted by Khan. He apologizes and says that he has one question. Kang asks Kanasera and Yang that if the problems are so serious, why not tell Lee's parents? However, such a question partially surprises Yang and Kanu-Seru, as he just looks at Kan and remains silent. Khan is good at noticing that their reaction is somehow very strange and incomprehensible. He asks what's wrong. With a very serious and cold face, Jan turns to Kan and asks if he didn't know about something. However, in the meantime, the events of the story show us a friend of Lee's who decided to drink an energy drink after the fight. He sweatily finishes it and talks about how he finally feels alive now. Trailing off, he offers an energy drink to Lee as well and starts asking him what that creepy technique Lee had during the fight was. However, Lee talks about how it's no big deal. He just got into the swing of things during such a powerful workout. Immediately afterward, Lee's friend asks him if he's gotten better, much to Lee's dismay. Downwind, Lee's friend talks about how sorry he is for what happened to Lee's mom. Lee callously holds the leaf, twists it, and listens to his friend, while the events of the story tell us that recently Lee's mother died. Meanwhile, this is also told to Kanu in Kanasera's office, which leaves the latter in shock. Next, Kanasera talks about how Kang is unlikely to know that it was Kumun Ren's fault that she died. Kanasera reveals that his men carried out the attacks on Lee's mother to provoke Lee himself. Kanasera says she passed away in the hospital. Kang yells at John, since that's not what he told him. Kang started yelling at Young, saying that he had lied to him because he had said that Kumun Ren was Lee's teacher. Chairman Young talks about how he did not lie to Khan at the time, however, he omitted one point. Young says that Kumun Ren is the enemy of everyone in the clan, and generally a person who can create the downfall of Muruman. Young also says that in addition to Lee's mother, he killed Jinny's grandfather, Old Man Kwon, which finally shocks and horrifies Kang. And then Kang remembers Jinny's angry reaction when he said he wished he was Kumun Ren. Young turns to Khan, saying that he follows the head so much, but didn't even know about his worst enemies. Young talks about how does Kang know about Lee from just a couple words from other people. Those words piss Kang off, but he understands. And then Kang realizes that he never really thought about Lee's feelings, but just wanted to be there as a thank you. Trailing off, Jan says that by standing like this, Kang is interfering with Kanasera and Jan's conversation and can mull things over in the hallway. This of course pisses Khan off a lot, and he tries to respond, however, he hesitates to do so. He is approached again by Young, asking if Kang has anything more to say to them. However, Kang only stated that no, he understood everything and would not say anything. Kang leaves and Ian looks on, but is distracted by Kanasera, who says that you can see that Ian is very worried about the chapter. Elder Young talks about how he has very high hopes for Headley, which is why he is so worried. Trailing off, Young explains that Kang was the first person Lee drew into the clan, hence Young cares about him as well. Khan walks down the hallway and realizes that now that he knows everything, he feels very ashamed in front of Jinny for his words. Looking out the window, he thinks that of course it's not that important, it's more important how Lee is doing now. Meanwhile, Lee and his friend discuss a certain job overseas on a bench, where Lee's close childhood friend is now. Lee's friend notices that Lee himself is depressed and asks him if he's worried that something will happen to her there. Lee's friend asks him how she's doing now, but Lee says he doesn't know. She has other contacts he doesn't know. He asks Lee if he has any plans to meet her, but Lee says he does at some point. Trailing off, Lee declares that he will meet her when he destroys Kumun Ren, only then. Trailing off, Lee declares that he's past that topic and asks his friend if he recognized what Lee asked. Meanwhile, we are shown Jan and Kanasera's dialogue. Jan says he realized what state the head is in now while sipping tea. However, he was left with the final question as to why Kanasera started helping them all, including Lee. He turns to Kanasera, looking her in the eye, asking what her motivation is. Has she fallen in love with Lee? Ian looks at her and realizes she's smart and calculating. She meanwhile just looks at Ian. Looking at Ian, she says his jokes are weird and then declares that she and Lee have the same aspirations. Young asks if she means revenge on Kumun Ren, but she says their common goal is to protect this world, shocking Young. She looks silently at Ian, who is in great bewilderment at what he has just heard, and looks silently at her. Ian starts to smile, looking at Kana and talking about how he is very surprised to get such a response from her. Kanasera replies that after Kumun Ren's last attack, his number of allies has of course increased by leaps and bounds. She says that unions are also about finances, influences, and connections. Jan asks her how much of this information is true. It tells of a certain group of Murin masters who chat forever among themselves about various news topics. Trailing off, Ian says that if the information is accurate, shouldn't it be reported to the Federation? Kanasera says it's already been reported. Tracy adds that after the leader of the Federation found out, he resigned and afterwards went missing. She tells a tense Ian about how the new head wouldn't even listen and just asked her not to carry delusional rumors. Ian talks about how he gets the feeling that the new chapter is connected to this shadow grouping. Trailing off, Kanasera says she doesn't know the truth herself, but if the shadows are already taking control of Murim, the boundary between them and humans will soon be gone. Looking out over the city, she says that if this happens, tragedies like Lee's mother's will become commonplace for everyone. She tells Ian that she and Lee are going to work together to keep the peace in Marima. Trailing off, Ian says that if you find out everything from the past leader of the Federation, everything will be revealed. He asks where he is now. The events of the story bring us back to Lee and his friend. Lee speaks of a certain hell of uninterrupted torment. Trailing off, a friend of Lee's says that that's right. One person saw Ku-moon Ren right there. Lee asks his friend where this hell is then, but Lee's friend says he would like to know that himself. His friend talks about how the place was built long ago by the Sunu clan, at the request of the Federation, which surprises Lee. Meanwhile, Yang leaves school and thanks Kanasera for her time and says they'll see each other again. Along with the headmaster, she bows to Yan on his way and sweetly escorts him out, wishing him a pleasant journey. After the car drives away, Kanasera exhales sharply in relief, which surprises the principal. Kana walks up the stairs going back up to the school. The principal says that apparently she is very tired already. Kanasera talks about how it's very hard to do business with Yang and to know his intentions without revealing your own to him. Trailing off, she says that she is happy with the fact that Elder Young is protecting the Sunu clan. One can exhale for a while for sure. Meanwhile, Kang, Elder Young, rides with his guards in the car in a tense situation. Ian addresses Khan, saying he's a brave guy with good character, but his facial expressions give away his intentions always. Young talks about how, in his opinion, Kang wouldn't have been able to communicate normally with the chapter that day if he knew about Ku-moon Rena. A surprised Kang asks about whether that's why Young didn't tell Kang the whole truth about Lee that day. Young doesn't answer. He says that Lee has mixed feelings for Kang. Their relationship is reminiscent of his relationship with Ku-moon Ren. Trailing off, Ian says that if you weigh the pros and cons, it would be better if Kanu didn't need to know about all of this. Kang tries to play smart, turns to John and says is he trying to mess with his head again? However, Young only laughingly asks Kang why he suddenly thinks of Elder Young like that. Elder Young turns to Kang, saying that he has one advantage, which surprises Kang. John tells Kang that he is still unknown to the association, and usually all new Muramin are immediately known about at the top. Kang tries to object, but holds back, and Yang talks about how he would like to ask Kang for one favor. Trailing off, Yang reveals that in return for this request, he is willing to train Kana in martial arts, as he has long wanted to do. Elder Young looks at Kang with a sincere smile and says that there is a hidden talent in him that can be uncovered. Elder Yang tells Kang that this is a talent he can unleash quickly as Kang looks at such an offer for him. Trailing off, Kang asks if Yang is offering to be his apprentice, but Kang says it's not that simple. It's not that easy to become an apprentice. John says he'll be some sort of tutor, something Kang already agrees to, and they ride in the car together. Trailing off, Kang turns to John, talking about how business is about finding the one right person. John talks about finding a very important person for the chapter and shows a picture of some beautiful girl. Some time passes, Kang goes to school and looks at this girl's picture. He doesn't realize who she is. Trailing off, Kang concludes that you can tell from his conversation with Lee yesterday that there is clearly something wrong with him. Near the school, Khan is greeted by the principal, who says that Khan is so early today and greets him. The director gets close to Khan and asks him to autograph it for him on Jan's behalf, and notices Khan's cell phone with a picture of that girl on it. The principal, seeing the picture of the girl in Khan's phone that Jan gave yesterday, talks about how it's their school nurse after all. Khan gives the director a much closer and more detailed look at the photo, and later asks the director if they really know her. The director says of course we know each other, it's their nurse, but how did Khan get her picture? Kong begins to loudly and excitedly ask the director to urgently connect him with this girl, to give him at least her number. Kong continues to plead non-stop with the principal about it, saying that it's very important, she has a very important meeting to have. Meanwhile, the head of the Sunu clan, Lee, is sitting in the training room and practicing the very same soul energy technique once again. While Lee is practicing, he remembers a conversation he had yesterday with a friend who asked him for something, even though he knows it's not great. Lee further recalls their dialogue yesterday. Lee clarified with his friend several times if that person was definitely in that place. Lee's friend talked about how he too had doubts at first, but the recent news dispelled them. Trailing off, he was telling Lee about a certain master son who had, against all odds, revived the tradition of martial arts tournaments in Murama. He also narrated that after this act, he was hated by all the elders of Murama. Trace told me that when the man realized this, he left his high office. And then, sometime later, the post was taken over by Wonju Wind, the same old man Lee had fought long ago. His friend also said, as Lee himself already knows, after all of this, the topic of the opening of the tournament still came up. And then, Lee collated the facts in his head that there could be a strong person like Kumon Ren in this tournament. Lee's flashbacks from yesterday end, and the events of the story show us Lee's assistant drinking coffee and sitting on his phone. However, his good rest is abruptly interrupted. It's Lee who calls him over to his place. The aide went to Lee and immediately started asking about Lee being up all night again. However, without answering this question, Lee surprises the assistant by asking if he knows where the hell of uninterrupted torment is. The aide starts to ask if Lee really means to say that he will be heading there. Lee interrupts his assistant, saying that they should look for Master Soma there. Meanwhile, we are shown the events of the story, where Kang talks to John on the phone and says it's too much, finding a person from a photo. However, Kang reports that he did do it after all, and reports back to Ian with all the information about what she is, who she is, and where she is. Kang begins to criticize Young again, saying that he knew all about her, so he sent Kang to look for her at school. On the phone, Kang asks Young if he just didn't want to ask the director, for Young's reputation is too high. Immediately after their words, Kanu received a text file on his phone from Ian that spelled out the basics of martial arts. Jan tells Kang over the phone that these are the basics he should learn to start with, an introductory course. Kang scolds Young, saying that they could have at least given a video clip instead of a text, but Young stops talking, shocked by these young people. Meanwhile, Young arrives at the meeting with Lee and the other elders, apologizing for being late. They summoned Yang, since according to Elder Min, there's an urgent matter here. Yang is wondering what happened. The elders inform Young that Lee is inquiring about the Sunu clan's hell of uninterrupted torment. Lee confirms this, saying that he asked the aide, but the aide said it was classified information and one would have to go to the elders. Elder Young apparently understands what the matter is. He wisely looks at Lee and the others and just remains silent for now. Trailing off, Yang asks if Lee wants to know about this place since Master Song is imprisoned there, which surprises Lee. This surprises even Elder Min, who asks how so. Young says he himself learned it from Carnicera by accident. Ian denounces the information that Carnicera said that the Federation has teamed up with the Shadows, which is a great danger. Ian tells everything he knows about this place. Lee reacts strangely. He asks if there is Shinhyop clan involvement here. Ian talks about maybe other clans or shadows trying to find out information about the hell of uninterrupted torment. We need to stop that. Elder Yang tells us that this place is crawling with monsters and criminals who can break chains with their bare hands. John tells of a man who nearly lost his life there, fighting the local monsters to the death. After all the stories, Lee gets upset because such a dangerous place is not the best choice for him right now. Trailing off, Lee talks about what they're all doing this for. Why not just ask for strength from the Sunu clan directly? Elder Min turns to Lee, saying that does he really want the Sunu clan to break into hell? Lee talks about how this is possible for the survival of the Murim world, for Master Sun's sake, but Lee's words are interrupted. Elder Kim talks about how hell belongs to the Federation now. You can't just barge in there. It would be a war. The elders start talking about how they don't even know if Master Song is really there, and Lee tries to contradict him. Elder Yang is watching all of this. He only remains silent and analyzes the situation around him. However, following that, shocking everyone, Yan says that it's not that the Sunu clan has no chance at all. He sits down in a chair and talks about how, should the chapter decide to go there, he is willing to help. The two elders, especially Kim, didn't understand why Yan made such a decision. After all, it's very dangerous and risky. However, Yang ignores them and only adds that Lee must resign his position as clan head and all responsibilities. Yang turns to Lee, who looks at him, and says that this should only be his personal ambition, not that of the entire clan. Ian presents a scheme where Lee is replaced and Lee himself is reported missing. Ian asks Lee what he thinks of such a thing. Ian makes the point that if Lee makes that decision, Ian will agree to help and find a way to go to hell. The elders go home, the meeting is over, they discuss what the head has decided and John's idea. Elder Kim points out the fact that this way, Lee will at least step away from the pressures of being clan head and rest. However, their sweet conversations are interrupted by Ian himself, who makes a point of not taking it so lightly. He looks out the window and talks about how Lee's soul and body seem kind of weird to him lately. Elder Yang talks about how Lee will continue to train, and at this rate, he will drive himself to his grave. Elders Min and Kim ask Yang what he came up with, and Yang says it's their shared promise. Elder Min asks if Yang really decided to send him there. Yang says he's always serious. Ian talks about the chapter being on top and euphoric right now. To talk to him soberly, we need to bring him back to full reality. Yang suggests bringing back one personality that will help, and then Min says that he likes Yang's idea now. Meanwhile, the events of the story show us a friend of Ian's talking to him on the phone and asking if Lee is in his right mind. Lee offers his friend to go to that hell with him, but the friend says that Lee is out of his mind already. Lee looks up at the ceiling and talks about how he doesn't have much information yet, but can he think of his friend? Lee finished his dialogue with his friend still in shock. He found it hard to believe what Lee had suggested to him. Meanwhile, Lee himself is lying on the couch and contemplating whether he did the right thing by doing this. Lee continues to lie there, his doubts cracking him and the feeling of unease in no way leaving his body. Lee rests, pondering and looking up at the ceiling and the setting sky, and then a strange feeling visits him. As Lee drifts off to sleep, he talks about how when there are no errands or tasks to do, he gets a strange feeling he hasn't had in a long time. He's at peace. However, just as he tries to fall asleep, a sinister image appears in his mind, blowing a white aura with his mouth. A moment after Lee saw him, his eyes snapped open and a shiver ran throughout his body. A shocked Lee wakes up in a sweat and doesn't realize what just happened to him in the first place. Lee immediately starts gnawing at himself, saying that time is running out and he's just resting. He should be doing something. Lee immediately runs to train, however. He is distracted by someone's voice calling out to him. It turned out to be Lee's assistant. He came up behind him and informed Lee that he had visitors. The deputy introduced the man as Mr. Unshakable Wall. He had long grey hair and wore black glasses. He sat down in the hall across from Lee and began to talk about how he would be in charge of preparing Lee to go to hell starting today. This shocks Lee. He didn't expect that to be sent to a place like this. He has to undergo some training still. They're silent for a while. Then the gentleman apologizes, saying he has no talent for delivering beautiful speeches. He starts to walk away and talks about how their conversation would obviously go better on the case. Already at sunset, this gentleman along with Lee come to the training hall. He asks Lee to try to attack him. He gets in front of Lee and says that only after he sees the punch and Lee's abilities can he decide what they should do. What Lee is saying is that he didn't think at all that this gentleman would offer him a duel first thing in the morning. Before all this starts, the master asks Lee if he's going to go from there because of Kuman Ren. Trailing off, he tells all the same things as John, as if he himself had been present at the meeting then. Trailing off, the gentleman adds that does it seem to Lee that in this way, he will get information about Kuman Ren. Lee wants to start talking, however. The gentleman interrupts him, saying that he doesn't care about Lee's purpose. He talks about how he received orders to keep obscure individuals out of hell, and that's what the test is based on. As he looks at the gym, he talks about how if Lee can beat him here and now, he'll go through hell no problem, and then adds that otherwise, a boring educational experience awaits Lee. Lee is silent at first, and then says something about, well, he understood this gentleman's words. A second after that, Lee blows an aura and dashes off. He attacks the Lord, but the Lord overtakes him. What Lee sees is that he managed to repel all of Lee's attacks at once, and yet he didn't even dodge them once. He stares at his back and thinks about whether this man is as impenetrable as he looks. Lee talks about how since he already is, then he just needs to be stronger and decides to throw punches. However, Lee's tactics aren't sustained for long. Already within a couple of moments, this gentleman has thrown Lee back in the air with a straight punch. Lee is horribly shocked by what just happened. He didn't expect this outcome of events at all. Lee does a flip in the air and lands a leg kick. At least he's managing to do so without any problems. Lee looks at him and realizes he was deluded that because of his large build, he would be slow, but no. Lee is beginning to realize full well that if he keeps fighting like he is now, nothing will come of it. The master turns to Lee, saying that with such attacks, he wouldn't even defeat the most ordinary prisoner, let alone Kumun Ren. Their gazes converge on each other again, and then Lee realizes that he needs to get serious. Lee raises a huge and strong aura behind him and says that since that's the case, he'll be more serious in battle. Meanwhile, someone tells Elder Yang about everything that's going on and the fight between Master and Lee. It turns out to be Lee's assistant. He tells Yang that there's nothing funny here. Yang says it's a shame he won't get to see this fight with his own eyes. The deputy stands outside and reports to John on his phone that the sounds of the blows have gotten more and more powerful. Elder Yang is on his way to some meeting, concurrently communicating with the assistant, recognizing the situation. Yang turns to Lee's assistant and tells him not to worry, Lee won't lose, and neither will Mr. Steele. Meanwhile, they are still fighting. Mr. Steele says that the stronger the attack, the sharper the desperation from it. Lee is shocked. In the entire fight, not one of his attacks has yet to go through the Steel Master. It's just a shock. Lee looks at him and talks about how he really is a real wall of steel that beats back everything in its path. Trailing off, Lee looks at his feet, realizing that in the entire time they've been fighting, he hasn't even moved a foot. He's standing where he's been standing the entire time. Lee recalls his words. He said that Lee would not be able to defeat even the weakest prisoner with such strength. Lee decides to use his level much higher because the past one doesn't give him any bottom line. This is noticed by Mr. Steele himself. He sees that Lee is starting to do something unusual. In the moment, Lee begins to draw air into himself, pulling it in and out into himself. It's like he's getting stronger. Immediately afterward, he gets into a stance of his own and begins to prepare to attack. Lee begins to move like a shadow or even a spirit, and Mr. Steele uses his techniques again. However, Lee finds himself in the meantime behind the back of the Lord of Steel, and in his thoughts he talks about ending the fight with the strongest technique. This is where Mr. Steele tenses up for the first time. He talks about how this will be slightly dangerous for him, and smiles slightly. Meanwhile, normal Lee, who has a huge aura of white energy around him, already appears behind his back. And immediately after his appearance, he directs this aura of energy directly towards the Steel Master, then attacks him. He utters the name of the technique, the destructive strike of the raging heavens, and after that, everything around him is covered in a white aura. Lee with this savage attack is carried straight at Steel-san. The latter turns around and uses his defense technique again. However, at the moment of the attack, Lee notices that something is wrong, as if something has started to pull him into his own attack harder. As it does so, some dark cloak begins to engulf Lee's hand that was striking the Steel Lord. This scares the hell out of Lee. His attack wasn't just stopped, his arm was still being absorbed. However, in a moment, someone's hands appear out of that dark aura to restrain Lee's technique. This shocks Lee even more. He looks at the face of his opponent, Mr. Steele. The aura effects disappear, and then Lee realizes that it was the hands of the Lord of Steel that stopped an attack of this level from Lee. When Lee realizes it's final, his attack blocked without the slightest damage, he goes into wild shock. However, following this, Lee begins to notice that many areas of the training room have begun to explode on the sides of him. Here Mr. Steele exhales, he lets go of Lee's hands, and talks about how he has a pretty good and strong fist. However, Mr. Steele follows up by adding that still, this fist is still nowhere near up to his standards. He turns sideways away from Lee, and says that the latter had better forget about the hell of continuous torment for a while. Mr. Steele starts to walk away, but Lee stops him with a question about the technique he just used. Steel-san is talking about how this is just a modified Sunu clan technique and nothing more. Lee is shocked. He doesn't believe it. But Mr. Steele says that the Sunu clan's specialty is speed and lightness. Mr. Steele explains the technique to Lee and what exactly he changed about it, making it like this. Trailing off, he turns to Lee, saying that if the latter wants, he can teach him the technique. Mr. Steele assures him that there is nothing special about it, but Lee says that such techniques are prized in Murama, as he knows. Mr. Steele says that all of the Sunu clan's techniques belong to its head, and then Lee says he wants to learn right now. However, the Steel gentleman shocks Lee, for he says that his first act is to go wash and sleep. Looking at the dumbbells in the workout room, Lee talks about how he can go to bed since they have a workout now. However, Mr. Steele says whether tired and anxious, you can't do training in such a state. Trailing off, the Steel gentleman talks about how the first step for Lee would be a regular shower and sleep. Meanwhile, we are shown our main character Kana reading about the body's energy points on a bench. Suddenly, however, Kana Sarah appears here and walks through and asks what Kana is doing at such a late hour. Kana Sarah tells Kang to just head home. It's getting late, we can talk tomorrow. However, Kang turns to her and talks about looking at someone who is close to Lee. Kang tells Kana Sarah that he himself doesn't know much about her and shows a picture of that girl, which shocks Kana Sarah. She is silent at first, then tells Kana that apparently he was given information about her by Ian, which surprised Kana. She turns to Kanu and speaks of congratulating him on his position as puppet elder of the Sunu clan. Trailing off, Kang turns to her and talks about how they have an exchange with Yang and will train him in return. Here Kang is yelling about how he just really wants to help Lee, he needs to get stronger to do that, and Yang can help here. Trailing off, he says he doesn't want to make excuses and will just back off when he knows more than he's paying attention to Kana Sarah. She only looks at him, turns around and exhales, saying something about how hasn't Kang figured it all out yet. She turns to Khan, saying that this assignment is for her, not Khan, which she shocks him with. Looking at the building next to her, she talks about Ian giving hints for her in this way, through Kana. After a time, she turns to Khan, saying that if he has the answer to his question, he can go. However, he runs to her and talks about how there is one more moment and question for her. She rudely addresses Khan, saying that they are not close enough to exchange information. He shows her the text of the technique and talks about how he doesn't understand anything here, and Kana froze with shock when she saw it. A shocked Kanasera turns to Kanu, saying that this is a book of the Sunu clan. If she reads it, she will become an enemy of the clan. Khan says he'll ask the most interesting thing then, and tells Khan about the technique, which surprises her. She is once again silent and looking at Khan strangely. He asks if she said something wrong again. She asks if Khan knows about special body points. He says no. She asks to follow her. They come to the building, and Kanasera gives Kana a bunch of books about Murim and a basic base about energy. Next, she talks about giving Kanu a week to study. And after that, you need to come to her. She will test the knowledge. Kang says he wanted to know a couple things, but she says it's the basis for everything. He needs to know it. However, here she asks Kang if he wants to help Lee, much to his surprise. Trailing off, she looks into Kana's eyes and talks about how if he wants to help Lee, he has to prove it sincerely. Kang stops arguing but still asks if there is no audio format, but he pisses off Kanasera with this. Going home, Khan gets frustrated, for he just wanted to ask for advice and got a wastepaper base. Though Kang also reflects that even though Kanasera was mean to him, but she still helped him, she must be kind. Meanwhile, Lee is standing in the shower. He's washing off his sweat and thinking about something to himself. In his thoughts, he talks about being very tired, fighting with the spirit, and fighting in practice are very different things for him. Lee realizes that the technique that Steel San used is simply incredible and very strong. Lee still can't understand how he managed to repel his Black Heaven Strike technique. After all, it is one of Lee's strongest. While dousing himself with water, Lee ponders whether he will be able to use this technique in a battle with Kumon Ren. However, this is where Lee snaps again. He starts to get out of the shower, saying that he urgently needs to do meditation. Meanwhile, Ian is on the phone with someone and thanks them for getting the chance to talk Lee out of his weird ideas. However, Mr. Steele turns to Yang and talks about how he failed a bit. The head went to meditate again. However, Elder Yan says that this is already a good thing because it won't be possible to completely change it once for sure. Followed by Elder Yang talking about Mr. Steele's efforts further, the latter says that he understood everything. Lee's assistant looks at the house and says he remembers how after Yong's last visit, Lee immediately learned his technique and was able to repeat it. Lee's aide suggests that perhaps he's worrying for nothing, but if it happens again, and with Mr. Steele's technique. The aide adds, looking at Mr. Steele, that if Lee copies his technique, even Steele won't be able to stop him. Mr. Steele looks at his hand and suggests that it is possible that Deputy Lee is right. He looks at his scarred palm and talks about how he was at his limit already today. Meanwhile, Lee is talking about something with an old man from another clan and his assistant. Between themselves, Elder Yang and that old ghost man discuss the rumors of Master Song's imprisonment in hell. The old man talks about how it wouldn't have even occurred to him to go to Master Song's rescue as everyone talks about it. Yang just keeps quiet. Ian also chats with the old man about grouping news from the new Murim, but the old man only says it's a group of numbskulls. Setting down his tea, the old man says that there are many problems in the alliance. The shadows have also become active. Murima is unstable to the point of being creepy. Elder Yang tells the old man that no rumors can be ignored now, as these teenagers are the future of Murima. Glaring at the old man, Ian offers to send some young Murim to this hell, which shocks the old man to no end. Yang says that in this way, they will realize for themselves that their theories about Sona's location there may be false. The old man slaps his hand on the chair loudly, saying that hell is like some kind of museum to Ian. They can destroy his power after all. However, Ian replies to the old man that their clan knows the importance of this place like no other. After all, they built it. Looking at the old man, Yan says that the current hell is built on the Sunu clan sacrifices, as if alluding the old man to their power. However, the old man only looks at Ian, saying that he must have had a falling out since he is raking up the past so much. Ian gets up and starts to leave, saying that he generally understood the position of the old man and his clan. Leaning on his cane, Ian walks away, thanking the old man for giving him so much time. As soon as John leaves, the old man's assistant asks him if John was able to guess something. The old man does not answer, but only stands up, wondering if there has been any more news from the hell of continuous torment. The old man's assistant assures him that there has been no news or strange movements from hell at all lately. The old man stands at the window, looking out over the city, scratching his beard as if pondering something very important to the clan. The deputy offers to send some more people to the hell of torment if the old man is so worried, but he says that's not the point. Looking at the city, the old man talks about how if anyone suspects anything, they can obviously spring into action. The assistant says that there are already rumors, but the old man says she shouldn't worry about it so much. The old man remembers in his head some guy tied up in chains and says he can't get out of there. Ian goes somewhere and talks to someone on the phone, reporting that he didn't learn much, but the check was not unreasonable obviously. Young talks to Elder Min, who talks about how that old man is a trickster. We shouldn't forget that. Driving through the city, Young and Min decide that the head had better not be allowed into that hell for now, for it is very dangerous for him. With a smile on his face, Jan tells Elder Min that he may not worry about this at all. Ian talks about the fact that Mr. Steele is with the head now, and those in turn are training. Although it wasn't easy to call it training, because Lee had used energy to create his spirit and fought with it. Lee looks out the window and realizes that there is no need to rush, for from today on, Master Steele will be training him. Lee goes downstairs and meets a deputy who yells at him about how this isn't going to work. Lee talks at him about how it won't work. The aide replies that it's because Lee once again ignored the advice and stayed up all night. The aide reports that Mr. Steele said to rest for a few more days, but Lee yells that he's perfectly fine. However, in the moment while Lee was saying this, he noticed that blood started to come from his nose. This startled him. Lee goes to the mirror. He doesn't understand what happened to him. He's a little tired, but he's never been like this before. Lee's assistant walks into the bathtub. He asks Lee if he's okay right now. Lee says he's fine, but the assistant argues, saying that a master like Lee shouldn't have health problems. Lee tells the assistant that he can't sleep because he immediately thinks of Kumun Ren and wakes up. On top of that, Lee realizes that there has been a lot of news about him lately, and he himself has become much stronger. Lee remembers some fragment in his head and talks about how he wants to get stronger so that he doesn't repeat what happened. And he recalls his fight with Kumun Ren when Lee lost to him easily and Kumun Ren put him head down on the floor. Lee talks about how this should never happen again. You need to get stronger. The aide listens to him intently. Looking at the dawn from the window, the aide says he understands everything, but Lee is in too much of a hurry. You can't do that. He turns to Lee, looking at him talking about how his desire to learn may cost him his sanity. The aide yells at Lee, saying that he should give himself a chance to rest right away. Lee goes to his room, lies down on his bed, and tells himself that he understands everything perfectly and knows the risks of such training. His thoughts are distracted. It's a phone message. He pays attention to it and starts reading. It was Kang. He was telling everything to Lee, saying what he was doing now and discounting Lee's pictures. However, Lee stopped at one of the photos and was very shocked to see her. He looked closer and saw a book under Kana's elbow that was very familiar to him. Meanwhile, the events of the story show us a gathering of some people where Kana Sarah is sitting. She sits and listens intently to what is being said, while the people around her compliment her amongst themselves. The guys in the audience are discussing amongst themselves how beautiful and good Kana Sarah is, but pathetically unemotional. They discuss the fact that she is eerily calm as a rock, but her attention is caught by some sharp sound. It turns out to be a phone. She looks at it with great surprise, like a child at a toy. Seeing the screen of her phone, she blushes a little, as if something very important to her has happened. She gets up from the table, telling everyone to take a short break, and her phone shows Lee calling her. The guys in the audience immediately started discussing the fact that she immediately smiled after this man called her. Kana Sarah picks up the phone and you can see Lee on the back. It is indeed a call from him. Lee asks Kana Sarah if he's distracting her. She states that she just had a free moment. Looking at her school, she asks what business Lee is calling about. He asks if his friend Kang is studying with her. Lee tells Kana Sarah that he saw in Kana's picture the same textbook she used to teach him. Lee says that when he saw this, he remembered her teaching him and telling him stories about Marima, and so he decided to call her. She says understandably and quietly adds that apparently Khan is useful, but that's something Lee didn't hear already. She asks Lee how he is, still practicing as well. Lee replies that yes, he's as busy as ever, up to his neck. She says she understands Lee's rush, which surprises him, as if she knows the reasons for the training. However, following kindly and with a smile, she adds that Lee shouldn't forget about people like Kang and the others who are worried about him. These words greatly admire and like Lee, he thanks Kana Sarah for once again helping him as always. However, she only says with a simple face that it's all nothing, there's nothing wrong here. Trailing off, she adds that she'd like to meet when it's convenient for Lee, saying there's a lot to discuss, which surprises Lee. Quite quickly and abruptly, Lee talks about how it's like her idea to meet right now then. Kanasira is shocked. She didn't expect this and blushed all red from the shock and such a suggestion from Lee. Some time passes, Lee does come to Kana, greeting her sweetly and with a smile. Kana goes to meet him, talking about how did he really come here as promised. He says it's okay, and follows up by asking if he's ripped Kanasira off, which surprises her to the point of redness. She looks away a little and speaks uncertainly about the fact that no, she was just getting free. Kana's assistant says she has a meeting coming up. He pisses her off with this, realizing this he offers to reschedule. Lee says Kana's assistant is a very capable man, but she says he has no wit at all. Some time passes. Lee is sitting with Kana. Lee says she wanted to say something to him then. Kana talks about how the truth is that she got information about the infinite energy that Ku Moon Ren is looking for. A shocked Lee turns to Kana, asking why she didn't contact him right away. Kanasira suggests that this was not information worth passing on so urgently for Lee. Kanasira tells Lee about the story of the villainous mortal demon lord who was very popular in Murima, describing him. She tells us that at that time, the people of all Murima were trying to catch him all together with all their might. However, despite their efforts and a bunch of strong men, all their attempts were very unsuccessful. Kana says that he was nicknamed the Immortal Demon due to his immense regeneration and great strength. Lee talks about remembering well who he is talking about after Kanasira's words. Lee asks what this has to do with energy. Kana says that he immediately thought of his story upon hearing about it. She has studied all the information about him and shows Khan an excerpt from some of his books. Lee reads this with horror and sees what it says there about infinite power and energy in the writings of this demon. Kanasira says that judging from the records, he never tired of battles and all his mortal wounds were healed at once. Lee asks if the energy Ku Moon Ren is looking for belongs to that demon. Kana says she's not exactly sure. Looking at the interior of the cafe, Kana says that originally such energy was only legends that reflected people's dreams. She says the Murim were no exception, and their dream has always been this endless energy, which is what it's all about. A very surprised Lee began to ask Kanusuru what had become of this demon, whether he was still alive at all. Lee's attention is brought sharply to Kana, who says that the book described the last moments of their lives. Kanasira tells him that the followers escaped, and he, covering them, died trapped by the other Murim. Lee asks if there are any more books left of him. Kanasira says that all books related to him or other demons were destroyed in Murima. She talks about how the materials she managed to get her hands on were miraculously preserved by someone. Lee is surprised, he asks, but why at all was it necessary to destroy all the valuable materials back then? Kana explains to Lee the fact that they carried a lot of power and a lot of people wanted to get their hands on it, so they got rid of them. This slightly upsets Lee. At the end of Kana, Sarah says she's afraid lest her stories increase Lee's anxiety. Lee says that won't happen. Lee thanks Kanasira because now he knows that the eternal energy that seemed like fiction to him really existed. However, an upset Kana says that if it's all true after all, the information might fall into Ku Moon Ren's hands. Lee adds that then, the already very strong opponent will become an unkillable monster with infinite power. Kana recognizes that this is true. In the worst-case scenario, it would come out something like this. Lee in his head imagines Ku Moon Ren and the fire behind him, realizing that the world would be in the demon's hands then. The events of the story show us Ku Moon Ren himself. He turns to someone and asks if they know him. A fat old man comes out, shouting that he's glad to see Ku Moon Ren coming and stands with his weapon glaring at him. Ku Moon Ren turns to the old man and asks that everything is right, but why did that fat cook bring him here? This fat old man started smiling and talking about killing here, of course. The old man just looks at Ku Moon Ren, and the latter looks at him with a rather blank stare, not really understanding much. Following, the fat old man began to leap around the burning building from wall to wall, going behind Ku Moon Ren's back. Finally, after about 10 seconds of his jumps, the fat old man powerfully lands near Ku Moon Ren. The fat old man pokes Ku Moon Ren with a gun and yells that he has nowhere to go from here. However, he doesn't scare or surprise Ku Moon Ren one bit. He stands with a cigarette and stares at the fat old man callously. The fat old man starts screaming wildly at Ku Moon Ren, telling him to attack or go to hell right now. However, the old man is distracted by something, namely a voice that calls him Grandpa and talks about eternal energy. The old man looks at some guy, who in turn tells the surprised old man something about killing the boss. The guy starts to ask the old man to put down those big knives, but before he can finish, they're headed for him. The old man delivers a huge blow with his weapon, knocking everything in his path, and screams, then turns everything into ruins. However, the guy only calmly jumped up and rolled over, calling the fat old man very strange. The fat old man starts yelling at him, calling him a lousy guy and talking about how he's still trying to screw over the old man. Trailing off, the old man yells at Kumun-ren as well, saying that did he really think the old man wouldn't find out their intrigues. The old man says that Kumun-ren knows full well that they've been searching for the cult leader's eternal energy for a long time. But for some reason, the man decided to interfere. The old man talks about how that's why they requested help and money from the shadows, but the shadows only decided to take them out at the end. Isn't he right? However, in response to all the old man's words, Kumun-ren only remains silent, and the old man says he knew it and starts threatening him with death. However, in the next instant, Kumun-ren was already behind the old man's back and said one simple thing: "Shut up." The shocked fat old man and his gun only began to shake and ask, "When? When?" Meanwhile, dozens of incisions appeared on his stomach, as well as on his arms and other parts of his body. Kumun-ren only smoked a cigarette watching this, while the old man's blood rushed upwards behind his back. However, the whole process and enjoyment of Kumun-ren was interrupted by other people. They started calling him boss. It was a guy and some girl. They were both asking Kumun-ren why he killed that old man right away. The girl started screaming, saying that 60 years have passed, there are hardly any demon followers left, and Kumun-ren is killing them like this. The girl's name was Sophia. Meanwhile, the events of the story show us a cute girl sitting at home in the city doing something on her laptop. She relays information to Kumun-ren over the earpiece about where else there are followers. There are as many as 3 in Korea. Kumun-ren asks to arrange a vacation for them all for next week. Sophia asks if it's back to Korea. Kumun-ren says yes. Evil Kumun-ren talks about there being as many as 3 people. 1 or 2 could be finished off though. Meanwhile, we are shown Lee and his assistant. His assistant says dating is good for Lee, but Lee says it's just a meeting. Trailing off, the aide asks Lee what was so interesting that they talked about for so long, surprising Lee. At first, Lee just remains silent, however, in his thoughts. He recalls Kanasera and their entire dialogue today. Without waiting for anything, Lee asks the assistant where he thinks the demon's followers might have gone. This question surprises the helper to the point of eeriness, for he doesn't understand what kind of demon we're talking about at all. Lee tells the aide about the demon, but the aide says it's hard to even speculate. Such people have a different mindset. The assistant's words greatly surprise Lee. In his head, he scrolls the word criminals, because that's what his assistant called them. He recalls Mr. Steele's words that all of Miraman's major criminals are gathered in that hell. The events of the story move forward. We are shown Lee telling his friend that he is indeed going to hell. Lee's friend asks him what he's going to find there, but their dialogue is interrupted by some man. It turns out to be some girl with something in her hands and glasses. She looks at Lee with a smile and red cheeks. Lee's friend turns to her and thanks her for the coffee with a smile, which draws her attention away from Lee. And then, winking at her, he suggests that she could leave him and Lee alone here to talk. She embarrasses Lee and his friend and says she's completely lost her head already, and of course she'll hurry up and go and leave them to socialize. Lee's friend tells him that people like her are rarely lucky enough to see people like Lee, so she is shocked. Lee's friend looks around the room and talks about how he better give him a heads up when he comes in, and Lee apologizes for not doing so. Trailing off, Lee's friend offers to return to the conversation and talks about Lee saying he was going to hell to find something. Lee talks about how he's going to find information about the demon. From shock, Lee's friend even chokes on his coffee when he hears this. Lee's friend is talking about how he had a condration from what Lee just told him, didn't even try to hide it. Everyone around began to look at Lee with shock. Lee's friend said that some topics in Marima should be brought up very carefully. Lee tells everything he knows about hell and the demon. From surprise and such information, Lee's friend even grabs his head. Lee's friend talks about how ordinary Murim have been drummed into their heads since childhood that it is forbidden to even inquire about this demon. Lee's friend explains that because everyone in Murimiye has experienced dozens of deaths in their families because of this demon, it has become a taboo topic. Lee's friend talks about how now Lee brought up such a topic so easily and surprised everyone with it, and then Lee realized what the problem was. Trailing off, Lee is surprised to hear that his friend's relatives don't know anything about the demon. He says they don't. Behind Lee's friend, that girl reappears, talking about how there are people in the world who feel fascinated by taboo topics. Lee's friend is shocked by what his friend is saying and starts asking her what she's even talking about. She forwards some file to Lee's friend's phone and asks him to forward the file to Lee himself to look at. She talks about how there's all the information she has on this demon lord in there, which surprises Lee and his friend. The events of the story show us the building where this is happening, and this girl tells us that the truth of the information is little to nothing, just rumors. Lee's friend reads the information, and there's information even about his moles. He says it's not very useful, but the girl says it's sexy. Lee asks how they managed to get so much information. She says it's just healthy bigotry, nothing more. She goes on to say that there are plenty of people in Marima who drool over information like this. Trailing off, she says that Kumun Ren even has his own fan club. Lee's friend tries to stop her, and this information interests Lee. This girl notices that this topic behind Kumun Ren is too upsetting for Lee, and she talks about how she didn't think of it at all. However, Lee says that everything is fine, but he is interested in the single lines in this large file text. Lee asks about some technique mentioned there. Lee's friend says it's probably the general circulation technique and laughs. This girl with glasses also says that you shouldn't take all information seriously because it's just a collection of rumors. All this information only upsets Lee because either it's all untrue or the owner of the infinite energy is strong, very, very, very strong. Some time passes. Lee and the friend say goodbye. Lee thanks for the information and his friend apologizes for that girl. Lee's friend asks him a question that surprises him a lot, asking if the Sunu clan will really help Lee with hell. Lee is surprised. They walk down the stairs, and Lee's friend asks him if the Sunu clan is really ready for a one-on-one clash with the Federation. Lee tells his friend not to worry, though the Sunu clan has promised to help. But first, Lee will be trained by Mr. Steele. Hearing Mr. Steele's name, Lee's friend goes into shock and opens his mouth. Rephrasing the name, Lee asks if he knows him. Lee's friend was sweating profusely, didn't answer the question, and told Lee that apparently he needed to scrap the idea of going to that hell. Lee is very much shocked by this as well. He thinks that does his friend know something and asks the one what it is about. Lee's friend talks about how he is the strongest of the young men in Sunu, although all the glory around the Red Star, but he is also strong. Lee's friend talks about how taking his test is like saying that there is no way in hell Lee will ever go to hell. Following the events of the story, we are shown Elder Ian asking someone on the phone why they say that. It's Lee reprimanding the Elder for the fact that because of his Steel Lord and test, now Lee can't go to hell. However, Elder Yang doesn't give a clear answer, saying that it's better for Lee to talk to Steel himself, but Lee doesn't finish listening and drops the call. One of Ian's men in the car turns to him and asks him what's wrong. Ian says with a smile that there is nothing bad. Apparently Mr. Steele is doing a good job. Meanwhile, the events of the story show us Lee coming home and immediately jumping on his bed. Lee lies on the bed and realizes that his friend is right. Lee was all lying when he spoke in riddles about all of this. Lee closes his eyes, lies down, and thinks about the fact that once again he has been deceived by everyone, and everywhere is a simple, solid deception. Lee recalls that Mr. Steele was supposed to teach him the techniques, but they turned out to be defensive. His test is to break down his defenses. However, Lee now realizes that this is simply not possible. Lee is frustrated. He doesn't understand how this is happening. His attacks and training are useless now, as if. Lee lies down and on his side and picks up his phone. Starting to look at something, he wonders what techniques the demon used that made him so strong. In the moment, looking at his phone, it's as if it dawns on Lee. He stares at something with shock. And right after watching it, he flew off the bed, sat up and stared at his phone in shock. Excitedly, with sweat on his face, he started reading something on his phone and talking about how maybe he should try this. Meanwhile, Mr. Steele is walking through the courtyard and asks someone about the fact that the head continues to stay up at night. It turns out to be Lee's assistant. He talks about how even after the Steele came in, he hasn't slept in days. Meanwhile, Lee himself sits in lotus pose, concentrating energy in the training room at home. However, in a moment, concentration is interrupted and Lee hears the sound of the door to the hall opening. It turns out to be Mr. Steele, who along with an assistant came in. Lee asks what brought them. They say restlessness. Mr. Steele immediately started scolding the surprised Lee, saying that he had not slept for days. Would his body thank him for this? Lee's assistant starts to say the same thing. He wants to ask Lee to rest, but Lee himself interrupts him. Lee starts going to them and talking about how he's fine and he's fine. No need to worry about him. He knows himself better than that. However, their dialogue is interrupted by Mr. Steele, who tells Lee that he tricked him, much to Lee's surprise. Mr. Steele talks about the head, informing him that he was ready. But when he arrived here, he found out that the head was awake again. He is disappointed about that. Lee gets angry. Steele starts to go away and talks about letting him know when Lee stops cheating and will definitely be ready to fulfill everything. However, here Lee talks about whether or not he said he would always be willing to learn techniques, which surprises Mr. Steele. Lee declares that he has no time left to wait. He's going to go to hell right now. Deputy Lee is shocked to the point of shock. He starts to ask what the head is talking about. Has he really made up his mind? Trailing off, Lee declares that he is ready. He is ready to take Mr. Steele's test and go to hell. Deputy Lee starts telling him what's wrong with him. He's seen Mr. Steele's skills in practice before, after all. Lee reiterates that he knows better and states that they are stopping him on purpose by claiming he is weak. Lee's aide started talking about how isn't Head Lee joking right now and talking seriously about everything right now. However, Mr. Steele makes the point that if Lee says so, he's ready to make the fight now, which shocks the assistant. Lee starts yelling about how his abilities are enough to step his foot into Hell's territory. Time begins to draw near to the fight. The aide in his head can't understand how it won't get to Lee that it's not worth it. Here the assistant recalls his theory that Lee could have mastered the steel technique like Yang's technique once did. This is frightening. Looking at Lee, the aide realizes that even if this is all true, there is one important however. His musings are interrupted by Mr. Steele, who says that since that's the case, it can't be helped, and starts walking towards Lee. The aide tells Steele that the head is not in the best shape right now, but Steele states that he knows this and sees it. With straight and powerful steps, Mr. Steele headed towards Lee, their gazes converging, about to start the fight. Lee acts drastically. He raises a huge aura behind him. His eye also lights up with aura, and Lee charges a punch from behind him. Deputy Lee begins to look into the eyes of the head of the lie and sees that he is going to fight at full strength from the start. Mr. Steele can also clearly see the state Lee is in right now. He understands that something needs to be done. By this time, Lee strikes his first punch with tremendous power straight into the Steele, which again utilizes his technique. Mr. Steele was sweating profusely. He felt something familiar. He began to suspect Lee of the same technique. It turns out to be the split soul fist technique. Steele is surprised, but knows that Lee is aware that such a technique wouldn't work on him. Lee doesn't stop there. He decides to throw more punches, but you can already tell by the look on his face that he's in bad shape. Meanwhile, Mr. Steele is also acting very powerful. He covers his palms with a strong aura, preparing for the damage from Lee. Meanwhile, the evil Lee in his head realizes that with the Ghost Mind technique, he has already managed to check every move of the Lord of Steel. Lee recalls the fact that he had previously thought that the Steel Master was just taking on such powerful attacks of his. But now Lee realizes that he's just reducing the momentum in his attack, and after Lee starts hitting the steel again with a huge and powerful blow. That was why Sunu and Uncle Kwan's techniques did not pass through the Steel Master, for he would simply smash them apart. Striking him blow after blow, Lee realizes that something is strange. No matter how many times he hits, all the attacks don't have much effect. Lee's terrified assistant is silently watching all this, and Lee himself has a bad feeling about it. A very angry Lee realizes that mere speed or strength is not enough to break through the Steel Master's defenses. Lee then decides that he will then combine all his techniques into one in order to accurately deliver a powerful strike and pierce through the Lord of Steel. Lee's assistant is startled to notice what Lee himself is doing and opens his mouth in shock, for he is using so much energy. From this attack, the Lord's glasses began to crack and wounds began to appear on his body, shocked by Lee's strength. The shocked Meister Steele doesn't realize how he's being pierced, and meanwhile, Lee has covered everything with an aura of energy so that you can no longer see anything around him. Lee's aide is very worried about him and starts yelling at Lee, asking him to stop urgently. He looks at it all, the effects of explosions and blows and blood, and asks Lee to stop. It's too dangerous for him. Lee is already at the limit of his powers and reminds himself in his head that there is not much more left. He looks at Mr. Steele, whom he has almost defeated, and reminds himself that there is still a little bit left to win. From behind Lee's mouth comes a white aura like Kumon Ren's, his eyes glowing with power and his aura covering everything around him. The gentleman's glasses have become shattered, and he watches with shock at what is happening, looking at Lee like a monster. Meanwhile, Lee's white aura becomes blacker and his aura becomes more red. His condition is turbulent. These changes are intensifying. Lee is already unconscious, but he's still going to attack. On the brink of life and death, he looks ahead and reminds himself time after time that he can win yet. However, in the moment, all of this disappears, and Lee is hit by a strong attack from Mr. Steel that deals massive damage. Lee is bleeding sweat. He has wounds. He doesn't realize what just happened and looks at it all with shock. Lee is shocked that Mr. Steel attacked him. After all this time, he was defending himself, and now such an attack. However, Lee shouts that he doesn't care about any of this anymore. He's caught the rhythm he needs and decides to attack further. There's another blow that goes through Kanu that cuts part of his neck, and a stream of blood goes upwards. It turns out to be a backhanded attack by Lee's assistant, who apologizes for himself and looks at Lee, and Lee looks at him. Lee begins to faint. He doesn't understand why his assistant did this to him and closes his eyes. Some time passes. Lee wakes up in an unknown place. He doesn't understand what happened to him. He wakes up and sees a sleeping Jimmy beside the bed, who is apparently sitting next to him. Ginny abruptly jumps up from her seat and starts yelling about who's here. Did the enemies come already? However, next thing she knows, she only notices Lee beside her, who is looking directly at her in surprise. She immediately lunges at Lee, yelling that she has finally come to her senses. She grabs his face and asks if he's okay. Lee is creeped out by what's going on. He says it's okay and asks Ginny what's up and how it is in general. Ginny doesn't answer anything. She just yells about Lee coming to his senses, everyone rushing over here and calling everyone. However, Lee turns to her and talks about why he should yell like that. It's not like he rose from the dead, he just woke up. Trailing off, Ginny pokes her finger right at Lee, telling him that he's spent 24 hours blacked out, to which he himself is shocked. Trailing off, Ginny tells Lee that in his weak, exhausted state, he had a violent duel in which he almost died. Trailing off, Ginny talks about also learning about Lee's decision to go to hell, and talks about how she hopes Lee is joking. However, Lee talks about what he still wants, because there might be clues to find Kumun Ren. This shocks Ginny. Ginny starts yelling at Lee, saying that why would he look for Kumun Ren? Lee tells Ginny that he is already fine, she can go. She grabs Lee by his sweater and starts yelling at him that he doesn't have to go anywhere, and he doesn't have to fight anyone, he can die. Ginny yells that if Lee meets with Kumun Ren now, he'll just kill Lee, but Lee declares that he knows much better and shocks Ginny. Lee turns away from Ginny and talks about how he imagines fighting him several times a day. And every time, this fight, in Lee's mind, ends with him losing, which pisses him off even more than the fight itself. Angry Lee says that he understands perfectly well the whole point of what he did and even more understands how weak he is now. Hearing this, Ginny yells at him even more, saying that if he knows everything so well, why does he keep building a stubborn ram? However, there was no response to Ginny's words. Lee only lowered his gaze and stared down. He had nothing to say. Ginny is saddened. With sadness and redness on her cheeks, she looks at Lee, realizing that things are very bad for him. However, Ginny follows by covering her face and eyes with Lee's t-shirt and starts talking about how she's scared that Lee is going to die like her grandfather. Ginny is simply crying. She talks about what is the rush for. You can't just wait and get stronger. She is very sad. Lee sees all this. He is also very sad, but he holds back and keeps quiet, just watching this all happening. Lee explains to Ginny that Kumun Ren will be back soon, and he doesn't have much chance of winning anymore. Lee looks at Ginny frustratedly, saying that if Kumun Ren starts acting up, even the Sunu clan won't stand up against it. Ginny stops crying. She looks puzzled at Lee as if she has realized something, but on the matter at hand, she just keeps quiet. Trailing off, Ginny pulls back and, much to her surprise, she asks if Lee is referring to a certain social. Lee lowers her head and looks down, and says her and means it. Now she's being helped by Kumun Ren with the treatment. Lee says that Kumun Ren wouldn't just help her, and the events of the story show us a little girl with steel hair. Lee says that if Kumun Ren's plan succeeds, there's nothing for the Sunu clan to match, but Ginny starts to make an example of her grandfather. However, Lee responds to Ginny by saying that reality is unfortunately not what everyone wants it to be. Lee talks about how Kumun Ren's sidekick has already started to appear in the clan, referring to the very fat men who were in cahoots. Lee talks about how they're all here and watching Lee, waiting for him to make a wrong move, which is a very good thing for Kumun Ren. Lee and Ginny start discussing what recently happened. Lee stands by the fact that everyone around him is purposely keeping him from going to hell. A moment, however, the door opens and Mr. Steele himself enters, apologizing and enters the room. This is immediately seen by Lee. He is not very happy to see Steele, for he considers him an opponent of his idea. Steele asks if Lee is okay. Tilting his head down, Lee tells him that he's okay. But Ginny just stands there silent. Ginny wants to ask something, but Mr. Steele interrupts, saying that he overheard their dialogue completely by accident while standing outside the door. Mr. Steele tells Lee that he's got it all wrong and begins to explain why his assistant got involved in their fight. Steele starts to explain to Lee the fact that he mixed Sunu and Quan clan techniques in battle, and that's impossible. Steele's words startled Ginny. Ginny started yelling at Lee, asking if it was true and saying that it was wrong and just impossible. Lee starts to talk about how it's okay, and he did it, but Steele says it was in meditation, which surprises Lee. Steele's point is that reality and meditation are quite different, and it may work out in meditation, but not in combat. Trailing off, Steele tells Lee that fusing the two techniques is impossible, which is why Lee's assistant stopped him during the fight. Lee began to understand why the Steelmaster had been standing in defense the entire fight, and after this fusion, he attacked Lee sharply. Ginny started to point at Lee and talk about not knowing about everything, but here Mr. Steele is completely right in his words. However, Lee talks about what he heard about the one demon with infinite energy doing that. Ginny ran up to Lee and started yelling at him and poking him, saying that she was going to write the truth to him too. It was all fiction. Then Mr. Steele says that since they're all okay, he's going to get out of here. Before leaving, however, Steele says that when Lee comes to his senses, let him talk about the plan to go to hell, which surprises Ginny and Lee himself. A creepily surprised Lee began shouting in the wake of Mr. Steele about what he should do with the dough from him then. As he leaves, Mr. Steele talks about Lee passing the test, because passing the test required making Steele go on the offense. Lee is shocked by this, and Steele adds that despite the whole incident, he still threw a punch at Lee, meaning the test is passed. Steele leaves the office and closes the door, but it is clearly visible that Mr. Steele is still doubting his decision. Deputy Lee sees this and asks Mr. Steele if he's sure the head is ready to go to hell now. However, Mr. Steele asks Lee's aide if Miss Sucker orders to help Kumun Ren for the sake of Lee's head, how will he act? The aide is shocked. Mr. Steele starts to walk away and the assistant says he's talking nonsense, because why should Miss Sucker do it at all? Mr. Steele interrupts him and says something to the effect that apparently the aide hadn't even considered this outcome of events. Mr. Steele talks about not thinking about what happens next. Right now, he cares about helping the chapter, and we'll see what happens next. Mr. Steele says it will be a sign of respect for Elder Quan, for it was he who once recognized the head of Lee. Some time passes, the events of the story show us Elder Min, who clarifies whether Steele has agreed to escort Lee to hell. Elder Kim confirms this. Yang says he is also generally unsurprised by this decision from Mr. Steele. Elder Young began to apologize to the other elders, saying that he didn't expect Lee to be able to do all this. Altogether, the elders began to look for a way to get to hell, for it was now in the hands of the Federation, and nothing would work out that easily. Elder Kim turns to Young, saying that unless he's mistaken, Young was looking for someone for the chapter. However, Ian says that the skills of the buddy he's entrusted with this case don't please him at all yet, and looks at the phone. Following the events of the story, show us Khan talking to someone on the phone, saying that their words hurt Khan. Kanasera is on the phone with him. Kang complains to her that he has no time at all and is busy with everything. She says it's his choice to help Lee. The event of the story shows us some nice apartments, and Kanasera tells Kanu on the phone that he has to find a certain elder. The assignment Kanasera gave Kanu was to ferret out information about a certain elder and not declassify himself as a Murim. Kanasera asks Kana 100 times to be careful. He says he's got it all figured out, and he's figured it out already, and he'll do anything. Kanasera finishes talking to Kang. She's just shocked at how annoying Kang is. If it wasn't for Lee, she wouldn't be working with him. Kang has the same opinion of her. She repeats everything to him like a child. She takes him for a common juvenile. A girl from his school, the head girl, approaches Khan and asks sweetly about who Khan was talking to just now. Khan asks what's actually going on. She talks about Khan being asked to help with the vegetable garden actually. Khan goes along with the head woman. She says that the people here think Khan is weak and think he can only handle the vegetable garden. The head woman talks to Khan about looking at him and remembering Khan before, and as if two different people are in front of her now, surprising Khan. She asks how Kanu managed to improve himself and his body so quickly, and in general, he has become a different person, Kanu is pleased to hear that. Trailing off, the headman asks Khan how he even found out about volunteering here. He said that somehow it all came about by accident. However, in a moment, their dialogue is interrupted. Kang feels something coming at him from above. It is a vase with a flower falling. Seeing this, Kang abruptly grabs the headwoman and starts pulling on her, which scares her very much. The next moment, the flower falls and shatters, and the headman and Kang himself are shocked by the whole thing. Khan starts asking her if she's in one piece, and if she's okay. She tells Khan that she's fine even though she's scared. Khan looks up, saying it's a real no-show, and trying to figure out where it fell from in the first place. Kang abruptly stops watching. He notices a strange man ahead with a wild aura of power around him. This renders Kumon Ren, who walks by smoking his cigarette, the malevolent aura of power around him immediately visible. Lee is in wild shock when he sees him, though he doesn't know who it is, but a wild aura of power covers everything around him. However, Kumon Ren in turn apparently immediately realizes that Kang is from Marima, for he pays attention to him. The headman doesn't realize what's going on at all, but Kang can't even move from his seat from surprise and strength. A calm Kumon Ren with a cigarette in his mouth walks by and goes on with his life, mulling something over in his head, and Kang says he can't breathe. In the moment, Kumon Ren stops beside Kang and looks right at him, which scares the hell out of Kang. The shocked Kang doesn't know what to do or how to react at all. It's hard for him to even breathe. He's covered in sweat. Kumon Ren's gaze settles on Kang's clothes. He notices a school name tag that reads Kuren. Kumon Ren starts to speak, which makes Kang flinch in shock. He asks Kang, Kuren School? However, without waiting for any reaction or response from Kana and Stroster, Kumon Ren simply walks further down his road. Kang stares after him, a feeling of shock and fear lingering in his gaze, and it's hard for him to realize who it was in the first place. Kang continues to stare after him and ponder what that strange feeling was, for it wasn't just fear that had visited Kang. The headman began to question Kang if he knew the man. However, Kang stated that no, it was fine. On the way, Kang discusses with the headman about the vegetable garden. Kang remembers not to reveal the fact that he is related to Murin. Time passes. The events of the story show us a tired Khan digging a vegetable garden in some old man's yard. Khan asks Grandpa what they're even digging that hole for. Grandpa replies that it's simple, for fertilizer. While Kang was digging, he discovered something inside the hole. Grandpa asked him to get it out and check what was lying there. While Kang was reaching, his grandfather asked him where he was even from himself. Kang replied that he was from Kuren High School. Trailing off, Grandpa asks if this is the school that the clan runs. Without thinking, Kang replies that it seems to be as he was told. Immediately, Kang notices some hand flying at him. It's this grandfather's hand. It approached at a fast speed. Grandfather became many times stronger and bigger, and with a huge hard kick, sent Kana headfirst into the ground, pinning him to the ground. Kang began to scream about what was even going on, and tried to cough up after such a hard blow to the body. However, when he opened his eyes, he saw that Grandfather's large cane already approaching his face with great speed. Grandfather began to tell Khan that he was already convinced that he was a Muraman, and asks what Khan was doing here in such a wilderness. Kang asks his grandfather if that pot was also dropped on his head by him when he was standing with the headman. Grandpa smiles and talks about how Kang is very clueful. This pisses Kang off to no end. He is very angry about the whole thing. Kang starts yelling about how it's very dangerous, because the pot could fall right on their heads then and kill them. However, Kana's dialogue is interrupted by seeing an old broken skull in the ground at his side. This really freaks him out. Khan tearfully screams about, oh no, there are human remains here, and starts twitching back and forth non-stop. In response, however, the grandfather only hits Khan on the head with his cane and asks him to shut up now and calls him a lousy man. Grandpa presses Kana with a shovel and talks about stopping building a non-figurine and asks him to urgently tell him who he is. Grandpa talks about knowing that those types from Milyan were following Kang, and they are not from Milyan at all. There are no such professionals there, Kang wonders. Kang doesn't really know what Grandpa is talking about, but he thinks he means the strange man with the cigarette. Khan starts yelling at his grandfather about not killing him and starts telling him why, but then Kang realizes that he shouldn't tell his grandfather about it because he's obviously not the first time he's done it. Khan looks at the skull next to him and realizes that even if he told the truth, there's no guarantee that this grandfather won't finish him off here. Looking up into the cane above his head, Khan realizes full well that he will have to make it through now on his own. Khan begins to ask himself to think faster with his brain and think things through. After all, Jinny has taught him many forms of combat. While Kang was thinking, his grandfather decided to ask him himself, saying, "You're from the Shadow Warrior clan," which shocked the hell out of Kang. Without waiting for a response from Khan, Grandpa talks about how he knew it, which is why Khan didn't want to reveal himself, Grandpa says. Grandpa talks about how his comrades stopped contacting him when they contacted the Shadows. He assumed they were coming for him as well. Grandpa starts leaning over to Khan and talking about finding with the Shadows what they came for it is in the demon's grave. Our hero Kang doesn't understand what this is about at all, what the tomb of the immortal demon lord is about. He doesn't understand either. Grandpa points the shovel at Kana, saying that since he has learned such valuable information, the payment for it will be Kana's life. Khan notices that the shovel is heading straight for Khan's neck at high speed, and it's worth doing something immediately or he'll die. However, some sharp sound interrupts all this process on the field, and the old man stops upon hearing it. He turns around and sees a girl in front of him. It's Sophia, one of Kumun Ren's men. He looks at her, and she looks at him. Sophia examines the old man and compares him to the photo on her phone, saying that all Asian old men look the same. However, the old man does not dare to wait. He immediately strikes Sophia with the shovel, but she easily dodges it. She keeps comparing him to the picture on her phone, and the old man doesn't give up trying to attack her time after time by jumping. Once again an attack, this time with the cane, and once again this attack gets past Sophia. She easily dodges it and kicks it away. She picks up her phone, calls someone, and in English talks about how she caught him, finally, with a smile on her face. However, in a moment, the grandfather turns his cane into a sword by removing the second part of it, and his eye is covered with an aura. He throws a sharp and serious punch at Sophia, much to her surprise, but she dodges it again. Following this blow, they have a battle, while Sophia is only fending off the old man and his blows. Meanwhile, our hero Khan climbs out of his potential grave and watches what's going on outside. Sophia realizes that the old man is not as simple as she thought, and will have to sweat a little to defeat him. The old man powerfully lifts himself off the ground and leaps into the air, gathering a charge of tremendous energy. Sophia meanwhile begins to run, gaining speed and momentum to also counterattack the old man herself. In a moment, Sophia notices that the old man's attack is becoming very powerful. It might just kill her. The old man's aura blows away everything around him. Sophia realizes that there is almost no chance to fight her off. She's too close. She trails off and notices several people pouncing on her grandfather and blocking all of his attacks and even launching new ones. Grandfather is shocked. He realizes that the attack didn't just fail. He was attacked. He recoils to the side. The guy who, along with Kumun Ren, fought the fat old man back then shows up here. He tells Sophia that it looks like she's in trouble. Sophia is pretty pissed at this guy, but grateful. She starts to make excuses and talks about just being distracted. Sophia, this guy, and a few other days surrounded the old man in a circle and started saying that they didn't feel like killing either. The old man's attention is interrupted by Khan, who at this point began to climb out of the pit and walk away. A shocked Khan starts to run, as he realized he'd glared at the fight again and hears trouble be damned. However, the grandfather sees everything. He jumps to Khan, grabs him, and puts his sword up to his face, saying that he will kill Khan. He starts making death threats against Sophia and the guys next to her, but they don't realize what the threats are actually about. Meanwhile, Kang is very worried about the old man and he's surrounded by other Murim now. It's just a shock. In his thoughts, Khan remembers Jenny teaching him different techniques for different situations and opportunities to save himself. Meanwhile, Grandpa yells at everyone to see if they've gone deaf, and Kang prepares to make a surprise attack on Grandpa. And not in vain he prepares, for in the next instant, the grandfather gets in his face, followed by Khan throwing him over his shoulder. This is noticed by the shadow fighters around Sophia. They are surprised, for it was done by Khan, who looks like a schoolboy. Khan starts yelling about how do they really think he's going to let himself get beaten up. You can see the energy in his eyes. The guy with the glasses is a little surprised by this. He asks Sophia where this guy came out of in the first place. She's screaming about how she doesn't even know that, and for starters, you need to grab the old man already, never mind the schoolboy. Sophia heads towards her grandfather with the others, and he says something about some hiding, that he's had enough of hiding. An old man with blood on his face and strange eyes talks about whether they saw what they are about to find here. However, Sophia and the others do not understand what he says at all, for they communicate in English and the grandfather in Korean. Followed by Grandpa yelling about now and showing everything so they will see it before they go on their last journey. A powerful energy began to flow from the grandfather. It was of different colors and strangely spread everywhere. The grandfather began to glow and spoke of the demon lord's power being eternal and he himself being immortal. Grandfather began to grow muscles and strange wounds all over his body, and his eyes turned purple. Sophia's group of guys like Kang stand in shock watching all this. They can't understand what's going on with Grandpa. One of them yells about how watching standing is clearly not an option and jumps on the old man saying he urgently needs to be tied up. By this point, it's like the old man has turned into a powerful zombie. With one swing of his bare hand, he throws the guy off. The old man looks at everyone else with a bloodthirsty smile and says that the first one has already gone. One of the guys runs at the old man too and delivers a hand punch to his head. However, the old man dodges it. After the guy realizes he missed, he gets into a defensive posture, and even being such a big guy scares the crap out of the old man. The old man talks about the second one going as well, and Sophia and the others realize it's already dangerous and jump back immediately. The guy with the glasses springs into action. He unleashes a chain attack straight at the old man, hoping to hit him. Here the old man just grabs all the chains the guy let loose at him with his hands and just breaks those chains at once with his hands. Sophia immediately realizes that things are very bad, for this guy is the strongest among them here, and his attacks didn't work at all. The old man follows up with an arm punch that takes down a tree and a few other guys right behind him in one fell swoop. Sophia immediately realizes she needs to act. She ducks and starts running forward away from the old man. However, the old man renders faster. He grabs Sophia's leg and holds it in his hand. Sophia realizes that things are very bad. She is in shock and doesn't understand what she should do now. Grandpa says there's finally a bitch amongst everyone. But meanwhile, Khan is watching it all and doesn't know what to do better. Kang looks at it and doesn't understand how with just words the old man created so much power. Is it really a spell? And he's a mage of some sort. Here Khan notices some person talking about some kerfuffle here. Khan is immediately surprised by this. That's when Kang notices that this is the man, and we know it's our Kumun Ren, who's coming right over here. This is noticed by the old man, who turns his head around and sees what Kumun Ren is standing behind him and looking at him. Kumun Ren talks about sending his group to catch an old man. Can't they do that already too? The guy with glasses smiles and cheers, talking about how the boss has finally arrived while looking at Kumun Ren. The old man along with Kang see Kumun Ren and look at him, just silently, and he doesn't try hard to speak either. The old man turns to Kumun Ren, saying he's finally here. The old man throws Sophia right at him. She doesn't fly far, however, as Kumun Ren easily grabs Sophia and stops her possible punch. Trailing off, Kang notices that the old man flies straight at Kumun Ren with a huge punch. Kang yells about it. Kumun Ren is strong. He immediately jumps up and stops the old man from hitting him directly and takes Sophia with him. During his leap, he also managed to land a leg kick right on the old man, then sent him to rest upside down. The old man, though, took a hard hit right on himself and began to fall backward. But it's a wonder he got to his feet at all. With that, Kumun Ren lands and calmly tells his grandfather to follow him and that he won't tell him twice. Trailing off, Dead swings his arm and wants to pounce on Kumun Ren, saying that he's gotten cocky with one punch. Trailing off, the grandfather looks at Kumun Ren and talks about how if he was already fighting at full strength, Kumun Ren wouldn't stand a chance. Trailing off, Kumun Ren only reaches out his hand and releases a bunch of energy into his grandfather, then scares him with it. Kumun Ren doesn't wait for anything. He takes one step and just happens to be on the other side, behind his grandfather's back, and strikes at his head. Kang looks at this with shock. He doesn't understand how this is even possible and looks at Kumun Ren and his grandfather. Meanwhile, the old man snaps out of his seat and runs across the floor directly at Kumun Ren, saying that he had already anticipated all of his actions. The old man puts his hand forward and says that it's finally time to show his full power, and then smiles. However, without waiting for what the old man is about to do, Kumun Ren jumps on his head with his foot and crushes his head. In the next moment, Kumun Ren pounded into that old man's head, right into the asphalt of it by lowering it with his foot. Kumun Ren only stares at him with a blank stare, saying that even here, the old men don't close their mouths in any way. The old man lies unconscious, he doesn't move, and Kumun Ren orders his assistants to take him away urgently. They carry out the order. Kang looks at all of this with wild shock. He can't understand how Kumon Ren took him to the ground with such force with one punch. Kang watches Kumon Ren and his men take his grandfather away and try to move away from such blows as they've been dealt. Kang still can't come back from the shock. He thought that seeing Lee's fights had seen all of Marima's maximum, but this Kumon Ren surprised him. Kang watches this with shock, replaying everything in his head, the mere aura of Kumon Ren already making him feel sick. Meanwhile, Kumon Ren's men turn to him, saying that it looks like Grandpa has started to regain consciousness. Grandfather began to talk about how he remembered a time when he fought alongside a demon and the whole world was under his feet. However, all of the things that Grandfather is saying right now doesn't surprise Kumon Ren, but it hurts his attention for sure. Grandpa goes on to talk about remembering his old times, recalling them in his head further. However, in a moment, Kumon Ren starts to feel something that surprises him wildly. He looks at the old man. Meanwhile, the old man himself began to rise from his feet, screaming, and everything around him began to be immersed in his powerful aura. Kumon Ren shouts to his guys to immediately quickly move away from his grandfather in an urgent manner. The old man raises a huge aura around him. His body seems to be on fire, taking everything around him with it. He screams wildly. Kana is scared to tears by this. He scurries away and screams about how is it really fire, and the old man screams wildly alive. Kumon Ren's people started running to him and asking him what was going on and asking why the fire was burning around him. Sophia asks Kumon Rek about whether it's the influence of the eternal energy being displayed, since even his reincarnation was strange. Together with Kumon Ren, they talk about being the last of the 3 survivors in Koreatown, and he is also dying now. Trailing off, Sophia looks at Kang, remembering that he's been here all this time as well. Kang, meanwhile, also looks at her, realizing that he has once again blundered and now doesn't know what to do. Sophia, looking at Kumon Ren, points at Kana with a look, saying that he was here along with that old man. Kumon Ren starts to look at Kana. It's not clear what's on Kumon Ren's mind right now, but his gaze is clearly not kind. Kang sees this, and Kumon Ren's huge aura, he is wildly frightened and doesn't know what he's supposed to do now. Meanwhile, the events of the story move us to Lee, who is training with Mr. Steele. It's very hard for Lee to train with him, as his punches are overpowering for him, but Mr. Steele praises Lee for his efforts. Lee thanks Mr. Steele for the praise and follows up by asking him how he would have to deal with his opponent's defense techniques. However, Mr. Steele replies that he is showing a technique not for overpowering the enemy, but for surviving, which surprises Lee. Mr. Steele explains to Lee that in hell he will be just fodder for many, so the first priority is to defend himself. Lee is upset. Mr. Steele makes the point that if Lee has fights there, his main goal is not to win but to survive. This is important to remember. Lee says he understands that, but their dialogue is interrupted by Lee's assistant, who informs him that it's time to go to the meeting. Upon arriving at the meeting room, Lee communicates via video link with 3 elders who say they have great news. They proudly inform Lee that it will not be long before he can enter a hell of uninterrupted torment. They shock Lee and say that they have visited over 20 Federation clans and have managed to change their positions. Lee says that they don't like the Sunu clan after all, but Yang replies that that's why they used Lee's name and the Shinhyop clan. Yang says that through the Federation's good treatment of the Shinhyop clan, they've managed to change their minds. Lee says if they don't recognize it. Riding in a car somewhere in the woods, Jan talks about trying to clear up any such misunderstandings on their part. Yang says that although the head of the Federation is being stubborn, one of the advisors says that the matter can be considered settled already. Yang's dialogue with Lee and the other elders is interrupted by his assistant, who tells him that Yang has a phone call. Ian informs Lee that they have just been contacted by the Murim Special Forces Unit and offered to hold a meeting anonymously. Even though Lee is very surprised by this, Yang suggests that Lee shouldn't worry, because it's unlikely that anything serious will happen there. After a while, the events of the story show us Yang and the men of the squad who criticize Lee's decision to go to hell, for it is not peaceful as it is. Ian replies to them that he had not thought to hear the teachings of Murama from people who came out of the government, which surprises one of them. Ian addresses him, saying that have they forgotten about Muram and the government not touching each other. The second member of this squad says that this is obviously true, but the hell of uninterrupted torment is another matter. Looking at the interior of the bar they met in, he talks about how if all the criminals get out of there will be wild chaos in the world. Stirring his cocktail, he adds that the Sunu clan is now reaching for a huge bomb and they very much disapprove. However, at one point, someone interrupts him, saying that it's just them in this situation that should stop, which surprises them both. It turns out to be Lee who came here. He says they only listened to the Federation side, that's why they accepted it. And there's also the Sunu clan. The men of the squad are shocked at Lee's appearance. Young is also surprised, but bows and greets the head of the Sunu clan, Lee. One of the squad talks about how Ian likes to make a fuss after all. They offered to see the two of them, and he called the head. However, Lee replies that he came here because he had to, which surprises this man from the squad. Lee pushes back his chair, starts to sit down, and says that all of Ian's activities lately have to do with his orders. Lee is pretty aggressive in stating that if they have anything to say for a hell of a lot of agony, let them say it to Lee. However, such a scene doesn't surprise the second of the squad at all. He just remains silent and looks at Lee frustratedly. However, he then roots a smile and talks about how Head Lee has changed a lot in all this time. However, events move forward and we are shown an old man hitting his hand hard on the table and yelling about how this is possible. It's the same old ghost man from the other clan yelling to someone on the phone about how this is even possible. These turn out to be the same people from the squad going home somewhere. They say they decided on the one that was the right thing to do. He tells the old man that he has learned many things and that his clan is forever neglecting many things, which surprises the old man. The man tells the old man that a lot of things there have been thought out by Lee and Young himself, and it's hard to fight against them. The old man tries to convince the man from the squad that all of Jan's words are nonsense, but he only replies that how do they know what is nonsense and what is not? The old man is very angry, and the man from the squad says they have no desire to get involved in the conflict between the people in Murama. Young and Lee also discuss their successes, saying that the head of the Federation has already used everything he could use. Lee and Young are chatting about whether the head of the Federation can't do anything else to stop them. Ian assures him that everything will be fine and asks Lee to just go on vacation, which he generally does as he leaves the place. That's where Assistant Young comes in, talking about whether they're done for this visit to the clans already. Ian tells the aide that he should wait. Doesn't he realize that this is just the beginning now? Leaving Ian talks about the fact that they are dealing with the Federation. Whatever training they have, they can be hit. Jan's assistant addresses him, saying that in his opinion, Jan has been overstretching himself a lot lately. Ian only smiles, laughs, and says he's fine, just like that pestering young man in general. However, Jan remembers that he hasn't heard from him in a few days and starts checking his phone messages. Meanwhile, Kana Sarah and some man are walking around the place where Kumun Ren fought against that grandfather. The man tells Kana Sarah that this is the place where Kang went missing a couple days ago. Kana Sarah is shocked by this. She examines the various footprints at the site, saying that they were clearly not left by Khan, but by someone with masterful abilities. Kana Sarah continues to survey the area and anxiously thinks about whether or not he has gotten into a fight with someone. Trailing off, standing in the wind, she talks about how she knew he could cause trouble for her, but to be of this magnitude. Kana Sarah calls John immediately. She reports that Kang has disappeared without a trace, which scares and surprises John. She goes on to tell Ian, telling him that his mother filed a missing persons report on her son a couple days ago. Ian asks why it's so late. Didn't he call anyone? Kana says his mother told him he had cell phone problems. Walking around the missing persons place, Kana tells John in detail everything she knows about the old man Kang went after. John begins to find out more from Kana Sarah about this old man, as it is learned he was in the hospital, and then it was revealed that his papers were fake. While looking at some building, Kana reports that at the same time, a group of suspicious foreigners were visiting the place. Kana Sarah tells John that they didn't get on any cameras. They were only seen by the locals here. Ian asks if these foreigners could have been after the old man. Kana Sarah says that's the most logical theory right now. Ian's point is that in that case, Khan was likely at the point of their conflict simply because of that. Kana Sarah confirms, saying that if the theory turns out to be correct, Khan could have died somewhere around here a long time ago. Meanwhile, we're shown Kumun Ren rudely asking someone if he's tired of living already. It turns out to be our protagonist Kang, who looks at Kumun Ren with shock and scratches the back of his head. Kumun Ren stands and explains the breathing practices to Kang and asks what the problem is with just doing them now. Trailing off, Kumun Ren puts his hand out and tells Kanu that he just needs to repeat and gather all his energy. Kumun Ren explains to Kang about how to do and learn everything, saying that his past skills are just exhausting the body's energy. Kang does as Kumun Ren taught him, and after a while, energy appears in Kang's palms. This surprises Kaina to no end. He looks at her like a toddler at a toy and doesn't even know what to say. Kang starts bragging to Kumun Ren, saying that he has succeeded, but the latter only states that it's all small things. Khan time after time creates easy energy in his hands, saying it's so easy. By those books, everything was incomprehensible. Trailing off, Kang looks at Kumun Ren and says to himself that even though he's weird, there's a reason Kang went along with him. Kang remembers again that moment in the forest. Then Kumun Ren asked Kang what the strange old man had managed to tell him. Kang started stuttering and stammering and couldn't say a word. Kumun Ren asked him to just forget it, and Kang then stood there in shock. Then Kumun Ren ordered all of his men to leave, because it was useless to stand here. He concluded that Kang had randomly showed up here. Sophia yelled at Kumun Ren, saying that Kang had seen them and knew everything, but Kang only said that there was nothing for them to do in this country. That day, Kang watched it all from the mountain. He was very happy that they started to leave and didn't even kill him here. As they began to distance themselves, Kang concluded that he should go then too, because why stand here with them? However, turning around, Kang realized that he couldn't even take a step. Some powerful aura pressing down on him from above, preventing him from walking. Kang was frightened by this feeling, as if the whole world had stopped. He couldn't take a step normally. There was no way the scenes with Kumun Ren and how skillfully and strongly he fights against everyone were leaving his scene. In the moment, Kang starts yelling at Kumun Ren to wait, which gets their attention. He got out of his seat and started running after them, yelling for them to wait, because he had something to tell them. Kumun Ren's assistant started asking him about what was wrong with this guy. He was let go after all. Why was he running? As he managed to catch up and run up to Kumun Ren and his group, he managed to run out of breath and gave up resting. Trailing off, Khan raises his head sharply and yells out that he knows the whereabouts of what they are looking for. Kumun Ren says, does Kang know what he's looking for? But Kang says that hell, he learned everything from that grandfather, and Kumun Ren asks Kang to come forward. However, Kang talks about doing all of this on only one condition. Much to Kumun Ren's surprise, he hasn't heard that in a long time. Trailing off, Kang yells out, saying that his condition is that Kumun Ren will train him in martial arts as best he can. Hearing this, Kumun Ren and all the people in his group stopped in shock, for they had never heard such a request even close. Kumun Ren only lowers his gaze and asks Kang with a smile, wondering if he knows who he is. Kang talks about what he knows. They're from the Shadow Warrior faction and asks Kumun Ren if that's true, Kumun Ren himself wondering about it. The next moment, Kumun Ren grabs Lee by the soccer jersey, looks into it and asks, is that Merriman? Kang was expecting a lot from them, but clearly not this reaction. He started to say that yes, but what's the same about it? With a wild aura of power, Kumun Ren looks at Kaina and talks about how there is no one in Marima who is still alive after meeting them. This all scares the crap out of Kang. He can't understand how this is possible, and Kumu Ren's aura scares Kang even more. Kang looks into Kumun Ren's eyes and realizes that just from one look is enough for Kumun Ren's dark aura to cover Kang completely. Kang closes his eyes and starts to let tears fall, thinking that he probably shouldn't have even gotten close to them. Kumun Ren in turn doesn't do anything, he just watches and waits for Kang to act. Kang realizing that he's probably going to die, talking about how if they kill him, they won't know the information. Kang shakes with shock. Kaina's phrase though makes Kumun Ren angry, but it's very mixed feelings, as if he's thinking about something else. Kumun Ren takes out a cigarette, takes it in his mouth, and says that Kang is very brave. If his information is useful, he has a couple days of training. However, Kang talks about how it's better not a couple days, but at least 10, which annoys Kumong Ryong, but doesn't make him angry. Kumun Ren agrees and asks Kang to tell everything. Kang immediately says that what they are looking for is in that demon's grave. Kumun Ren looks at Kang with shock, but later asks how he can be sure that Kang isn't deceiving him. Kang says that that grandfather told him about it and then was going to kill him, which is looked at with shock by Kumun Ren's men. Kumun Ren himself analyzes the situation and does not give a direct answer, but he understands that it may be true. That's when Kumun Ren agreed to take Kang away until they know if the information is accurate, and said to give the phone back as well. Trailing off, Kang asked Kumun Ren how to address him. Since teacher doesn't sound like much, this question surprised Kumun Ren. Kumu Ren leaves and tells Kang that he can just call him boss if he wants. At the time, Kang said the boss sounds funny, and the events of the story brought us back to the present day and Kang's training with Kumun Ren. The two female aides are watching Kang and Kumun Ren discussing the fact that they've been practicing like this for a few days now. Sophia tells the other girl that the boss is strange now. She doesn't understand his actions. Sophia watches him train Khan and talks about how it wasn't easier to just nail Khan a long time ago. However, the other girl looks at Kumun Ren and says that she's happy for him because she hasn't seen the boss so energetic in a long time. This girl came out to Kumun Ren and said that she had made inquiries about what he had reported to her and handed over the tablet. Kunmun Ren looks at the tablet and the girl talks about how apparently Kang didn't lie to them about what he said. She talks about how it all turned out really funny, but Kunmun Ren points at something and asks what it is. She says that in all likelihood, there are those who have the same goal as them, to find infinite energy. Meanwhile, we are shown Li and Yang discussing the fact that the Union has given them little power and only a couple days. Trailing off, Li reveals that he has also requested 10 more men from the other clan, which they agree to give him. However, a woman's voice interrupts Yang and Li's dialogue, and surprising the assistant, the woman's voice says 8. It turns out to be Ginny, who talks about where it is that they dared to go unaccompanied. Ginny starts yelling about how she's definitely going to accompany Li. Li asks Ian if he's okay with that. Ginny looks at Ian, and elder Ian talks about how it's clearly not him who should be the first to be persuaded, but someone else. The events of the story show us a guy with a tattoo from the Sunu clan. He yells at Ginny that she is completely crazy already. This guy likes Ginny, doesn't want to let her go to such a dangerous place, and asks Ian to support him. Ian shocks him by telling him that he tried, but Ginny is stubborn. And yes, the Alliance promised to help. It's not that dangerous anymore. Trailing off, the guy is silent for a bit, then relaxes and sits down and says that since they wanted him to go too, fine. However, Li's assistant says that only people under 30 can get in there. He starts screaming in shock. Ginny asks him to calm down already. Ginny shocks Li and the guy by saying that if they want her not to go, they need to talk Li out of it, not her. Trailing off, she yells at them about how she's not a wimp, she doesn't need tutelage, she's the granddaughter of a prominent person. With that, she shocks the guy. He just stares at her silently and a little frustrated without saying anything. Some time passes. Li and Ginny get in the car. Li bows and announces that they are leaving. The elder, this guy and assistant Li, bow to him, asking him to be careful and safe. Li and Ginny get on the bus. It starts to drive away, and Ian and the others just stare after them. Ian puts his hand on the guy's shoulder, talking about not worrying. He says he wasn't afraid at all. This guy goes and looks up at the sky and talks about how sad it is to see the one you've raised for so long already grown up. Meanwhile, on the bus, they collect everyone's phones and tell them they're moving out, and then they'll have to walk another 10 km. The man who said this began to walk back out, and Ginny, instead of Li, heard a familiar voice from behind. It turned out to be Li's friend, and that girl with the glasses. Li's friend walked up to Ginny and started offering her chips. This girl immediately started pestering Ginny, asking about whether she was the same Ginny Kwan from the Talent 4. Ginny talks about the fact that yes, it is her, and this shocked the girl. She started pestering Ginny even more. Li is surprised at how a girl named Choa is just pestering Ginny, and doesn't care where they're going now. Li turns to his friend, saying that by all appearances he is also at full relaxation. He talks about how he has nothing to fear. However, he turns to Li next, saying that not everyone here is as relaxed as he and Choa. The events of the story show us a guy in a latex suit who is also traveling. His name is Seogonu from the Jeonha clan. Next, we are also shown Lee Junin from the Yongnam clan meditating a bit. A girl with blonde hair is also shown sitting sewing. Her name is Kim Byunji from Jonghwa Garden. Also, a guy named Shin Woo-jik from the Holland clan who is big and wearing a hat looking out the window. They also show a guy named Ha Dong-chol from the Samho clan. He has long white hair and huge muscles. And also watching it all is a guy with long brown hair named Kim Jae-ho from Shimsu High School. Lee notices that this Kim Jae-ho is looking at him strangely. Lee memorizes his face while looking at him. The guy with the hat looks out from behind the window. She thoughtfully sees something and tries to figure out what. It turns out to be some huge drone that's flying behind the bus and monitoring something. Meanwhile, the events of the story show us an old ghost man and his assistant, who informs us that they have set off already. They are in their clan building apparently, saying that it is apparently not worth worrying about. Grandpa starts to tell the assistant that first the rumors about Master Sonia, then what happened to the young one is strange. Looking out of his building at the river, the old man talks about doubting everything after years in Murama. The old man scratches his beard, saying that he really wants to believe that there will be no discord and everything will be normal. Meanwhile, a police car is driving near the bus, which takes it to overtake and stops it. Everyone in the cabin is shocked at what's going on, because why should they be caught by the police near the exit already? The man who is the manager of it all looks out from behind the window and asks what happened. The cops walk toward him. Head down, they ask about if he could get out of the car now. He looks at the police in surprise and asks them to show their IDs and the reason for the stop. However, the very next second, a police officer's gun is put to the head of the male organizer. The policeman looks at him with wild eyes and tells him to stop talking and asks him to get out faster. Everyone started to approach the bus exit to see what was going on, Lee's friend asking to be quieter. The organizer of the whole raised his hands and began to get out of the car little by little. The policeman continued to threaten. Lee begins to angrily ask if anyone else has ever seen such evil cops before. A guy with long brown hair started to ask why Lee was speaking to him in you. The guy in the hat sees another car coming from behind and reports it, saying they're apparently not alone. Dozens of masked men with guns ran out of the car and began approaching the bus. The policeman tells the driver that he is giving him 10 more seconds to open the door quickly. Ginny tries to walk forward to see for herself what's going on, but Lee stops her. Lee, along with a friend, discuss what they had better do now and take action against them. However, Lee's attention is caught by some strange feeling, as if he is sensing another person. Lee is creepily surprised and tells his friend that he felt the energy of a man he knows. Meanwhile, on the road to all this, someone is being carried with great speed and a wild aura saying, 7. This unidentified man approaches the car and the bus. Already close to them, he says, 8. The next moment, he was behind the back of a group of masked men and said, 9. And after another second, he knocks the policeman's face off with his foot, saying simply, 10. Some guy with black hair and a white suit knocks the police off their feet and seems to fly over everyone. It turns out to be a young boy named Hyuk Sochon, who is the heir to the Cheongdo clan. The other guys in the car also recognize him and are surprised greatly, asking what he's even doing here. Lee, seeing this all, confirms his doubts, saying that he knew it. It was his energy he felt. The cop started yelling at this guy, pointing at the driver, and threatening that he would kill him if this guy moved. Lee turns to Ginny as if he wants to give an order, but she talks about how she's already figured it out. Meanwhile, this guy knocks this cop down with a deft leg kick and throws him off to the side of his body. This all pisses off a group of masked men. Seeing all this, they point guns at him and start insulting him. However, they don't get a shot in time, and this guy is already overtaking them and knocking them flat on their backs. Trailing off, he stops, telling everyone that if they don't want to make things worse, just let them close. However, the group of masked men don't listen to him. They decide to go on the offensive against him altogether. However, with a single downward energy charge, he scatters them all in different directions, and then instantly rushed forward, tearing them all on his way in different directions. Meanwhile, all the guys on the bus were just watching what was going on and pissing on his battles. They're very surprised that this guy took care of everyone in no time, so the rumors about him weren't lying. Meanwhile, Lee's friend's girlfriend looks at him with loving eyes, saying how beautiful he is simply. But Lee's friend coughs and asks her to wake up already and come to her senses from what she's seeing now. Meanwhile, this guy approaches one of that group and says he won't talk much and asks who they are. After learning everything, he calls the old man Ghost and informs him that they are people from the Blessing cult. The old man speaks of having heard of such. The lad adds that their head is now also in a hell of uninterrupted torment. The old ghost man says these guys are complete idiots. Stealing a police car to extract their ringleader is stupid. However, the guy on the other end of the line surprises the old man by saying that the question is different. How did the information get to them then? The guy tells the old man about assuring him that the event would be held in secret. But there's news like this. Meanwhile, our heroes who rode the bus to hell discuss why this guy is helping them at all. This guy tells one of his men that Federation people will be here on the ground soon. One of his men asks him if he is sure he will go on the bus with the others, for among them is the Sunu clan. He starts walking towards our heroes, saying that he knew they would have to meet at some point already. This guy bows, says where he's from, and introduces himself as Hyuk, saying he's here on behalf of the Union to help. Lee looks straight into his eyes, clearly sensing that he's not looking at Hyuk with a kind thought. After he introduced, he also notices Lee, and also not much kindly looks directly at him. Lee's friend talks about how they understood everything, but he doesn't feel like he needs to start with an explanation here, rather than an introduction. All of this dialogue is interrupted by Ginny. Standing behind her, she starts yelling about how this is even understandable now. Looking at him, she talks about how his clan should have been shut down after one incident, why he showed up here. He tells of an old ghost man sending him here to help, for there was bad news. He points to those guys talking about how they wanted to take you prisoner to trade you later in hell. He helped solve that. The guy in the hat asks about the drones over the bus. Hyung says they wanted to guard you all the way. However, Ginny yells at him, saying that they are helping them because their apprentice and elder killed an elder from the Sunu clan. He talks about how they didn't even think about it, but instead feel guilty for what they did and apologize in this way. Trailing off, he bows and apologizes from the entire clan for what happened back then to clan elder Sunu. Ginny is shocked at what she is now seeing. She didn't expect his reaction and response to be like this. Even though this apology surprised her, she still turned away and didn't want to listen to him any further. Lee came into the dialogue and said that their clan had a hard time back then as well, which surprised Hyun. Trailing off, Lee tells him that she understands how hard it was for them back then too and thanks them for their help. With a sweet face, Hyun replies that he is immensely grateful to Lee and his clan for the excessive care now and the words of encouragement. Some time passes, the bus with our heroes and now with Hyun together goes on the road again. A guy with long brown hair walks up to Hyun and talks about how he forgot to greet him then. Hen also greets him and addresses him by his first name, which surprises everyone on the bus and the guy himself. The guy with brown hair and Hyun decide to have a conversation. This gets Choa's attention as always. She snaps out of her seat and excitedly talks about joining then too, but Lee's friend stops her. Lee's friend tells her that it would be better if they traveled in silence, however. She doesn't understand why this is so. In the meantime, one of the organizers reports that the journey is almost over and it won't be long before the bus is at the destination. The bus arrives. The organizers inform them that further on a special group of people will guide them to their destination. However, the main man in this group of people is yelling for them all to leave. There will be no visitation today. All of our heroes, who after all have arrived and hear this, are clearly very unhappy with this turn of events. Lee's friend starts arguing with them, saying that it's all nonsense, and they say that because of the recent escape, the visits are closed. Hyun says they're told from above to pass, but that guard is loud and wild about telling them to get lost, because no means no. He starts looking at them and yelling about how the place is dangerous, and suckers like them shouldn't be allowed in there. The guy with brown hair is talking about the Cheon-Doman clan heir in front of them. What kind of rudeness is in front of him? Those words change the guard's facial expressions a lot. He's not so confident anymore and doesn't shout anything, saying he didn't recognize it right away. Trailing off with anger, he says that so be it. Since they want it that way, he'll let them in there now. However, he follows up with a fierce warning that they are then responsible for their own lives and actions. Hen turns away from him, turns to the group and asks them what they have to say, if they agree to go. They all agree. This surprises the guard. He chalks it up to that and asks if everyone has the easy step technique. The group of guards then jump up and ask everyone else to repeat and keep up with them. Ginny now realizes that the whole spectacle was just to undermine their spirit and morale. However, Lee interrupts her, saying that in his opinion it's not just that, which surprises Ginny. She turns to him and gives him a surprised look, asking what he now means by saying that. Lee looks up into the mountains and asks Ginny if she can feel some powerful energy emanating from beyond those mountains. Meanwhile, the very guard who had first been rude to them and then acted normal jumped up and turned back around. Turning around, he saw that all the people on the bus were easily repeating the technique behind him and jumping up. Seeing all this, the guard and his men decide that they had better speed up in such a case, which surprises our group. One of the chief guard's subordinates turns to him, saying that this way they really won't be able to catch up. However, how angry and shocked the head guard was when he saw that they all easily caught up with him. Locking up with anger and shock, he ordered his men to speed up even more, twice as fast, which surprised them. After a while, the guard and his whole group got to the top. They were shocked because everyone had been waiting for them here for a long time. A guy with long brown hair started asking around about where the entrance was. However, Lee couldn't find his place. He looked at everyone, not realizing if he was the only one who felt this strange feeling. Looking at Hyun, Lee realizes that he's not the only one. Hyun has also started to feel it being here. The wind began to pick up stronger, standing on top of the mountain. Lee looked at them all and realized what lay ahead of them. Looking forward into the mountains, Lee could feel a fierce energy flow, thus realizing that the entrance to hell was there. His friend came up to Lee and asked what he was looking at so intently. Lee pointed him to the mountain and asked him if he felt it was strange. A friend clarified exactly what it was, and Lee pointed to the mountains and told of the strong energy that emanated from there. Knitting into the dialogue as always was Choa, who started talking about how the landscape of the mountain looked like a dragon's lair. Ginny looks at Choa and interjects, Choa talks about this being the place where the energy of heaven and earth gathers. While Choa was telling everyone what it meant, a familiar voice was heard talking about carefree chatter. It turns out to be a group of security guards who say it's time for everyone to hit the road again after a rest. After a while, our group and a group of guards come to a certain place, which is the entrance. The guards perform some sort of action, after which the cave opens up and everyone starts going down there. Lee walks the same way, but what worries him is that with each step the energy he feels is getting denser and denser. Hyun turns to Lee, saying if he's worried. Lee says no, but there have been various incidents here. It's worth being careful. Looking at the group of people going down, Hen talks about how Lee shouldn't worry. Everything should be safe. The guy with the brown hair steps in again, asking Hyun to go ahead and calling after him. Ginny is pissed off by this, as she doesn't understand why he's so clingy. But Lee asks Ginny to be calmer. Ginny asks how Lee hasn't nailed it yet, but Lee says there's no point in creating conflict now. Looking at them all, Lee quietly tells Ginny that he's not the only one who has a negative attitude towards them here. Ginny glares at them all, and with a disgruntled face says something about how it looks like Lee is right after all. A friend of Lee's enters the dialogue and talks about Hyun being a star in Marima, an idol of sorts you could say. Also, Lee's friend adds about how everyone here is pretty powerful, and Lee without his head status means nothing to them right now. Meanwhile, while they were all chatting, both the guards and our group came to an iron door of some sort. The head guard is talking about how everyone should be very careful. Now he's going to open the doors there. A second after he opened, a large hand with energy flies right in front of his face. He manages to dodge. The shocked guard, Hyun and the others, look to see that some person has walked out towards them. The head guard immediately began shouting that they had a fugitive here and asking everyone to attack and apprehend him urgently. However, all he does in response is spread his arms and yell about how all of a sudden they were going to catch him now. A second after his words, he had two guards in his hands and grabbed them by their heads. In the next instant, he began to crush their faces until they were bloody, saying that they wouldn't do anything with such skills. The main guard took a club and went to help his men. Our guys decided to help as well. This prisoner proceeded to crush their heads and draw blood, telling them if no one wanted to join. Next, this sick prisoner took the corpse of one of the guards and threw it into the hands of the head guard. The culprit jumps on the main guard, but then Hyun steps in and strikes him from above. This whole situation is being watched by our group from the bus, shocked at how abruptly it all started. The sick prisoner begins to praise Hyun for having such powerful energy, saying that if he had gotten in, he would have killed him already. Trailing off, this sicko launches the body of the head guard at Hyun, screaming that it's his reward. With that, the sickly criminal began to raise his hand and start creating a charge of energy, declaring Hyun as his target. However, Lee steps in. A second later, he's beside him and starts throwing a punch right into his arm. His arm scrapes through. He starts screaming in pain and blames Lee for it all, which is generally true. This sick criminal looks right at Lee and talks about who the hell is this other guy. Lee follows up with another punch and turns him upside down, sending him straight to the floor with an attack. Trailing off, the body of this sick criminal bounces off the floor and flies off in the other direction. Hyun and the head guard looks at it all. The head guard comes to shock at what he sees. The whole group is shocked by this, especially the guy with the long brown hair. Meanwhile, this sick criminal unconsciously lies near the gate of the entrance and does not move. Lee looks at him and the gate, as if wondering if it's all worth it and his efforts in the future. Lee, with shock, senses something and begins to stare at the gate. He is surprised by this to the point of shock. Everyone hears the stomping of someone's feet and sees the silhouette of some man in a suit coming out of the straight darkness. An elderly, grey-haired man in a suit comes out and says that they'll probably give him a lot of trouble today. Everyone shouts, "Mr. Canson!" The whole group looks on in shock and says, "Is this really Mr. Canson?" The head guard immediately folds his hands into the proper pose and bows, greeting Mr. Canson. Everyone else in our group began to do the same, bowing and greeting this man. Immediately after, Mr. Canson began to greet them as well and spoke of how happy he was to see everyone and thanked them for the journey. He talks about how he learned of his arrival from a letter from Tanju. These words are not bad, so surprise Lee's friend. Lee's friend interjects into the dialogue, saying that they were told that Canson was in custody, but he says that's not true at all. Mr. Kansen talks about how this is all a very long story, but the dialogue is interrupted by the sounds of some system that everyone can hear. Mr. Kansen says that unfortunately they are a little late. Lee asks him what that strange sound is. The guard grabs his cap and says that the last circle of the protective prison has been activated. The guard talks about how it's all a warning system and puts his cap on his head saying this. The girl in our group interrupts him saying, how can this be if the perpetrator was just killed? The guard says he is not alone. The head guard talks about the number of escapees being unknown, and Mr. Kansen sits down and tries to bring the criminal to his senses. Mr. Kansen takes the sick criminal on his back, saying that fortunately everyone is alive now. The head guard asks everyone to leave as the protection has been triggered, but Lee meanwhile watches Mr. Kansen's actions. Trailing off, Lee hears the words of Hyun, who talks about how grateful he is for Lee's help. Hyun turns to Lee and talks about how his skills have grown a lot, but Lee only gives him a strange look and remains silent. Trailing off, Lee addresses him, telling him not to talk like that as it came out extremely awkward. However, Hyun only responds by saying that whatever the case may be, the situation is taking a strange turn right now. With a calm and cool face, Lee talks about how he and Hyun are very much in agreement on this, as if it has to do with their arrival. Following a closed and small path, they all set off along with the guard, but something caught their attention. The endless siren is a distraction. They head down the stairs. Our group considers the place. Looking down, they see a seemingly endless hole that aims downward without stopping. People in the group discuss the fact that this place and the inmate list delves into everyone's fears non-stop. Here the guard addresses our group, asking them to try very hard not to touch anything here along the way. He rudely addresses everyone, saying that they might accidentally activate traps in this place. There are many of them. One of the guys with long hair asks the head guard where the prisoners are. The head guard starts pointing down and pointing to holes in the cave, saying that there are prisoners in there. He talks about how there is a road to every place. Ginny and Lee go and watch intently, listening to his stories. Ginny goes and complains about the fact that they've incomprehensibly made so much noise. It's infuriating. Lee considers everything here, but then he hears some unknown voice call out to Kansen and looks over there. It turns out to be another guard of some sort who calls out to Kansen, saying that he's already been waited on. Mr. Kansen raises his head, looks at them, and talks about what they've already had happen here. He reports that the prisoner has opened Block 14, which surprises Lee and Choa's friend now. The guard points to the move and speaks of the urgency to hurry before it's too late. The guy in the hat asks the guy with brown hair what it means. He says he doesn't know, but it's obviously bad. Kang-sun replies to the guard that he understood everything, but asks the guard who he is, which surprises him greatly. Mr. Kansen talks with a wild aura about wanting to know who the guard is, since this is the first time he's seen him. Here this guard starts yelling that unfortunately their surprise attack has failed and asks for someone to come out. Immediately after his words, dozens of footsteps were heard coming from the dark corridor, coming closer and closer. From below where the guard was standing, some people started walking straight towards Kansen and the group of people. The same thing happens on the other side, where Lee and Ginny are standing at the end. They too have people coming at them down the stairs with rebar in their hands. Our group of people are creeped out by what's going on. They clearly didn't expect this outcome today. The very same guard began to take off his uniform and talk about how happy he was to see Kuma Kangsen and his skill. Trailing off with a look on his face, the guard talks about how he has become very curious about how he would behave in such a situation. Next, this guard holds out his hand and shouts to all of them to attack, and then they all burst out of their seats at our group. Lee's friend is the first one about to take the hit. He raises his hand up as if preparing to strike. Before he can do so, Kansen scatters several enemies with a single blow. That's scary to this lying guard who didn't expect things to be so easy for Kansen. It also surprises the heck out of our group as well, who are shocked at how easy Kansen makes it all look. Kansen started throwing punches to scatter all these criminals, which shocked the guard who is standing there watching. Kansen glares furiously at him, raises a huge aura, and talks about being able to console his interest in Kansen's power. The fake guard started smiling and talking about how no matter how well Kansen fights, he can't beat them all. Hyun also intervened in the fight, attacking the second group of people on the other side and began to help Kansen with them. Meanwhile, Ginny and Lee have yet to decide to do something too, or think it's just unnecessary and stand there watching. The escaped prisoners who followed the fake guard began to marvel that it turned out like this. Hyung blocks their path, telling them that they shouldn't go any farther and all those who disobey him may lose their lives. However, a few of them still dare to attack Hyun, saying that the threats of some brat aren't scary to them. They call him a girl-faced juvenile. He in turn just watches and waits for the moment to spring into action. One of the guys in our group decides to intervene in the fight, telling the runaways that how dare they attack the heir to the clan. Meanwhile, the fake security guard is standing there sweating because his men can't even handle the veneer anymore. Meanwhile, Kansen turns to the fake guard and asks him to act more seriously if he wants to fight him. The fake guard abruptly pulls out some weird weapon and talks about how he wasn't actually going to participate. Next, he rushes in with an attack on Kansen, saying that since this is the case, he's going to try a little harder tonight. Meanwhile, a few more of our group began to attack the escaped prisoners and attacked them furiously. One of the guys in our group is talking about how those guys are going nuts already, and the guy in the hat says they're realizing their dreams. Ginny and Lee are still standing there just watching this. Ginny talks about how she doesn't understand why they are so excited about everything. Lee focuses his gaze purposefully on something, and Ginny adds that they're acting like they're on the playground. Lee's facial expressions change drastically. He is very surprised. He feels some energy familiar in his mind. Hyun feels the same way while one of the runaways complains that they've been thrown into too much trouble with these suckers. The same guy turns to see a group of his men in the tunnel, however sees them there all covered in blood and a huge man walking towards them. The man, or monster, has huge red eyes and speaks rudely from the cave about arriving at the address, mentioning Kansen. One of the runaways starts to ask what he wants, but he just grabs him by the head and crushes him with force. The guy with long steel hair also began to feel the energy of someone, just like Lee and Hyun. A loud voice began to be heard from the tunnel, shouting about, "Where are you, Kansen?" It was clearly the voice of this monster. A beast came out of the cave. It was a huge gorilla that was both human and animal at the same time. The fake guard clearly had nothing to do with her, for at the sight of her he began to scream in panic, Kansen only staring in surprise. Followed by this monster seeing through Kansen's eyes, talking about finally finding him, and the fake guard yelling about who let her out at all. The real head guard started looking at him and talking about how he had single-handedly killed the entire Union Guard once upon a time and never once lost. Kansen began to stare at the behemoth, and the head guard added that it was Kansen's help that had once caught it. However, as Kansen glared at him, the fake guard decided to strike, but expectedly missed. The fake guard started talking about how Kansen had lost his guard already and added that his weapon was poisonous. Meanwhile, a huge monster gorilla began to descend down towards Kansen, thus he was pinned on both sides. However, in the way of this gorilla were our guys, who began to block its way to Kansen. But to their great surprise, the monster did not begin to stop so easily, which surprised them, for they had expected it to stop. They got more serious with him. Pulling out their weapons, our guys started blocking his move even more. However, the monster is not intimidated by this in any way. He simply delivers a sharp blow with his large hand right at them. To the rescue comes Hyun, who dramatically lowers their heads and tells them not to be so bold. Though the monster is strong, but not that fast, Hyun manages to get the guys aside in time, which surprises the monster. Trailing off, Hyun jumps up and delivers a huge blast of energy right into the face of this monster, knocking it back. Our boys began to cheer and marvel at how well Hyun had done, which was expected of the heir to the clan. However, Lee isn't happy. He tells Ginny that Hyun's attack didn't work. The monster hasn't been defeated yet. Lee turns out to be right, for in just a moment, the monster's charged arm began to head straight for Hyun. He is surprised to notice this and barely manages to jump up in time to dodge his attack. Hyun yells for everyone to stay behind him and starts running at high speed to meet the monster. However, this doesn't scare the monster one bit. With a look of pathos, he stands there and tells Hyun that he's only a puppy yet. Trailing off, the monster began to attack strangely and very quickly, screaming about how this brat dared to attack to take it. At this point, Hyun has little choice of what he can do, and he simply dodges every attack from this beast. After a dozen dodges and moves, Hyun manages to get close to it and deliver an elbow strike right into the monster's body. However, to Hyun's great surprise, the attack almost fails, and the monster begins to turn to Hyun. The monster jumps up and yells about how Hyun is really good at pissing people off apparently. Ginny is creeped out by everything that's going on. She talks about how it's really weird that not one of Hyun's techniques doesn't work on him. Meanwhile, Hyun dodges every new attack from the monster, as its attacks don't want to go over his defenses at all. Looking at his opponent, Hyun realizes that in such a place and with such an opponent, only energy defense won't be enough. Here suddenly, Hyun was looking at Lee, realizing that it was dangerous not to think about the fight right now, but he wondered how Lee would act right now. However, while he was thinking about what Lee would do, the monster reappeared to remind him that there was no time to think. Meanwhile, the guys in the band were getting worried, not realizing if the whole place was going to fall apart by accident. One of the guys talks excitedly about how it's finally his time. His friend asks what he's even thinking right now. Meanwhile, Hyun is still fighting this monkey, realizing that his attacks are still so fast and you can't give him a head start. Suddenly, Hyun's attention is caught by a guy in their group who jumped right over the monster with a spear. He joyously leaps to realize that as long as the air in Hyun's face distracts the monster, he'll be able to strike and help. Already near the monster's head, he almost strikes, happy that he will destroy the monster with just one blow, just as Hyun intended. However, things are nowhere near as rosy. The monster just throws this guy into the wall with one swoop of his hand and nails him there. All the guys are standing there in shock. They didn't expect the outcome for this guy to be so dire. Hyun also looks at this with shock and starts blaming himself, saying that it was his mistake because he was supposed to protect his comrade. The monster grabs this guy and starts saying he has no brains at all. Attacking with those skills is stupid. Hyun prepares to attack. Realizing that they will lose at this rate, however, something catches his attention. It turns out to be Lee, who in just an instant found himself standing directly on this monster with his feet. Shocked at being so abruptly moved, Jinny began screaming Lee's name and begging him to come back. Here, Lee began to address Hyun rudely, asking what kind of drebs he'd been swept up in that surprised him, and then follows up by calmly and coldly asking Hyun if he's always been this weak. Lee began to push through the monkey's body with his foot. It began to scream in pain and raised its arms to grab Lee now. However, her pathetic attempts to grab Lee failed. A huge charge of his energy began to crush her body from above. Hyun, as well as all those who were there at that moment, were very surprised, for they simply could not have expected such an outcome. Lee's energy charge was so powerful that it broke the ladder beneath the monster, causing it to fall. Jinny began yelling at Lee, telling him that he needed to get out of there right away, for the stairs below him were falling. However, Lee of course felt it. He is not that weak after all. He continued to crush the monster with an indifferent look. Lee began to fall down after the monster below, and Jinny of course went along with him, beginning to jump down after Lee. Lee's friends started yelling at them about where they were going. Had they decided to go massively insane and run away from here simply? Meanwhile, Kansan continued his battle with the fake guard, dodging his attacks time after time. The fake guard realizes that the rumors about Kansan weren't lying. He's strong, but the guard is pissed that Kansan has time to even watch what's going on behind him. This infuriates the guard wildly, and he's snapping out of it, shouting for Kansan to regain guard and pay for it. The fake guard touches Kansan, who holds back the attack, but the guard is creepily happy. With a laugh, he yells that it's over for Kansan, but then he notices some aspect of it. Kansan's hand, his fist, blocks the fake guard's hands, preventing him from striking, but he is calm, for the weapon is poisonous. However, in the next instant, Kansan unleashes some unknown attack with which he breaks the arms and weapons of the fake guard. This scares the hell out of him, and he starts screaming and crying as all his fingers are broken by Kansan's one attack. Kansan doesn't give him time to cry. Gathering all his energy, he delivers another strike with his shoulder right into the fake guard's body. The other fugitives are in shock, for their leader has not dealt a single blow to Kansan in all that time, and he himself is in the wall. Followed by Kansan addressing all the fugitives pathetically, saying that there is no time, so if they can, let them attack in a bunch. However, they all but run away and Kansan is approached by the main real-life guard. Kansan turns around. The head guard says that there are already 2 victims from the youth who came at once. Kansan orders everyone to assist, which they do, as well as contacting headquarters and moving them to another location. Meanwhile, while all this is going on, Hyun looks simply down, with great surprise and silence. He recalls in his mind Lee, who without any hesitation just jumped down after that monster after the attack. Hyun ponders the fact that Lee hasn't changed much since their last meeting, still giving out the same weird actions. Meanwhile, Jinny flies down to Lee as well, as she is very worried and concerned about him. Taking leap after leap, she descends lower and lower down this huge dark abyss. She keeps looking around, because she can't figure out where Lee has disappeared to, if he has fallen to the bottom. However, Lee's voice is heard from the side, shouting Jinny's first and last name, which of course attracts her attention. It turns out to be Lee, who is standing near one of the prison's passages and informs Ginny that he is here. She greets him cheerfully and immediately asks him if he is in one piece and is okay after the fight. He smilingly informs Ginny that he's fine. He came down here on purpose to investigate something down here. Lee points Ginny to some tunnel. She talks about how aren't they here for Conson. Lee says another case came up. Lee tells Ginny about some strange energy coming from here, and then Lee hears a familiar voice from behind. It turns out to be the same monster. It turns to Lee, saying he was trying to escape from it or something. The monster, clutching his wound, asks Lee if he was trying to finish him off with it, but Lee says no, he even lowered the technique. Lee trails off, also adds looking at him about how he didn't expect it to come back so quickly. It's Monkey who starts yelling at Lee, talking about how he's a greyhound and thinks he's omnipotent here or something. The monster abruptly starts attacking Lee, much to Ginny's dismay, but in no way Lee himself, who just watches it. Lee doesn't even dodge. He decides to use the Steel Master's technique, and he manages to stop the monster's attack. The monster himself stops with shock, for he has seen this technique before. He turns to Lee. Looking into the eyes of the defending Lee, he talks about whether he is a disciple of that unshakable steel wall. Lee asks how the monster knows Mr. Steel. The monster only replies that he now understands why Lee is so strong. The monster begins to say goodbye, saying that he's not going to fight Mr. Steele's disciples and asks Lee to go mind his own business. This surprises Lee wildly. He didn't expect such a reaction. The monster simply walks away. After all, its target is not Lee, but Kansen. Lee begins to address this monster, talking about why he doesn't want to fight, but is looking for Kansen. Already walking away, looking straight down the tunnel, the monster replies that he's fought the Master of Steel 100 times already. He's sick of it. And then he adds that he's only fought Kansen once, and that was 10 years ago. I wonder what will happen now. Meanwhile, the events of the story show us Kansen himself, standing somewhere talking about something he just doesn't have the words for. Kansen talks about how they have only been able to study the Rhea zone, which is in fact very small and weak. Kansen asks someone to put all their efforts into the search. Our group watches it all with shock. Kansen sits back in his chair and talks about how it's hard to find Lee, but it's unlikely that the head of Sunu has fallen to the bottom with his skills. Here, Hyun interjects into Kang Seong's conversation with someone, saying that he too could join in on the search for the head of the Sunu clan. Meanwhile, the events of the story show us Lee telling someone that they don't have to help him. It's Lee who addresses the monster, and all the monster does in response is talk about how he's on his way anyway right now, no big deal. And also adds that he is happy to help Mr. Steele's apprentice. Ginny says that apparently Uncle Style is very popular here. Trailing off, the monster points Lee to some sort of tunnel-like descent in the wall, telling Lee to go down there next. However, the monster looks at Lee and talks about not advising him to do so. There's a real cave in there, no lights or paths. However, Lee addresses the monster, saying that according to him there is no one there, but Lee senses human energy in the cave. Trailing off, Lee also points out some crates and wires, much to the surprise of the monkey himself, who wasn't expecting such a thing. Out of this cave comes a man with an eye patch who addresses the monster, asking what fates and what are the two little girls next to him. The monster turns to him saying that he has the same question. What is he doing here, and what kind of baloney he has set up on top? However, the man only replies that the monster should go about its business with Kansen and not interfere with him, which surprises him. The monster began to tense his muscles and get into a stance, telling the man that he had decided to mess with him here. The monster looks into the man's face, asking him nicely to answer what he's up to here, but the man only laughs back. Trailing off, he puts his hand to his eye and lowers the other one, saying it's as if he's communicating with a wall. At this moment, Lee is abruptly and greatly surprised, for she begins to feel a strange feeling after his words. In the next instant after that, the light in the cave disappears, and the monster, Lee, and Ginny don't realize what's happening. The monster can barely see anything and starts asking why the idiot knocked out the lights now. The monster asks for the lights to be turned back on, and meanwhile this man is behind him with a blade in his hands. Trailing off, the man makes a leap from the wall right into our monster, talking about what he knows about his defense technique. Trailing off, he starts throwing punches and yelling that he also knows that he needs to see his opponent's face to do so. However, nothing happens. There is no impact. The light appears and stands Lee with some kind of device in his hands. And right at Lee's feet is the same man who hit his head on the floor lying unconscious. Lee tells Ginny and the monster that he noticed the man moving the blindfold to attack us. Lee adds that he has been in this situation once before, so he knows exactly how to act. The beast grabbed the man and began to crush his head, asking who he had thought to spend and what his plan was. This man is screaming about how he is not guilty of anything. His job was only to serve Baek Seongho's instructions. The monster interrogates this guy if he's talking about Peng Seongho, who is the leader of the blessing cult. Jinny turns to Lee, talking about how these are the same guys who attacked the bus. Lee says that there is definitely something fishy going on here. Lee begins to examine the boxes and talks about how all of these boxes contain nothing but bombs. The monster lowers this man's head to the floor and tells him to deactivate the bombs, but he says he can't, because Baek Seongho put them there. Lee asks the monster to lift the man's head and asks him where this Peng Seongho is. However, this person talks about why he would turn in someone he's in the same boat with and says they can do whatever they want. Followed by the monster grabbing the man, lifting him up and shouting that since that's the case, let him die. But the man started shouting stop. He started yelling that so-and-so would tell everything, just don't kill him. However, in the moment this person reaches for something with his hand, uses something, a bright light appears. Immediately afterward, he broke free and started running away, the monster telling everyone that it was clearly a light grenade. Lee yells to Jinny that she should go and report everything to Mr. Kansen, and Lee himself runs after the man. Meanwhile, our group, along with the guards, go around mopping up prison escapees. A guy with brown hair addresses Hyun, talking about how there are so many people not giving them a pass. He says there are too many of them. Does it seem like it to him? The guard says no, it doesn't seem like it to him. The guard looks at Hyun and talks about how the prisoners shouldn't be here at all, and he has no idea why there are so many of them today. Hyun walks up to one of the prisoners they've dressed and asks him if he can explain what's going on here. Hyun asks what the prisoners created such a ruckus for, but the man only replies that how would he know about it? The prisoner continues, saying that he is simply subordinate to the head of the cult. He doesn't know all this. Hearing this, Hyun tells the head guard that he needs to step away for a couple minutes. The guard says okay. Hyun heads to the phone, he calls Kansen, and talks about how he has a pressing issue here. Hyun coolly asks Kansong on the phone if there is a man named Peng Seongho among the escapees. Meanwhile, the events of the story show us someplace in a cave. There sits an old man with long grey hair. Some person approaches him, comes up and calls him as a head, then catches his attention. Several people in isolation suits come to him and talk about how they have successfully collected everything in the area. The man stands up, picks up a book, and says that since that's the case, it's time to move out. Here, a man appears from a tunnel in the cave and runs to meet the head and shouts that the monster has seen the bombs. This cult leader looks into the eyes of the man with the blindfold and asks who it is. He calls out the name of the gorilla monster. But the chapter says it's not about that. It's about the boy he dragged behind him here. Right behind this man with the blindfold, our Lee, who had followed the whole way here, emerges from the darkness. The man with the bandage looks at him shocked by this. He talks about how he didn't feel the fact that someone was running after him. Lee looks straight into the face of this old man and talks about whether he's the cult leader named Baek Seongho. One of the men intervenes and yells about how dare Lee talk to the gentleman like that, but Baek asks him to be quiet. Baek Seongho turns to Lee, saying that if he knows him, he can introduce himself then. Lee says that he is Lee Seon of the Sunu clan. The chief in the club looks into Lee's eyes and says, "Is this really the chief in the clan?" That's how the meeting is. The head asks what brought him here. Lee says a disturbing flow of energy directed him here. Lee rudely addresses him, asking if he framed the escape as a distraction and energy not felt by others. Lee asks him to explain what's going on, but the man in turn only turns to his man, saying that all the blame is on him now. The cult leader turns to Lee, and when asked what he's doing here, shows him a flask with some kind of stone inside. Lee is greatly surprised when he sees this flask, and only wants to ask him about whether it is really this, but is interrupted. The head of the cult holds his subordinate's head and says that they had better omit the tedious explanations. Immediately after his words, he opens the flask and pops this blue stone right into his subordinate's mouth. Lee looks at everything going on with shock. It's like he felt something strange. Immediately afterward, that subordinate fell to his knees and started coughing loudly, and the cult leader laughed and said, "Feel on your own." This subordinate's face seemed to start to swell. He shockingly started trying to spit it out. His face was covered in veins. Right after it began to happen, the cult leader loudly shouted, "This is it, the power of eternal energy," which shocked Lee to the point of being creepy. Here Lee calms himself down a bit and clearly asks the cult leader if this is the energy associated with the demon. The cult leader, as well as the cultist behind him, is very surprised by Lee's question, and meanwhile the subordinate is still coughing. The cult leader looks at Lee strangely and speaks of being very surprised that anyone else knows about eternal energy and the demon. Lee asks what she is, however. The cult leader doesn't give a clear answer and only looks at his subordinate. The one in turn stops coughing in a moment, exhales and yells about feeling pretty awesome. The cult leader says that the circulation process is apparently complete. He'd just subordinate to kill Lee and head after him. The cult leader starts laughing, turns to Lee and says that if he's interested in eternal energy, he can fight his subordinate. The cult leader adds that it's time for him to go and starts to walk away. Lee shouts after him, asking him to stop. However, his requests are abruptly interrupted by the appearance of the very subordinate who began attacking Lee. He starts smashing things around, attacking Lee, and talking about how the power is coming out of him like a bucket. At the moment, Lee is only dodging his attacks. He can't understand what strange feeling is not leaving his body. He looks at this cultist and thinks about the fact that is this power really the boundless energy that Kumun Ren needs? Trailing off, Lee sharply attacks a subordinate and says that if that's all it is, he doesn't see much power here. However, in the next instant, Lee's attack was repelled. It was done by this subordinate. Lee is surprised by this. Lee looks directly at him and can't understand how this is possible, since just now he directly attacked him. Meanwhile, the nosebleed cultist looks at Lee and asks if this is a blow in his opinion. Trailing off, he starts launching dozens of attacks at Lee, saying that this is how a punch should be, not like Lee's. Lee doesn't decide to stand and wait. Charging his leg with energy, he once again powerfully attacks this cultist directly into the body. Shocked by all this, the cultist is wildly angry with Lee. He yells about how he's a rat who only dodges all the time. This cultist snaps out of his seat and begins a volley of non-stop attacks on Lee, shouting that they are about to find out just how strong Lee is. Meanwhile, the events of the story show us the monster and Ginny. Together, she searches for a working phone in the cave. However, unfortunately for her, not any of these phones don't work. She complains about it all. Ginny suggests that the monster go find Kansen and report to him about the bombs, and she in turn goes looking for Lee. The monster points his hand at himself, talking about whether Ginny thinks what he's talking about, why the wardens would believe him. The monster suggests doing this. He goes to find Lee and Ginny runs upstairs to find Kansen. Ginny is surprised. Meanwhile, Lee is fighting that cultist. He smashes everything around and asks Lee why he isn't having fun too. He looks at Lee and yells about how he won't be able to fight him that easily anymore. He can beat anyone now. However, the whole scene doesn't surprise Lee at all. He turns to him and says, "Enough is enough." The cultist in turn only smiles bloodily with blood on his face, saying that Lee was afraid of him. Lee looks at him and tells him to look at his hands, which are oozing blood. He looks at them in surprise. Lee looks at him calmly and adds that this happens when the energy vessel is full. He begins to look at his hands with shock, and Lee adds that this happens when the energy is higher than the body's strength. The cultist looks at his hand and talks about how this is the only unfortunate consequence in return for such power. Lee begins to advise him on what to do. However, he doesn't listen and only leaps at Lee with his fist to attack. Lee is disappointed. He didn't think about this cultist being so stupid. Lee just stares at him. After that, Lee with his arm easily repels his attack and launches it to the floor just. Coldly, Lee looks him in the eye and says enough on that, or he'll just drive himself into the grave like that. The cultist is starting to realize a little bit of what's going on. He looks pitifully at Lee and just stands there. Meanwhile, this cult leader and his men are coming. The cult leader says, "Don't give a damn about that man. He was a puppet." Already at the exit of the tunnel, the cult leader stops. He is visited by the feeling that there is someone else here. As it happens, a guy with black hair and a black latex suit appears right in front of him. The cult leader looks at him and says that's amazing. He is, after all, ordering everyone to block the paths down. This guy starts saying there are questions for Pac and asks for a blessing cult attack. The head of the cult looks at him thoughtfully, saying that things are bad, for he didn't much want to face this man. This person talks about how he knows Baxiono is crazy, but is he really crazy enough to steal the Shadow Warrior's item? Baxiono replies to him that it just so happens that he found a bigger client. This really surprises this guy. Guy says there's no one who offers better terms than them, but Peck replies that there is, and a very powerful one. Meanwhile, the events of the story show us an unknown location, some strange red helicopter flying over the mountains. Kumun Ren appears from the helicopter with Sophia. He asks if this place is his demon grave too. Meanwhile, the events of the story show us Lee. He says goodbye to that cultist and advises him to do an energy circulation to survive. The cultist began to look at his hands again and realized that he really could be much worse off. However, neither these thoughts nor Lee's words apparently stopped him, for he shouts to Lee where he is going. And right after shouting this, I jumped at Lee with a punch of energy, which Lee dodged. Lee began to dodge again time after time and yell at him about how he wasn't lying to him, and he really could die soon. However, in response, Lee heard that he didn't care. He felt strong for the first time. He was ready to die. These words surprised Lee. He once again bears down on Lee, repeating that having such gigantic strength, he has no intention of stopping. He adds that he would rather die fighting Murame than give up such gigantic power. These words surprise Lee, but he remains silent. Lee is quietly talking about what a complicated concept Murame is. Hearing this, he abruptly stopped and did not attack Lee. This is when Lee decided to attack him, saying since it's already like this, have it your way, and swooped in with a charge of energy. Lee's energy charge was very strong. It blew away everything around it and seemed to burn through this cultist's body. The cultist, covered in blood, began squirming in pain and screaming, and Lee's energy seemed to illuminate the entire dark cave. After the attack, Lee only stood there looking at him, pondering what this cultivator had said recently.
Levant une aura sauvage derrière lui, Lee dit qu'il va frapper sérieusement. Ian devrait...
Trailing off, he looks at the guy in the black suit and says he'll have to shut that one up, because he knows a lot now. He looks at him and says he won't let go so easily, and his men pull out some canes. This guy ignores everything the cult leader says, and only says he's waiting for the right item first. However, the words said by this guy surprised the cult head. He didn't understand what kind of goods he was talking about. In the next instant, one of the cultists began killing Peck's men, who in turn managed to dodge. The killer was one of Peck's men, who was also standing behind Peck the entire time in the suit. The man next pointed to the boxes of cane and said that all the goods had already been received by them. The head of the cult began to yell at him, talking about the point at which he had managed to contact the Shadow Warriors. However, the guy in the black suit standing behind stated that he was originally in their row. The cult trader started talking about how Peck shouldn't have cheated, no matter who his new big and powerful buyer was. Then the cult leader abruptly says that his buyer is Ku Moon Ren, which scares the guy in the suit, who says that Ku Moon Ren is part of the Shadow Warriors. The cult leader began to talk about how a dragon couldn't be killed in a pond, and said that Ku Moon Ren's influence was already far above the Shadow Warriors. In the aftermath, the events of the story show us Ku Moon Ren again, and the cult leader tells us that he's already heading here for the eternal energy. Trailing off, the cult leader says that in his opinion, with the new power, Ku Moon Ren will stroke the Shadow Warriors and asks this guy to join them. However, this guy only replies that the main cultist is a bigot and talks teeth and asks to finish him off. After saying that, a scuffle started between the cult leader and the guy in the suit. The cult leader started talking about how they were very difficult to deal with, followed by the cult leader pulling out some kind of balloon and talking about how if they don't want to do it the good way, they'll do it the bad way. Immediately after saying those words, everything around began to be covered in a strange smoke, including the hand of the head cultist. In the next instant, with that hand, he grabbed the very man who had gone against him. Immediately after he touched, that person's hand began to be covered in blue energy and seemed to dissolve. The cult leader talks about being forced to use force and continues to squeeze the man's hand. Immediately afterward, the guy in the suit began to launch attacks time after time, the cult leader dodging several. The cult leader deals damage with this energy on him as well, however. He retaliates by getting hit in the face with his weapon. The cult leader starts trying to examine that guy's face, realizing whether or not he made the attack. However, in a moment, the cult leader realizes that his opponent is not so simple and decides that the best solution now would be to simply run away from the place. He runs away and his energy started to drain on them. They ask each other if they're okay. They're both okay. Then the guy in the suit says that since this is the case, there's no point in hiding. He talks about taking off that bad disguise, immediately after which his female breasts are revealed. With many details removed, this guy turns into a girl, or rather he was, and she was just covering herself as a guy. The guy in the suit addresses her, saying that if he told the truth, Ku Moon Ren might open a chase on them in that case. She says that the situation might get more complicated then, because Ku Moon Ren can't hide from Ku Moon Ren so easily anymore. The guy in the suit puts up the goods and says that these caves are where Lee Suin, Ku Moon Ren's enemy, is. This guy in a suit continues, saying that if there's a fight between them, there will be extra time, and then he freezes in shock. He looks at the girl next to him and is shocked to realize that not so long ago, there was a guy in front of him. However, the events of the story move forward. We are moved to Ginny, who is running through one of the caves. However, in a moment she stops, for her attention has been diverted by something and she looks right there. She sees in front of her a group of some men who look like prisoners. They are standing sadly near the telephone. Ginny stands quietly behind them, trying to figure out who they are and what they're doing here. They're standing by the phone, meaning they're waiting for a call, and then Ginny notices what they're saying. Meet the founder. She's all ears. Immediately after these words, she sees the grey-haired grandfather in front of them, the very head of the cult. They all bow to him. One of the prisoners asks the head of the cult where everyone else is. He talks about how they betrayed us and went into hiding. Trailing off, the cult leader asks if the call from Kumun Ren has come in yet. They say no, much to Ginny's wild surprise. Ginny hides behind the wall with shock and doesn't know what to do. The cult leader tells the two of them to stay here, the rest of them upstairs. The cult leader also says that there are only Jin Zhao's minions from below, so if anything, they can be attacked and captured. One of the prisoners assigns two to keep watch here and tells them to wait carefully for a call from Kumun Ren. Everyone leaves little by little. The two guys who are left are discussing the fact that that cult traitor has lost his mind. As soon as the cult leader and most of the people left, Ginny appeared from behind and jumped up and punched one of them. She practically took out the first one's head with one leg kick, and the second one is standing there looking at it all with shock. Ginny then jumps up again and throws another punch, which is already for the other guy, but he delays her punch. Though he manages to hold back the blow, he looks on with shock and can't figure out who Ginny is. However, Ginny in turn doesn't dare to just stand there. She grabs his neck with her thighs and squeezes it with her legs. She squeezes his neck harder and harder, telling him that he will have to answer questions now. Ginny squeezes him and asks what's going on, who the old man is, and why he's waiting for Kumun Ren. The guy in turn remains silent and starts pulling a knife out of his pocket to attack Ginny. He abruptly pulls out a knife, practically stabs it into Ginny's neck and asks her who she is. Ginny manages to dodge the attack. Right after that, silently, she just takes his body and jumps with him doing a somersault in the air. She makes his head land right into the pavement and crashes, holding him up. Although it's a shame that the guy didn't give an answer, Ginny goes to the phone and wants to dial Kanson's number to let him know everything. However, the moment she wants to pick up the phone, it starts ringing heavily. The moment she picks up the phone, the person on the opposite side starts yelling with questions as to why it's taking so long to pick up. She is told over the phone that Kumun Ren has already arrived. She is shocked and quickly hangs up in a panic. Her hands are shaking wildly. She doesn't know what to do, for Lee's strongest enemy is now already here. She tries to come to her senses and think things through, but the thought that it was Kumun Ren who killed her grandfather never leaves her head. Ginny thinks about how this place is perfect for a battle with him, and there's a lot of explosives here right now, but she remembers something. Namely, that if Lee found out about it now, he would immediately go into battle with him, and most likely lose and die. She decides that the information about Kumun Ren's arrival shouldn't reach Lee, so she'll ask Kanson to work things out. Meanwhile, Kumun Ren is watching with a confused look on his face as they are supposed to get an answer on the phone. The man at the door shakes in fear and says that there seems to be a problem and the door will be opened soon. However, one of Kumun Ren's men leaps in a moment and just silently breaks down the huge door, followed by Kumun Ren turning to the guy at the phone and asking him to escort them. He of course agrees. Sophia asks Kumun Ren, saying that things are going very strange. It could be a trap after all. Kumun Ren tells her to call it a day. Kumun Ren talks about how he is more concerned about the interesting energy in this place. They might see something interesting today. Meanwhile, the events of the story show us Lee still fiddling with that guy, trying to restore his energy. The guy is shocked that Lee is helping him and treating him, but Lee says their fight isn't important right now. He's all about surviving. That guy starts to pass out again and talks at the end about how if Lee continues to be so kind, he won't live long in Murmur. However, Lee in turn says with a smile on his face that he understands all this perfectly well and treats the guy further. Lee starts to tell the guy and make recommendations for treatment next, but something abruptly catches his attention. It turns out to be the same girl who was the boyfriend. She tells Lee that they haven't seen each other in a while. Lee is as shocked as the sick guy, but it feels as if Lee already knows her well. Lee looks at her and talks about how she's no stranger to Jong Myung-gra from a certain squad. She in turn looks sweetly at Lee and talks about how he's a good boy, since he could even remember her name. He interrupts her and immediately tells her that it's just as he thought. What happened in this place has to do with Kumon Ren. She laughingly replies to Lee that he has a wonderful wit, and Lee in turn angrily asks her where Kumon Ren is now. She starts to smile evilly after the question and asks Lee if he really decided to meet him here. She looks away, but turning her head adds about him dropping the idea. His attitude is weak to Kumon Ren. She starts to leave, and in parting remarks that she wants to see a stronger version of Lee next time. However, a sudden sense of danger stops her in the moment. She feels a strong energy behind her. It turns out to be Lee. He charges up a lot of energy and delivers a sharp blow at her, but she dodges it. She's greatly surprised at what she just saw, for she didn't expect even close to such a heavy blow from Lee. She continues to stare at Lee with great surprise, and he in turn says he can show her a better version of himself. Trailing off, Lee is also rude about how she'd better answer where Kumon Ren is now. She loudly tells Lee with surprise that he has a violent side at last. She happily pulls out her weapon and talks about how she wants to run one little test for Lee then. Lee pays attention to it all with surprise, for he doesn't understand what it's all for. She makes a huge and sharp jump right at Lee, but he manages to dodge it already on the edge. Trailing off, she jumps on him again, strikes him with her foot, and practically knocks Lee to the ground. Lee stops, holds out his hand and starts energizing her, telling her that he'll have to show her the energy then. She says that such an attack won't work, since Lee has already angled his feet into her trap, and laughs. Following, she abruptly clutches her canes and begins pulling Lee towards her without stopping. After pulling him up with her canes, she scrambles up her leg and prepares to launch an attack on Lee's head. She almost succeeds, but Lee dodges, and her attack shatters the floor beneath her into little crumbs. Lee can't get very far back, however, as her canes hold his legs tight and pull him towards her. She pulls him towards her and screams at him about where he's always running off to and strikes his body with her foot again. After such a powerful blow, she begins to pull him back on top of her again, preventing him from pulling back and changing position. Lee fends off the attack. She turns to him saying that if he was trying to trap her, but he didn't choose the best opponent for this plan. She keeps throwing punch after punch at Lee, and meanwhile the very guy Lee saved is watching it all. And also the guy who came here with this girl is also watching all this. He's remembering something in his head. He recalls her shedding her costume and discussing the plan to capture Kumon Ren with him. Back then, they discussed the fact that even if many of the Shadow Warriors gathered, it would be difficult to capture Kumon Ren. He was very strong. Then this girl was looking at the merchandise and talking about some last will of some elder, and that there are no traitors in the Shadow Wars. Then she remembered Kumon Ren and told that guy that a man like him wouldn't just let them go. Then she took the goods and said about how if this guy wanted to live, he'd better follow her, and that's how he ended up here. But now, watching this fight, the guy began to think about the fact that she was already spending a lot of energy on one Lee. She thinks back to Lee and his anger on a certain day and thinks about how she can't let Lee have a repeat of that day. With red cheeks, licking her lip, she keeps waiting for Lee to lose his temper and show her all his anger like he did then. However, in the moment, Lee stops. He doesn't let her pull his leg anymore and drives it hard into the floor. However, in a moment, she notices that the cane she had slung on Lee's leg has started to shoot back up on its own. Lee began to look at all of this in silence and just watch her and her actions going forward. However, she in turn was clearly in no hurry to do anything about it. She just looked at Lee in surprise. He stood still, closing his eyes as if he was sinking into his mind, thinking about something. As it happens, in his mind, he began to remember Kumon Ren who had trained him once. Back then, he had said that intelligence wasn't always needed in battle. Kumon Ren then taught him to open his ki by discarding the strength and mind. It gave the body a new super strength, but back then, he advised him not to get into it too much. Now, Lee decided that he would do this in order to raise his energy and began to let go of thoughts and body control. Meanwhile, this girl just stood there and watched in shock at how well Lee was doing at managing the whole fight. Out of anger and powerlessness, she unleashes a volley of new attacks at Lee, who is already close to him while he is in some sort of trance. In a moment, her belts, which she used to attack always Lee, had already almost reached his head. But he was still calm, for in the very next instant, he had jumped right at her and dodged everything in a flash. And after that, with wide eyes and a large charge of energy, Lee fist punched at her. Luckily for her, however, she managed to dodge him, but she's clearly in a wild state of surprise right now. Lifting her head back up, she sees Lee in front of her, who with now yellow eyes is preparing another attack at her. She now decides to fend off this attack and belts Lee, blocking access to a possible attack right into her. However, Lee himself in turn is not deterred by this. He strikes but at her belts, creating an explosion and throwing her off. She in turn manages to stop herself from flying headfirst right into the wall and talks about how she's already leaning into that feeling. Lee returns to her base state, noticing with shock that she blocked this attack of his with hers as well. She herself in turn just giggles, and Lee starts to think about the fact that she's much stronger than he thinks she is. Lee looks at her and wonders if he should continue to raise his Kai level, or if he doesn't need to right now. She laughs in turn, rests her hand on her chest and asks why Lee is standing. He needs to know where Ku-moon Ren is after all, and smiles sweetly. In his head, Lee begins to remember the sinister images of Ku-moon Ren. Immediately afterward, he gets wildly angry at everything. The huge flow of energy around Lee and in his body begin to be felt by everyone around him, even the guy Lee had healed back then after the fight. The same girl in turn is very excited but happy to see everything going on, because Lee is angry. Lee's eyes and body become increasingly covered in energy, and he convinces himself in his head that it's all because of Ku-moon Ren. Lee begins to malign this girl and promises himself that he will do anything to overthrow Ku-moon Ren. However, at one point, Lee's head is abruptly grabbed and held by someone from above, which scares Lee himself. It turns out to be the same gorilla monster. He calms Lee down by talking about how he loses his temper too easily. It's bad for him. The monster just arrived here for Lee and started asking what the hell was going on here. Trailing off, the monster stared at this girl, asking Lee about what kind of half-naked girl was here. This girl wants to answer, however, some feeling and someone's harsh voice stops her. In the next instant, the wall of one of the caves falls through, and a crowd of escaped prisoners emerge from it. This crowd can't figure out what's going on at all and are trying to figure out who this woman is standing here. They also see Lee with a gorilla monster, calling him an indestructible giant. One of the prisoners, apparently the main one, yells at the gorilla about what she's doing here, since she has to settle the matter with Kansen. The prisoners turn to the gorilla, saying that they will take her to their side if she kills all the people here. The same guy who fought Lee back then stood up for him, saying Lee was his savior. However, the chief among the prisoners turns to the giant and talks about killing the guy first. This guy starts looking around saying what the hell are they talking about him, but the inmates tell him to shut up. Trailing off, they all talk together about sending Bexiano here on orders to get rid of the excess trash. This girl starts walking towards these guys and telling Lee that unfortunately they will be done for the day. The prisoners look at her joyfully and talk about how she doesn't really want to get on their side either. They promise her a warm welcome, but she says they annoy her, and in an instant scatters many of them to the sides. The monster talks about recognizing the technique she used, however Lee just stays silent and watches. Lee snaps out of his seat, lunges at her, and talks about how she doesn't really think he's going to let her walk away like that. She notices Lee's attack and just silently throws some kind of ball, which abruptly turns into an oodles of smoke. Lee begins to try to dodge such a large volley of smoke. However, he is rather weak at it. Meanwhile, the prisoners who inhaled this smoke began coughing up blood and gasping for breath. She turns to Lee and talks about how expectantly he realized things quickly and immediately stopped breathing after such an attack of hers. She starts to walk away, laughs and tells Lee to be on his guard. If he accidentally inhales that smoke, he'll get hurt. She herself walks into that smoke in silence, waving back and talking about how they will see each other again. Lee stares after her, calling the thousand-faced man, not realizing if she's good or evil to him. The gorilla monster turns to Lee, asking if he's okay yet. Lee talks about how everything is fine. These guys started to come around. The main one started pointing his finger at the gorilla and asking why she hadn't grabbed Lee yet. They say they need to find out what kind of relationship Lee has with Ku-moon Ren and ask the gorilla why she's standing there, but she only remains silent in response. The chief among them began to shout louder and say that this gorilla wanted to go to the light. Meanwhile, the events of the story show us Hyun asking someone on the phone if it's for sure. On the phone with him is Kansen, who talks about how yes it is, because Jeannie confirmed it to him. Tracy Kansen says the extent of the problem is unknown right now, so everyone should come back. Immediately after the bell rings, Mr. Kansen gets up from his chair and starts walking towards the exit of the room. When he opens the door, he is very surprised, for he sees in front of him practically all his prison guards and the head guard too. The head guard excitedly asks Kansen if he's going to go to the main auditorium, where it's kind of like Ku-moon Ren right now. However, Kansen calmly replies that there is no need to worry and asks everyone to take their seats, which surprises the guards. Kansen is about to go alone to Kumun Ren's place and asks all the guards to take their seats and not go there, thanking them for their trouble. He also adds, talking about whatever happens to him, now he has to go, because he is responsible for this place. He steps forward and says that he is not going to shirk his duties. The guard is only watching with shock. He also adds that nothing will change his choice, not even the fact that he might die here now. Meanwhile, we are returned to the cave where Lee, the gorilla, has dealt with all the prisoners. The gorilla asks them about who was there so brave and threatened to send him to the other world. Humans are funny, he adds. The gorilla monster turns to Lee and asks him about why he fought that girl at all. Lee answers honestly about how he lacked restraint when it came to Kumun Ren. Gorilla is surprised by the fact that Kumun Ren is still alive. He once wanted to fight him, for other people bored him with his strength. One of the surviving inmates talks about what it means that their director went to meet such a person. Trailing off, this prisoner begins to threaten that if the director meets this man, but before he can finish speaking, he is interrupted by Lee. Lee grabs this prisoner with wild speed and asks with anger simply, "Where?" A very angry, wild-eyed Lee raises his aura and asks the prisoner where the meeting with Kumun Ren is. Meanwhile, the events of the story show us the head of the cult, who tells us that he is happy to see the legendary Kumun Ren. Kumun Ren and his group turn around, and the cult leader with the bag starts walking towards them. Kumun Ren takes out his cigarette as usual. He looks into the eyes of the cult leader, clearly not with good intentions, and simply remains silent. The cult leader turns to Kumun Ren, asking him about what made him come here. Kumun Ren looks at the cult leader and talks about how didn't he call him here to hand over the item he needed. Here, the cult leader addresses Kumun Ren, saying that it won't be easy to get rid of his past client. Trailing off, the cult leader says that while he was getting here, he lost a significant amount of eternal energy. Trailing off, Kumun Ren stares silently at the cult leader before asking if he really called him here to deal with them. The cult head was abruptly startled by Kumun Ren's aura and looks at him trembling, saying that this was not the case at all. Following, the cult leader says that he has already sent out his men, so there is no need to worry. Kumun Ren's men are surprisingly silent. The cult leader goes to Kumun Ren and talks about calling him here to build a trusting relationship with him. The cult leader points Kumun Ren down the prison and tells him that the demon's grave is at the site of the Alliance prison. Kumun Ren looks at him a little surprised, smokes a cigarette, and just remains silent, looking into his eyes. Meanwhile, the guy Lee fought, Lee himself, and the gorilla run upstairs discussing the demon's grave. The guy Lee was fighting with started talking about how the best Murim of the time was sent here to kill a demon. Trace tells him that in this way, they have hidden the demon here and destroyed all information about him in Murim. The guy is then approached by a gorilla who tells him that Baek Sionho is here to look for the remnants of this demon for something. This guy speaks to the fact that Baek Sionho was approached to find this eternal energy. That's why they pursued it. Lee interrupts this guy and talks about telling him more about this energy. The guy talks about that very flask. Peng Sionho turned the energy here into the remains of this demon, thus making energy. Meanwhile, Baek Sionho shows Kumun Ren this very flask and talks about it and the possibilities of the energy. The head of the cult is worried about it all. He asks about Kumun Ren if it will all upset the balance of the world. Kumun Ren turns to the cult leader, hands back the flask, and says that it's just nothing. He should have called him for nothing. The cult leader is silent and looks into Kumun Ren's eyes and just thinks about what could be now. The cult leader turns to Kumun Ren, saying that if she is insignificant, he can try it himself, which surprises him. The cult leader says that he would be very interested to know why Kumun Ren is giving up the power of a first-class master. Kumun Ren only looks at him and can't understand why the cult leader is asking him to use energy so much. However, in a moment, something catches Kumun Ren's attention. He gets distracted and looks at the door to the room. Sophia looks over to see that Kumun Ren is distracted by something and asks him what's going on. Kumun Ren's other men also notice the fact that some sudden footsteps are heard outside the door. Following that, the door opens, a blue aura coming out of it, as if a powerful charge of some kind of energy was coming through. Kumun Ren's men realize that someone very powerful might appear now. They all grab their weapons. The cult leader and Kumun Ren look toward the door, and from there a voice is heard saying that they have met again in this place. Following that, Kumun Ren starts smiling, talking about how is he still not dead and came out here again. Kang's son appears here and comes out from behind the door and stands looking directly into Kumun Ren's eyes. Kumun Ren's people are very surprised to see Kansan, and even scared in a way seeing him. Kansong goes to Kumun Ren, saying that their relationship is so strong, however, it will have to be broken soon already. Kumun Ren looks straight into Kansan's eyes and just remains silent, his gaze now more angry than it was at the beginning after Kansan's words. Kansan looks right into Kumun Ren's face and starts to raise his aura, and feels Kumun Ren's aura is very powerful. Kumun Ren abruptly takes out a cigarette and speaks loudly about how does Kansan really want to die here already. Kumun Ren hides the flask of energy in his jacket and talks about how if Kansan wants to die, so be it. Kumun Ren raises a huge dark aura and says that so-and-so, if Kansan wants to die so badly, he'll help him do it. Trailing off, Kansan smiles, raises his hands and gets into a stance, saying that he won't be as easy to kill as Kumun Ren thinks. Immediately afterward, they glance over and Kang Seon notices Kumun Ren's fist attack flying at him. The events of the story show us Lee and that guy, after being hit by Kumun Ren, a huge charge of energy spread everywhere. Lee starts to feel something. He stands with shock and stares at the floor in surprise as if he can sense Kumun Ren's aura. Lee starts to look up. He's running out of sweat and can't tell if the feeling is accidentally failing him. Lee informs the guy in the gorilla that he can feel Kumun Ren's internal energy. Apparently he's fighting someone. The gorilla turns to Lee and talks about who such a person could fight Kumun Ren. Could it really be Kansan? Our group of guys, led by Hyun, stands by the guards who tell them about Kansan going to Kumun Ren. Hyun yells that he can't just stand here. He needs to find out where Kang Seong personally is and go to him. The guards turn to Hyun, saying that he doesn't understand the fact that Kansan didn't make a request, but an order to be here. Hyun doesn't believe what the guard says, saying that Kansan couldn't have given such an order. He wouldn't do that. Hen threatens the clan and alliance relationship if the guards don't honestly tell him where Kansan is now. The guards say that Kangsan received information about Kumun Ren's arrival here and went to see him, shocking everyone. Hyun yells that how is that possible? Doesn't security know about the condition Kangsan is in right now? The guards all lower their heads together and talk about how they understand everything perfectly well, but are acting on Kansan's orders. Lee's friend asks about where Kumun Ren is now. The guard yells that she obviously can't say that anymore. However, Lee's friend's friend intervenes, saying that it's likely that Kumun Ren and Kansan are in the audience right now. Choa describes the hall and talks about how Kumun Ren clearly came here by invitation, and the best place here is the hall. Meanwhile, the events of the story show us Kumun Ren himself, still fighting his opponent in the form of Kansan. Much to Kumun Ren's surprise, Kansan manages to grab his arm during the punch and get behind his back. Kumun Ren powerfully charges his hand with red energy and delivers a powerful punch straight into Kansan's body. Kansan takes the full impact right on his heels and follows up with a counter knee strike right on top of Kumun Ren. Kumun Ren flies to the side and is held to the ground, stopping with his foot on the floor. Kumun Ren is a bit surprised by Kansan's strength. He stops and wants to say something, however, he is interrupted. More specifically, he is interrupted by a very powerful energy charge from Kansan and a punch that already has his face all bloody. However, Kumun Ren manages to dodge the attack. He is very surprised that Kansan has such a successful attack. Immediately after this happens, Kumun Ren flips in mid-air and attacks Kansan with a leg very powerfully to the head. Kansan manages to dodge a bit, but some of the attack still grazes him, creating more and more wounds on his face. The fight is watched by Kumun Ren's men, who are shocked to say that Kansan is acting strangely. He only attacks but not hiding from attacks in any way. Sophia talks about how this battle is very strange, and it's not going to just end like this at all in her opinion. Meanwhile, the head of the cult is also watching and says that what's going on is not going according to plan at all. Trailing off, the cult leader realizes in his thoughts that while all this is going on, it will be very hard to set off the bomb. Meanwhile, the head of security and his men try to clear the bombs, realizing that it will be very difficult. Next, the head of security talks about how it's hard to remove the explosives because the timer has already started. One of the guards talks about how things are very complicated, but there's still plenty of time before the timer. There's time to work things out. They talk about how the explosion will not hit the prisoners' cells, however, will make a cave-in that will block the climb. One of the guards says that there is nothing they can do at the moment, so it is better to evacuate. However, one of the guards talks about how that's all well and good. But where is the girl who brought them here, Ginny? The events of the story show us Ginny interrogating the prisoners about the direction Lee and that guy were headed. Ginny talks about how it looks like Lee has learned of Kumon Ren's arrival, and the prisoner cries that he was defeated by a girl. Meanwhile, Lee and the guy and the gorilla are standing on the stairs deciding how to get up quickly and work things out. The very same guy points Lee to where he should pick up and talks about how he won't go to Kumon Ren there. Lee raises a powerful gradient aura and says that it's okay. Lee has a way to overpower Kumon Ren. This guy, along with the gorilla, were shocked at the powerful aura around him now that Lee had raised. They hadn't expected such power. A very angry and powerful Lee declares that they will see how Kumon Ren will meet his end here today. Lee is going to destroy him. Trailing off, Lee takes a leap and heads straight upwards, as if he's just flying like a huge phoenix bird. Followed by the guy talking about how Lee has this aura, the gorilla says it's so powerful they can't even feel him. Lee heads upwards very powerfully, however. The gorilla says he thinks about the fact that Lee is well aware of the fact that he can't handle him alone. Lee climbs up time after time and contemplates the fact that despite Kansong's words, he will intervene in the battle against Kumon Ren. Meanwhile, the events of the story show us Kumon Ren telling Kansan that he is using dirty tricks against him. Meanwhile, Kansan himself is already exhausted, standing covered in blood and wounds, but still standing in his stance and not backing away from Kumon Ren. Looking at Kumon Ren with a bloodshot gaze, Kansong accepted in his thoughts the fact that this was his last battle in his life. Kumon Ren activates more of his power and Kansan bloody screams at him and they converge in battle again. In his thoughts, Kansan recalls one scene where he was sitting talking to someone and asking them what they wanted him to do. Then he spoke to the old man ghost, and the man talked about how he knew Kansan was going to transform the Union. That day, Kansan along with the old ghost were discussing the fact that a lot of things are changing in Miramar now. That day, the old man scrutinized Kansan's documents, saying he sincerely doesn't believe people who hide something. That day, the old ghost man put down the documents and said that he didn't realize at all what his plan Kansan was keeping. Then, Kansan spoke of his goal being simply peace and tranquility in Miramar and nothing more. Then the old man ghost sitting at the table said, "Is that really all?" And Kansan replied that yes, it is. Then, Elder Ghost denied Kansan any of his ideas, saying he wasn't referring to union business now. Then Kansan started to say something to the old man, but the man interrupted him, saying something about Kansan not having fully heard everything yet. Then, the old man spoke of how, in his opinion, Kansan, after the death of his teacher, began to take on a lot of things that were not always in his power. Then the old man talked about how Kansan's teacher was involved in an incident after which he was sacrificed, and now Kansan is trying to launder his honor. Then the old ghost man began to talk about what he understood about Kansan being in a critical position for himself. Then the old man said, looking out the window, about how if Kansan wanted to accomplish his goals, he should act. The events of the story brought us back to the fight between Kumon Ren and Kansan. He recalls the words of this old man during the fight. Kansan once again failed to dodge Kumon Ren's attack and was thrown back to the other side, and thinks about how strong Kumon Ren is. Watching Kumon Ren, Kansan is shocked at how much anger and aggression Kumon Ren has towards everyone. A surprised Kumon Ren asks Kansan why he's trying so hard this time, since there's no point in his condition. Kumon Ren looks at Kansan and talks about how he's already bleeding out. His Kai is at its limit. Why does he continue? Looking into Kumon Ren's eyes, Kansan states that he knows he won't get another opportunity explicitly. Kansan talks about this being his last opportunity to get revenge, because he couldn't do it before because of his status as head of the union. Putting his bloody hands down, Kansan says that Kumon Ren hurt his teacher and even killed the priest. Kansan raises his blue aura, stands again, and says that they must continue, for he is a great student of his teacher. Looking at him, Kumon Ren states that he didn't expect to hear such honest words from Kansan's mouth. Kumon Ren makes the jump, attacking Kansan again, saying that then he too will fight fair in his strength. Their fight is being watched by Kumon Ren's men, who say that Kansan is holding up very well as an opponent in the form of Kumon Ren. However, Sophia asks no one around her to worry, because Kumon Ren always defeats his opponents no matter what. However, in the moment, Kumon Ren's people are attracted to the fact that Hyun and his men appeared from the side. Hyun yells out Kansan's name, and they all pathos toward them, with a surprised but confidently satisfied look. Kumon Ren's people look at these guys and start trying to figure out what's going on and who they are in general. However, there is a commonality that Kumun Ren's people that our group is attracted to Kumun Ren's fight with Kansen. Hyun, along with everyone who came with him, look at Kumun Ren and try to figure out if this is really the same Kumun Ren. By this point, Hyun also notices Kang Seong, who is fighting with blood all over his face. Hyun is wildly surprised to see his face. Meanwhile, the fight doesn't stop, with Kumun Ren unleashing attack after attack on Kansen, preventing him from attacking as well. Hyun yells for everyone to stand still, while he himself jumps straight towards Kumun Ren and his men. One of the men yells out about where the little guy is climbing, meaning Hyun, and delivers a strong blast of energy at him. However, to the surprise of the man Kumun Ren, Hyun dodges this attack with great ease and moves to the side. Immediately afterward, Hyun makes another jump, overcoming several more of Kumun Ren's men by flying above them. However, in a moment, Sophia appears behind Hyun and shoots what looks like a beam of energy directly at Hyun. She laughs and talks about how Hyun won't be able to get through them that easily, calling him a boy yet. Also, Hyun energetically notices that there are several more of Kumun Ren's men behind him, and they all attack Hyun directly. Meanwhile, Kansen is bleeding even more. He stands in shock at what's happening. Kumun Ren is launching attacks. Kumun Ren realizes that Hyun's appearance makes things difficult and decides to make the final blow and kill Kansen right there. Kumun Ren covers everything with his aura, energizes his hand, and yells that it's time for Kansen to be sent to his teacher. Immediately afterward, Kumun Ren strikes and shouts the Thunder Strike technique from the Sunu clan. However, just at the last second, Kumun Ren notices something that Kangsen's hand becomes in front of his. Kansen uses a technique similar to the steel technique and reflects Kumun Ren's attack to the side. Trailing off, Kansen yells out that he was expecting this and he was waiting for the moment when Kumun Ren would be confident of victory and make this attack. Kangsen throws aside Kumun Ren with a leg kick that has everyone, both Hyun and Kumun Ren's men, taking notice. Kumun Ren is shocked by everything that's going on. He didn't expect Kangsen to act so smartly against him. Kansen covers his shoulder with energy and attacks directly at Kumun Ren. The latter in turn decides to defend himself. He is eerily surprised. With practically dead, already empty eyes, Kangsen makes a point of suggesting to Kumun Ren that he end their relationship here. He begins to press his opponent Kumun Ren even more into the wall, the latter only holding back the attack. Kumun Ren's men are looking right at it and they're shocked, and so is Hyun, because he didn't expect such power from Kansen in such a state. The most unusual thing is that a cry of pain comes out of Kumun Ren's mouth. He is shocked that he has been punched. The debris falls behind Kansen's back and he continues the pressure. He's clearly not at his limit anymore. Pushing his strength up, he manages to punch the wall with Kumun Ren's back and throws him into the space behind the wall. Kansen along with Kumun Ren fly into the abyss. This is all noticed by Lee, who is already on his way up. Kumun Ren is bleeding a little from behind his mouth because his body had just punched through the wall. Kansen and Kumun Ren are already flying down. Kansen holds out his hand with energy and says, Kumun Ren will go down with him. Kumun Ren sees Kansen's hand heading in front of him. Kansen uses the metal hand technique. Kansona directs charges of energy directly into the body of the flying downward Kumun Ren to precisely bring him straight down. Kansen's strongest energy is pushing Kumun Ren down more and more. He is shocked to the point of being shocked at what Kansen manages to do. The falling down Kumun Ren screams in pain because such a strong energy charge and injuries have weight even on Kumun Ren's strength. Kumun Ren looks straight into Kansen's face and can't understand what he's doing and why he's doing it at all, because he's going to die too. Kumun Ren and Kansen fly down at high speed, and Kansen holds Kumun Ren by his clothes without letting him get away. Falling down, Kumun Ren puts his hand on Kansen's arm and realizes that Kansen's strength is draining away. What is he even doing? Kumun Ren watches Kansen's body falling down in front of him, which has almost nothing in common with a living person anymore. The falling down Kumun Ren is bursting with anger, as Kansen's technique allows him to hold Kumun Ren even after death. Kumun Ren tries to break free, and ponders the fact that Kansen dislikes this world so much that he's willing to take such actions. Kumun Ren lashes out. He pushes Kansen down with his foot, saying that then he'll go down himself if he doesn't like this world. This is all being watched by Lee, who can already sense what's going on, as it's a huge aura. Kumun Ren stops at one of the protruding rocks, talking about the boon he was able to escape from that crazy Kansen. He looks down at the falling Kansan, realizing it was very dangerous, but good thing he was running out of strength at the end already. However, in a moment, the feeling of some very familiar aura begins to catch Kansan's attention. It turns out to be Lee, who is rushing straight down the wall toward Kansan at breakneck speed. Kumun Ren is well aware of the fact that it's Lee Shun, but he doesn't understand what he's suddenly doing here and why he came in the first place. The old man, the head of the cult, shouts to Kumun Ren asking him to climb faster upwards because there is a bomb at the bottom that is about to explode. It also surprises Kumun Ren, because what's a time bomb somewhere in the caves and what's it for? However, Kumun Ren just flatly ignores the cult leader's words and silently jumps down. Apparently, he is interested in Li Xiong. The head of the cult shouts after him. Doesn't he realize there's a lot of powerful explosives in there? Meanwhile, Li jumps off the wall and grabs onto Kansan's body, trying to save him from falling down into the abyss. Much to the delight of Li and Kansan, he manages to grab Kansan's body right in the air as it flew down. However, what Li fails at is grabbing back onto the rocks in the cave. Now he just flies down with Kansan's body. However, someone's hairy and bloody hand abruptly grabs Li and saves him from the fate of falling downward. It turns out to be our good old friend, the gorilla monster, who stood on the stairs and grabbed Li with Kansan in his arms. He holds Li back and asks the man if he's okay, and if he can hold on further here and not fall down. Li replies that he's super, but more importantly, he's with Kansan now. But something Li wonders about nonetheless. More specifically, he is surprised by what he sees behind the gorilla, namely Kumun Ren standing on a rock. Kumun Ren doesn't do anything. He just stands there and just stares at Li, Kansan, and the monster. Li looks up at Kumun Ren, and the monster asks Li if this is the man he was talking about. Kumun Ren is still standing there looking at it silently, the feeling that he's just trying to figure out someone in Li. However, Li in turn, just standing there clearly does not intend to just stand there. He raises a huge aura of fire and power around him. Kumun Ren smiles at this, saying that he is not mistaken and that it is indeed Li. However, Li doesn't give Kumun Ren time to stand still to think, and immediately jumps on him and strikes. Kumun Ren dodges. Kumun Ren looks at Li's face and says that he must have recovered from his injuries, but Li just looks at him and gets angry. Kumun Ren continues to look at Li and talks about how if Li wants to live a long life, he shouldn't be stuck in places like this. Kumun Ren starts to walk away, jumping up, telling Li to try to stay out of his sight more if he wants to live any longer. He says Li annoys him. If he sees him again, he might kill him, but then Kumun Ren senses something drastically. It turns out to be Li, who was literally able to get above Kumun Ren in an instant and power up his punch. With great anger but excitement, Li yells out that does Kumun Ren think he'll be able to escape after everything? Li strikes right at him with a very powerful energy charge that knocks him back down. However, Kumun Ren is also strong, although he was thrown down, but he managed to block the blow so he survived. Kumun Ren doesn't just manage to survive, he also gets on a rock, from which he is able to take a pause and catch his breath. However, this pause is interrupted by Li, who flies straight at Kumun Ren with a huge attack and delivers another attack from above. However, such an attack doesn't scare Kumun Ren. He puts his hand forward and utters some technique. This is seen by a surprised Li, whose attack apparently failed on Kumun Ren since he attacks him. The huge stream of energy that Kumun Ren launched directly at Li knocks him off his feet and sends him flying downwards. Thanks to the energy, Li is trying to stop himself from falling even lower down. Standing at the top, Kumun Ren turns to Li, shouting that he has managed to improve his skills. Li is wildly infuriated by his phrasing. However, a bloodied Kumun Ren follows up by saying that with those skills, Li won't even be able to reach his ankle. Li in turn only shouts Kumun Ren's name and jumps up again in order to re-attack him. Kumun Ren scoffs. He tells Li that he's already here, as if he's just playing a game of some sort of catch-up with Li. Kumun Ren yells for the guy to try and catch up to him and jumps up, running away from Li. Meanwhile, our gorilla friend is standing there and doesn't understand what's going on. He says why this Kumun Ren is simply playing with Li. Trailing off, the gorilla also turns his attention to Kansan, who is just lying unconscious, not sure what to do with him now. Gorilla pokes him, asking if he's still unconscious and trying to find out how to bring him to his senses. Gorilla takes Kansan's hand and realizes that there is no energy in his body at all anymore. Hence, it's not just fainting already. Gorilla notices the elixir with the very same energy stone. Kansan snatched it with part of Kumun Ren's clothes in battle. Gorilla pulls it out and begins to examine it, not understanding why Kansan is carrying it around. maybe it's helping him. Gorilla tries to ask Kansen if this can be used on him, but of course Kansen himself can't answer. Gorilla talks about how there's no choice anyway, or Kansen will die, so he opens this vial of rock. Meanwhile, our group is standing upstairs in the hall. They're discussing just whether or not Kansen is okay up there. They conclude that Kang Seong is still fighting, and meanwhile, Koo Moon Ren's men surround Hyun. Hyun can't decide what he should do, whether he should rush into the cave after Kan Song, or protect the guys here from Koo Moon Ren's men. Meanwhile, Koo Moon Ren's men talk over the fact that their boss still hasn't gotten up, thinking that something might have happened. Sophia yells at the guy with the glasses, telling him that instead of the boss, he'd better think of Hyun in front of him. Sophia is approached by the same old man, the head of the cult. He says it's better to go down and check on Koo Moon Ren anyway. The cult leader adds that there is a time bomb at the bottom of the cave. With these words, he shocks Sophia badly. The cult leader talks about being minutes away from the explosion, and Sophia declares that the stupid explosion is clearly not a hindrance to Koo Moon Ren. However, she also says it's not worth the risk, asking them all to stay here, while she herself goes to help Koo Moon Ren. Immediately after saying that, she gains acceleration and makes a jump down to find her boss, Koo Moon Ren. Even though she is confident in Koo Moon Ren's strength, flying down, she realizes that he hasn't spent so much time fighting someone before. As she flies down, she sees Koo Moon Ren in front of her down below, who lifts up. However, right below Koo Moon Ren, she also notices Lee rushing right behind Koo Moon Ren, which shocks her. Looking at Lee, she recalls his energy image and remembers that he fought Koo Moon Ren earlier at Namsan Tower. Flying upwards, Koo Moon Ren feels a sudden rise in aura power behind him, which of course he pays attention to. This is Lee's effect. The power of his aura is like burning his body both inside and out. He is like a phoenix covered in flames. In a moment, Koo Moon Ren stops abruptly and puts his foot on one of the rocks to stand. This is noticed by Sophia. She is very surprised by this because she doesn't understand what Koo Moon Ren is doing this for. Koo Moon Ren in turn stops and looks at Lee, who is all covered in flames of energy flying straight at him. Already in the next instant, Lee accelerates strongly and launches an attack. However, Koo Moon Ren also quickly dodges away from this attack as well. While on the side, Koo Moon Ren just watches Lee like a child, and Lee with his strength breaks through the walls even. Lee in the moment also turns his gaze right back to him. You can immediately see that Lee is very angry with him. Immediately after that, Lee once again uttered Koo Moon Ren's name and let out an aura of white smoke from behind his mouth. With that white aura from behind his mouth and fiery eyes, Lee leaps sideways right at Koo Moon Ren to attack. However, this attack also fails to gain any meaningful success, with Koo Moon Ren simply tossing Lee aside in the moment. Lee flew straight into the stone wall of the cave with great force, which clearly hurt. His fire aura cushioned the blow precisely. That doesn't stop Lee. Putting himself in a jump stance, he is once again going for a sharp lunge and strike. Lee looks at Koo Moon Ren and he yells at Lee about how he's just a little idiot, which surprises and titillates Lee. Koo Moon Ren talks about how Hen 1 is not a martial art that a kid like Lee can touch, he can die. Lee listened to everything Koo Moon Ren said and only replied that he knew it well enough as it was, without Koo Moon Ren, which surprised him. Lee stares wildly with anger into Koo Moon Ren's eyes and only says the phrase, "What will be the outcome? I know well." In his mind, Lee began to remember the old elder doctor who had been on the rooftop chatting with him about Koo Moon Ren a long time ago. That day, Lee stand with Karnasira on the rooftop. Lee said that his old man said that the day will come when he can defeat Koo Moon Ren. That day, sitting in a wheelchair and with fractures, Lee stated that he wanted to ask the elder the same thing now. The elder only stared silently. However, the elder stated, looking at the broken Lee, that he wanted to ask first himself before giving an answer. Then on the rooftop, an elder asked why Lee's condition had gotten worse. That's when Karnasira intervened and said that things were very complicated. She began to talk about the intense battle of his mind, condition, and life going on inside Sunu. However, the old man then interrupted her, asking what this suddenly had to do with his physical condition. At that time, Lee confessed that he had purposely hurt himself even more to see Elder Doctor. And then, looking at the old man, he added that now it was important for him to get the elder's opinion on the matter. And afterward, with an evil look, Lee asked if he recovered. Would he be able to defeat Koo Moon Ren or not? Looking unhappily at Lee that day, the old man replied that things were becoming more than clear to him. Looking at Lee, he stated that being in such a terrible state, he was thinking more about revenge on Ku-moon-ren than healing. And afterward, the old man also added that nothing would work if Lee continued to act on his emotions like this. That day, with a blank and cold stare, Lee began to ask the old man why he couldn't take revenge on the one who had broken his whole life. The old man started yelling at Lee, saying that his example is Ku-moon-ren. A life full of revenge is no life at all. However, Lee interrupted him, stating that the elder was his last hope. At these words, the old man was surprised and fell silent. On that day, Lee declared that if the old man said that Lee could not take revenge, his life would be over for him. Then the old man took up his hat and said that he wouldn't lie. Ku-moon-ren was now at the pinnacle of martial arts. The old man began to objectively compare Lee's chances. The latter only listened suppressedly. Kana stood nearby and worried about Lee. That night on the rooftop, the old man stated that if Lee were to become superhuman, it would be quite possible. Kana Sarah began to scream, saying she couldn't believe her ears. Superhuman is just a legend in Miramar after all. The old man stated that it was definitely true, but a lot of Ku-moon-ren level masters had already tried to achieve this. Then he added that it was only a legend, for he had seen the transformation of it, which surprised Lee. That night, Elder stated that it was possible to become superhuman, but the price for that could be Lee's life or disability. Canacera then stated that no matter how old the old man was, it was reckless after all. But Lee interrupted her then. He stated it perfectly: revenge or death, it is exactly what he is looking for and wants. That day, the old man stated that if Lee had made up his mind, there was something he should know about it all. He stated that in order for the body to reach that peak, one should not be worried or anxious at all in the process. The old man then also said that it was worth forgetting about revenge and Ku-moon-ren. Without thinking about it, after a while, Lee would peak. Returning to reality after the flashback, Lee stated that unfortunately, he didn't have the time or energy to do as the old man had said back then. After which, Lee began to move quickly without thinking, accumulating strength and increasing his aura time after time. Ku-moon-ren noticed this, and he was surprised, because how could it be possible for Lee to gain so much power? Ku-moon-ren sees Lee gaining even more strength, and Lee thinks about the fact that he only wishes for Ku-moon-ren's death. After that, it was as if everything was covered in darkness as Lee used the Black Heaven Strike attack against Ku-moon-ren. This is all Sophia sees. She starts shouting in the direction of their fight, calling out for Ku-moon-ren to come over. Ku-moon-ren sees Lee's very powerful attack coming, and he uses a systematic step-up. Ku-moon-ren's foot and Lee's hand clash in battle. Everything around them begins to envelope with energy. The events of the story show us Ginny, who notices that some strange sounds are coming from the abyss. As she runs out of the cave, she notices the fact that everything around her is falling down. Rocks are just piled up, flying down one by one. Meanwhile, Lee is all blazing in battle. The veins on his body have begun to swell very much. They are distilling streams of blood. This is all Ginny sees, for apparently it was Lee's attack that caused the walls to collapse dramatically. Blow after blow, Lee began to jump right behind Ku-moon-ren and strike him blow after blow, trying to injure or destroy him. Ku-moon-ren starts yelling at Lee, saying that he's wasting energy on such bizarre attacks against him. Ku-moon-ren wants to remind Lee of death, but by this point, Lee's face is already covered almost entirely in blood. Ku-moon-ren looks at him angrily and asks if he really wanted to die here with him. However, all he hears in response from Lee is his name and a sharp jump with another new attack. Ku-moon-ren looks directly at Lee, who is covered in blood, and says that since he wants it that way, fine. Ku-moon-ren jumps on top of him and lays her hand against his body, saying that he will remind him everything now. And right after that, with just one attack, Ku-moon-ren sends Lee into a wall, smashing that wall with his body. Shocked Sophia hasn't seen Ku-moon-ren like this in a very long time, she is very worried about him. The same thing happens to Ginny. She opens her mouth out of shock and only watches Lee get beaten hard. Ku-moon-ren looks at Lee with wild intensity, saying he'll remind him who his teacher was and how strong he was. After this attack, Lee's aura had practically faded away, and his body remained in the rock, almost completely covered in blood. It was as if Lee had lost consciousness. Ku-moon-ren only stood by his side and looked at him, his disciple. However, in a moment his attention was interrupted by Sophia, whom he wasn't too happy about from the looks of it. She started questioning Ku-moon-ren about who Lee was and where Kangson had gone, and if Ku-moon-ren was okay. However, Kumon-ren only angrily began to answer her. Did she really want to interrupt his fight and followed here? She was aghast at such words and immediately began to say that she just wanted to check and notify about the bomb downstairs. Kumon-ren only replied that he was aware of it, and she started to say that they better go upstairs. It was time to go back already. However, in the moment, Sophia sees Kumon-ren put his hand on Lee's body and asks what he's doing to him. Kumon-ren, with a sad look, began to talk about how it was still the head of Sunu. He should be taken away. He began to look into Lee's bloodied face and talk about taking him away as a possible ransom. However, Sophia began to discourage Kumon-ren from such an idea, saying that it was hardly worth it. However, Kumon-ren ignored this. He was only trying to bring Lee's energy to his senses, asking if he was dead. Sophia looked at it all upset. It was as if she could feel the fact that Kumon-ren had relaxed and fallen. Some time passes, Sophia and Julia are sitting at the bar, and Sophia tells her everything that happened. Julia talks about the boss, meaning Kumon-ryong, taking special machines to forget things. Trailing off, she added that after he met Lee, he stopped accepting them and embraced his past. Julia talks about Lee being very important to the boss, and that's not a good thing. Emotions can play a cruel trick in a fight. Sophia just watches it all, and in her head, she begins to remember everything in detail. That day in the cave. Then, in the cave, at the moment when Kumon-ren was powering up Lee, he woke up abruptly, surprising him and Sophia. And of course, right after he woke up, he unleashed a huge attack on Kumon-ren, which he dodged. It was then that Kumon-ren realized that the loon, as he said Lee, had been conscious all this time as it was. Immediately after that strike, Lee became stoic once more and enveloped his body with that very same fiery aura. At that moment, Kumon-ren grabbed Sophia and stepped back with her, realizing that she might not be able to hold back the attack. And so it was, for at that moment, Lee attacked again and very strongly began to make a volley of blows. Kumon-ren, along with Sophia, made a volley of leaping to dodge each of his new attacks. At that moment, Ginny felt better, for she saw Lee attack again, which meant he was alive and fine. It was then that Ginny ran up the cave, deciding that she had better be closer to Lee in that case. Watching and analyzing his attacks, Kumon-ren began to notice that Lee was using both defense and attack techniques at the same time. At that time, Sophia began to question Kumon-ren about what kind of strange power this guy had. But there was no answer. At that time, Kumon-ren only pushed Sophia and attacked Lee with a beam of energy at the spot where she was standing. Immediately after his attack, Lee, who was already covered in blood and powerless, also began to climb up towards Kumon-ren. One of his attacks went straight through Kumon-ren. It made a wound on his body and spurted out blood. Kumon-ren clearly didn't expect Lee to succeed. He clutched at his wound. Sophia was very worried about him. Watching Lee's attacks, Kumon-ren began to say that he had been combining attacks and defenses from different properties for so long, it was terrible. Sophia started to tell Kumon-ren that the wound was deep. They should leave, but he only stated that Lee was no longer moving. Looking at Lee on fire, Kumon-ren began to explain that he was unable to keep his sanity in good condition. Along with Sophia, Kumon-ren stood below and looked at Lee, holding back the flow of blood from his wound with his hand. Kumon-ren realized that he was already instinctively attacking. He wasn't conscious. His aggression and anger had taken over. Kumon-ren doesn't understand why Lee hasn't fallen yet, and then he started smiling and remembering what kind of soul Lee has. Immediately afterward, Kumon-ren started yelling at Sophia, saying that she urgently needed to get out of here. Lee also became, and all blood and energy only spoke Kumon-ren's name time after time and nothing more. Afterward, he said a single phrase, "I'll kill you," and rushed towards Kumon-ren with great speed. Kumon-ren began to realize why it was like this. Whether the soul always goes forward and never backs down, he always didn't give up. Kumon-ren began to remember Lee as a child, saying that was why he chose him as his student. Lee once again attacked Kumon-ren, and once again the latter also made an attack and dodged it. Lee fell into the rocks and Kumon-ren stood beside him, Sophia watching it all from the side. Sophia looked at Kumon-ren in surprise, realizing that he had done very hard for someone with an injury on his chest. However, in a moment, Kumon-ren started coughing up blood, which gave the realization that he wasn't omnipotent here. Sophia wasn't happy about it. Though she realized that this could be the case, she understood that Kumon-ren was overdoing it. However, her attention and Kumon-ren's attention moves up, one of his men. The guy with glasses flies down. Kumun Ren decides to help. He sprawls out and jumps up towards him in a horrified state. Immediately afterward, Kumun Ren grabs one of his guys and lands back on the stairs. Sophia also jumps over there to Kumun Ren and asks him if he's okay now. Lee replies that he's fine. He's just passed out for a bit right now. It'll pass and he'll be fine. Sophia replies that it's not him she's worried about, but rather Kumun Ren, who in turn looks up. At the top is Hyun, the one who is the heir to the clan. Apparently the guy with the glasses from Kumun Ren's men fought him. Kumun Ren looks at him and smiles, saying is he really here too, calling his clan a name. Kumun Ren turns to Sophia and asks her to bring this guy with glasses to her senses and bring the head of the Sunu clan Lee. Sophia asks Kumun Ren if he's suddenly decided to fight Hyung, since his condition is clearly not the best right now. However, Kumun Ren only smiles, saying that if it wasn't for his condition, this guy wouldn't have even gotten on top of him. However, the Hyun standing above only looks down and tries to find the Kansong he's worried about among them all. However, the moment Hyun yells for everyone to urgently pull back, some sharp burst of energy from below. Immediately afterward, all the people in the group turned around to see what had happened. A bloodied Kumun Ren reappears in the audience, talking about how good it is to have everyone in the room. Kumun Ren's men began to rejoice that he had finally arrived back, albeit in such a state. He starts addressing everyone, saying that he has nightmarish information about them. Trailing off, he talks about how if someone wants to kill him, it's a good time in this state, but if attacked, be prepared to die here. Sophia feels Kumun Ren's aura and realizes that he's really overreacting right now, which isn't like him. She goes down to Lee, looks at him, and realizes that he is the weak part of the boss. Sophia starts to head towards Lee and then sees something sharply heading towards her from below. It turns out to be Ginny, who strikes out and yells for her to get away from Lee pronto. Ginny whips Sophia off to the other side and heads towards Lee herself to jump in and help him. Arriving at Lee's place, Ginny tries to pull him out of the cave to help while Sophia flies down. With a tremendous effort, Ginny pulls Lee with all her might to pry him from the shackle of rocks. She succeeds, pulling Lee out of the rocks and throwing him onto the ladder to help him. However, in a moment, she notices that someone's sword stabs right into Lee's body and creates a hole in it. Ginny is wildly shocked to see this. She has a hard time keeping her emotions in check. She screams Lee's name and thinks of how to help. Sophia jumps right at Ginny, saying that leaving the enemy out of range was a very stupid decision. Sophia jumps near Lee and pulls her blade out of him, which she does and launches it at him. Ginny yells at Sophia, saying that now she's just going to destroy her right here because of all this. Trailing off, Sophia only smiles, saying that Ginny is acting very strange and very ignorant for a fight. Sophia abruptly strikes right at Ginny, however. The latter in turn dodges this attack very easily. Ginny exhales sharply and raises her blue aura around herself, preparing for a powerful attack. Shocked, Sophia realizes that it won't be as easy as she thought. Her opponent turns out to be not so weak. Ginny creates the most powerful aura. It's like she flips in the air during a powerful dance that creates the balance of her soul. Ginny's aura covers right over Sophia. She screams about why she has such a powerful opponent right now. Ginny makes a volley of attacks and literally in an instant finds herself on the exact opposite side of Sophia. Ginny turns to Sophia and says how dare she do such a thing in front of Ginny. Following her words, Ginny creates a powerful attack with her foot and strikes right into Sophia's body with hers. Ginny turns Sophia's body over and rolls her on the floor with her weapon, saying how could she hurt Lee? Sophia starts falling down and screaming, but Ginny just sits on top of her and just watches Sophia fall down. Sophia turns back, seeing only a deep abyss beneath her. She realizes that this is the way to die. However, she is prevented from falling by a sharp chain that flies straight at her and wraps around Sophia's arm. Ginny is shocked. She was hoping to get rid of this girl, but someone chains her up to save her now, pulling her up. It turns out to be the guy with the glasses. He asks Sophia if she's okay and pulls her up. However, Ginny has no intention of just sitting there and watching all this. She jumps straight for the chain and Sophia's hand. However, Sophia manages to dodge. She kicks off the rocks nearby and jumps up that way. And after a few more jumps, she falls to the top, where that guy with the glasses is already waiting for her. This guy looks at Ginny and asks Sophia who she is. However, Sophia says she doesn't have time to explain it. Trailing off, Sophia jumps down and yells about leaving this Ginny for him for a while, referring to the guy with the glasses. This pisses Ginny off quite a bit. Such a weird attitude. She jumps up to her and yells at her to wait. However, you can't jump very far because one of that guy's chains flies right into Ginny's face. Ginny deftly manages to dodge by jumping right onto the chain, but it's still a terrible thing for Sophia to leave. Wrapping this chain around her leg, Ginny jumps up so that she wraps the chain around this guy's arm. Meanwhile, Sophia finds Lee unconscious and approaches him again with her katana. Trailing off, she swings around, saying she's going to settle this place with one punch now and prepares to strike. However, right above her at that moment, Ginny appears, kicking her in the head and knocking her away from Lee. Ginny is very angry. You can feel it well from her punches as blow after blow she tosses Sophia aside from Lee. Sophia is already annoyed by all of this as well. She doesn't understand how that bespectacled idiot didn't deal with Ginny with his chains. Ginny decides not to give her much time to think and immediately rushes over to deliver another knee strike. However, Ginny's luck failed her this time. She was grabbed from behind by the leg chains right moments before Sophia's face was hit. Ginny falls to the floor and screams in pain, and that guy's chains pull her to him as quickly as possible. Sophia yells angrily at him, saying that just a little more and Na could have been hurt by her blows. The kid, meanwhile, apologized with a smile, saying that he hadn't expected Ginny to be so fast. Sophia pulls the katana towards Ginny's face, saying that her skills are certainly very good, but she met the wrong person today. Ginny just sits back and ponders what she can do at once against two people in that position. However, in the moment, Ginny feels behind her a wild aura of flame that kills by its mere inherent presence. It turns out to be Lee, who regained semi-consciousness and got to his feet, and once again raised his powerful aura. Sophia and Ginny are left to just watch it, though Sophia is probably not going to have a sweet time right now. He once again blows a white aura from behind his mouth. Still covered in blood with wild eyes, he only speaks Kumun Ren's name, saying that he won't let him go. Sophia shivers at the mere sight of him, even more so when he's covered in blood after so many wounds now standing in front of her. Meanwhile, upstairs in the hall between Kumun Ren and Hyun, there's an active fight in the battle. Hyun analyzes and looks closely at every attack of Kunmun Ren, saying that he has clearly lost his strength. Hyun realizes that even without strength, Kunmun Ren is a very strong opponent for him, so Hyun decides to activate the technique. Hyun says he's the one who's been practicing since their last meeting. Kunmun Ren is surprised, and Hyun throws a powerful punch at him. However, even after such a powerful blast of energy, Kunmun Ren stands on his feet. With his own hands, he stopped such a flow. Kunmun Ren just laughs and says that Hyun has really changed quite a bit since they haven't seen each other. Trailing off, Hyun talks about how if that's the case, he'll act on Kunmun Ren in a very strong way. Meanwhile, Sophia, along with Ginny, observe how powerful and strong Lee is now standing in front of them. Looking at his body, which is already in a horrible state, Sophia talks about how is that jerk Lee immortal. However, in a trace, she dismisses all these thoughts and tries to assure herself that he can be killed. His body is already badly injured as it is. Sophia pulls out her sword and talks about ending him right there then, so that he never bothers Kunmun Ren again. Ginny behind her excitedly yells at her, asking her to stop this already. Ginny tries to snap out of her seat to protect Lee, however, the guy with the glasses keeps her chained still. Meanwhile, Sophia is already approaching Lee's body and Ginny yells his name to pay attention and he regains consciousness. The events of the story show us a fight between Kunmun Ren and Hyun. However, it stops. Something blinds them brightly. This light blinds everyone, even a group of our guys, because it goes everywhere, covering everyone's eyes like a huge light bomb. Trailing off, huge explosions are heard from the lower part of the caves and everything inside is blazing with fire and exploding. Following the explosion comes an earthquake. Everything starts to crumble. Ladders fall, rocks too. All the caves and buildings shake. We're shown the same guy who was in the cult and fought Lee. He's lying amongst the rocks and says he almost died. He looks back and talks about how he doesn't understand how it happened because the explosion is too strong for the bomb they were planting here. The head of the cult silently watches everything while Kunmun Ren's men discuss the fact that this old man might be involved in the explosion, and there are their friends down there. Kunmun Ren interrupts his fight with Hyun, saying that Hyun is a lucky guy because he has a case that is worth more attention. He turns to Hyun once again, saying that if he wants to stay alive, he can leave for the day. Kunmun Ren raises a powerful aura and speaks about seeing them squirm around. Meanwhile, the events of the story show us Sophia. She is lying on the rocks and has just come to her senses, not realizing what has happened. She looks at Lee, who is standing in front of her. He, just with a dark face, covered in blood, no aura, and with torn clothes, stands silently. His face is devastated, no look, no aura or strength either, just blood flowing and hair lying around. The stairs where Lee is standing and Sophia is lying begin to fall down after a massive explosion along with rocks. The guy who was holding Ginny with chains also passed out. She started breaking the chains and screaming Lee's name. However, Lee meanwhile simply as an object flies down, along with the debris of bridges, ladders and rocks. Sophia calmly closes her eyes and talks about how it's finally over. She's convinced he's dead already. Our friend the gorilla monster emerges from one of the caves complaining that he almost died from blowing this one up. Trailing off, he lays down on the ladder that preserved Kanson's body and begins to watch what happens from the explosion. However, amidst what falls, the gorilla notices Lee's body flying downward, which doesn't move or do anything. The gorilla looks down, yells his name, but realizes she can't reach him. She doesn't know what to do in a situation like this. However, here comes a brave Ginny. She raises her powerful aura and flies straight to the bottom for Lee's body. However, the gorilla monster jumps over the rocks and grabs Ginny, who jumped in to help Lee and prevents her from flying down further. She starts yelling at the gorilla, asking what the guy is suddenly doing and why he's stopping her. Even though the gorilla says that Ginny might die, all she says in response is that she doesn't care. It's more important to save Lee now. Gorilla is holding Ginny, talking about how if she goes there, it's too late anyway, and Lee's body is still flying down. Ginny is tearing non-stop from the gorilla's arms, calling her names and getting very angry, but the gorilla still won't let Ginny in. Ginny realizes that Lee could probably just die now, and cries wildly, screaming his name over and over. Lee, meanwhile, falling down, falls into some lake or river very deep, and just goes to the bottom further. Lee continues to sink. He is not breathing or regaining consciousness, the shackles of the water raking him to the bottom. However, in the moment Lee opens his eyes and looks up, he regains consciousness while he only realizes that there is water around. Lee started to pull his bloody hand up. There is some light from above. He thinks about how he got here. Did he really fall? Suddenly, in the moment of Lee drowning, he began to remember a time. Someday he had jumped from a roof. However, Lee was then rescued. It was apparently by Kumun Ren. Now drowning, Lee realizes that he would not have wanted to be rescued then. Lee sinks into the water and his consciousness. He says it's even good to die like this, because everything will be over right now with his death. The gorilla monster and Ginny began to look down. Ginny is no longer angry. They both see something very different down below. Looking down, they see energy, lots of energy, like a whole cloud of it. It really surprises them. One of Kumun Ren's men finds Sophia and brings her to consciousness. He asks what she's even doing here and why she didn't get up right away. Ginny yells about what's wrong with Ginny and where she is now, not answering this guy's questions. Sophia is very worried. Kumun Ren and the cult leader appears behind Ginny. Kumun Ren immediately says what kind of girl the girl in question is. Guy tells Ginny that Kumun Ren was worried about her, and that's why he stopped the fight by going downstairs to Sophia. Kumun Ren started asking for Lee. Sophia said that damn thing, meaning Ginny, took his body with her. Kumun Ren asks Sophia more. She says that she and the guy with glasses lost them due to the explosion. Trailing off, the cult leader says that the apparently uncollected remnants of the demon's energy in the cave have increased the gap to strength. Sophia began to look as well. To her great surprise, she also detected some strange energy below. Kumun Ren also looks down and asks the head of the cult about this energy. He says it's condensate from the energy. It will disappear soon. The events of the story show us Lee still sinking down, and the cult leader tells Kumun Ren information about the demon. In the moment, already immobilized, as if not alive and resigned to his fate, Lee falls right to the bottom of this cave. In the moment, Lee comes to his senses and sits up. It's as if the water has disappeared, and he himself is lying at the bottom of the rocks of this cave. In the moment, Lee senses something and sees it. It strikes him to the core. He is very shocked, and a voice says, "You have finally appeared." There's some man standing in the stones, some powerful energy coming from him, and he's just sitting there talking, looking at Lee, a demon descendant. Meanwhile, the events of the story show us one of Kumun Ren's guys. He informs us that the helicopter will be arriving soon. He informs Kumun Ren and the others to hurry. The helicopter won't be waiting for them for long. They leave the cave. Sophia complains to Kumun Ren that they only suffered today, got nothing, and blames it on the cult leader. The cult leader begins to apologize, saying that he didn't expect such actions from his past client. In the moment, with Kumun Ren's dark aura turning to him, saying that they've had enough shock, the cult leader should start telling the truth. Kumon Ren starts threatening that if he doesn't find out the whole truth about that stone too, he will cut off the head of the cult leader and send it to his client. The cult leader begins to make excuses in a hurry, saying that this piece of stone is still important. It's just that the work isn't finished. Following that, the old man pulls out some kind of book, shows it to Kumon Ren, and says that all of the demon's secrets are described here. Following that, while looking into Kumon Ren's eyes with a caustic smile, the cult leader says that none of the demon followers know about this book. Meanwhile, however, the events of the story show us some very hairy and bearded man. He sits in a cell downstairs and talks about how, as expected, even that explosion hit him here. Prison guards go around the hulks, making phone calls and saying that everything is normal and under control. The other part of the guard, along with the main guard, are fishing out the escapees. The main guard asks to be more careful out there. The guards communicate that everything will be fine, but in a moment, there is a violent explosion that blows the guards away. The explosion is like a torrent of energy that crushes everything in its path, sweeping everything into splinters with energy. Out of the explosion appears the same male prisoner number 1401. He addresses the guards, saying he has one question for them. He asks them about the explosion, but the guards only pull out their guns in response and start threatening him with them, followed by the prisoner talking about how he only wanted to know how things were going in the Murim now, but those guns were stressing him out. Looking toward the guards, he asks why they are all here, surprising them wildly with his question. There is a group of people standing behind the guards who bow to him and call the president something. One of these people in the crowd talks about apologizing for violating the president's words, but an anomaly was found in the energy. Ignoring the guards at all, he talks about how he felt it too, saying they must be worried about it too. He and his men decide to go to a certain sanctuary, however. His way is blocked by a guard with a gun. The guard looks at him wildly and angrily and starts yelling about how he's about to slaughter everyone here and everything. However, no sooner had he finished threatening than all the guards lost the ability to move and control their bodies. This guy with a calm face, as if nothing had happened, starts walking forward and ignoring everyone in his path. In a moment, the guard begins to threaten again, but this time in response, the energy that was restraining their bodies began to twist their arms. In the wake of this, their arms and other organs began to break, causing all the guards to fall to the floor and scream. And that man in turn only calmly went forward, saying that young guys have no manners at all already. One of the man's men asks him if this is really the ability of immortality. He replies that it is only a step towards it. Looking ahead, he speaks quietly that he seems to have seen the shadow of his hometown teacher. Meanwhile, Ginny and the gorilla go downstairs. The gorilla says it's better to wait for help, but Ginny goes confidently downstairs, saying there's no time. Gorilla talks about how he's seen bodies fall there before. They look just awful. He hits on Ginny with that. Ginny abruptly asks the gorilla to just shut up, much to his surprise, and she herself is surprised. Ginny starts crying again and talks about how she doesn't care at all what Lee looks like. She just wants to know what's wrong with him. Gorilla says the energy is fading and you can wait a bit and see. But Ginny only ignores and jumps down. The gorilla monster starts covering his face with his hands, talking about how he managed to connect with kids who don't understand a damn thing. Ginny, meanwhile, flies straight down. With her energy, she develops a bit of a condensation of the other's energy and heads down. She overcomes the energy condensate and the familiar cave she jumps down next. At one point, a very tired Ginny does get to the bottom and stops to catch her breath and breathe. She clutches her chest and talks about how the atmosphere here puts a lot of pressure on her. It's hard for her to even breathe here. She begins to look around, and in a moment, she notices Lee's body lying on the rocks to her right, covered in blood. She takes a closer look at him, realizing it's definitely Lee and he's in a terrible state. She heads over to him. She stands right over him and weeps bitterly. It's hard for her to watch this, and at the same moment happy that she's found Lee. Following her downstairs arrives the gorilla monster, who looks at Lee and says that he was clearly better looking before. Lee regains consciousness and starts coughing. Ginny instantly runs up to him and asks how he's feeling. Ginny starts hugging him and yelling about how she knew Lee was alive and okay. The gorilla monster in the background, talking about how it's pretty amazing that Lee survived falling from such a height, is wildly infuriating to Ginny. Ginny starts yelling at the gorilla, talking about why she's even getting on and talking like that at such and such a moment. Lee asks Ginny about everything. He forgot about falling down here from above, she reminds him. He says he remembers something like that. In the moment, Lee starts asking Ginny who the weird uncle is. Ginny interjects and doesn't realize who he's talking about. Lee points to some point in the rock, saying that he spoke to him from there, this uncle. Ginny, Lee, and Gorilla start looking at that point and talk about what Lee means, because it's just there, a skeleton. Lee talks about how that's just not possible. A few minutes ago, he was alive and talking about an immortal demon. Ginny begins to question Lee about it, however. All he says in response is that it looks like he made a mistake. However, following this, Lee picks up his head and begins to ponder in his thoughts what it could have been, and who this person is. Trailing off, Lee remembers Ku-moon Ren and asks Ginny and the gorilla where he is now, but they are only surprised by his question. Ginny starts yelling at Lee, saying that there's something wrong with him. Why is he thinking about Ku-moon Ren when he just almost got killed himself? Ginny continues. With almost tears in her eyes, she talks about Lee being on the brink of death when he fought. Looking into Lee's eyes, Ginny cries out about whether or not he has decided to die at the hands of Ku-moon Ren and leave her as a grandfather. Closing her eyes, Ginny continues, talking about how Lee doesn't think about the people around him at all, that he's always surrounded by. However, this whole scene is interrupted by the gorilla saying that they can solve their amorous affairs later, but now it's time to move out. Ginny is angry at the gorilla again, saying what is wrong with him? Why is he always getting in their business? He asks Ginny to think with her head. Trailing off, the gorilla points upwards to the cave, saying that it will soon be covered in darkness and it will be much harder to return. Trace Gorilla also adds that he is concerned about the condition of Kansen, who is lying on top. This all surprises Lee and Ginny. Meanwhile, the events of the story show us Kansen himself, who is covered in blood with his eyes closed, lying on the stairs. Hyun and Lee's friends stand near him and discuss the fact that they clearly need to hurry, or they won't be able to save him in time. Lee's friend's friend Choa shouts from upstairs that they've successfully contacted HQ and those will soon be off to help them. Immediately afterward, alarms go off throughout the cave asking all crews to help Kansen. Lee, Ginny, and the gorilla go up and notice these alarms. The gorilla is happy that Kansen was able to find and help him. Trailing off, the gorilla turns to Lee, indicating that it's time to disperse. His work is done here now. A surprised Lee yells that how can they split up? After all, the gorilla was able to save Kansen. Why leave now, though? However, the gorilla monster only jumps to another ladder, saying that he doesn't need any favors. With a smile on his face, he compliments by saying that his objective is to battle Kansen, but not in gratitude in any way. The gorilla says that he is not going to leave here. He is comfortable here and will stay in his cell. A surprised Ginny yells at him about what such strong reasons he has for staying here in his cell. However, after lowering his head and retreating to his cell, the gorilla monster reveals that he too has secrets he doesn't want to reveal. At last, he turns around and smiles, saying that he's thankful that he's grateful to them for having had a fun time with them, even if just a little. He asks them to leave quickly, and lastly turns to Lee, asking him to send greetings to Mr. Steele from him. Meanwhile, the events of the story move forward. We are shown the hospital plateau in which Kansona lies under the care of doctors. Almost the entire group of our guys are standing outside the room. They are chatting about Kansen and waiting for the test results from the doctors. Hyun is very worried about Kang-seong, because when he checked his pulse, he often disappeared, and so did Kang-seong's energy. The guy with brown hair tells Hyun about worrying a lot. You have to believe in Kansen with all your heart. And next, a guy with brown hair praises Hyun, saying he saved Kansen and fought Ku-moon Ren. That's pretty cool. Among the corridors of the hospital, Lee Seong shows up with Ginny. He immediately asks if Kansen is here. The guy with the brown hair criticizes him, saying that when the problems came, he disappeared, and when the problems went away, he came. However, when Lee and Ginny step out of the hallway into the light, all abruptly silent, they see Lee's condition. They are shocked at what Lee looks like now. He immediately apologizes for making them worry. Lee's friend immediately asks him what's wrong with him, and if he's okay, he replies that he's fine and asks how Kansen is doing. The doctor opens the door of the room and asks everyone what they are doing here, followed by asking them all to leave the room. However, in the moment after the doctor's words, it was as if Lee had awakened a new power. His eyes began to spark with blue energy. Lee stood staring blue-eyed into the room, while the doctor in the back tried to assure everyone that they were helping Kansen as best they could. In the moment, it's as if it dawns on Lee. He doesn't realize what he's feeling, but he starts to hear all the doctor's dialogue inside. After hearing the dialogue about Kansen feeling very ill, Lee decides to head to the ward. The doctor yells at him, telling him what he's doing. Lee walks into the room, stops, and starts looking into Kansen's face just non-stop. Hyun appears from the side and tries to question Lee about what he's doing, but Lee only looks at Kang-seong with big eyes. In a moment, Lee's eyes once again became covered in blue energy that seemed to splash out of him time after time. Immediately afterward, Lee points his hand downward, pointing it at Kansan, and as if beginning to treat him. However, the events of the story take us back to that man Strong and his group who came to the bottom of the cave and found their energy missing. They shine a light on that very skeletal corpse and say that all the energy here is gone, and even they can't feel it anymore. This man is terribly angry about everything that is happening. He doesn't understand where the energy has gone. Sweat of anger runs down his face. Meanwhile, lowering his hand to Kansan, Lee uses a new blue energy that he releases into Kansan's body. Jinny, Lee's friend, and everyone else watches in shock and silence at what is happening. They have never seen anything like this before. The guys in the group also don't understand what's going on. What a strange kind of treatment, as if Lee is a master of medicine. Hyun looks at Lee and his energy, saying that as soon as he appeared, he felt something strange about him. How is that possible? The doctor hesitantly turns to Lee, asks what he's doing, and asks him to take his hands off Kansan immediately. However, Hyun, believing in Lee's strength, stops the doctor, shouting that he couldn't wait even a minute longer. Our group begins to notice that Lee's actions are having an effect, for Kansan's face has become less pale. In the moment, Lee's friend addresses Jinny, talking about how it seems to him as if Lee's energy is subsiding little by little. Jinny approaches slowly from behind to Lee and asks if Lee is okay with him. Lee is silent with his eyes closed. In the next second, Lee simply falls to the ground, but Jinny and Lee's friend manage to catch him and hold him down. The guys in the group start discussing what happened and wondering if they should help Lee and Jinny. The guy with brown hair talks about Lee having exhaustion. He was probably only imitating the powers of a supreme medicine master. Their dialogues are interrupted by the doctor, who happily shouts that this simply can't happen and informs them that all of Kansan's vitals are back to normal. The guy with the brown hair says, "Does that mean he's gotten better?" The doctor says, "Much better than just better." The doctor will explain that he's fine, but just a few minutes ago he was on the verge of death. This shocks the guy with the brown hair. Meanwhile, Jinny and Lee's friend carry Lee to a bunk nearby and lay him down, trying to figure out what's wrong with him and bring him to his senses. Hyun also stands behind and looks at Lee, realizing that that gigantic energy was gone in an instant. However, in his head, Hyun was still replaying the moments, remembering Lee and his new flow of energy without realizing what it was. The same strong man is standing downstairs talking about how strange it is. The energy recently appeared and then disappeared again. His assistant asks if he should go find out the source of the power, but the man says he's going to do it himself. And then he gives an order to urgently gather all the followers and get them out of here, which surprises this assistant. The man says that if the energy is no longer here, they should leave. There is no point in staying here. Trailing off, the man calls the skeleton a founder and says to leave it here. It's the best place for it to rest. The man raises a huge, strong aura and talks about how it is now unknown what he will look like when he meets the founder. Meanwhile, the events of the story show us some old locations and a bunch of buildings burning and exploding. Around these buildings, under the explosions, are people who are in a rush to leave the place faster with their belongings. They also show a boy covered in blood sitting near the corpse of a woman and crying, apparently his mother. But his tears are interrupted by the appearance of some large and strong hand that reaches out to him as if beckoning to him. This little boy stops crying and reaches his hand right out to this huge hand in the palm of his hand. And following the events of the story, we are also shown Lee, who is conscious and sweating and screaming something out of shock. Without time or blood, in different clothes, he wakes up in the hospital where Jinny is standing beside him, watching it all with shock. Jinny screams his name, but he just sits there silently, not realizing what he was seeing, if it was really that kind of dream. Jinny gets his attention by asking how he is, and if he feels okay now, which she surprises him with. Lee asks what he's doing here. Jinny tells him all about how he treated Kansan, after which Lee is even more surprised. Looking at Jinny surprised by all of this, he asks her again if he was really treating Kansan. Lee grabs his head and can't understand what the hell happened to him. Can a dream be so accurate? Jinny informs Lee that Kansan is okay, and meanwhile we are shown him and the head guard. The guard turns to Kansan, talking about how he doesn't want to clobber him with cases, but there's a problem one. Kansan talks about how it's no big deal and lets the guard talk about business and the immortality cult. The head guard tells Kansan about Mayoshnik escaping. He is the strong man with the men. Kansono begins to wonder why he suddenly decided to get out, and why not all of his men escaped. He's such a big shot among them. Meanwhile, we're shown Ma Yoshnik leaving, and Kansen talks about how apparently he had a reason that they don't even know about. Meanwhile, Lee's friend gives Lee himself a suit like a security guard, saying that the only outfit he has here. Lee's friend at one point asks Lee himself if he's really okay, which surprises Lee very much. Lee talks about how everything is fine already, his friend rejoices, saying that it's a boon Lee didn't get into any trouble again. However, Lee's friend still pokes his finger at him, saying he worries about him even as he looks at him. In response, Lee just remains silent at first and then turns to him, thanking him for such warm support always. Ginny enters the room. She is yelling about Lee taking a very long time to change his clothes. How long can we even wait for him? After Lee finished changing, they all went to the room with Choa and the rest of the guys. The guys tell Lee what happened during his absence and mention that as soon as Kansen woke up, he headed to his office. Meanwhile, on the stairs, two guys from the group, one with brown hair, are discussing various points. One of them had gotten hurt back at the beginning, so the guy with the brown hair was telling him what had happened. In the moment, the same Ma Yoshnik showed up on the stairs where they were socializing, asking what kids like that were doing in prison. Meanwhile, the events of the story show us Lee, who is abruptly paying attention to something, as if to the energy of someone. His friend asks him not to be distracted, saying that they have already arrived at the reception area, to them in this office. Ginny asks Lee about how he felt, if there is something in the other side, but Lee replies that everything is fine. However, in his thoughts, Lee realizes that there is nothing good. Just now, he felt a very strange feeling. Meanwhile, the events of the story have brought us back to those guys and Ma Yushnik, who asks them why they are silent. However, our guys in turn are contemplating what they would rather do, perhaps just run away. The guy with the brown hair talks about how it doesn't matter. Everyone will think about it later. Right now, we need to get rid of it. However, the moment this guy with brown hair wants to use the power, he can't move. With an eerie aura of power, Ma Yoshnik looks at them, talking about whatever it was they wanted to have fun with him here. They are shocked at what is happening and why they are so scared. Is this Parir really a martial arts master? The rest of the group is sitting in headquarters, but at the moment, an alarm is heard that says, Code Red. And following that, a siren is heard saying that HQ was under attack. This scares everyone, especially Ginny and Choa. Lee and his friend, as well as the others, hear reports that everyone needs to leave urgently and gather at headquarters. Meanwhile, the events of the story show us Mayoshnik, who is annoyed by the sounds and announcements on the sirens. At one point he says, "Pathetic people," and then there's an explosion that throws the two guys out. They land on the stairs, followed by Mayoshnik talking about how even after 50 years, they're still just as slow and weak. He talks about how they made a fuss so long ago, and the messages and alarms are only going off now. Next, he grabs the arms of a guy with brown hair, and in an instant just breaks them apart. He creates a wild aura, raises his hand, and says that now it has come to their attention what level creature they have decided to attack. The guy with the brown hair concludes that this man is just awful, and the best solution now is to get the hell out. However, when they try to do so, they discover the fact that their bodies simply don't move now. Mayoshkin comes down to them and extends his hand in their direction. The guy with the brown hair realizes that things are really bad. Mayoshkin's hand is already right in front of his face, but he can't even do anything, as his legs just won't obey him. However, in the very next instant, Lee appears, reflecting Mayoshkin's hand away from the guy's face in a second. Trailing off, Lee rudely yells at those two guys, telling them urgently to both leave. Immediately after his words, he energizes his foot and strikes directly at Mayoshkin's body. Mayoshkin says that Lee confronts him. He's a prison guard according to his uniform, and he must know who Mayoshkin is. Trailing behind, Mayoshkin looks at Lee with a horrified aura, saying that whether he wants to try out the heart connection technique on himself. Following the events of the story, show us Kansen talking about whether Mayoshkin is at the prison headquarters already. The head guard talks about how it is. Dozens of agents have been dispatched, but none have returned. The head guard tells Kansen that according to the agents, their bodies became motionless at the moment of the attack. This shocks Kansen. In his thoughts, Kansen is well aware that it is the demonic art of binding the opponent in Mayoshkin. Meanwhile, the events of the story show us Mayoshkin, who puts his hand up and asks Lee how his skill is. However, the moment he said that, he noticed a blue aura of energy from Lee and was wildly surprised. In the next instant, Lee knocks his arm away with her hand. much to his surprise and even frightening him. He looks at Lee and in his thoughts tries to realize what he has just seen. He is afraid to even think of doubts. Lee attacks Mayoshkin, he dodges, but is intimidated by the fact that his heart-binding technique doesn't work on Lee. Mayoshkin stares at Lee's face with wild anger and can't understand how come his technique doesn't work. Lee jumps on him again with an attack, and Mayoshkin ponders the fact that is Lee such a master of arts. Lee throws a punch, but Mayoshkin blocks it and realizes that it's clearly not about Lee's skill here. While Mayoshkin was defending himself, Lee moved to another position. Seeing an open spot, he decides to strike. Lee gathers a lot of energy in his strike, thinking about what he's going to destroy in one attack right now. However, right after the powerful attack, Lee stands in shock, not realizing what happened. The attack just didn't reach him. This man just turned his hands, and making some aura circles, he absorbed all of Lee's attack at once. Mayoshkin looks at Lee with shock, not understanding how he repelled the attack of hearts back then. Is he really the kind of master that even Mayoshkin doesn't know? Gathering immense strength in his hand, Mayoshkin ponders the fact that he will suppress Lee first and then find out his identity. Mayoshkin gathers a huge amount of blue energy in his punch and strikes it straight towards Lee. However, Lee isn't so weak and stupid, though with difficulty he dodges Mayoshkin's energy attack. A small part does hit Lee. He looks at this energy with shock, noticing that it is very unusual even. Meanwhile, Mayoshkin sees with shock that Lee has managed to dodge his lightning flash technique, which surprises him. After which, Mayoshkin decides to see if his hunch is correct and launches several more such attacks, Lee once again dodging all of them. A strange realization comes to Lee that he is dodging these attacks when he can't even see them. It amazes him himself. Mayoshkin looks at Lee, realizing that if such attacks don't work on him, then he is definitely a top-level master. Meanwhile, right behind Mayoshkin's back, Ginny shows up and is going to help and strike. And besides Ginny, Lee's friend with the sword also shows up, who also wants to help Lee with the man. Lee notices two of them. They jumped right behind him and are about to attack the man. However, they did nothing at all. With 3 fingers, he grabbed Ginny's leg, and 3 more he grabbed his friend Lee's katana. Immediately after he grabbed them, both Lee's friend and Ginny lost the ability to control their bodies. Mayoshkin, realizing that things aren't as easy with Lee as he'd like, he asks how the latter knows Dokmun's art. Lee interjects him about which Dokmun arts he's referring to and asks him to let Ginny and his friend go at once. However, Mayoshkin only raises his hands and says that if Lee doesn't want to talk, fine. Right after that, he throws Ginny and his friend back and yells about seeing how long Lee can hide his identity. In the blink of an eye, Mayoshkin is behind Lee's back and talks about taking him out of commission to begin with. Immediately after his words, Mayoshkin puts his pala to Lee's neck and sees blue energy emanating. This once again scares the crap out of him. He doesn't know what's even going on or how to fight Lee. Lee in turn does not intend to just stand there either. He jumps away from Mayoshkin and gets to Ginny's defense with his friend. Lee is pretty pissed at all that's going on and asks Ginny and her friend if they're okay. Meanwhile, Mayoshkin is still standing in shock. He doesn't understand what it was. Was it really an illusion? This all wildly irritates Mayoshkin. He says that although he didn't finish his training, he hoped to take control of all of Murim. However, he now realizes that he can't subdue the young prison warden Lee, and it pisses him off wildly. However, Mayoshkin also realizes that he doesn't feel any anger from Lee, just some sense of nostalgia as if. Lee is screaming about how there's no reason why Mayoshkin broke in here and caused a commotion. Mayoshkin looks up in surprise and asks Lee if he's the one asking him now. Angry Mayoshkin is screaming about where it seems so a little guy like Lee doesn't fear Mayoshkin. Lee turns to him, saying he's doing this to help. He sees that Mayoshkin isn't really an evil person. Mayoshkin says fine, and asks to call the man in charge, Kansen, adding that she'll take his head off first and then talk to him. Mayoshkin screams about how the recent explosion destroyed their shrine school and Kansen as the main person responsible for it all now. Mayoshkin turns to Lee, saying that if the latter wants to have a normal conversation, he should first have him bring his head. Lee just looks at him with great surprise, for she cannot understand what he is asking to fulfill such requests for. Ginny turns to Lee saying that talking to him is a stupid idea. He clearly doesn't want to dialogue. Lee talks about how no, you can't leave it like that, and then addresses him by title and name. However, Lee's glory is interrupted by a whole squad of guards who shout for Mayoshkin to surrender because he is surrounded by them. Mayoshkin looks at the guards and talks about how they don't really plan on defeating him with that many people. The guards state that they are aware that Mayoshkin Hart's technique only works for a maximum of 10 people. Kansen and the head guard appear. Kansen talks about how suppressing Mayoshkin in this way is a forced measure. Lee rejoices at Mr. Kansen's arrival here. For now, there is faith in a peaceful solution to this problem. Kansong turns to Mayoshkin, offering to have a normal conversation. He wants to know why the man is making a mess here. However, in response to Kansen, Mayoshkin cries out that he touched their school's sacred reliquary. Mayoshkin accuses Kansen of blowing up and stealing their relic, but Kansen only shockingly asks what Mayoshkin means. However, apparently Mayoshkin is not going to communicate further. He begins to make an attack with his blue energy at Kansen. A shocked Lee starts screaming Kansen's name because he didn't expect their dialogue to come together like this. Somehow, due to the crowd, Kansen had managed to stay on his feet, however. He was now starting to cough up blood. He was getting very sick from one attack. Glav Mayoshkin is covered in a blue aura. He just Kansen, don't try to deceive him, for he can feel the marks of wounds on that one. Shocked by all this, the head guard shouts for his men to grab Mayoshkin immediately. They yell again that he can only stop 10 people, after which they begin to surround him in a circle. However, Mayoshkin himself only looks at them at first, and then says that they are all apparently idiots. He stops all the guards at once and starts walking forward, talking about where they got the information about the 10 people from. Mayoshkin, with an angry aura, starts questioning Kansen, saying whether he thinks Kansen has accomplished nothing. Mayoshkin starts talking about how the real success will only begin now. Looking at Kansen, he criticizes him for interfering. Mayoshkin once again covers his eye with energy and charges his fingers with it as well. Raising his hand, he is about to strike at Kansen. However, a moment from the side comes Lee, who stopped Mayoshkin's attack into Kansen with a simple movement of his hand. Lee's friend and Ginny stare at this in shock. Ginny, in shock, can't figure out how Lee got there so fast. Mayoshkin turns his head to Lee, and Lee declares that the explosion was set off by the Black Forest clan. It was them. With his hands in the air, Lee talks about them stealing the Eternal Keeper and later planting a bomb. With a huge shock, Mayoshkin looks at Lee and asks him again if he heard correctly. Eternal Guardian? Lee talks about seeing those people steal that blue stone. This is looked at with shock by Ginny and Lee's friend. Mayoshkin himself only remains silent for now and looks at Lee. He is shocked at what Lee knows about the Eternal Guardian and the rest. Watching Lee, Mayoshkin in his head is amazed at how easily he believes Lee, and doesn't feel anger towards him even so close. It's not usual. However, in the moment, Mayoshkin senses some energy behind him. 2 men in black fly into him and Lee. Lee and Mayoshkin are thrown off by the flow of their energy and such an abrupt appearance here that no one expected. It was 2 men in black suits and glasses. They stood up for Kansen, and Choa called them Cheondomen. One of them approached Kansen to inquire about whether he was okay. Kansen replied that he was fine. Ginny also asks if Lee is okay. Since he was also thrown off in the moment, Lee says he's fine. However, immediately after, Lee and Ginny's attention goes to Mayoshkin, who says that too many people in Murin have stopped valuing their lives. Mayoshkin turns to the 2 guys, asking them who they are and how dare they try to stop him. Hyun enters the room, talking about how Kangsen has only just recovered from his injuries, and such action is a precaution. Mayoshkin starts yelling at Hyun, talking about how he's talking nonsense. A wounded man can't have that much energy. Into their dialogue comes Lee, who says that it's true, Kansen was wounded in the battle with the Black Forest clan. Mayoshkin looks at Lee, and Lee talks about how Kansen was unconscious but has regained consciousness, for his condition has improved. Mayoshkin begins to realize that someone used the Seonhangseok technique on Kansen and quickly healed him of his wounds. The events of the story show us that Blue Crystal and Mayoshkin talks about how it all makes sense then. Mayoshkin realizes that it's all a disappointment because the energy he felt is no longer there. In the moment, Mayoshkin addresses Lee, asking him what his name is and calling him boy, which surprises Lee. Lee tenses up at such a question and remains silent, and Ginny tells him from behind not to even think about answering it. However, Lee doesn't listen. He firmly and loudly declares that his name is Lee Xiong. Mayoshkin starts to smile, saying that he will remember the name and Lee, and laughs, closing his eyes. Trailing off, Mayoshkin calmly declares that since all business here has been completed, he's leaving and heading off to solve problems. However, his path is blocked by Hyun, who boldly declares that a criminal of this caliber should not be let go. Hyun refers to him as a ruthless devil spirit. Such a strange nickname is surprising to Lee. Mayoshkin gets in front of Hyun and raises a dark aura, asking if Hyun will stop him. Kansan yells out to Hyun in shock that it's dangerous, but it's hard for him to talk with his injuries. Trailing past the Dark One, Mayoshkin also raises an aura of energy and talks about Hyun trying to stop him. However, immediately after that phrase, everything around stopped, and after a second, Hyun immediately turned around and looked back. At the back was Mayoshkin. In just an instant, he went straight through all the guards, Hyun and the others, saying that they were weak. Before he leaves, he turns to Lee and talks about how they'll have to see each other again someday. While everyone around him is shouting commands to each other asking them to stop him, Lee stands in shock as he doesn't know what to do. Some time passes from that moment. Ginny reaches out to Lee and hands him his phone. Lee smiles and thanks her for it. Lee is glad to be back in civilized society via the phone. The whole group, including Lee and Ginny, board the bus. They take their usual seats and prepare to leave. Ginny asks Lee what he talked to Kansan about before leaving the place. Lee doesn't give a clear answer to her. However, in Lee's flashbacks, he is well aware that he was telling Kansan about how he ended up at the very bottom of the cave. Kansan then responded that he couldn't understand how it was that Lee fell and survived, and he healed him afterward. Then Kangsan also started saying that when Lee got into battle with Kumun Ren, he acted very stupid and strange. During this dialogue, Lee only stood and listened to Kansan. Kansan asked what would have happened if Lee had died. Then Lee asked the same question to Kangsan, for he knows the reasons for his coming here, as well as his battle with Kumun Ren. Then, looking at Lee, he said that he was already a very mature person and understood everything. But Lee is the head of the clan after all, and still very young. Then Kangsan complimented that the current situation in Murin and Kumun Ren himself is the mistake of past generations. And after that, Kangsan complimented that he wanted to correct those mistakes. Lee is still young, his generation should not suffer. Throughout this whole dialogue, Lee just stood there and remained silent. He didn't much know what to say back. After all, Kangsan was telling the truth. But towards the end, Kangsan reminded Lee of his battle with Kumun Ren and asked him not to make such mistakes again. Kangsan then told Lee that there were many people in his entourage who were dear to him, and Lee should justify their trust, not revenge. Then Lee didn't argue anymore. He lowered his gaze and agreed, saying that he understood Kangsan perfectly and agreed. However, before leaving, Kansong asked Lee to look at his arm. Something was bothering him, too much attention Ma Yoshkin had paid to Lee. Then Lee happily extended his hand to Kangsan, and Kangsan in turn put 2 fingers on it and began to scan. Kangsan was surprised and told Lee about how he thought he was much stronger than his peers, which surprised Lee. Following with a rather thoughtful face, Kangsan talks about how this is not a power that can be correlated with the devil. This clearly surprises Lee, for he doesn't understand what the words about the devil from Kangsan just now mean. Kangsan says the talk is about a rare treatment. It is a basic miracle shown by the immortal devil in the past, Lee said. Kangsan also talks about how everything that happened could be related. Attention from Mayoshkin too. Followed by Kangsan also telling Lee that things are very strange, especially since Lee isn't even familiar with the devil's name. Trailing off, Kangsan apologizes to Lee for his possible violent fantasy. He thought Lee might get involved with a cult. Next, Kangsan tells Lee about the immortality cult, saying that they are a powerful mastermind with a terrible reputation. Followed by Kangsan talking about how they could be strong contenders for the same federation, for example. Trailing off, Kangsan says that as long as the sect is occupied by Kumun Ren, the Federation won't have a problem, but in the future it might. Looking at Lee, Kangsan talks about how times have gotten very dangerous and they are in for a huge series of problems soon. Everyone is getting ready to leave. Ginny is yawning with the urge to sleep, and Lee is still keeping this dialogue between them in his mind. He recalls the opponent Mayoshkin, who could now become another problem just like Kumun Ren, but even times stronger. At the point, Lee realizes that he's clearly had enough thinking and starts yawning after such a long adventure with the urge to sleep. Lee lies in his chair and thinks things over, thoughts of Kumun Rene and Ma Yoshkin's new adversary keeping him awake. Lee recalls his fight with Ma Yoshkin and realizes that when you think about it that way, his martial arts were amazing. Out of interest, Lee tries to replicate his moves, letting everyone explain later what kind of fight he had with him with what techniques. Hyun has been watching this the whole time, and he's still looking at Lee, who's squirming oddly in his chair. Lee realizes he can't replicate his attacks, which is generally not surprising, but would be cool. However, from behind, someone approaches Lee and asks him what kind of musings he is immersed in, causing Lee to be greatly surprised. It turns out to be Hyun, who stands in front of Lee and asks him, once again, about his so interesting thoughts. Lee looks at Hyung and asks if it was so noticeable. Hyung replies with a cold face that it was even more noticeable. Lee replies to him that he has been thinking about Ma Yoshkin's martial arts, as he thinks they are indeed very amazing and powerful. Hyun puts a finger to Lee's face and talks about what the hell he's even thinking right now at a time like this. Hyung stares wildly and angrily at Lee, saying that Ma Yoshkin's art is diabolical, and diabolical art is forbidden in Marima. Hyun's words surprise Lee a lot. He didn't even expect the moment that his abilities of such power are forbidden. Hyun talks about how these abilities shouldn't be used as pure luck, nor should they be shown in Murama to anyone. Lee tries to ask for more details, but Hyun only says that there's a library in town that has everything about these martial arts. He also says that there's information about immortality there as well, which is where Hyun learned everything about what he's telling us now. Lee asks about whether he'll be able to read all about the arts there. Hyun replies that it's so obvious, isn't it? Lee sees that Jinny is awake and asks her if she's awake. She says she wanted to kick Hyun out of here for being rude to Lee. Jinny talks about how Lee shouldn't be so weak-willed. However, their dialogue is interrupted by the phone ringing. Lee is greatly surprised. Lee looks at the phone and sees that our hero, Kang Hajae, is calling him. Lee's hand is shaking. He doesn't pick up the phone out of shock. A shocked Lee picks up the phone and immediately says if it's Kang and tries to talk to him. However, it's not Kang on the second line of the phone. It's Julia from Kumun Ren's people. She just keeps quiet. Lee asks what's up with Kang. However, in response from the phone, Lee hears a shocking phrase. It's the head of the Sunu clan. Lee is wildly surprised by this. Lee tries to calm down, and in response he asks, "Who is it?" But there was no answer back. The call just rushed out. Lee sees that the call has ended. Jenny looks at Lee in shock. Lee tries to call again, but the number is unavailable. Meanwhile, the events of the story show us Khan himself, sitting in some kind of car, most likely unconscious. The events of the story show us Khan. He will be caned by Julia poking him in the face, from which he is not very happy. Kang gets out of the car and sees his new cell phone lying smashed right on the floor in front of him. Shocked by it all, Kang yells at Julia what she's done, and she asks why he's interested in the phone and not his life right now. Kang asks what the big deal is, but all he gets in response is an iron stick blow to the face from Julia. A shocked Kang yells about what she's even doing this for and when she learned to speak Korean. Trailing off, she stops and asks Khan what his goals are for getting close to his boss. Khan is surprised by the question. She keeps hitting him, asking him not to pretend she knows Kang is from the Sunu clan, and keeps asking the question. She beats Kang further and talks about how she knows well that Lee knows the head of the Sunu clan, Lee Seun. Kang asks her to stop. She stops, and Kang immediately yells out that yes, he is from the Sunu clan and he knows Lee. With those words, they shock Julia. Trace yells at her, saying that he got close to their boss precisely because he wanted to learn martial arts from him. Lee addresses her, saying that if she had to find out such a thing, why didn't she just ask and start beating him up? She pokes him with her stick again and asks about him messing with her now. She screams about how she shouldn't really believe that Lee's acquaintance from the Sunu clan went to their boss to study martial arts. Lee asks Julia what's the big deal he did. He's new to Marima and doesn't understand martial arts well. Next, she says, hasn't he heard of Kumun Ren? And then he immediately changes his face. Lee is shocked and depressed. Julia talks about that being the name of the person they call boss, and here Khan is just creeped out by what she just said. Kang recalls all the things he's been told about Kumun Ren and his image, and then Kang realizes everything in his head. Khan finally realizes that the man who is training him is a good match for what Jinny described to him. Kang is mortified by what happened, because how is he supposed to look Jinny and Lee in the eyes now, after learning from him? Kang can't seem to grasp the fact that the kind uncle who taught him is the evil killer Kumun Ren. Julia just stands and looks at Kana, who is agonized to hear about it. She is silent and only stares. Kang starts yelling wildly at Julia, saying that it's a lie. Their kind boss who trained him can't be the killer Kumun Ren. Next, Julia asks Kang if he really thought Kumun Ren was a villain and a murderer, to which Kang is shocked. Kang realizes that he mistook Kumun Ren for a good person. He silently looks at Julia with sweat on his face. She doesn't like this long silence from Kang. She asks him to give her an answer right now about how he accepted Kumun Ren. Kang looks at her and doesn't know what to say to her. She asks for his honest answer on what Kumun Ren looked like to him personally. Meanwhile, the events of the story show us Kana Seru. She is on the phone with Lee and is happy that he survived after everything. Trailing off, Lee asks about if Kana has heard anything about Kana since the day he went missing. Kana Sera says the search is on. She's sitting at a desk at a computer somewhere. Lee asks her to continue actively searching and to relay all information to him personally. Kana Sera tells an aide that apparently something happened in Torment Hell. She's already behind on negative news. Sitting in the car, Lee has not let go of thoughts of Kana, for it has been a very long time since he last spoke to him, even before he went missing. Lee's thoughts are interrupted by the appearance of his friend, who tells him that something very strange has just happened. Lee's friend talks about how the man in the latex black suit and goggles has not been to hell once during this time. According to his information, he has been practicing for a while. Lee's friend started talking about how this man had spent all his time in the Chonha clan, and there was someone else in his image in hell. Lee's friend suggests that they were clearly easily led around and in all likelihood were very well duped. Lee talks about how he has a hunch about who did it. He remembers the same girl. The events of the story show us this girl. She talks about how she and her manager are now going to the strongest man. Lee then tells his friend that it's most likely Jong Myungra, which leaves Lee's friend shocked at what he hears. Lee's friend talks about how he thought she was on the same side as Kumun Ren. Jinny is also shocked by the whole thing. Jinny runs up to Lee and talks about how apparently while they were away from the clan, something very terrible happened. Meanwhile, the bus with our company started getting clipped by some black car on the side. This car cuts him off abruptly, causing the bus to come to a hard stop and everyone to jump out of their seats from the abrupt stop. Everyone around them starts discussing what happened. The driver tries to assure that everything is fine. Jinny sees someone cut them off and starts thinking about what kind of sick bastard would try to do such a thing. Out of that car comes Hamil, the same guy with the tattoo from the Sunu clan. He was the one who clipped the bus and stopped it urgently. Lee bows in front of everyone on the bus, saying that as the head of the Sunu clan, he and Jinny will be the first to leave since they're in trouble. Everyone around them is shocked beyond belief at what just happened. They are not happy that Lee is leaving them so early. At the end, Lee turns to Hyun, saying that he'd like to visit that library he was talking about, which surprises him. Trailing off, Lee winks at him and says with a smile that even if he got there, he probably wouldn't have realized anything. Hyun addresses Lee, saying that if anything, he'll always be happy to see Lee there and help him out. Lee still looks at him with a smile before he leaves, but Jinny clearly doesn't share his kindness to Hyun. Lee goes outside and sees Hale, who bows and informs him that he has come for the chapter with news. Lee and Jinny come out. They start asking Hale what could have been so important that he came here and blocked the road. Hamill reports that something has happened that will cause a very big headache, which surprises Lee and Jinny. The events of the story, meanwhile, show us the manager and the very strong girl. She calls the manager into the room. The events of the story show us a girl, small. She's about 10 years old maybe. She sits with a blank stare flat on a chair. By showing her baby face, the events of the story also inform us that she, the little mistress, has returned. The events of the story show us a room where that mistress, a girl strong and a couple other guys are sitting. They are discussing energy crystals. The man with the eye patch talks about how these stones can help the princess develop and asks her if that's true, right? However, the princess herself, this little girl, only stares blankly ahead and remains silent in response. She gets up from her chair, saying that if they're done with business, then she'll go get some rest, and asks everyone to disperse. The very strong girl looks at her and realizes it's as if something has changed, suspecting she just hasn't seen her in a while. This girl scans the little girl with her gaze, talking about how it feels like she's grown up already. The manager whom this girl brought in abruptly turns to the little missus as Mrs. Sosul and asks if it's true that Lee is the temporary head. Mrs. Sucker is silent, but then the manager says that he met this Lee in a hell of uninterrupted torment, which caught her attention. The girl tries to shut this manager's mouth, but the manager says it's nothing strange because Mrs. Sosul is interested in the clan's affairs. Little Mistress Sosul approaches him and talks about telling him what he knows about Lee and what he saw there. However, in the next instant after that manager spoke to Sosul, a guy in a bandage grabbed his arm, snapped it. In addition to the physical technique, her guard also applied energy, which put a lot of pressure on the manager. The strong girl started yelling at the man, asking what he was suddenly doing and what he was doing it for in the first place. Toth ripped open the sleeve of the manager's clothing and pointed to the gun that was under his arm attached to his wrist. The strong girl with the shock started talking right away about how she was unaware of this and stated that he was a lousy guy. However, in a moment, Mrs. Sossel came between him and the girl and instantly stripped that manager of his arm. With a shock, the strong girl noticed blood scattered everywhere, and this guy's hand with the gun collapsed to the floor. He in turn began to scream and yell and squirm in pain, for he had not expected such an outcome. However, Mrs. Sucker just stood there and watched it all silently. She didn't care. Her gaze didn't change. Our strong girl looks directly at the young lady Sossel, realizing that she cut off his arm without a weapon at all. Her guard turns to the girl, asking about the fact that she's sure she had nothing to do with him being here with a gun. Our strong girl talks about how of course she's not involved. If she knew, she wouldn't have brought him here. This guard takes off his jacket, talks about having our girl wait somewhere else. This is where this guy is going to be tortured. The guard looks at him lying there covered in blood and talks about how lucky he was to pass out right away. The guard turns to young Mrs. Sossel and talks about how she should step back. He'll handle everything. However, no sooner does he finish his sentence than the princess asks him to wake this guy up and bring him to consciousness. With an already less cold-blooded face, she talks about how she is yet to hear the story of how and where he saw Lee. Meanwhile, Lee is riding in the car talking to someone on the phone and is informed that she is back in the country, meaning Sossel. It's the elders in the study, namely Yang, who says that she is under the auspices of the Black Protection Organization. Riding in the car, Lee asks about her health, mentioning that the last time they saw each other she couldn't walk. He is informed that she is better. Elder Min is on the phone asking about what Lee is going to do about it all. He says to meet with her. The elders take note, and the Sunu clan tattoo guy in the car is surprised by Lee's words. Ginny asks Lee if this will get them in trouble. Even though it's about Sossel, there's a Black Protection Organization involved. Ginny starts complaining about everything and mentions the noise in torture hell, much to the surprise of the guy with the tattoo. The guy with the tattoo turns to Ginny, asking about something went wrong in hell. She says they almost all died. The guy with the tattoo turns around and urgently asks Ginny for details, but Lee calls him out. Lee turns to him excitedly, interrupting him, and asks if he can find out what happened to Kang. Lee looks at his phone and talks about how he's been out of contact for a long time, and the site of the disappearance shows signs of the Battle of the Murin Masters. While riding in the car, Julia tells Kanu about answering to everyone that he was freed after being kidnapped by Marina's masters. She also says that because of the severe wounds on Kana's body, such words would sound very convincing. Julia's car stops abruptly. She holds out her phone to him and tells him she left the address there in case he wants to come back. Kang clarifies about whether he's really allowed to go and why they're so sure he won't tell the Sunu clan about everything. However, Kang looks at Julia in surprise as she talks about how he can't do that. She talks about the fact that whatever Kang says, however, he followed Kumon Ren and learned some of his techniques. She adds that if everyone finds out about it, they'll never get away from it, and the techniques are just impossible to forget. It all surprises Kaina. She also talks about how the stronger Kang gets, the more everyone might suspect him of Kumon Ren's techniques. Kang says that he understands and asks to take the phone back because he will never betray the Sunu clan. Trailing off, Julia holds out a picture of Miss Sossel and asks Kaina if he knows her. Kang says he doesn't know, and Julia talks about being the original head of the Sunu clan, which shocks Kang badly. Sitting in the car, Julia talks about how she is now under the protection of a Black Protection Organization, but will return one day. Trailing off, Julia surprises Kaina even more by saying that when she returns, she will take over the clan and destroy Lee. Kang asks Julia about many points and points out what she's all this for. Julia just talks about how Kang doesn't know Sossel. Meanwhile, the events of the story show us a strong girl and a Sossel guard. The girl looks at something with shock. Next, we are shown a bloodied Sossel who asks, "Have you nothing more to say to me?" After this sentence, the guard turns to her, saying that she should stop torturing here already. Trailing off, he points to the very guy with the gun who is lying covered in a bed of blood and talks about how the guy is already dead. However, the sucker in turn looks at him without a single emotion and says that this is all very boring. Meanwhile, the events of the story are brought forward. We are shown the Sunu clan office where Lee has already arrived. Lee talks about the Black Defense Federation acting very restrained. Young replies that the Murin Federation is influencing this. Trailing off, Lee says that he already has it all figured out and asks everyone to watch out for hiding information about Sossel's return. Lee adds, saying that the Murin Federation is keeping an eye on their clan too. Yang agrees and says that everything will be done. Trailing off, Lee turns to Elder Min and Kim, saying that they should prepare all the work to hand it over to Sosul. This surprises both Min and Kim. Min turns to Lee, saying that the latter is probably in a big hurry. Min says that the information about Sosul needs to be confirmed, but Lee says that if not now, she'll definitely be back at some point. Trailing off, looking at Elders Min and Kim, he says that it would be better to prepare in advance in such a case. After that, he gets up from behind the steel and says that that's it, and he'll go on his way. Lee leaves the meeting room and on his way out in the hallway meets his assistant, who asks, "Has Lee finished everything?" Lee says he's finished everything and the aide must have been waiting for him for a long time. The aide replies to Lee not to think, because Lee is very tired. Along with his assistant, Lee headed for the elevator on the 82nd floor and headed down. After a while, stepping out of the elevator, Lee and his assistant were shocked by something. Ginny was waiting for them in the parking lot. Lee immediately asked her what she was doing here, and she only looked at Lee. A surprised Lee tells her about how didn't she go home with that guy in the tattoo, Uncle Hale. Very shy and unsure, Ginny says that she is, however, she sent him first and stayed behind herself. Lee is surprised by this, but doesn't ask anything. Instead, with her and the assistant, they get in the car and drive away. The atmosphere in the car is quite tense. They all just drive in silence, and it's like Lee is in a sense of some kind of apathy. Lee turns to Ginny and asks her if she cares about anything, since she looks pretty weird, which surprises her. Ginny turns to Lee. Looking ahead, she says it's no big deal, but remembered Lee's words from a long time ago. She recalls Lee's words that if Sosul becomes the head of the Sunu clan, he will leave the clan, and then he won't be able to see Ginny. This surprises Lee. Finishing the sentence, Ginny directs her gaze straight at Lee and just remains silent. She doesn't know what else to say. Lee in turn does the same. He had already forgotten about it, and now looks at Ginny in surprise. In a moment, the car stops abruptly, which brings Ginny back from her thoughts to reality and surprise. She reaches over to the doorknob and says that they've already arrived at her house, and she should probably go now. However, in a moment, Lee's voice stops her. He calls her name sharply and calls out to her, drawing her attention. With a very serious face, Lee declares that no matter what happens in the Sunu clan, he will still be friends with Ginny. Ginny looks into Lee's confident eyes and can't take her gaze away. She is pleasantly surprised by his words and looks up at him. Trailing off, Ginny smiles, thanks Lee, and wishes him a nice and good journey home and leaves. After Deputy Lee brought Ginny to her house, they dropped her off and immediately drove on. While riding in the car, an aide approaches Lee, talking about whether or not he'll really leave the clan if Sosul returns. Without waiting for an answer, the aide talks about how Lee has been leading the clan and coping just fine all this time. The aide talks about how it would be super if Lee, at least for Elder Kwan's will, stayed and helped the clan. However, no sooner had Lee replied something than suddenly the assistant turns his and Lee's attention to something. Right in front of Lee's house, blocking the garage, is some car that looks like it's waiting for them here on purpose. The aide talks about who learned how to park so ridiculously well, but Lee asks him to wait. The deputy complies with Lee's request. They just stand and watch, and suddenly the car doors open. Several huge men with beards and tattoos emerge from the back of the car and look at Lee's car. The same guard approaches Lee's car, who talks about how he didn't mean to scare Lee. He was observing decorum. The princess is waiting for Lee. Lee comes out to him along with his assistant and clarifies that has Sosul really arrived here? Her guard says it's true. Princess Sosul has been waiting for Lee for some time now. He asks Lee to follow him. Walking beside him, Lee goes through the rest of the guards and sees that they all have machine guns. This surprises Lee greatly. Looking at them all, Lee thinks about the fact that in all likelihood they are not from Murim, for why would Murim need a machine gun? The guard opens the door of some car nearby and talks about bringing Lee to the young mistress. Slowly and very carefully, Lee and his assistant approach the car and see Mrs. Sosul there. Deputy Lee is shocked to see her. Apparently it's the first time he's seen the young mistress Sosul. Sosul herself only sits further back and looks at Lee and his assistant with a cold stare without saying anything to them. Assistant Lee immediately folds his arms and bends over. He says his name loudly and that he is happy to welcome the young mistress. His face and body shakes. Sweat rolls down his face and he stands so silent as if he is waiting to hear something. However, our hero Lee is not as affable turns out to be as his assistant. He only looks at Sosul and just keeps quiet. Sosol doesn't change her traditions. She also silently looks at Lee's face and just keeps silent with a cold stare. Lee's aide, meanwhile, is still standing as he is. In his thoughts, he doesn't understand why Lee doesn't say hello to her. Lee's aide is afraid that there might be some conflict right now, but in the moment, Lee smiles dramatically. Trailing off, Lee looks at Sosol with a smile and talks about how happy he is to see her, and that she's back healthy. However, the sucker in response only continued to stare at Lee with a dark aura, not answering him anything in return for pleasantries. The events of the story take us to the very guards with guns. They radio in that the second zone is clear. They are discussing something among themselves, and one of them is talking about how this is all very strange even to him. He points his partner to the observation wheel, saying that he doesn't understand why Princess Sosol would want to ride there. His partner talks about how she's still a kid after all, but the man replies to him that of course that's all very well and good. He adds, however, that it's not like they're doing security this early, but his partner says they've been promised a generous raise for it. Meanwhile, the events of the story show us two men in suits with knives behind the bushes, with guards walking about. Immediately after this scene, the events of the story move forward, and we are shown the very Ferris wheel the sucker wanted. She didn't go there alone, but with Lee, who sits in the same booth as her, they go for a lift. For a long moment, the sucker only stared out the window, but in a moment, her gaze went straight to Lee. Lee noticed this, but continued only silently as she did, looking at each other a little at a time. However, in the moment Sosol spoke, she started talking about why Lee doesn't ask her anything. As she looks at Lee, she talks about how isn't he curious about how she's lived all these years, what happened to her, and how she got here. In a moment, rather tentatively, Lee asks her if she wants to tell him this. Such a question surprises her. Immediately after that question, her gaze and head began to droop downward, as if she was upset very much about something. Lee walks over to her, starts stroking her and talks about how glad he is that she's back already, much to her surprise. Patting her on the head, Lee talks about her telling him everything, of course, however, when she herself wants to. For the first time in all the events of the story, Sosol feels some genuine emotion. She is very surprised by such actions from Lee. However, in the next instant, it's as if all her emotion and surprise is washed off her with water. She's silent simply. And right after that, she grabs Lee's hand and starts squeezing it, making different sounds. With energy in her eyes, she rudely addresses Lee, talking about how she is no longer a child at all, nor is she that little girl from the past. Lee is clearly very surprised by all this, however. He is not scared. He looks at her and apologizes to her for this. However, the very next moment, she grabs his hand nicely with her fingers, crossing her arms. She thanks Lee. With sincere, sweet, and kind emotions in her eyes, she talks about how grateful she is to Lee for not changing during this time. Lip is surprised by all of this, however, in the moment she notices that her emotions are once again gone and she loses them. You can see from her face that it's as if Lee is thinking about something, remembering, moving into her mind from reality. Trailing off, rather sadly and abruptly, she says that she has heard about everything that has happened to Lee during this time, which surprises Lee himself. Trailing off with a childlike, sweet and sincere face, she asks Lee if he's okay and if he's all right. This surprises Lee to no end. He didn't expect her to be so sincere and act kindly like this. However, Lee realizes and smiles that with all her power and influence, she is still a little girl after all. Thoughtfully, but sweetly and with a smile, he tells her that he's fine, and he's obviously fine, but he doesn't speak confidently about it. Meanwhile, Lee's assistant has been looking at the Ferris wheel the whole time and watching everything from below. Princess Sosol's head guard is also with him and asks his men if everything is okay in the parking lot. They say it's fine. Aide Lee is as if he is in his own thoughts. He looks up and thinks about whether the head of the Lee clan is all right there. Assistant Lee recalls Miss Sosol in his mind, realizing that it was as if the aura around her and the atmosphere had changed drastically. However, in a moment, his thoughts are interrupted by the head guard Sosol, who says that apparently Lee's assistant is also worried about that child. Deputy Lee turns to the head of Sosol's guards and says what he means. The latter replies that he's worried about her too. The head of Sosol's guards talks about how Lee is clearly having a hard time there, because he can't misjudge Mrs. Sosol's mood. Looking at the Ferris wheel, the head of the guard talks about how if he pisses off Sosol, there will only be a couple pieces left of him. Aide Lee turns to the head of security, saying he's having trouble understanding his jokes, but he interjects the word joke. The head of the guard talks about how this is no joke. Without even blinking an eye, she can rip a person to pieces simply. Deputy Lee asks if this is about Miss Sosal. Her head guard says yes. He's seen pictures like this many times before. The head of security says that especially so if you take her hand, and at that moment, Lee is just holding her hand in the booth. Lee is now in the booth holding hands with her, and the head guard keeps telling Lee's aide that in this outcome, the man could be considered a corpse. In the moment, Lee notices that Princess Sosal has become embarrassed somehow, and he takes his hands off her. Afterward, Lee slightly turned away. Some strange feeling didn't leave his body. Something was bothering him greatly. Lee began to stare out the window as if gazing somewhere and thinking about something strongly in his thoughts. Lee began to look out at the mountains and the city, thinking about what was even happening now in his life and with him around him. Lee's aide began to aggressively tell the guard that even if Sosal had that power, she cared a lot about Lee. But the guard disagreed. As Lee was gazing out the window, Sosal diverted his attention by talking about how she had one wish. She took Lee's hand and began to talk about making him promise her that he would definitely complete this assignment. Lee began to stare at her in silence and surprise, and the guard telling the aide that she was sure to get what she wanted. The events of the story show us Sosal's face, and the guard says that anyone who denies her wish is unlikely to survive. Deputy Lee, shocked by all this, asks if the guard knows what she wants. He says it's obvious. The guard says with a smile that Sosal will ask Lee to serve her and calls Lee a slacker. Hearing all of this, Lee's assistant gets really angry and talks about the guard being careful with his words. However, in the moment, Lee interrupts her, saying that he should apologize. However, he doesn't immediately continue. Lee looks at her very upset, but says with a smile that he won't be able to fulfill any more of her requests. Little Miss Sosal stares coldly at Lee while the guard tells Lee's aide that it doesn't matter how close Lee is to her. The head of the guard looks at Assistant Lee and talks about the former clan leader coming down from there, or what's left of him. Deputy Lee gets tired of hearing such nonsense about the head of the Sunu clan and punches the guard in the face. The guard praises Deputy Lee for his speed and follows up by pointing his gun straight at him with a smile. From the movements the guard made as he ducked, Assistant Lee realized that he was also from Murma. The guard looks at Deputy Lee and tells him not to worry about such jokes on some kid. Lee's very angry assistant interjects his about the baby phrase, which makes the head guard surprised. A very angry and agitated Assistant Lee talks about how the head guard doesn't know anything about the Sunu clan. The events of the story show us Lee, and Lee's assistant tells us that a man like the guard can't imagine Lee's capabilities. Meanwhile, Lee himself sitting in the cockpit is abruptly surprised and tense as he sees a strange aura in front of him. He notices that Mrs. Sosal is beginning to use some of her blue energy on him by squeezing his hand. She presses her lip, trembling, and asks Lee about his decision to betray her now. With a cold, surprised but sincere face, Lee tries to justify himself and say something. A very aggressive sucker with an evil aura looks at Lee and talks about how it can't stay like this in a case like this. Lee is wildly shocked by something. He is very sharply surprised and feels something, like something is coming towards them. As it happens, some powerful and strong beam flew right into the Ferris wheel booth where Lee and Sosal were sitting. Deputy Lee and the head of security stop their argument. They look up in horror where a massive explosion erupts. Deputy Lee can't figure out what's going on, and the head of security reports gunfire and asks for lighting. The guards inform him that there is nothing they can do. No matter what they do, the power is not going and there are no lights. Deputy Lee rushes forward and yells, "Miss Sosal," but the head guard tells him not to flinch. Snipers are in action. The head of security grabs the weapons, saying that if they go up there, they will most likely get themselves killed, because this is a case of the best snipers. Aide Lee talks about the need to give up and just watch. The head of security sees no other way out. The head of security says that the shooting was by sound 1 kilometer away. If that's true, Sosal and that kid, meaning Lee, are dead. The head of the guard adjusts his weapon and says that now, all they can do is prepare for their other actions. However, in a moment, the head of security notices Lee jumping down with a couple of wounds only and holding Mrs. Sosal in his arms with him. Deputy Lee sees this as well, and in addition to them, shrapnel and debris from the booth explosion also fly down. Lee's assistant is glad they're alive, but the head guard is wildly shocked that Lee managed to survive and save her as well. Leon Pathos continues to lower down in one piece, smashing the remnants of the explosion into the air. Shocked by all this, the head of the guard begins to turn his head back and forth and worry a lot. Everything is clearly not going according to his plan. In the moment, the head of the guard sees the location from where the shot was most likely fired at the Mountain of Darkness. The head of the guard is extremely looking over there, trying to see if he's wrong, and if that's where their enemies are. Lee, meanwhile, successfully makes his way downstairs with his assistant and a very surprised Sosul in his arms. Meanwhile, the snipers in the bushes of the mountain discuss their failure and the fact that they were unable to eliminate them with one attack. One sniper's partner is yelling at him about being a jerk, and there are more snipers on the other side as well. Right after he shouted this, a shot that was clearly energized flew at him. It's the main guard who realizes that they're being opposed by pathetic amateurs who didn't flee the scene immediately after their failure. Meanwhile, Lee tells the aide that it doesn't matter how he is right now. It's important to scour the neighborhood. Sosul is still in shock. Sosul points to Lee's arm and talks about blood coming out of it. However, Lee says it's just a scratch. Sosul wants to say something, however she is interrupted by the head guard, who asks if she is all right. The guard and more of his men show up here, and he talks about how Lee is good and was able to help Sosul in this situation. Sosul turns to the head guard, asking what kind of horrible person he is, which surprises him terribly. She tells him that if it wasn't for Lee, she would have died a long time ago. Didn't he follow her, not to protect her? The head guard starts apologizing in a sweat, saying that he had no idea there would be snipers here. Princess Sosul repeats his phrase, "I had no idea," and is clearly starting to get angry. You can tell by the aura in her eyes. She takes his hand and talks about how that means he's useless simply if he couldn't even see the snipers. He asks the princess to stop, but Sosul raises a huge wild aura of red and prepares to destroy him. However, in a moment, Lee puts his hand on her shoulder and asks Sosul to stop, then shocks her. Lee stops Sosul, apologizes to the guard for interfering with the conversation, and asks him to check on the others. Lee looks around and talks about how, at any rate, he senses a very suspicious energy on the sides. However, in the moment, Lee is approached by Sosul, who asks him about his decision to get in her way now. She raises her aura even more in energy, telling Lee that does he think she's weak and trying to stop her now. Lee apologizes to her and tells her that he had no such intentions at all, which surprises Miss Sosul. Lee wants to finish, but in the moment he is distracted by some wild aura of power from behind himself. Lee leaps forward, grabs Miss Sosul, pulls her against him hard, and moves forward without explanation. Lee jumps forward onto the ground and yells for everyone to urgently disperse to the sides as soon as possible. The main guard jumps forward, Lee's assistant jumps back, but only the regular guard is out of time and a shot flies in. Lee can't figure out who is attacking them or why. He holds onto the Sosul and looks around trying to find someone. The head guard talks about how this is all a complete tin pot and starts picking up a walkie-talkie reporting something. He informs the rest of the guards that the Ferris wheel is under heavy attack, but none of the guards respond. They are lying bloodied on the floor. The guard talks about why they aren't answering him, and Lee turns to him saying it's useless to talk to someone on the walkie-talkie. Lee reports feeling the aura of some people, and the energy of the guards is gone. The events of the story show us people in black. The shocked guard talks about how these things didn't just have snipers firing at them. Deputy Lee yells about who these people even are. They're clearly not from Murim if they're using conventional weapons. The main guard runs forward and yells that this is clearly an attack by the Ghost Knights, judging by the actions. The main guard runs in behind the front and starts shooting at some people in black suits, killing them with a gun. The head guard informs Deputy Lee that the Ghost Knights are popular mercenaries in the underworld. The head guard talks about how their past head once suffered at the hands of Princess Sosul. Now they are taking revenge on her. The head guard offers to leave, but then they notice that something is wrong with Lee. He is clearly having a very hard time. Deputy Lee asks him if something is wrong. He replies that everything is super and he's fine. Lee's aide realizes that Lee's condition is very bad after all. He never got to rest after everything that happened to him. Deputy Lee looks at him and realizes he is having a very hard time. How did the deputy not notice this before? However, the head guard still says that there is no way to stay here and you need to leave quickly. In the moment, Sosul begins to address Lee, talking about what's wrong with him, who he really is, which surprises Lee. Looking at Lee, Sosul asks about why he's helping her if not long ago he was going to betray her, to which she surprises Lee. Lee turns to her, saying this isn't the best place to talk, but she says she wants to know the answer right here and now. She looks coldly into Lee's eyes and talks about getting him to answer if he's going to betray her, but she doesn't get to finish the sentence. And she doesn't manage to do it because everything around her starts to get covered in blood, which surprises her. This is the blood of Lee and the head guard, both of whom were fired upon by men from above the building with volley damage. With his body, Lee began to defend the Sosul, though almost every attack stabbed directly into his body when he was so weak. However, to their luck, in the next instant, the heads of these men with guns are immediately pierced by gunshots. The main guard shoots back and tells Sosul to run, and Lee's assistant runs to her and Lee's aid. Meanwhile, a shocked Sosul is standing practically covered in Lee's blood. She's eerily surprised at what's happening now. Meanwhile, Lee himself, apparently unconscious, lies just downstairs with his body pierced and covered in blood. Meanwhile, the head guard is still trying to contact some of the people, at least in the parking lot, reporting information to them. A creepily shocked and terrified Princess Sosul looks at Lee's body covered in blood and the screams of Lee's assistant, "Chapter!" She is scared out of her wits to see Lee now, lying unconscious in his own pool of blood beneath himself. Anger seems to start filling her body. It's like she wants to destroy the whole world, and she repeats Lee's name. Meanwhile, the people in the parking lot are discussing the fact that they managed to shoot someone, hoping it was the damn princess. The head guard manages to radio someone. Picking up the phone, he hears a familiar voice and asks, "Steve?" It turns out to be one of the people in the parking lot. He tells the head guard that it wasn't enough for him to betray them. He also went to Kaiser. The head guard yells at him, saying that even if he avenges his head, no one will recognize Steve as a guard. However, this Steve replies that only the head guard thinks so. All the people in the organization have agreed to this already. He tells the head guard that he will finish off Princess Sosul today, after which he will become the head of the organization. The head guard asks him if his men are okay at the parkcock, but Steve only laughs and suggests he come check it out. Steve looks at their dead bloody bodies and tells the head guard that they've been waiting for him for a long time. Steve then interrupts the call on his walkie-talkie. The head guard is very pissed off about the whole thing. The head guard walks towards Sosul, turning to her, talking about how it's better to take a different route out of here. However, neither she nor Lee's assistant are paying attention to him. They are busy bringing Lee to his senses. A shocked Sosul asks Deputy Lee if he is alive. The deputy replies that yes, he has a pulse. Lee tries to come to his senses, and the aide talks about how he's bleeding badly. They need to get him to the hospital right away. The head guard talks about there being no time to think of others. Sosul replies that she's going to the parking lot first. She starts to walk away, which shocks everyone, and talks about them picking up Lee's body and carrying it after her. The head guard tries to stop her, saying that the enemy has a weapon, but she says sharply that the guard needs to understand something. She turns and speaks coldly about how if Lee is suddenly killed, the guard will suffer the same fate as him. Meanwhile, we are shown the very strong girl. She tells someone on the phone that she thought she was going to die here. Someone strokes the panther, and she talks about how the Ghost Night guys have determined the princess's movements. Sipping whiskey, she talks to someone on the phone about whether they're sure everything will be okay with them. This unknown man answers her on the phone that everything will go fine. He has prepared well for everything. Meanwhile, the very same Ghost Knight saw someone and opened volley fire on them. One of the guys who was shooting dies abruptly, blood coming from his body. This scares his partner next to him badly. He is killed by Mrs. Sosul standing behind him, who takes his life with one swipe of her hand. She doesn't care at all how many people she has to kill right now. She's cold-bloodedly bloody-minded about everyone and everything. That guy's partner opens fire on her, but he notices and yells about how she's a monster and bullets don't take her at all. Meanwhile, the events of the story show us once again the very memories from some ruined city. Many corpses of people are lying on the floor, and a voice is heard saying, "My power is infinite." Lee abruptly comes to his senses as if nothing had happened. Those memories were in his head just now. The head of security and Lee's aide are shocked beyond belief at what they see, because after so many wounds and blood loss, Lee just woke up. Standing in the yard of some house, Lee's assistant tries to ask Lee how he came to his senses. The latter asks him to bring him down to the ground. Lee sits down on the nearest curb, his assistant trying to ask him how his condition is. The head guard just standing by. Lee doesn't answer any questions. He just looks down sadly, wondering if he had the same dream again. He vaguely recalls the dream and realizes that it could be the memories of that very demon. But why Lee has them? Lee's aide keeps up with the questions, asking him if he's sure he's okay, having recently had a bleed. Barely, Lee tries to answer him, but the head guard intervenes, saying that he would like to ask as well. He also asks Lee how he could be okay. In such a situation, one could easily die. Without waiting for Lee to answer, the head guard starts scratching his beard and talking about how it doesn't really matter. He looks at the road ahead, and as he looks around, tells Lee that he is grateful to him, for he has helped them all. But following that, Lee asks them about where Sosul is now, and touches his head trying to get back to normal. Here Lee sees a bunch of dead bodies ahead, all of them belonging to the very people from the organization. A bloodied and tired Lee looks at these bodies with shock and wants to ask about who they belong to and who killed them. Without waiting for Lee's question, the head guard tells him that it doesn't matter at all who did it. Special people will solve all problems. The head guard looks at the stars and says that it's time for them to move out. At least the head of the Sunu clan is still alive. Meanwhile, the events of the story show us Princess Sosul walking among the corpses in the parking lot and looking at them. In the moment, someone's voice behind her calls out to her, which draws her attention to herself, of course. It turns out to be Lee. His voice, the sucker of course recognizes. He is surprised to see her covered in blood, goes to her with everyone else. As he gets closer, he is shocked to see such a little girl covered in blood and next to dead bodies. Lee looked straight at her. Pressing her lips together, she stood all covered in blood. Even her white hair was plastered. She started walking towards Lee. Her dress was also covered in blood, and there were puddles of blood underneath her. In the moment, she walks closer to Lee and clearly loudly tells him simply, "Did you see that?" Standing in a pool of blood, covered in blood and a backdrop of corpses, she addresses Lee, saying that this is her true appearance. Then, she reaches out her hand, turning it over palm to Lee. The whole hand is also blood-stained. Lee looks at her in surprise, and she talks about how if he doesn't want to die, he should give her an answer while thinking hard about it. She talks about how he needs to give her a clear and concise answer as to whether he's going to be with her or if he's going to betray her. Lee understands well what she's getting at and just stands there looking at her, thinking about something. Deputy Lee looks at it all, not understanding what has happened to Sosul in this time and where she got such power from. Deputy Lee realizes in his thoughts that no matter what, he can't just stand by and watch it all. He intervenes in their conversation, asking her about the fact that she came back and met with Lee to get his opinion after all. Does the aide turn to Lee, saying that Sosul is making him an offer with such indifference? It's worth it to agree to such a thing. However, Lee ignores his words. Looking straight into Sosul's eyes, he apologizes and says he's already made all the decisions. Deputy Lee hears this and is well aware of where this could all lead to. He just shouts, "Head!" In the next instant, Mrs. Sosul abruptly swipes her hand to the side, creating an aura of energy directed at Lee. She flips everyone off and talks about how does Lee really think she's just going to walk out of here after that answer. Deputy Lee tries to intervene again, but is stopped by the head guard and told to come to his senses. The head guard tells Assistant Lee that his head is a princess, who he is now stopping. The head guard continues, saying that this problem is all about them and more, but stops abruptly. He looks at Sosul, who has raised a powerful aura, and talks about how he doesn't really want to stop her now. Looking at Sosul, Deputy Lee is starting to realize that if he gets involved again, it will most likely only get worse. Sosul, meanwhile, standing covered in blood, turns to Lee, telling him he can't betray her. She says she will tie Lee to her even if she has to chop off his arms and legs. Lee just looks at her. And next, coldly and clearly, he asks her if she really wants him to get hurt. She raises an even bigger aura and says with great anger that this is exactly what she wants right now and nothing else. Deputy Lee can't stand it. He intervenes again, asking Sosul not to do it. However, he doesn't get a chance to speak. He's interrupted by the fact that Lee starts to act, for he raises the heel of his foot, which is a sort of signal. The surprised head guard looks on at it all, as does Lee's assistant, who is bleeding sweat from the whole thing. Lee approaches Sosul abruptly, surprising her, but the wounded man himself stands and just stares at her. Following that, Lee starts to get on his knees and just quietly tells her, "Okay." And then, looking her in the eye, he said if she wanted to do it, let her do it, which surprised her to no end. She silently looks at Lee with blood on her face, as if pondering something, Lee's assistant wildly worried about him. Without waiting for her response, Lee talks about how she's struggling to muster the energy to appear threatening right now. With a cute face and a sweet smile, Lee tells her that she may not waste her time looking so menacing in front of him. Looking at her, Lee says he's grateful to her for the opportunity to try being the head of the clan. He's experienced a lot in that time. Lee talks about how he did everything he could, and he doesn't want Sosul to be in so much pain because of him now. She is shocked beyond belief, her gaze frozen. She can't imagine all that is happening right now. She starts to press her lips together and quietly asks, what are the reasons that make Lee leave her now? Lee talks about how when she becomes head, the clan will be ruled by Kumun Ren and he is Lee's enemy, Lee wants to be honest with her. The aide is shocked. Trailing off, Lee adds that once the clan is under Ku Mun-ren's influence, Lee won't be able to be honest with her any further. Sosul begins to press his lips together with his teeth and speak angrily over and over. Why? She brings up a huge aura of power and talks about all the choices she made before because of Lee, and now he's going to dump her after this. Just how gigantic and powerful her aura has become. Even the head guard is surprised. Assistant Lee is wildly shocked by it. It's like she's losing her mind and screaming across the parking lot that she's just going to kill and destroy scum like Lee right now. However, seeing all of this, Lee abruptly lunges at her, causing the aide and head guard to be even more shocked. He hugs Princess Sosul sharply and tightly, and closing his eyes just starts apologizing to her. A shocked Sosul screams for Lee to let her go right now and stay out of her way, but Lee interrupts her. Lee abruptly starts talking about how he couldn't even imagine the hardships Sosul has gone through during this time, which surprises her. Lee kept talking, saying that he understood that she had a hard time too and apologized for not helping. Princess Sosul was touched by his words and blushed. She started to say, "Does it mean that?" But she didn't finish the sentence, for she was interrupted by Lee, who said that even despite all this, he couldn't agree to her proposal, which made her angry again. Sosul sharply throws Lee aside and clenches his fingers like animal claws, forever repeating, "You! Squeezing out all her energy, she screams wildly at Lee, wishes him dead and is going to rush in and kill him now. Lee's aide is shocked. He fears for the fact that now the life of the current head of Sunu, Lee, is in jeopardy because of Sosul. Lee, meanwhile, looks into the eyes of Sosul, who is already right beside him, abruptly stopped acting. The vessel princess filled the brush with aura and presented it to Lee's face. However, she doesn't dare to launch an attack on him at all and just watches. In the next instant, Sosul starts coughing and as if trying to say something, her entire aura around her goes out. The head guard and Lee's assistant are shocked again. They observe this horrible situation and can't even intervene. The aura on her hands had completely faded. Lee's face was indifferent. He just stared at her and her hands were shaking. In the moment, Lee is dramatically surprised to look into Princess Sosul's face. Something strikes him and shocks him. At one point, Mrs. Sosul just starts sobbing bitterly like a little child, letting tear after tear fall. Lee looks at her with a smile and tells her it's not her fault and says she can be mad at him all she wants. Lee leans in front of her, gets closer to her, and talks about how she has to promise him something now. He strokes her and talks about never getting hurt again because of other people. This is great for her. Little Mistress Sosul is lost. She just stands there covered in blood and cries time after time, not knowing what to say to it all. She looks into Lee's face, which is full of a genuine smile and a desire to help her. She realizes she can't hurt Lee. Looking into his eyes, she realizes even more that this is all for her benefit, which makes her weep even more. However, in the blink of an eye after all of this, the young mistress suddenly starts spitting blood non-stop. This shocks the head of security and Deputy Lee to no end. They are extremely surprised at what is happening. Seeing this for the first time, Vessel falls right on top of Lee and continues to cough up blood. Lee is also shocked. He tries to help her somehow. Mrs. Sosul continues to cough up blood and cry, and in her thoughts, she tells herself that she doesn't need anything else. She recalls her childhood moments with Lee, saying she only wants him and his everlasting smile by her side. She keeps recalling moments from her childhood, assuring herself that having Lee by her side is all she needs to live. She's already starting to say goodbye to her life, saying she was doomed to suffer. But then she sees Lee, who's pulling her hand. Holding out her hand, Lee said he would keep her safe forever. But then she woke up sitting somewhere all bloody looking forward. It's the main guard's car. He notices the fact that Sucker has come to her senses and asks her how she's feeling. Mrs. Sosul doesn't understand what's going on and only wonders if she's still alive. She looks at her dress and hands covered in blood and wonders if she lost so much blood back then. However, the head guard tells her that it's not her blood, but the blood of the head of the Sunu clan, Lee, which surprises her. The guard said that then at the scene, Lee saw this and asked him for a knife and began to cut himself, giving Sosul his blood. The head guard started talking about how Lee was really crazy. His act was very desperate in his condition. Looking at Miss Sosul, the guard adds that thanks to Lee's actions, they were able to get Sosul back to normal then. The head of the guard talks about how he's been holding up well. She asks what's wrong with him. The guard says he's fine. He asked her to tell her something. The guard spoke of Lee's request to reschedule their meeting, for it had not gone well today, much to Sosel's wild delight and surprise. She starts to look forward, squeezing her hand and thinking about something, her mood clearly getting better. Princess Sosel lets a little tear fall again, smiles, and talks about the fact that apparently Lee remembered his promise to her. However, in a moment sitting in the back seat, she starts talking about how Lee is a jerk and insulting him. The head guard tells her that it's probably best to dispense with the insults after this situation. Trailing off, she yells that she can't give up now because of him and asks to be connected to the Sunu clan urgently. She orders the head of security to catch Lee urgently so that he can't escape anywhere at all. Meanwhile, the events of the story show us Kanaseru. She is informed that Lee has left the Sunu clan. It's Ginny, she tells Kanya Sarah not to feign indifference and who better than her to find him. Kana Sarah records everything. Ginny pressures her, telling her to tell everything. She's sorry Ginny will calm down. Kana Sarah asks if there are any clues to his disappearance. This shocks Ginny, for she thought it was Kana Sarah. Shocked, Kana Sarah presses her lips together in shock. Ginny says that actually her question was the first one. Kana Sarah is rude to her, talking about how she didn't steal Lee, and keeps writing something down in her notebook. Ginny upsets Kana Sarah by saying that there are no leads at all. Lee disappeared at dawn after a business meeting. Kana Sarah tells Ginny that there is no need to worry about Lee in such a case. Judging by his actions, he is acting according to plan. Kana Sarah talks about how he doesn't know what his plan is, but he's obviously been preparing for it for a long time, having thought it all through. Ginny cries in shock hearing all this. Kana Sarah is also very saddened, because she's really not in the know about anything. She doesn't like this move from Lee either. Meanwhile, the events of the story also show us an old man ghost who is pensively reading something in a clipboard. His gaze shifts abruptly to the assistant, who asks him if he's worried. She talks about how she thought he became too broody after the news from the Sunu clan. He puts down his clipboard and says this child of Sosel is not treating them in the best way. And then there's the confusion of the Black Defense. Crossing his arms, he looks into them and says the very real danger to Murima. He starts talking about how this all bothers him a lot, but meanwhile his assistant only stares at him in silence. Trailing off, she abruptly asks the old man what he's really thinking, to his obvious surprise. He tells her that it's already possible to pretend ignorance at her level, even when she's in the know. She looks at him and talks about how she's only doing all this because she wants to help him, and calls him Mister, which surprises him again. She looks earnestly at the old ghost man and asks him to please tell her what he really cares about. He picks up his coffee and tells her not to worry. He's only concerned about one small factor. Trailing off, he talks about how he's concerned that he doesn't know where the interim head of the Sunu clan, Lee, is headed. Meanwhile, the events of the story move forward. We are shown some bald man asking someone how he found the place. The person he asks this from turns out to be Lee, who is standing in some woods across from him. A surprised man in bandages and kimono goes to Lee, and Lee says that this is the boundary of the Black Spring after all. This guy turns to Lee, asking if he has come to avenge that incident at school. Lee is surprised by his words. The man aggressively goes at Lee and tells him that since that's the case, Lee can do what he wants. This man walks up to Lee. He is much taller and bigger, and says is Lee really using that incident as an excuse. Trailing off, the man raises his aura and speaks menacingly about how if he does, Lee will die at his hands right here. Lee averts his gaze, saying that he's heard that Murim's disciples are like a family among themselves after all. The man looks at Lee and talks about how after what Kumun Ren set up, every time the brigands came to him, he's been through a lot. Looking at Lee, he says that while Kumun Ren was rampaging, he was here fighting to protect the memorial at the Source Boundary Gate. Trailing off, he walks forward, talking about how after all this time, Lee comes in and says something about the students now. These words surprise and even hurt Lee. He lowers his head silently and just stays silent thinking about something. Looking at the place, Lee says he recognizes its merits well and was hesitant to go here after all. Lee recalls the bald guy sitting with blood in his mouth in that spot, saying his technique that day was of an amazing level. Looking at the big guy, Lee says that he remembered Sunbei's advice that day and decided to come here after all. Watching all of this, he blushes, and Lee talks about how he has a lot of nostalgia for this place now. In the moment, the guy turns to Lee and asks him to finish those disgusting speeches already. This guy abruptly tells Lee with anger that even Kumun Ren who taught him wasn't here, and Lee can't pine away. Lee starts to make excuses in the wind, talking about something, but the guy interrupts him and asks him to tell the truth. He squints at Lee, saying that the latter also came here because of greed in search of something special. Trailing off, he continues with his hands on his belt, talking about how Lee had brought the entire Sunu clan with him. The guy asks Lee to stop playing games and prepare for battle. He will confront the Lee clan. All these words surprise Lee. A shocked Lee looks him in the eye and talks about how apparently this was not the place he should have gone. Lee lowers his head and says sadly that he was mistaken and apologizes, saying that he didn't bring anyone along. Lee starts to walk away, saying that since that's the way it is, he's going to deflect, and starts to go downstairs. Lee slowly but surely begins to walk off into the dark depths of the forest with his head down sadly. The huge man only stares menacingly in his wake and simply remains silent as he watches Lee walk away. Already on his way down, Lee stops and apologizes to him for what he did to him at school back then. This guy, though closing his eyes, replies that though it was a misunderstanding, it was his fault. Lee turns around with a smile and asks him not to worry about it all. He believes he had his reasons for doing so. Folding his arms between himself near his chest, the man says he wouldn't have picked up on it if Lee hadn't said it. He starts to come down to Lee, saying that as an apology, he wants to know the reason Lee showed up here. Lee turns around but remains silent, and the guy looks him in the eye and asks him directly what the purpose of his visit here is. Lee quietly mumbles to himself under our breath. The guy says it's okay, and Lee can tell the truth. Lee starts to bring his bag downstairs. Becomes, panting, says he'll tell him if that's what he wants. Immediately after that, it's as if Lee goes off the chain and leaps at him with attacks, landing blow after blow on him. The kid is shocked beyond belief, and Lee jumps up with anger and nearly knocks his head off with a leg kick. The blow was powerful. Lee energized his leg, yet the bald kid managed to dodge. The man starts yelling at Lee and asks him about what possessed the man to attack him so crazily and abruptly. However, in a moment, there was no limit to this man's surprise. Lee disappeared and later appeared with great energy. And not just a huge energy, it was like he was covering his body with it, getting wildly angry and tearing down everything around him. As he did so, Lee jumped straight at him. Their hands collided in a sharp strike, and Lee held the upper hand in the battle. This man was also clearly not weak, as he easily held back Lee's punch and surge of energy. Lee was surprised, but some other emotion was taking over him. He looked at him, and as if he was thinking about something. Immediately after that, Lee made another jump, attacked again with an attack, and the traces of Lee's attack began to explode all around him. This kid noticed that Lee's attacks were rather strange and unusual. He started to look directly at Lee. In a moment, looking into Lee's face, he shouted, "Enough!" And Lee stopped, looking at him in surprise. Even though the attack was still lasting, the guy started talking about how using soul-crushing blows one after another with such power was strange. Looking at Lee with a huge dark aura, the guy stated that he knew it. Lee had mastered martial arts haphazardly. Lee stopped completely and stopped attacking altogether. He was very surprised by his words and just stared at him. Lee began to lower his gaze down. Unsure, shyly, he began to talk about how he knew it all perfectly well. This guy started addressing Lee, talking about how he got the feeling that Lee was just bumping into a wall. He started to talk about whether Lee has a situation where training is not bearing fruit for him. Lee shockingly admits it. Lee started looking at this guy, and the guy started talking about how in training, system is an important factor. He began to explain to the drawn Lee that without a system and special training, Lee would not succeed. As he watched the sunrise, he began to tell Lee that he should retake the basics on the system. It's one outcome. Lee is surprised by his words. He is puzzled and concerned, for how is it that now he has to go through the basics all over again? The bald guy looks at Lee and starts to give him advice. However, Lee interrupts and only says, "I don't know." Lee talks about how he doesn't know both the prescription of training and even the basics of skill. He's ashamed to talk about it. Here the bald man talks about Lee talking nonsense, since he was trained by Kumun Ren, but Lee interrupts him again. Lee talks about how today was the first time he heard about it all, because he's mostly been learning from Kumun Ren's videos. Lee recalls his training and talks about how he guessed something strange. For using powerful techniques, they were not connected. Lee didn't understand any of this, so his body was greatly affected back then, as he used different fighting techniques together. Lee says that no matter how many times he watched the videos left by Kumun Ren, he couldn't understand the point. Then Lee started talking about filling in the gaps. He began to study everything in literature on his own. However, clenching his fist hard with anger, Lee declared that it was all ultimately useless. The bald man looks at Lee, and Lee says the bottom line of it all he sees for himself now. They were mistakes. Lee starts crying and getting angry, telling this guy that remembering it all, he realizes how pathetic he is. Lee began to clench his fist again in the wind, saying that Koo-mun-ren couldn't believe that Lee was even trying to confront him. The bald-headed man only stood there and remained silent, and afterward he said about what was clear to him: disorderly martial arts. Lee looks at the crying Lee, saying that the demonstration of the art of heaven and earth was just Lee's desperate attempt to do something. Weeping Lee began to talk about how this is indeed the case. He did not study any arts normally. The bald man stops talking and listening to Lee, and after abruptly exhales just with a strange attitude. He turns away from Lee and grudgingly talks about how the same thing happened to him at one time, which surprises Lee. Turning away, looking at the roof of the building, he began to talk about his teacher leaving him, and it was the same thing. He closed his eye and calmly began to talk about how this time he had also experienced as a horror complete. He began to reminisce about his training, saying that the lack of a teacher at one time was too infuriating and frustrating for him. He started talking about how he quite understands Lee. Lee stops crying and only remains silent and looks at him. This guy approaches Lee, saying that the process of learning the basics all over again will be very difficult, asking Lee if he can do it. Lee is like a little girl, standing crying and wiping away tears, starts to say something mumbling under his breath, but the guy interrupts him. This guy walks forward and says that Lee needs to follow him, first to tell the ancestors that a new descendant has arrived. Meanwhile, the events of the story show us Elder Yang. He is on the phone with someone about Mrs. Sosul. He is spoken to by a shocked Kang, who complains that he wasn't made aware of the change of head in the clan. He's part of the clan too, after all. Ian tells Khan on the phone that he doesn't understand the seriousness of it. The information is secret. Everything is at risk now. Young tells Khan on the phone that if he shows up abruptly now, it's suspicious. Not only Sunu, but all of Murim is at risk. John gets into the car, but noticing that someone is waiting for him there, he asks Kana to talk to him later. There's no time for that now. Surprised by this, Lee yells into the phone, asking Ian when else they'll talk, and complains. But the call goes away. Elder Yon carefully gets into the car and talks about how they're kind of done talking about Sosul. And following, he sees Sosul's head guard in the car and asks the man what he's doing here and why he's come. The head guard asks Yang why he's not excited to go see his longtime rival. Yang says he hopes it's a dream. John's car starts to drive away, and the head guard tells him that it's not a dream at all and offers him a drink. Meanwhile, Kang is still complaining about Ian, saying he doesn't put people in anything at all, and so hangs up on him. Although Khan also realizes well that he at least picked up the phone, because they say from others he doesn't even pick up. Kang lowers his head and feels sad about missing Lee, because Lee doesn't even pick up the phone. This all makes Kang very sad. Kang walks through the city with his head down and well aware that he may have been a major annoyance to everyone before. Kang thinks back to Lee, Ginny, Karnasira, Ian and the others. Realizing it's all very sad, he was annoying to them. Kang, from all the sad thoughts, remembers the fact that Lee once saved him and helped him a lot. This he remembers well. However, now he was also wondering why Lee had just disappeared like that. It was too much. He hadn't even said anything. As he walks through the city, Kang ponders the fact that he too has been wronged after all and learned the arts from Lee's enemy, Koo-mun-ren. Lowering his head, he realizes very well that his combat skills have clearly gotten a lot better after all of this. Khan goes and thinks about how cool it would be to show off his new skills to Ginny now, but someone pushes him. Kang raises his head and apologizes to these people, though it's not clear why since he was just standing there. In the moment, one of the guys in the crowd that walks by Kana delivers a headbutt on Lee. They start ranting at Khan, saying that if he wants to survive, you have to watch where his hooves are. Kang is angry at this. He raises his head and with his aura charging his eyes looks at the chief among these guys. He asks to put Khan's head down or try to hit him. This all surprises Khan. He doesn't understand what the big deal is. Khan is pissed off about it. He looks at the other guy aggressively and talks about how if he wants to, let him try to hit him. These guys start laughing viciously at Khan and talking about how he doesn't think he's so brave and strong. The main one of them throws himself at Khan and says he doesn't think he'll dare to hit him, and he does. A jab lands for Khan. He doesn't choose to dodge it much. Khan turns his head. He's only got scratches on him. Khan turns his head with his fingers and talks about whether or not that's the hardest punch he's ever taken. All these guys start looking at Lee with wild anger, preparing to just destroy him now. Khan starts to walk away, saying that this is all just some kindergarten. He doesn't fight such weaklings. These all words really piss these guys off wildly. The main guy in particular, they start warming up. This guy yells at Kana, saying that he thinks he's the strongest and dares him to do so. Meanwhile, we're shown Lee and that bald guy, they're sitting on rocks and meditating to burn off their powers. Lee is meditating, and this guy is telling him about how martial arts is very difficult and will be mega hard. We're shown someone's bloody fist, and the bald guy talks about how martial arts is about calm and harmony. It's Kang's fist. He's standing there covered in blood, and all those guys are lying around him covered in blood. Kang is in shock from what he did. Meanwhile, 2 weeks have passed since that day. The old ghost monitors the news on the Sunu clan. Karnasera sits beside the old ghost man. The old man apologizes for reading and apologizes to her. The old ghost man talks about Karnasera looking for some guy. She says, yeah, he went missing at a business meeting. The old ghost man lays down the clipboard and talks about how everyone is in trouble now. It's unlikely the association will be doing this. Afterward, he looks at Karnasera and says that because of the many cases the search is now severely delayed, it is sad and problematic. Trailing off, eyes closed, the old man ghost talks about how he of course assumed that the recent news would not lead to good things. Looking out the window, he adds that he had no idea that the revenge would be so brutal now. Karnasera and the principal discuss the fact that the Sunu clan is known for their powers. No one ever wanted to be their enemies. Karnasera and the director discuss that some organization is busy attacking the Sunu clan and capturing Sosol every night. In the aftermath, the director talks about how it could have been better if the head was further away from Lee. However, he also remembers that this is a sore subject for Karnasera and abruptly stops talking about it. The principal abruptly turns away in a sweat and begins to apologize, but Karnasera only remains silent thinking about something. Looking at Kang's elevator, Sarah says it's strange. Kang disappeared just like Lee. He called once, but never answered his phone again. Karnasera realizes that it's hard to get in touch with Khan, but he's clearly alive. She worries that he's in big trouble. The director asks Karnasera to try calling now and see if it works, and she agrees, saying she will do so. Meanwhile, Kang keeps his bloody fist standing with blood dripping down it, and Kang himself laughs a little at how easy it all came out. Immediately afterward, however, Kang hears his phone give out a dial tone and puts his hand in his pocket for it. With bloody hands, Kang sees the fact that there is a call from Karnasera on his phone. This surprises him. Khan hesitates to pick up the phone. He just puts the phone in his pocket and starts to walk away from the scene of the massacre. As Kang leaves, he looks at the people he beat up and realizes he shouldn't have done it at all. Kang walks away, realizing what he promised himself not to hit ordinary people again, but again, he didn't hold back. Kang realizes that he would very much like to have a fight with one of the Murim. He didn't come to the place where he once met the freak with the chain for nothing. However, looking at them again, he is upset that ordinary people have once again gotten in his way. Kang remembers the fight with Lee and realizes that he too would love to do cool fights and techniques like his. As Kang pondered what had happened, he heard some voice from behind him ask if he had done it by accident. Some guy with glasses talks about how Kang clearly used Murim techniques, and did he decide to fight regular people with them? Lee turns around and swallows his drool in surprise, for he has finally met Murim, as he has wanted to for a long time. Looking at him, it's as if Kang can feel his energy and clearly understands the fact that the person in front of him is clearly a Murim. Kang is very excited, with a smile and energy in his eyes as he looks at him, realizing that he can finally prove himself. However, Kaina's joy was interrupted by the fact that in the next instant, the man was already near Kaina's face and took him by the chin. This guy looks menacingly at Khan, saying that he clearly has a thirst for blood. He wants to put up another fight here, he asks. Kang looks at him with frightened eyes and is well aware of the fact that there could be big problems now. This guy turns to Khan and talks about how he can fight, but won't take responsibility for Khan's death. However, at one point this guy taps Kaina in the face and talks about not worrying. It's all a joke. A shocked Kang looks at him while he talks about how he's clearly not going to kill someone for free. Trailing off, he reaches out a hand near his chest and says that hasn't Khan here seen a girl this tall and with long hair. Khan replies that he hasn't seen anyone like that. The guy replies that it's weird. He was given the information that she was here. He starts to walk away and tells Kanu one last time that he should do a better job of cleaning up after his battles with humans next time. Looking at the city, he walks away saying he was there for it. If he gets pulled in for it with Khan, he'll smash him. Khan says he understood. A shocked Kang tries to catch his breath and says goodbye to the man. He leaves. Kang wildly surprised by everything. Kang is back somewhere. He stands at the faucet and washes his hands. blaming himself for being so weak for giving up everything. Khan recalls the fact that this guy was beside Khan in a second, and the guy didn't even see him move even close. Kang leaves the bathroom. Walking down the street, he realizes that his skills are worthless. He is weak and can't do anything against the other Murim. Khan ponders how much more he has to train, but his attention shifts to someone else. Kang sees about one little girl sitting on the bench in front of him with a phone in her hands. Kang is shocked. A surprised Kang heads towards her. He walks over and asks her what she is doing here alone at this late hour. This girl with eyes full of energy and steel hair raises her head and looks at Kana. Kang is very surprised at how she looks because she is very beautiful, like a doll from a cartoon of some kind. Khan begins to get a strong sense of something he's seen somewhere, but some voice catches his attention. A voice from behind says that he finally knows where they are. Kang hears a very familiar voice and realizes who it is. He turns back around and sees the same guy he saw a few hours ago in front of him. This surprises Khan. Kang looks at him with shock and knows full well that it's about to get bad, because it's not clear what this guy is doing here. Kang starts to look at this girl with shock and realizes about his target. This girl is small. Trailing off, this guy turns to Khan, saying it's kind of like the guy he's seen recently. This surprises Khan. This guy starts heading towards Kana and talking about how is that guy also from the Sunu clan. Kang begins to panic and play dumb, asking about what the Sunu clan is and what it's all about. Trailing off, Kang realizes the fact that this girl is the same Sosul Julia was talking about. He is shocked even more. Kang turns around, looking at her. He realizes that it's obviously her, and it's clear what this guy is doing here now. Kang looks into her eyes and finally realizes that this is the rightful head of the Xiong clan, Lady Sosul. Kang wonders wildly what she's even doing here, also alone, where all the security around her that should be. However, the moment Kang glared at her, he began to feel a huge aura of power appear right behind him. Immediately afterward, a very powerful attack from that man's hand right into Kana's shoulder is thrown at Kana. Kana's blood is rapidly pouring out of him. He is screaming in pain. It feels like his whole body has been broken and killed right there. However, in reality, it's as if that punch landed on Kang's soul rather than his actual body. Kang jumps back with a leap. He looks at his shoulder and realizes that he's fine, but it feels like his bones have been ripped out. This guy turns to Kang, talking about how he was doubtful before, but now he can definitely see that Kang can sense Kai's energy well. Kang starts asking him about Kai, but the guy immediately tells Kang not to think about dialoguing with him here. This guy gives Khan a choice. Raising his power, he says either Khan disappears from here or see his body break down. Trailing off, energizing his eyes, he turns to Lee again, adding that this isn't a joke at all now, he's serious. Kang begins to shake, his new power allowing him to feel that his opponent really wants to kill him now. Kang is well aware that it is better to leave the place now, but the thought of this girl does not let him rest. Kang loses Zor from this guy to Miss Sosul. He's worried. He has doubts playing on his mind as to what he should do. Khan looks at her, seeing that she's on her phone chatting with someone, and there's a bunch of pictures of dead bodies in her correspondence. Kang is frightened by this as well, but that doesn't nearly cancel out the doubts that torment him now. Khan begins to clench his teeth, tensing up as if he's standing on two extremes on which his life depends. Kang realizes that he may be losing his mind, but the Sunu clan is his family who helped him, and he decides to pay his debt to the clan. Kana's abrupt change of heart scares the man who is across from him, the very guy he's surprised. Kang starts to attack him, rushing at him with his fist, surprising him wildly and probably herself too. This guy dodges, which is generally not surprising with his then strength and abilities, but he's surprised still. He gets to the side of Khan and asks him if he has lost his mind and is now going to get into such a fight with him. Kana's opponent raises his energy, puts his fingers forward and talks about taking Kana for a warm-up then. Even though Khan is scared out of his wits, however, he lunges at him and yells attack, even though he's scared to do it all. Kang wildly starts yelling at his rival, saying that as long as Kang is here, he won't touch the head of the Sunu clan, Sosul. This guy stops abruptly and lowers all his energy. He is wildly shocked, interjecting about the clan head. Sosul raises her head and looks at Khan and this guy with shock as well. She is also surprised by this sentence from Khan. Khan begins to raise his power and aura, but in his mind he is well aware that he is close and no equal to this guy. However, Kang begins to attack, realizing that he has a trump card up his sleeve, namely Kumun Ren's technique. Kumun Ren told Kang during training that often people finish a fight with one attack. It's very common. Kumun Ren then showed him a basic attack, telling him that it was best to do it at the beginning of the fight when the opponent was distracted. Kang recalls it all in his head, realizing that since that's the case, he just might as well do it against this guy now. Kang does so and starts attacking this guy, however. The guy obviously dodges the attack. He's very strong. This guy turns to Kang with joyful surprise, talking about how is he really just messing around right now just here. Kang then strikes him sharply with his energized boom, confusing him. Meanwhile, the events of the story bring us back to Lee, who is sitting with the same bald guy and discussing something. While looking at the beautiful mountains at night, they discuss training, techniques, and many points on energy. This guy addresses Lee, saying that he's glad that he's used to life in the mountains because Lee himself is urban so-and-so. Lee scratches his head and talks about how he's rather not used to it, but that he's just safer being and living here. Trailing off, Lee talks about how, if this guy remembers, when he came here, Lee told him about longing for this place. Looking at this place, Lee talks about how this feeling he has had has increased a lot. Maybe that's why he feels comfortable being here. Watching this guy, Lee talks about how he used to be haunted by different feelings when he was training, but here he's comfortable. Smiling and looking down, Lee talks about how it's like he's in another world lately during spiritual training. Closing his eyes and lowering his head, this guy talks about how wonderful this is, and he's happy for such success for Lee in this endeavor. This guy tells Lee a little bit about energy and why it's better to interact with it here in nature. It's all connected. The man began to talk about how he was glad that Lee's soul was at peace here. It was important for him and training. Trailing off, the man starts talking about how Lee can make the master gate he had such a hard time finding. Trace Lee turns to him, thanks him and calls him master. However, it pisses this guy off a lot. He yells at Lee and tells him that he should call him by his first name, like uncle, not master, because the master and apprentice relationship in Marima is like that of father and son. He complains to Lee that though he doesn't accept it, but in Murima so, Lee, though reluctant, agrees to his request. Lee begins to leave, saying that he will go to the hall to restore his soul and energy. The bald man looks after him, calling him boy. You can see from his face that Lee is pleasing him greatly here. Looking up at the moon, he reflects on the fact that it's been about 2 weeks since Lee came here. It's affected a lot of things. The man realizes that Lee's presence here reminds him of his master, which pleases him greatly. The man follows Lee and watches from the side as Lee works on concentrating his energy and meditating. The bald man turns away, smiling and even laughing a little, looking at the whole Lee and meditation thing. Looking at Lee again, it speaks volumes that he has yet to realize how much cleaner he has become in the time he has spent here. The events of the story take us back to Khan. The very same opponent of his asks Sosul if she's sure she doesn't know who he is. She says she doesn't. Meanwhile, our Khan is barely conscious with a broken nose, lying on the ground covered in blood and just resting as if. The events of the story take us to some unknown place. It resembles a huge library for many people. There are a lot of people in this place, but many of them are looking at one point, as if watching someone now. More specifically, their attention is on Ginny, who is standing there reading some sports magazine. Someone is looking her in the eye and discussing who she is and what she's doing here, and also making so much eye contact with everyone right now. However, to Ginny's own shock, someone walks by and addresses her quietly, Mrs. Ginny, which surprises her. Ginny wants to answer, but this girl asks her to listen silently, talking quietly about the fact that they are being followed here now. She tells Ginny to pretend she can't hear and asks her to meet her in the 34 second floor parking lot. Ginny suddenly points her finger forward and yells at someone, asking what he's following her and running around for. She starts running after someone in the crowd. The girl who told her about the stakeout burns with shame because of Ginny's methods. Some time passes. Ginny runs up to this girl's car and talks about being back, no tail. The girl in the car burns with shame, but praises Ginny. This girl turns out to be Kana Sarah. She tells Kanya Sarah that it's easier to live without being watched, the latter asking in surprise if Ginny knew she was being followed. She says that of course she was bugged too. A surprised Kana Sarah asks why they chose that particular place then. Sitting in the car, Ginny says that in such popular crowded places, it's easier to hide in the crowds of people, yes, and that's it. She says that Ginny has such looks that it didn't make sense, adding that she herself would have approached her to meet her, which surprises her. She then goes on to say that Ginny should be much more careful in her behavior and actions from now on. Ginny replies that Kana Sarah's style and actions also piss her off, but for Lee's sake, she's willing to tolerate hanging out with her. A very upset Ginny tells her that since Mrs. Sossel's return, it's like the whole family is on edge. Ginny talks about how the first thing the Sunu clan did afterward was to attack the Stormcurrent faction as revenge. On top of that, other smaller factions they had also destroyed. Because of this, the elders were greatly concerned. She also talks about how Mrs. Sossel is surrounded by very strange personalities, causing her to not listen to the elders at all. Ginny talks about how there are limits to revenge. They're also thinking about taking over the Federation. That goes beyond just revenge. Kana Sera tells Ginny that in all likelihood, the goal of theirs is an advantage when negotiating the Federation. Ginny asks Kana Sera that she has also heard that there is a black cardinal with influence behind Sossel's back. Kana Sera says that the Marima Federation will also not negotiate so easily with a certain grey cardinal. But here, Kana Sera corrects herself and says with a glance at Ginny that the government has a different position on this. Kana Sera says the government doesn't want trouble in the public and will bend the Federation to its conclusions. Ginny talks about how she can't get it out of her head that the Sunu clan is behind all the problems. Kana Sera says that if the government fights Sunu directly, it would be a violation of the Non-Aggression Pact, which would violate the treaties. Kana Sera talks about how Clan Suna will be induced to negotiate anyway, but the only question is how it will go down. Ginny stops her. Ginny asks Kana if she means to say that all of Sossel's actions are orders from the Grey Cardinal. Kana Sera says that they probably are. This whole situation and now the dialogue with Kana is driving Ginny into more shock. She's worried about Lee still. Remembering Lee, she talks about whether he foresaw this situation and that's why he left his position as head in the clan. Kana Sera also thinks about it. It's hard for her to accept such a fact. She just keeps quiet and worries. Ginny analyzes the whole situation, saying that in all likelihood Lee understood this, which is why he was always so worried about everything in his position. Ginny throws her head back, thinking about how she's a complete fool and didn't realize it, yanking Lee around always over little things. Ginny throws back her head thinking about everything. She tries to calm down, realizing that Lee had talked about this to everyone a long time ago, but she didn't understand him that way. Kana Sera talks about having the same situation. She thought she understood everything, but she was unable to get the weight off La's shoulders. The dialogue comes to a standstill. Ginny and Kana Sera just sit in the car silently, confused, because they don't know what to do next. Trailing off, Ginny interrupts the silence, abruptly saying that even considering all of this, it's overkill on Lee's part obviously. Ginny talks about how it's nearing fall and she's still clueless about Lee and where he is. The events of the story move forward. We are shown Lee still practicing with that guy, developing his skills. During practice, the bald guy tells Lee that he has lost his balance again during his moves. He talks about how losing his center of motion makes Lee very vulnerable to his opponent's attacks. Lee says he'll fix himself. As this happens, Lee gets back into a stance and begins to try and get back to the balance of his movements. However, at the point where Lee is getting into the rack, this bald guy notices that something is not right with Lee. He turns to Lee and abruptly stops the one, which surprises Lee himself, but he stops as asked. The bald man turns to Lee, talking about looking at his feet. Lee doesn't much realize what's wrong with them. Lee lifts his leg, his feet are all bandaged multiple times, and all the bandages are stained with blood on both feet. The bald man yells at Lee. The man says it's okay, but he yells again, and Lee sweetly tries to walk away from the conversation. Together, they head to the buildings with Lee. He starts bandaging him up and talks about how Lee should tell him about all the wounds to him. He berates Lee and talks about how the last time he trained like that it led to more injuries. Does Lee want a repeat of that? Lee keeps smiling and looking at him, and this guy in turn just keeps berating Lee about the whole thing. In the moment, Lee starts laughing hard, but holds back her laughter and tries to apologize to him for her behavior. He tells this man that despite his menacing appearance, he talks like a curious old lady just. The man then angrily starts to squeeze the bandages on Lee's leg, causing him great pain. Later, he gets up and tells Lee that until he gets stronger, no training, the treatment is over for now. Lee looks up at him with a smile and talks about thanking him very much, with cute as if childlike eyes. The man asks Lee why he never complains about the workouts. Lee replies that they come to his liking. Watching the sunset, Lee talks about how he likes everything and today has flown by so quickly. This bald man is looking at Lee. He's trying to understand him as if to look into his souls and realize what's wrong with Lee. Lee smiles again and talks about how happy he is with everything, even though he often overextends himself and gets injured. The bald man turns his head away, closes his eyes and says, "Who knew there would be a fool like Lee?" Lee is surprised by his words and interjects, and the man in turn tells Lee to rest, for he will take care of dinner tonight. Lee abruptly jumps up and starts yelling that no, he's going to do everything today, but the man argues with Lee and won't let him. The weather is relentless, fall leaves are covering everything, and Lee and this man are still arguing about their food. The events of the story speed up. We are shown the very place of Lee's training. However, everything is already covered in snow. Following the events of the story again, go forward immediately, showing already spring in this place and blossoming trees. And next, we are also shown someone's fist, which non-stop attacks something time after time. It turns out to be Lee, and he's doing some training of his own, once again standing in a stance, but a slightly different one than before. The same bald man is standing beside him, but looking very strange. As if angry, Lee wonders about it. Lee looks at him wiping the sweat, asking why he is silent. Is Lee doing something wrong right now? He only looks at Lee in response, however, and tells him that he should realize his own mistakes by now. Lee is talking about something he doesn't understand very well yet, and in his head, he's pondering where he might have just gotten it wrong. Trailing off, this guy turns sharply to Lee, saying that of course he is nowhere near knowing this. Followed by this bald man calmly talking about how there's no need to know anything, because Lee did everything right and proper this time. Lee then asks why he's so serious then, and in his head wonders if this is a new way of praising him. However, there was no response for Lee. The man resumed his serious stance and stared silently at Lee. Afterwards, he opened his eyes abruptly and seriously stated that there was no problem at all, but Lee's energy in training was very rough. He continues by saying that he felt it back when they first met, but now Lee's energy is even rougher. Lee is very surprised. Lee recalls the very day in hell when he fell down. Then he too noticed that his energy became coarser after that day. Lee realizes it's harder to hide it every day, and the energy connected to the demon. Can he tell the master about it? However, while Lee was pondering, the master told him to keep practicing, and he himself would go to a neighboring village for a while. The man starts to leave. Lee asks him if he can go with him to help if anything. Looking at the sign of his camp, the master says no more. He is on his way to meet his relatives. He explains to Lee that he is referring to the students of the main house who are now active in the community. Trailing off, he adds that the main house is a one-man organization where secret techniques are passed on to a successor alone. He also tells us that once a successor is chosen, he is the only one left in the main house. All other participants come down from the mountains and remain as relatives of the main house and its helpers. Lee talks about how it will turn out that these relatives financially support further the main house. The man replies to Lee that it's not that simple, as they have the rights to recommend the student to everyone, which surprises Lee. He tells Lee that he didn't think it was so easy to come here to the mountains and just become an apprentice, which surprises Lee. Looking at the mountains, the master says that most of the disciples were simply found beforehand, rather than coming here on their own. Already near the exit, Lee asks the man if there could be a problem. He is the master of the Earth and Heaven School after all. The man talks about how there are old men who, if they find out everything, could expel him from the clan. He scares the hell out of Lee with this. Lee starts yelling, talking about how then should have contacted them from the beginning. Why did they only do it now? He responds to Lee by saying that it would then be known in Murama that Lee is here. This shocks Lee even more. Trailing off, walking away, he adds that this is probably the only hiding place Lee realistically has here. He's going to go and ask his relatives to refuse visits to the place so they don't accidentally find out about Lee. The master starts to walk away, and Lee just stares in his wake, rather frustrated and just silent on the flat. In the moment, Lee crosses his arms, bows and gives him a thank you, calling him Master and Mr. Sabek. The man in turn only listens to Lee's words and then continues on his way down the mountain. Lee watches him walk away and smiles, for she realizes that this is all this man has been doing for Lee all along. Trailing off, Lee starts slapping himself in the face, saying that he needs to get a grip on himself already and start practicing. Here Lee stops, realizing that for the first time in a long time, he is here without a master, and it is possible to try out the technique without restraining energy. Immediately after that thought, Lee took a firm stand and stopped restraining the gusts of his energy in his body. A huge amount of blue energy began to create an aura around his body and raise his power, and his eyes turned white. Immediately afterward, Lee takes one hit, sending just a tremendous blast of energy to the side that demolishes everything. Lee's eyes turn blue. He's calm and strong. He's in control and blowing even more aura around him. Lee begins to rejoice, for after all his body is fine after this. He ponders what more techniques he can use then. However, what Lee notices in a moment is that the grass around him and his feet was gone, with only earth and sand on the floor. Lee began to stare off into the distance, realizing that he needed a place where his master wouldn't notice the traces of such his training and strength. As Lee looks up into the mountains to look for a place of his own, the events of the story show us someone's sneaker, someone going somewhere. It turns out to be a certain girl with a hat and a big backpack, wearing a huge jacket. She's walking somewhere. She walks somewhere and abruptly starts calling out for someone. She shouts one name non-stop while standing still. She walks around the same place where Lee and his master are practicing. She thinks about where this guy went and looks for him. Realizing that there is no one close by, she simply drops her backpack with a bunch of stuff on the ground and starts walking on. In a moment, she is stopped by whispers in her clothes. She pulls out a walkie-talkie and takes a call on it from someone. It turns out to be an old ghost man. He introduces himself to her as the leader and asks if she has already come to the mezzo. She calls him Elder in response and talks about having just arrived at the right place. She looks up at the roof of the place and wonders if she should leave the item and go, but the old man says to wait for that guy. She tells the old man that she will contact the guy after she meets him. Hanging up, she is surprised by something and looks ahead. She looks under her feet, walking in a circle, and notices the fact that there are some footprints down below from powerful machinery. She begins to analyze what this powerful technique could have been and realizes that it was most likely a black heaven technique. Her attention is also drawn to the fact that there are very incongruous footsteps all around here, and even more miserable wiped-out footprints everywhere. In a moment, she hears a sharp sound as if from explosions and is distracted by it. It surprises her many times more. It turns out to be Lee. He's talking to himself about how he just used a technique very sloppily and almost caused a lot of problems. However, butchering this, he turns his gaze back around, saying that there is a more interesting detail. He looks at the fact that he almost broke the mountain with one attack, realizing that you can't use energy so thoughtlessly. He looks at the dozens of large broken rocks and other debris, realizing he should be much more careful. However, in the moment he is interrupted from these thoughts, it is as if he feels some powerful energy behind him. Looking up, Lee is shocked to notice the very girl who had recently talked to the old ghost man on the walkie-talkie. Lee looks straight at her, her eyes, thinking about who she is and what power she has to stand up to her if anything. However, Lee is highly embarrassed by the fact that she could see everything he's been doing here already, and that's already problematic for him. Watching her, Lee is also greatly surprised by the fact that he was only able to sense her presence when she was already there. All this time, she was also looking at Lee, analyzing him, and then her gaze went sharply to the side away from Lee. She began to look at the rocks and debris that had been left here after Lee had practiced the techniques. In the moment, Lee interrupts this silence. He apologizes and talks about who she is and what she's doing alone in the middle of nowhere like this. She starts walking abruptly towards Lee and turning to him says something about, "Is he Yu Sa-hyun's disciple here?" She stands beside Lee with a walkie-talkie in hand, and Lee makes a fool of herself by asking her the name of her master. In the moment, she contacts someone on the radio saying it's Yu Sa-hyun and says she's fine. This all surprises Lee. Following on the walkie-talkie, she interjects about whether or not she should come to the main building according to him, which surprises Lee even more. Followed with jokes, she asks him about some kind of closed practice and looks directly at Lee. She looks at Lee and asks the master on the walkie-talkie if he has a secret apprentice. He says no, and Lee just stands there in shock. She finishes up with him on the phone, ending on the fact that since everything is fine, she'll go, and Lee looks on with shock at it all still. Trailing off, she turns her head sharply at Lee and asks him if he has anything to say to her, but a shocked Lee can't say a word. Lee guffaws, wondering how she talks on the radio. There are no towers here, but she replies that it's her satellite phone. She starts to walk away, saying that if that's all she needed to hear, then she's had enough. Lee is surprised again. Lee abruptly tells her to stop and asks her who she is and why she just broke into someone else's school grounds like that. She tells Lee that her name is Inari. She is a student of the 19th head of school and the new head of Heaven and Earth School, which shocks Lee again. Lee continues to stare at her in silence. But in his thoughts, he realizes that he thought it was all correct. She is a student of a branch of the school. But then Lee recalls the words of his master, who spoke of how he might get in trouble for all this. She turns to Lee again, saying that she wants to test her hunches for by her suggestion to Lee, but her sentence doesn't end. She is interrupted by Lee, who starts bowing down and talking about how it's all just his problem and business. The master has nothing to do with it. He speaks of the master's good-natured acceptance, but Lee was unaware of the trouble that could bring. She only stands listening and silent. With a sad face, Lee turns to her and tells her that he will leave the place now so as not to harm the master. She in turn did nothing but continued to stare directly at Lee, thinking about something. Abruptly, she talks about how it's not necessary. If she recommends Lee, his master will have no problem. Lee is surprised. A shocked Lee interrupts her, and she only retorts that she wants to see Lee's abilities and techniques. She would forgive Lee to show her the Black Heaven technique. If Lee seemed capable, she would recommend him as a disciple. Lee is racked with doubts and strange feelings. He finds it hard to believe that it could be that simple. However, Lee gets to his feet. He realizes very well that in such a situation, he has no choice at all, so it is worth it to do so. Lee starts to get into a stance. He realizes that he has been praised by the master, saying that his movements are perfect. He believes in himself. This girl is looking at him. She knows that Lee was the head of the Sunu clan. She restrains her surprise that he is hiding here. She was also genuinely amazed that he was willing to do anything for his master. She thought he was a stupid kid. Looking at him, she realizes that if Lee leaves here, they will be in trouble. They should hold Lee off until the elder shows up. As she continues to look at Lee, she realizes that he will do a perfect job. Her plan is to praise him, so he definitely won't leave this place. However, she is uneasy about those very stones. She can't believe that a kid like Lee did such destruction. Meanwhile, she watches Lee try to do the technique, realizing that this is the fourth style of flow now. Lee begins to use the technique, and she realizes that the point of it is to break the momentum between energy and physicality. Watching how Lee did it, she realizes that he's pretty good at it. 3 penetrations at once in 1 release of energy. She watches his actions further, seeing that he is doing the right thing, for he is releasing energy as needed and gaining new energy. However, watching him in the moment, she is very sharply surprised to see the fact that he is doing something strange. She sees that Lee, at the point in the separation process, uses punching at once as well, which is very strange and unusual. There's a wild shock on this girl's face. She couldn't imagine that Lee would flip such a technique just like that. Meanwhile, Lee himself finally finishes his technique and releasing the energy stops behind him. He stops, looks down, exhales, and hopes that his technique and skills worked correctly and all is well. Lee lifts her gaze and looks at this girl. She is shocked beyond belief at what she just saw in front of her. Lee tells her that he's done revealing the technique, which further shocks her in the moment. Lee notices that she is very surprised, so he decides to ask her how she feels about his powerful technique just now. However, she only stands and remains silent, looking at Lee, and then rudely asks what his master says about it. A surprised Lee is very unsure about the fact that the master is not saying anything unusual to him on this technique. This girl in turn only continues to just stare at the lie and remain silent, sweat rolling down her face. She turns back abruptly and starts to walk away, saying it was fun, and Lee looks on in surprise. She stops abruptly before leaving, saying that she will pass everything to the elders, so Lee and Master can take it easy. Lee is very surprised by her phrases and behavior, however clearly pleased with it all. He only agrees with her in return. She does as she said, just starts to walk away, which Lee is also pretty well surprised by, staring in her wake. She walks away. Lee scratches his neck and talks to himself about how he feels like he's made a global mistake. Meanwhile, the events of the story show us some black car in the woods all alone. The car door opens, the same girl throws her hat down there, and with it, the wig that was attached to the hat. She puts on her huge black glasses afterward, correcting them with her fingers time after time. This girl looks like an old ghost's assistant. She talks in her mind about how she almost forgot her purpose and ruined everything there. She was thinking about the master and Lee when suddenly the phone in her car beeped. She immediately picked it up. On the second line turns out to be an old ghost man. This girl is his assistant. She was undercover. The old man asks how it went. She says she wants to learn about the technique before she talks, and describes how the technique Lee recently showed her is supposed to work. However, she describes the technique as Lee showed it, not as it should be, but says the master did it without mentioning Lee, which shocks the old man. The old ghost man starts laughing and smiling, saying that has that child master reached that level already. She responds to him on the phone about what kind of improvement we are talking about if he is not using the technique correctly with no separation. However, to her great shock, the old ghost man informs her that the technique was originally created without separation. He talks about how not everyone could master such a technique, so they added flow to loosen up the technique during the training. Closing his eyes, the old man tells of how once upon a time his rival was able to study it without weakening or flux, so he was taken in charge then. The old man tells her over the phone that whatever the case may be, it's amazing that that master has reached that level of technique. However, in the moment, she simply apologizes to the old man and admits that she wasn't talking about the master at all. Meanwhile, Master Lee returned to the main building to tell everything to Lee and continue training. Approaching the main house, Master Lee stops in shock. He looks ahead and just freezes in place. He sees the backpack and immediately understands who it belongs to and what it means to have it here. Lee exits the building, appearing right in front of him. He asks Lee if that girl came by. Lee says yes. He turns around in a panic, looks up at the mountains and tells Lee that they are in huge trouble now. Some time passes, we see the same guy Khan fought with and the head of Sosul's guard. They are discussing the Federation. They discuss the fact that things are going even too well than they seem. But the head of the guard talks about how it's all thanks to the Federation. They discuss the fact that the original plan was quite different, but the old man changed it quite nicely that way. Meanwhile, they have already arrived at the meeting place, wrapping up the call with someone they promised to give a countdown on the case. Getting out of the car, the head of security tells the guy in blue about his sour face today. Is something wrong? The guy Kang in blue fought with turns to the head of security, saying that isn't all this strange. He talks about the fact that the head of the Federation, an old man ghost, is a snake as everyone says. Even rumor has it that he got his position by machinations. Looking at the parking lot, it speaks volumes that it is they, not the Federation, who have the knife at their throat in these negotiations. The guy in blue replies that does the head of the guard know that the knife handle is no longer the same at all. This surprises the head of the guard greatly. He talks about how their main argument is Princess Sosul, but while they've been fiddling with the negotiations, her influence hasn't grown. He also brings up the Sunu clan elders, saying that there is a feeling as if their influence in the clan is much higher. The guy in blue talks about how he feels like everyone will figure out their scheme and the elders will make their move. The head of security asks this guy to put all such thoughts aside, saying that the old man ghost won't be able to do anything anymore. Meanwhile, the events of the story send us to an old man ghost who calls in the main guard of Sosul. He picks up the phone and replies that he and the guy in blue have already arrived at the site and are waiting for everyone here. However, it turns out that the old ghost man is now driving his car somewhere in the mountains and talking to them. He starts to say that he is quite old and supposedly forgot about the meeting and offers to reschedule it for another day. Sosul then turns to the guard and tells him to thank Yan for the cooperation agreement, surprising the head of security. The main guard starts to realize perfectly well that something is going wrong with them. The old man hangs up the phone and the guard and the guide just keep quiet. Starkey looks at the phone and smiles, talking about how they're not young anymore after all, but they're so naive like children. The old ghost man's car stops. His assistant informs him that they can go no further. Elder leaves the car, looks at the forest around him, and realizes how long it's been since he's been here. Meanwhile, we are brought back by events to the main house in the forest. The master asks Lee to introduce himself to everyone. There are several people in front of Lee. He crosses his arms and starts to introduce himself, but is interrupted. One of these people starts yelling at Master Lee, talking about what kind of strange situation is going on in the first place. One of them pokes at Lee and talks about how he can't believe the head started training this kid and didn't even consult with them. Lee listens to him and immediately starts apologizing, trying to say something, but he interrupts Lee, saying it's rude. It turns out to be the same assistant to the old ghost man. She talks about how it's grossly unseemly to interrupt the elders. The master, meanwhile, looks calmly at Lee, while Lee himself just remains silent and watches in amazement at everything that's going on. Then, one of these people looks sharply towards Master Lee and addresses him with a question, calling him the head, which surprises him. The man turns to the master, asking him what he found Lee that made him a disciple of the main branch. The master folds his arms, bends his head, and apologizes for breaking the rules and willfully taking this child. However, followed by the master adding that this child, meaning Lee, is a disciple of Kumun Ren himself, and the former head of the Sunu clan. Lee is surprised. Looking at them all, he says that in taking this child into the main branch, he was well aware of all the risks. One of these men lowers his head and with a smile closes his eyes to say that whether the master himself admits his mistake. Trailing off, the master adds that even while in the Sunu clan, Lee believed that he belonged to the Heaven and Earth School, which again surprises Lee. Following that, the master describes to them that all this time in the clan, Lee had not abandoned the techniques of the school and had studied them well all this time. Trailing off, the master remembers and reminds everyone that as soon as Lee left the Sunu clan, he immediately came to this school, remembering it. Trailing off with a very serious aura, he addresses them, saying that if someone like Lee doesn't have the right to join their school, then who does? Master calmly but very seriously says this. Lee looks at him very surprised, realizing it's for his own sake. Trailing off, one of them interrupts the master, saying that he's figured it all out and offers to discuss it all a little later, which surprises Lee. Trailing off, the man looks at Lee and offers a look at the techniques he's managed to learn along the way. Meanwhile, the old man ghost moving quickly through the forest reaches the point he wants and stops. From this point he notices the very place where everyone is now. He thought it would be closer and it's so far away. The old man decides to fold his fingers on his forehead in order to view that place in more detail with energy. As it happens, his sharp energy concentration technique works well and he's already looking at everything that's going on out there. He looks directly at Lee, noticing that he is getting into a stance. The old man realizes he is very much on time. However, much to the old man's surprise, his concentration is interrupted by a sharp ringing from the side, much to his annoyance. It turns out to be a ringing phone, an unknown number. The old man doesn't realize who has brought him in at this hour. With a disgruntled face, he rudely picks up the phone and immediately just says, "Hello, waiting for the word of the person on the line." The man on the line smiles and says he's happy to talk directly to the ghost now, mentioning that he screwed over his subordinates. With a look of pathos, the old man replies to him that isn't he the elder of those two juvenile idiots from a couple hours ago who called. The person on the line, a man in a jacket and with a dog, answers that yes, he is the head of Black Forest Protection, Mr. Kaiser. With a dark look, he tells the old man on the phone that he was very disappointed with the old man's behavior this time. He tells the old man that he would like to cooperate with him, but the old man rudely asks him to get to the point quickly already and not to stall. The old man tries to focus all his attention and energy on Lee's technique and says on the phone that he's a little busy, followed by this Kaiser on the line saying that since that's the case, the old man can generally be killed, to which he greatly surprises the old man. Sitting in his office, he goes on to say that judging from this whole case, he has made the decision to eliminate the old ghost man. The old man calmly asks him why he would call him over such nonsense, and he replies that it's just a sign of respect. The old man says he's the head of the Federation and one of the 10 great masters. It's unlikely he'll make it, but Kaiser says he knows everything. Trailing off, he speaks into the tube about how he also knows that the old man's abilities are insufficient for Kumon Ren, much to the old man's shock. The old man starts smiling and asks the tube if he heard him. Is it really about Kumon Ren? Kaiser replies that everything is correct. Kumon Ren is one of his 10 disciples, but the old man says he has heard everything already. Can he hang up already? But before the end of the call, Kaiser asks what business the old man suddenly decided to go to the mountains for. This surprises the old man greatly. Hearing this, the old man hangs up the phone and sharply calls his assistant and yells for him to get away from the car sooner. However, someone else picks up the phone and informs him that it's too late, as his assistant is dead and looks at his body. It turns out to be some dark-skinned guy. He immediately declares that the old man is next and hangs up the phone. The shocked old man stands on the mountain into the wind and doesn't understand what he should do now in such a situation. Meanwhile, the events of the story show us Lee, who is already in full swing showing off his techniques in the main house. Lee's techniques aren't weak, so surprise everyone who was there. They didn't expect the master's apprentice to be so capable. Watching Lee use all the techniques easily and instantly, they understand why the master chose him to be his apprentice. The only one not surprised by all this is the elder's assistant, who stands and stares, not understanding why the old man doesn't call her still. She wonders if he still hasn't arrived. Looking up into the mountains, she tries to find him watching. Meanwhile, the very guys who killed the old man's assistant are walking through the woods. They're trying to find the old man. The dark-skinned guy talks about not feeling any energy here. The guy next to him talks about how he doesn't either. However, next they look at one of the mountains and talk about some strong energy coming from there. The other guy talks about how although the energy is strong, it's too rhythmic, like someone is practicing there. The dark-skinned guy talks about how the reason the old man came here may be there now. The other guy agrees with him, and together they start running and run straight towards this place. However, after running some distance, the dark-skinned guy stops abruptly. He feels something powerful nearby. he is abruptly thrown back by a wave of energy, screaming that it's the same old guy showing up. The dark-skinned guy is eerily surprised at how easily and well the old man managed to hide his power and aura from them in the forest. However, while he was thinking, the old man made a volley of energy and sharply struck straight at him, then threw him off and spun him around with tremendous force. It felt like this guy had been torn to pieces, for everything around him had been blown to splinters. With evil visibly and energy in his eyes, the old man only remained silent and then simply said quietly, "Alone." However, while he was dealing with him, another guy, his partner, showed up right above his head from above with a hard punch. They have a battle, but this guy is obviously weaker than the old man, because the old man easily dodges his attacks time after time. After a while of such a fight, the old man finds a moment and an open gap in his energy and goes behind his back. Immediately afterward, the old man goes around him again, gathers the energy, and hand with a huge charge attached directly to him. With this single powerful attack, he sends this guy just flying upwards with his strength and powerful energy. However, much to the old man's surprise, the guy turns out to be not so bad. He lands and dodges part of the old man's attack. And right after he did that, he gains power, and as if he was breaking away, he runs straight at the old man with an attack. The surprised old man starts to assemble his new technique, however, right above his head. The same dark-skinned guy appears with an attack. Meanwhile, the events of the story transport us to a guy in blue who is sitting somewhere with someone talking about some dragons. Then the head guard says that it's about the people the elder has been raising in secret. Looking at the interior of the establishment, he suggests that the elder hid them well to be used in extreme cases only. However, the guy in blue interrupts him, saying that even so, the old man is one of the 10 masters, which surprises the guard. The guy in blue adds that if his opponent isn't of the same caliber, he won't even be able to resist a couple punches. However, the head guard says that these 10 dragons, including Kumun-Ren, might be stronger, for Kumun-Ren defeated the master. He finishes by saying that 10 was trained on Kumun-Ren's sample, and the events of the story bring us back to the old ghost. And next we are also shown Lee, who is very surprised. Apparently he detected an alien energy in the forest. In addition to Lee, the 3 who were with Lee are also surprised by this, including the old ghost man's assistant in her guise. However, they don't fully understand what happened and ask Lee what happened, why he stopped. Lee points them to the mountains and asks about the fact that didn't they feel some strange energy coming from up there. Lee's words are very disturbing to the old man's undercover assistant, for she realizes that her boss is on the other side. One of the men talks about Lee talking nonsense. After all, it is a long way to that mountain. How can he feel anything from here? He calls Lee an idiot and talks about how even if a bomb went off at that distance, nothing would get here. However, the moment the very same assistant bursts into the dialogue, she turns to them and tells them to listen to her. She tells them about the fact that there should be an elder just that way who would be watching, which surprises them. They ask her if she has contacted him, but she reports that she has been unable to do so all this time. Lee looks at all of this in surprise, and the master intervenes in the dialogue, asking what's up with them and if everything is normal. One of them turns sharply to Lee and asks him if he can still feel the energy behind that mountain, a question very surprising to Lee. Lee turns around and looks at the mountain, looking at it for about a minute. Lee reports that he can no longer feel the energy flows. Immediately after they received the response from Lee, they began to stand up, saying that everything was clear to them. The 2 men and the old man's assistant began to leave, saying they would believe Lee's words and go check what was there. As they leave, one of them turns around and asks Lee and Master not to go anywhere until they arrive. It will be safer. In response, of course, the Master agrees with them. Crossing his arms, he bows and says he understands. The 2 men and the old man's assistant headed towards the gate of the main building, while Lee and the Master stared at them in surprise. In the moment, Lee turns sharply to the Master, asking him about the fact that they definitely shouldn't not go after them now. The Master calmly replies to Lee, saying that there is no need for that, as that man is much stronger than Lee and even the Master himself. Meanwhile, the dark-skinned guy standing there with a sword in his hand says that it looks like the rumors about it weren't lying. He looks at the old ghost man, talking about how he is the first to so cleverly hide his presence from them now and dodge the attacks. The very men and the old man's assistant moving through the forest discuss that there is indeed an energy influence, but it's not clear how Lee smelled it there. Jumping from tree to tree, the old man's assistant listens to the conversations of the 2 men, who are clearly not thinking about the problem at hand. The men discuss Lee's acceptance among themselves, because in some ways he's a ticking time bomb, but he's very good. The old man's assistant is pissed off by their conversations. She can't understand what they're thinking and what it has to do with Lee. She turns around, apologizes, and sharply yells at them, saying that this is not a good time for such arguments. She points forward, saying that don't they care that the forward energy is amplified time after time. However, they calmly reply, saying that she herself knows all of the old ghost man's skill. There is no reason to worry. However, she replies that that's the problem. Everyone knows it, and no one would throw a challenge at him foolishly. There's clearly someone strong against him. She suggests that the old man might have been in an unforeseen situation, and meanwhile, we are shown the old man himself dodging attacks. The old man's two opponents are launching attack after attack. They are clearly not weak and are clearly not going to stop. The old man dodges all attacks, however. In his thoughts, he notices a moment that this guy is getting faster and faster. As he follows, he also notices that the dark-skinned guy's attacks are becoming more and more accurate on the old man. The old man contemplates what he should do next, however, while he was thinking, these guys attacked again and in twos. The old man manages to toss one of them aside, but the dark-skinned guy with the katana is right down the old man. He swings his katana upward, directly at the old man, but he manages to dodge the attack. The dark-skinned guy stands and stares in amazement at the sight of the attack, and can't figure out where the old man disappeared from the attack. However, the very next instant, the old man appears right over the dark-skinned guy and stands on his shoulder. Trailing off, the old man speaks sharply and loudly that this is where he would prefer and end their battle already. However, at the point where the dark-skinned guy was standing, and the old man on top of him, some kind of sword flies in with a girl on top of it. The old man instantly notices this and jumps to the side. He realizes what's up. The dark-skinned guy does the same. A huge sword slams into the floor, and the same girl, with red hair and strange clothes, looks like she lives in the woods, stands on it. The dark-skinned guy asks her if, along with the old man, she was going to finish him off too. But in response, she only laughs as she looks at them. The old man looks at this girl with shock and thinks about whether this woman is also against him. Next action, this girl jumps up taking her sword with her and starts doing somersaults in the air. After a couple of such somersaults, she leaps at the old ghost man again, but he dodges expectantly and she cuts through a nearby tree. She's clearly enjoying this kind of battle, as she's just laughing even though she hasn't made a single accurate attack yet. Watching her, the old man realizes this is the first time he's seen moves of this nature. However, she's with these guys. Don't underestimate her. Meanwhile, the dark-skinned guy looks at the old man, realizing that he's clearly on another level compared to those he's fought before. However, as he continues to look at him, he also realizes that they still have a chance of leaving the old man here in the grave. Meanwhile, the events of the story show us Lee still looking toward the mountain where he smells the energy strong. However, the moment Lee is distracted, he is called out by the master, who asks why he is still looking that way. He asks Lee if the energy is still coming from there, but Lee says no, he doesn't have that feeling anymore. However, Lee turns around again and tells the master that he has a strange premonition now. As he looks at these mountains, he talks about how he feels like there's some tremendous energy building up there right now. In the moment the old man as well as his opponent stop, they stand and look at each other. The old man realizes they are waiting for something. The old man realizes that they are not Kumon Ren's level, but the three of them are very strong. It's hard for him to deal with them even now. In a moment, the old ghost man began to raise a huge aura of energy behind him and gain immense strength. His eye became covered in energy. In the moment, the old man realizes that things are about to get tough, but his flow of energy is interrupted by the appearance of someone, which shocks him. This is the appearance of the very two men who had gone by Lee's sense from the main house recently to help the old man. One of them started yelling at the old man's opponents, asking who they were and if they even knew who they were attacking now. However, an old man from behind turns to them and earnestly asks them why they have come here now, which surprises them. Starkey turns his attention to himself and orders them to return now and secure the main buildings, and on his here. The assistant elder also addresses him, talking about what may be more important to them right now than his defense. However, in a moment, the same girl's sword flies over the old man's assistant's head, but she dodges the attack. However, this girl doesn't dare to just stop. She takes a breathless breath and jumps in with another attack. But this time the attack will be unusual. Right in flight, she starts to spin the sword and do something with it. Immediately after that, this girl strikes the old man's assistant with her sword, which scares her, because this time the sword has a different shape. Stark's assistant dodges the attack, but the girl lands and again takes the acceleration and runs at her. The old man's assistant is shocked. She doesn't understand how such an ordinary girl handles such a huge sword by herself. Looking at her, the old man's assistant can't figure out who she is and what she has such unusual movements in her attacks. The old man addresses his assistant saying that they are assassins sent by Kaiser. With these words, he surprises her. The old man's assistant looks at him, realizing that if they are Kaiser's defense, then it means they are members of the Black Forest defense. Trailing off, the old man turns to the aide, informing her that the aide is dead and asks her to request help from the Federation, shocking her now. The old man informs them that they are very dangerous and asks the two men not to be overly curious about them. Trailing off, one of these men says that since this is the situation, maybe they should go back home too. However, to their surprise, the old man says that no, they are just in time, which surprises them, since just now he had asked them to leave. The old man looks up and says that by looking up, he has already had time to change his mind about his decision. Trailing off, he looks up and right there in the tree is a large bald guy in a red and white t-shirt. The old man also looks elsewhere. There stands another large strong guy with some kind of weapon in his hands. Also, standing in the branches of another tree is some guy in a suit and with long blue hair and a hand in his jacket. There's also some guy standing by the cliff who has his arms folded and is standing in a suit and just looking down while all this is going on. However, the events of the story move forward and take us to Lee, who is sitting and meditating at this moment near his master. During his meditation, in his mind, he feels a tremendous amount of energy in the side that is fighting among themselves. Sensing this, Lee stops meditating and looks at the master, but realizes that there is no point in telling him, for he understands everything himself. Looking at the master's back, Lee realizes that the latter is also very much worried about everything that is happening right now. Lee is also looking in the direction of that mountain, trying to feel what's going on there to get a sense of the battle there. However, in a moment, Lee begins to feel something very sharp and strange, from which he himself is greatly surprised. Sensing some foreign energy, he abruptly turns to the old man, saying that by all appearances, someone is approaching, surprising him. As it happens, there's some ugly man in a strange suit and an earpiece in his ears walking down the stairs of the school. Over the earpiece, he speaks to Kaiser, who is looking at the moon in his office. To him, he reports that the old man is in the mountains now. He asks Kaiser what they should do now, and he talks about making him regret what he's done. He then tells the man to steal all the valuable books from the main building, which surprises him quite a bit. Trailing off, Kaiser speaks very ominously and with a smile about getting rid of all the bugs in the way now. Looking ahead at the stairs, the man says he can only sense 2 people inside. He hardly needs help. After Lee's words, Master Lee comes out onto the stairs and addresses the man, asking him who he is. Lee looks at him in surprise, and the foreman tells him about how he didn't see the sign saying it was private property. Trailing off, he tells them over the earpiece that they're out to meet him, and says he's shutting down for the time being, and hangs up. The men look straight into Master Lee's face and talk about how if they're already out here by themselves, they can make one request for him. He raises his hat and tells them that he would like to ask them to bring him every secret book there is. Lee shockedly interjects about what he just said. Master Lee only stares angrily ahead at him. Trailing off, the master tells Lee to stand there, and himself walks a little forward with an angry look to the man. The man also goes up and talks about whether or not this response means they disagree with his decision. Immediately after this sentence, he says that he will find it himself then, and leaps out of his seat, jumping at Master Lee with a fist punch. The latter dodges. Lee is wildly surprised at what is happening. He didn't expect the man's attack to be so strong. This man steps back and starts flying with a new attack, thinking that since this master is so strong, he has an idea. In the moment of his attack, he pulls out some sort of large knife and brings it up to the master's face, then is about to cut him now. With a bloodthirsty smile, he looks directly at the master, telling him that he has already fallen into his trap and there is nowhere to go. However, in a moment, the master dodges and strikes directly at this man himself, which surprises him very much and even scares him. Immediately after the master struck, he released energy, and with a charge, he poisoned that man into a flight down the stairs. Throwing him out, he yells that this is private property. Lee is very much surprised at what a strong attack his aide has made. Looking at the wreckage all around, and this man lying under the tree, Lee hoped he didn't die from such an attack now. However, the moment this man starts talking, Lee is surprised, and Master Lee stands upset and covered in sweat afterward. The man lies down and talks about how the power is impressive. If it wasn't for his armor, his bones would have broken by now, which surprises everyone. Trailing off, the man looks at the master, asking him how his fist is doing. It's covered in needles after all. This surprises Lee even more. The master turns to him and talks about wielding the poison, but the man says that's it. It's too late. The man lies all in armor and speaks of the master having already struck him and deposited his poisonous needles now. The man talks about how while the poison is spreading, the pain will only get worse, and then death, the master's fist is indeed in needles. Lee yells about what the hell this man did to his teacher, but the master tells Lee to shut up and not to get involved now. The man runs at the master and screams about killing him even sooner than this poison in his system now. Lee is about to attack, but the master grabs Lee and throws him back, shouting about how he asked him to stay out of here anymore. Master yells at Lee and asks him if he thinks Master is going to let this man overpower him now. Meanwhile, this man starts twirling some kind of weapon in his hands and attacking the master with great power. Following this, the man abruptly launches several attacks at the master with his knife. However, the master skillfully dodges all attacks. Immediately afterward, this guy retreats to the back and the master runs at him with a new attack time after time. The man also decides to attack, and in his mind realizes that the master is only making things worse for himself when he dodges the attacks time after time. The man attacks, realizing that the master's breathing is increasing, and following that means the poison is spreading through his body. Lee just watches it all. It pisses him off that he can't intervene, because he could really help his master with this fight. The master protects Lee from this man's attacks, realizing that this type is the lowest and meanest of all his opponents in his entire life. Attacking him and looking at him, the master realizes that there is no way such an opponent can be let close to Lee. The master realizes that Lee has little experience for such a fight, so he should attack and solve everything alone now. However, the moment the master's powers begin to leave his body, he realizes that he is getting worse time after time. The man seeing this twirls his knives and says it's expected, as his knives are also coated with poison. He wants to say something else, but he doesn't have time, because the master's sharp attack is already heading straight for him with all his might. This guy looks at the master, whose strength is running out, and talks about whether or not these are his last spurts of attacks. The man dodges attacks and is well aware that the master can only aim at his face due to the armor all over his body. The man twirls his knives, smiles, and realizes that he in turn can aim anywhere on the master's body. However, in the moment, the man is greatly surprised, as the master's fist attack is sent straight into his stomach with all his might. The attack is very strong physically, and immediately afterwards the master triggers a flow of energy then throws this man away. Lee is eerily surprised by what just happened, by what he sees, because no one expected the master to strike the man's armor again. Flying up, the man, shocked, mutters to himself that he realized what the master was trying to accomplish and insults him. Flying upwards from the blow, the man begins to realize that the master was dodging to prepare his attack, not because of the armor. Trailing off, the master looks at him, then leaps up and delivers another crushing blow of gale force wind right at him. Adding more energy, the master makes a blow so strong that the man's armor is torn apart. The master starts yelling at him, telling him to leave urgently, but he is already bleeding from behind the master's mouth and his strength is getting less and less. The master's apprentice in the person of Lee sees that his master is not feeling well and asks him about it. The latter only covers his mouth with his hand. The master tells Lee that does he really think his body is so easily affected, but Lee argues with the master, for he sees his condition is terrible. The master talks about getting rid of the poison with circulation, but Lee sees that the master's hand is already all blue. The master's condition is simply dire, but in his thoughts he rejoices that he was able to keep Lee safe from danger. The master tells Lee that they got rid of that man and all is well, but Lee abruptly feels someone's presence behind him. He and the foreman turn around, and there's some girl in a suit and a rack standing behind them, and a guy with a mohawk and chains next to her. This guy sticks out his tongue and grudgingly says that that man was ordered to wait for them first, wasn't he? A very surprised Lee looks at them, realizing he doesn't know them, and neither does his master. However, the master realizes that things are getting worse, because there are two of them, and he is getting weaker every second and running out of sweat. Meanwhile, the events of the story move forward. We are shown the fact that a fight has broken out between the men of the main house and the men of the Black Forest. The man in blue from the main house looks at his opponent, a fat, bald type, realizing he is strong. The one in turn also looks at him. The man in blue realizes that this fat man is very strong for him. However, the man in blue clearly doesn't choose to let that stop him, and he takes the acceleration in order to attack. Meanwhile, the events of the story also show us a second man from the main house who also fights. He fights against a big pumped-up guy with a tattoo on his face and a ponytail on his head of hair. He launches an attack, but our man dodges. Immediately after this guy's attack fails, our man notices that he has an open spot to strike and decides to take action. However, he also abruptly feels someone's energy nearby. It turns out to be the same girl with the sword attacking from above. Because of her attack, our man's attack and his opponent's attack don't pass for each other, for she's wedged right between them. He obviously sees that she's helping this guy, of course. It pisses him off because it's hard to deal with one here, and now there's two of them already. He remembers that this girl was fighting an old man ghost, so he decides to see how he's doing, and the old man is fighting still alone with the others. Our man obviously shouldn't have been distracted, because while he was staring, more blows started flying at him one after another. Judging from their attacks, he realizes that they most likely want to get rid of them first, and in the meantime are holding back the head in the old man's face. The man is also sure that the old ghost man realizes all this too, and meanwhile he continues his battle against the two. The old man, meanwhile, is often distracted. He looks at the guy with blue hair and a suit who stands as he is. He also looks over at another guy with well-groomed hair short and also in a suit near the rock. Dodging the attacks, the old man realizes that there is something wrong here after all. They have already had time to appreciate his skills. Why hold back any longer? Looking at their faces, the old man realizes that it's strange. They look the strongest, yet they just stand there like stiff. Dodging attack after attack, the old man analyzes everything and can't figure out what Kaiser, the head of the Black Forest, is up to. Meanwhile, someone is watching the old man fight these guys and talking about his moves being repeated time after time. It turns out to be Kaiser. Through the cameras, he's watching the old man fight with his men and trying to learn his techniques. Holding the glass with the drink, he thinks about the fact that whether the head of the Federation old man has figured out everything and did not even buy his bait. Kaiser begins to smile bloodthirstily, telling himself that it's only getting more and more interesting because soon the old man's clan will be dead. Meanwhile, Master and Lee are in huge trouble, having a fight with that girl and the guy with the mohawk. Their opponent is very strange. He uses very unusual ways of fighting because he fights over a strange stick. Lee jumps back up into a tree. However, he notices that his master can't do the same, and that guy launches an attack. Lee wants to help the teacher, however notices a sharp energy closer to him, and the girl is the same one who says, "Hi, cutie." Immediately after this happens, she grabs Lee from behind across his back and holds his entire body, especially his neck. She offers Lee a game. Meanwhile, the master dodges the stick guy's attacks time after time. The master is very weak already, very angry. He doesn't want to stall. Making a charge of energy, he hits the stick directly and breaks it into two pieces. However, to his great surprise, it doesn't help, because inside this stick are chains that start hitting the master from behind. In order not to get hurt, he jumps back into the tree and looks at this guy, trying to think of the best way to attack him. However, this guy is not going to give time to think at all. With a sharp attack, he strikes where the master is and shocked Lee. This guy's partner keeps holding Lee back, preventing him from helping his master, and asks where Lee is always looking. She begins to squeeze Lee harder, asking if she needs to hug him tighter to get him to focus on her. Meanwhile, the master dodges all of this guy's attacks, but is well aware that they are also very powerful. Watching his opponent's attacks, the master is not thinking about him, but about how he can get Lee out of here better and faster. However, the wizard's thoughts are abruptly interrupted by the fact that his nose begins to bleed and his condition only worsens. The huddled Lee sees this, infuriated that he can't help his master in battle at all. In the next few moments, the master gets even worse, starting to spit up blood and closing his eyes time after time. Seeing this, Lee's nerves reach the limit. He shouts the master's name time after time, but his body is still clutched by that girl. Lee starts trying to break free by building up energy. However, she in turn holds him down, saying he's not bad like that. However, in the very next instant, Lee is already pushing off the tree branch with his feet, driving it into the tree pole. Meanwhile, Master Lee is dropping lower and lower, and the guy with the stick is already right above him to finish him off. Building up the energy in her legs, Lee sinks down, breaking the branches of the tree. This girl no longer has enough strength to hold Lee down. That guy, meanwhile, has been launching attacks at Master Lee, and now he hits his shoulder with a stick, which gets him in bad shape. Lee starts to gain speed and build up energy. This girl flies off to the side. The ground beneath Lee breaks just. The exhausted Master Lee, meanwhile, flies down, and the guy who hit him rejoices, saying he hit the bullseye just right. Meanwhile, the girl who was thrown off by Lee is heading in his direction again, saying it was good but not strong enough for her. However, all she manages to do is grab onto Lee as he jumps upwards at breakneck speed without paying attention to her. He is met by the same guy who defeated the Master. He flies at Lee, saying he will put him on a stick like a kebab. This guy decides to finish off the Master first by impaling his body, but he sees Lee in front of him coming at him. Lee dramatically energizes her leg and delivers a powerful upward kick with her foot, knocking that girl back with a charge right into that guy. After that, with deft movements, Lee grabs the Master's body that flew down and takes it with him. Barely holding his Master's body, covering his feet with energy, Lee manages to successfully land on the ground. He sees that the Master's mouth and nose are covered in blood, and he himself is unconscious. Lee staggers over to him and asks him to come to his senses urgently. He opens his eyes, however barely speaking, just quietly mumbles for Lee to get out of here now and fast. Meanwhile, that guy asks the girl what kind of guy it is, meaning Lee. She says he's weird and needs to be careful. After his sentence, Lee's teacher only closes his eyes and coughs, and Lee asks him to come around again and again. Following, holding his body, Lee abruptly raises his gaze upward, looking directly at them with a very cold stare. Immediately afterward, Lee raises a wild aura of power and obscures everything around him. He is very angry and upset about the whole thing. Lee gently places Master's body on the ground and asks him to wait for him here. He'll get things done and decided soon. Looking at the body of his Master's fading body, Lee calmly and coldly says that they will now be confronted by him. This phrase from Lee confuses the guy and the girl. They didn't expect it to come out like this, and Lee won't run away in shame. Lee starts to get into a stance. He normalizes his breathing and tries to calm his rush of hatred. He talks about how there's no one else here and restraining the forces won't be necessary, and his facial expressions are reminiscent of Kumun Ren. Right after that, Lee decides to finish them off, gets into a fighting stance, and covers himself with that very same blue energy. His opponents, a girl and a guy, are shocked to bits. They didn't expect this, and it's the first time they've seen such a strange energy like Lee's. Immediately afterward, the events of the story show us the very guy with the well-groomed short hair who is dramatically surprised by something. And right after that, and the second guy with long hair in a suit, they both sense something and are sharply surprised. One of them makes a call to Kaiser and reports that a strange energy has been spotted in the direction of 12 o'clock. The smile disappears from Kaiser's face, and he interjects about the 12 hours and talks about how somehow he doesn't like this whole thing at all. He talks about them calling people into the main school building and reaches for his glass, but is informed that it can't be done. He is informed that they are all busy and fighting. He stops reaching for his glass and asks who they are fighting. They send him a video. Opening the video, he smiles and is shocked to notice that they are confronted by Lee. He didn't expect such an important person to be lurking there. Meanwhile, the old man is distracted from his fight, for he notices that the very two guys who were just standing around have become active. Seeing this, the old man abruptly snaps out of his seat and changes his stance, causing his opponents to flinch. Immediately afterward, he stops abruptly and raises a huge aura of power and energy behind him that clearly no one expected. He talks about how he should no longer attack chaotically and just defend himself. This scares his opponents even more. The dark-skinned guy looks at the old man and clearly realizes that he was just hiding his true power from them all along. The dark-skinned lad looks at the old man, realizing that his movements were such, for he was restraining such a powerful energy within him. However, following the old man's abrupt interruption, he notices that the very same two powerful guys have snapped out of their seats and headed somewhere. He looks towards their direction and realizes perfectly well that the main school building is there. Seeing and realizing all this, the old man turns to the men in the main building, saying that he leaves everything here up to them. He informs them that they're on their own here now. He should step away immediately, which of course shocks them badly. They start screaming about how they don't know what they'll do if he leaves. They're clearly weaker after all. However, the old man has no intention of listening to this any further. He has more important tasks, and he snaps up from his seat up and walks away. Those two men decide it's time for them to also fight at full strength to face such a strong crowd of two. However, following that, they also notice that all of these people have rushed upwards after the old man, scoring simply on these men. In response to such abrupt and strange actions on the part of these men, our men simply stand and watch them walk away. Meanwhile, the events of the story take us back to Lee's fight with that guy and girl. Lee's strong energy breaks that guy's chain in half. This guy is shocked at what just happened. He didn't even close to expecting this outcome of events. His chains are broken. Trailing off, Lee strikes again with his powerful energy, breaking more of the guy's chains in just a couple blows with his energy. While Lee was breaking this guy's chains, his partner decided to seize the moment and attacked Lee from behind, waiting for a special moment. She decides to grab Lee from behind again, saying that after so many attacks in a row, there are bound to be vulnerable points to hit. However, what was her surprise when after she grabbed Lee, he took her hand and with his other hand began to launch energy into her. Lee's energy began to strike her in the shoulder. Such a sharp and intense pain made her scream, and she began to cry. After which, Lee jumped up and delivered another energy kick at her, thus sending her flying. She flew straight into the concrete steps of the school, which was a painful blow to her, for parts of her body were covered in blood. Lee, meanwhile, is not going to slow down at all. He leaps from the step and heads straight in her direction with great energy. However, the guy who was attacking with her decides to help her. He jumps up and is going to attack Lee from above. Lee easily notices this. He flips sharply in midair and uses a foot strike to break his stick apart with a kick. This punch doesn't upset the guy. He thinks about the fact that it's immediately obvious that Lee has very little combat experience in real fights. The guy attacks from behind again, thinking about how Lee has little chance to counter now that he's seriously attacking. Lee is once again carried with an attack on the girl, however. She sees the guy behind her and realizes the full extent of his plan. They agree amongst themselves to attack Lee from both sides at once to clamp down on him. Lee realizes this in the moment. After realizing the whole point of the attack, he strikes 2 strikes on them at once and picks up this girl. She's covered in blood after the blow. The second blow came on the guy too, with blood rushing from his nose and mouth as well, and his chains were still being finished off from above. After such a strange and failed attack, they both hit the ground unconscious, and Lee just stands there as if nothing happened. Lee is surprised that such a trick worked with such good fighters. He provoked them to attack together. After a while, Lee takes the master under a tree, sits down and tries to bring consciousness, which works. Seeing that the master has regained consciousness, Lee asks him if he's okay. But he asks what's wrong with the enemies now. Joyful Lee speaks of the enemies being defeated using the Black Heaven attack he learned from you, Master, addressing him. Following that, the restless Lee says that the Master urgently needs to get rid of the poison with the energy movement technique. However, in a moment, instead of answering, the Master grabs Lee's shoulder with his hand and holds him back, much to his surprise. A Master standing on the threshold of life and death, with a bloody mouth, says whether or not he deserves praise. Trailing off, the Master talks about finally becoming a worthy student of the School of Heaven and Earth. But Lee says it's not the time to blabber about it. However, in response, the Master faintly smiles, and with blood in his mouth says that he must have said it many times before. Following, the Master wants to say something else. He says his name, but afterwards abruptly stops speaking. And in the next instant, his arm flies off Lee's shoulders and like a stone just falls to the floor and lies there. Lee realizes what has just happened. He is covered in the most terrible shock. He can't convey his emotions. The Master's energy and power is fading. Lee feels it, his eyes closing and fading for the last time. Meanwhile, the old man's ghost assistant arrived at the place the old man had instructed her. She swivels her head, seeing several bodies. They are the bodies of the very people Lee defeated recently. She is shocked. At the moment, her phone rings. It's an old man, asking if by any chance there are any violations near the school. She asks the old man how he knew. There really were some people here, obviously, and there was a battle against them for sure. However, in a moment, the old man's assistant is greatly surprised. She hears a lot of some explosions and sounds in the tube. However, the elder reports that he is perfectly fine, and it is far more important now to find the Master and that child, meaning Lee. Fighting off many of the guys, he reports that some of them have now followed in the direction of the school. After she negotiated with the old man, she started to walk upwards towards the entrance of the school, and she noticed something. It was Lee. He was conducting some kind of energy and master operation, which greatly surprised the old man's assistant. She moved closer and looked at what Lee was doing, asking him what he was doing now. She asked if the master had been injured. Lee replied that he had and was now infusing him with energy. She, in a moment, doesn't understand what Lee is doing, Since the master was struck by poison according to him, she looks at the master. The old man's assistant took hold of the master's hand and began to measure the pulse, after which she changed dramatically in her face. Lee started to tell her about what master said that the poison could be removed with the energy movement technique, but she only looked at Lee with shock. Lee was covered in sweat and with very surprised eyes continued his business, saying that if he had enough energy, he would be fine. She tells Lee to stop doing it, which surprises him, but then he says that yes, we need to start over a little at a time. However, she abruptly grabs Lee by his clothes and starts shaking him and telling him to stop doing that right now. However, he starts yelling at her, saying that more energy needs to be moved into the master urgently. But right after Lee says this, she slaps his face sharply and talks about how Lee should come to his senses. She yells at Lee, talking about how it's hard to admit, but the master is already dead. He can't be helped by this. Trailing off, looking at Lee's red and shocked face, she adds that the enemies are near, and we need to leave now. She continues to yell at a shocked Lee, saying that if they don't leave, not only the master, but everyone will die. She, along with Lee, notices that some of the people have already arrived and asks him to leave quickly. But in response to all of this, all Lee does is shake and faintly talk about how is it really all true. Lee starts crying and screaming about how the master couldn't have died just like that. However, the moment their sad dialogue is interrupted, the old man's assistant notices something approaching. It turned out to be the same guy with the groomed hair. He releases energy into the old man's assistant. She deflects the attack. She looks at him with shock, realizing that this is very strange, because he appeared in front of her in an instant, which is very powerful. This guy turns his head and looks in surprise at Lee, who is only standing there crying because of the master's death. Together with Lee, he looks at the body of his master, who was still in good health in the morning, but now the life has left him. While they were watching, the old man's assistant decided to act. She jumped on the man, but he noticed it. Trailing off, he not only notices, but extends his hand towards her, then stops her attack in one fell swoop. And after he stopped her, he also energizes his hand and pours that stream directly into her, then tosses her aside. She's just getting to her feet after he pulls away, and immediately she hears his voice saying, "Weakly." And following his voice comes his own, who immediately launches an attack right at her in the arm. After making an attack, he gets into a fighting stance, adding that not just weakly, but slowly, this is just the base level. The old man's assistant is left to stare at him with shock, wondering who he is and where such a powerful force comes from. Followed by this guy clenching his hands into a fist, crossing them and attacking, he leaps straight towards Lee, charging his hands with energy. Then delivers a huge hard punch right to Lee's body, then sends Lee's head straight into the rocks. This blow clearly came down hard on Lee, who hadn't even close to expecting the attack. His thoughts occupied only with the master's death. The old man's assistant yells out Lee's name. However, here suddenly another attack appears right at her. It's that man again. He releases a whole beam of energy straight towards her, smashing everything around in his path. However, the old man's assistant manages to line up. The guy says she surprised him, supreme such an attack. However, the assistant herself is clearly surprised by it all, as she doesn't understand how she can surpass his speed and win. The guy with the steel hair calls someone talking about how they got rid of the target, namely that kid. It's about Lee, who is lying at this guy's feet with blood on his head and just lying there, apparently unconscious. Looking at the bloody lying down Lee, the guy talking on the phone about how it was just, he stopped his breathing. The guy with the steel hair says on the phone that in all likelihood, Lee is overrated. However, the other guy calls him out, giving the name Michael, followed by a guy with a well-groomed hairdo telling Michael that this kid seems strange, asking him to step away from him. Michael looks at his partner and talks about how he's talking nonsense, because Lee isn't breathing anymore. He's not a zombie after all. However, in the next moments after Michael said that, Lee's hand appeared and struck directly at that guy. This is seen with shock by Michael's partner, as well as the old man's assistant, who didn't expect to see such power in Lee. Lee at one point starts to stand up, and his aura and covering of power is so reminiscent of Kumun Ren and his immense dark power. Lee rises and stands in blood and tears after the death of the master. He is shocked by everything that happens. His anger has no limit. He talks about how he realized that these people are on the side of the one who killed the master. This all shocks the old man's assistant. The shocked old man's assistant only stands there bleeding with sweat. She's surprised because Lee's energy has changed. As she looks at Lee, she thinks about something, but she doesn't say what it is, just keeps looking at him. Mikhail, who has been hit by a thudding body kick from Lee, gets back to his feet saying that that was actually pretty good. Trailing off, he licks the blood of his face with a wild aura, saying that he will confront Lee as hard as that punch. However, in a moment, this Michael's partner moves towards him, closing the path, which surprises Michael. Michael asks him what happened, calling him Daniel, and he tells Michael to wait for now. Daniel looks at Lee, telling Michael that Lee seems dangerous to him, this after Lee has Kumun Ren's aura. At one point, Lee just opens his mouth loudly and starts screaming uncontrollably into the air over and over again. His screams and cries cause huge, violent waves of energy that sweep away everything in their path now. Such a loud and strong screaming and crying Lee is accompanied by a strong volume level. The old man's assistant covers her ears. Michael and Danielle only stare in surprise at the aura around them and try to keep from screaming at Lee like that. Meanwhile, the old ghost man continues his occupation. He is still single-handedly confronting everyone in the way. The old man looks at the attacks of his opponents, noticing that those have become some reckless and strange towards him. However, in a moment, everyone who was there began to stand in wild shock as they felt some sort of aura. Kaiser contacts everyone over the earpiece and says they're having incredible luck here, saying the target is changing. The old man ghost is wildly surprised by everything that happens, because now the situation is clearly not under his control. In the next instant, after reporting the change of target, everyone moved out in the direction of something, abandoning the battle. The old man starts yelling after them and trying to stop them. He's clearly surprised at what's going on. The men in the main building discuss that they have just heard the cry of the phoenix, the source boundary of the black border. The first man replies to the second that now is not the time for such conversations. We need to get to school. Trailing off, the man adds that he doesn't know what happened, but hopes it's nothing serious. Meanwhile, Lee's screaming stops, and Lee himself just stands around a hole in the ground that is shrouded in an aura. Kaiser's boys ask each other what it was just now and how to deal with it. One of them says it's important to follow orders now, but in the next moments he senses some kind of power. This turns out to be Lee's strong, powerful, and fast attack right at them, which they luckily fend off. However, just dodging isn't enough here, as the attack is so strong that they are thrown aside by the aura alone. Michael has no time to recover before he sees an angry Lee with an error in his eyes right in front of him attacking him. Michael barely manages to dodge or defend himself. He only tries, but it's not enough. Followed by Michael jumping up and yelling for Lee since he's so strong to try and catch up to him now. And so it goes. Lee jumps up to catch up to that guy, and Daniel stands on a branch of one of the trees and just watches the whole thing. Trailing off, Daniel looks down, seeing Master Lee's corpse there. He assumes that his death was such a surge of Lee's energy. Seeing all this, he realizes that the situation is not playing out in the most pleasant way and jumps up. This is all looked at with shock by the old man's assistant, who says that there can be no mistake. Just now she saw the boundary of the Black Spring. She shakes in fear at what she saw. Hard to believe it was Lee's energy. Someone walks up to her abruptly and asks about what's wrong with her, for she's very shocked about something. It turns out to be an old ghost man, asking about what she's so surprised about now. The shocked assistant tells the old man that that child Lee used the Black Spring boundary. The old man looks at Lee's scream marks and asks what happened to him and where his master is looking at this moment. However, following that, the old man looks down and sees Teacher Lee's dead body there. He is wildly shocked but stoops down to check. Sitting down on his knees, he puts his hand down to the master. The aide looks at the old man and talks about how by the time she got here, he couldn't be helped. She also started talking about how even though the master was clearly dead, Lee was trying to save him with energy. The old man only looks at her and says that it's all astounding, followed by a request to call a rescue helicopter. Meanwhile, in the woods, somewhere near the school, there's still a fight going on. Lee full aura runs after those guys. In the moment, the rest of Kaiser's men arrive at Daniel and Michael's place and turn against Lee. However, Lee is so overwhelmed with emotion and desire for revenge that he just stands there full of energy and preparing for battle. On the way to the school, the two men discuss what the master might be up to this whole time, for he has been strange lately. As they look at the school's gate, they discuss that he's been strongly against attending it lately. However, as they approach the school, they notice an old ghost man flying overhead. They change and speed up their movements because they need some information. They don't understand anything. Meanwhile, the old man flies overhead, reflecting on the fact that Lee has reached the dark frontier. It all reminds the old man of an old conversation from the past where he and two men were discussing that the master is on the verge of uncovering the black border. Then they all discussed that revealing the limit was the new sensation and power in the main branch of the school. At that time, the old ghost man said that he didn't expect that the master was reaching the new limit of the main branch. This surprised the two men at the time. They began to talk about how this was made possible by their common endeavors. Then the old man set down his tea and said that he was surprised at the news, but clearly did not envy her. Then he also added that rather the opposite, it was clearly worthy of praise for him from the old man. Then the two men agreed, saying that even the deceased senior master would have agreed to it. However, the old man then also added that he was still curious about the way he had reached the boundaries of the Black Spring. Then, these guys recommended that the old man take a vacation and go there to find out for himself from the junior master. Then the old man did, though he received criticism for many factors there, which he was surprised about. But there he also met the junior master, which he was very surprised and happy to meet. Then the old man greeted him, saying that it must not have been easy for him all the way to this level. However, he also respectfully greeted the old man, smiled, and introduced himself to him. The old man began to ask him in surprise to stop after all. His status was already very high, you don't have to do that. Then the old man motioned for him to follow him, saying that the high elders were waiting for him in a room. Then the old man got a call from someone saying he had an important meeting, but he asked then to cancel it, saying he had more important things to do. But then the old man was told over the phone that it was a VIP meeting, which surprised him to no end in the moment. He was told that this meeting was important for the development of their branch, but he only replied that it was difficult enough. Then the old man told the younger master that he was very sorry, but he had urgent business to attend to and asked to meet later. But before leaving, the old man told the junior master about being rude and forceful towards the elders today. He smiled at the old man, saying that he understood him perfectly and would do everything right. Then the junior master went to meet him, and the old man was proud of him, and the fact that their techniques were growing in strength. However, after a while, the old man was informed that the junior master had been arrested. He had killed all the supreme elders. Then the old man arrived at his cell and started talking about how he was shocked to death by what had happened. He began to look at the junior master, whose hands, soul, and head were drenched in blood. The junior master tried to apologize, but the old man only continued to stare at him with shock without removing his gaze. After all this, the junior master began to cry simply. He had nothing to say to the old man. Then the old man also only looked at him with shock, realizing that this was the end for him already. In a moment, the old man started stroking him and talking about how his heart was hurting too. He was sorry. Looking at him, the old man realized that he was, after all, a junior master, had always been kind and strong and honest. The old man then began to blame it all on the Black Spring technique, saying that it had destroyed and created everything. That same day, the wild-eyed old man promised himself that he would get rid of this technique as soon as possible. The events of the story come flooding back, and the old man realizes that since that day, the junior master has remained silent about the technique. These all thoughts made the old man also recall in his mind many other things related to this. He paused on a tree branch to catch his breath and realized why the choice had been made then. The old man only looked down in shock and was sweating as he pondered why things had happened like this then. In all of this, he also began to blame the black source technique again, for it could have brought him to such a choice. However, in a moment, the old man's gaze drifted forward. He began to look and see something with shock. It was Lee's battle to single-handedly hold off all those who now attacked him. He was shocked to see such immense strength in Lee and was surprised that these guys couldn't subdue Lee. Looking at Lee, who was full of energy, he began to talk about how perhaps not only Kuman Ren is the key to that technique. As he continued to stare at Lee, he began to remind himself of that very promise about this technique. However, in the meantime, Lee unleashes attack after attack on his opponents, with the dark-skinned guy being the first to be snatched away. Next, with the same attack, he throws the dark-skinned guy's partner into a second tree, surprising everyone. The dark-skinned guy turns to his partner and asks the latter if he's hurt, but the latter is holding onto his leg. Trailing off, the dark-skinned guy yells for William to duck faster, as Lee is already closing in with an attack. Lee launches an attack, however. Luckily for William, he manages to get his head out of the way in time, and Lee only hits the rock. Everyone is shocked at what is happening, because if only a little more, and there would be nothing left of William's head at all. A second later, Lee finds himself already in a different place, energizing his leg he strikes. The dark-skinned guy is shocked. He didn't expect it to be like this, and Lee's movements are strange. William wants to attack, however, he can't succeed, as something envelops him in the moment. In the moment his body is attacked by some strange energy, he tells the dark-skinned guy he can't move. The shocked, dark-skinned guy turns around and asks about what he just said. In the next moment, something amazing happens. William's neck simply breaks from behind. William begins to lose consciousness and falls down all sweaty and bloody with his neck lacerated. That's when Daniel shows up, saying that William is pathetic and panicked into fighting a kid like Lee. Trailing off, he turns sharply to the dark-skinned guy and asks what he's looking at so surprised. Looking at the dark-skinned guy, he talks about how a horse that can't run is ruled out. Daniel tastes William's blood and talks about how if they don't hurry, there'll be corpses like him. Trailing off, he jumps into action to Lee, who fights back, saying he'll tie his legs together for starters. With a wild aura, Daniel talks about how a chance like grabbing Lee now is a chance not to be missed. Mikhail also bursts into the fight and gets in on the action. He launches an attack right at Lee's face, hitting. However, this attack doesn't mean anything at all, and Lee immediately reflects his attack and also makes an attack. Mikhail watches with shock as Lee rushes at him. With shock, he notices that his attacks didn't go through Lee. However, Lee's attack is interrupted by the appearance of Daniel, who grabs Lee's neck from behind with his hand. Everyone suddenly looked at this with shock, especially Michael, who was surprised by it. He looks at Lee with shock from behind and realizes that he wanted to attack again, but has calmed down. In a moment, Lee calmed down and only simply asked, "Grandfather Elder Chong, is that you?" All of Lee's opponents flew at him sharply, seeing the calm here, and Daniel said that this was the end for Lee. Meanwhile, it's as if Lee is floating in his mind. He can't figure out where he is or what's going on. In his mind, he sees silhouettes of the wizard shouting for Lee to pull himself together and act decisively. He tells the surprised Lee that the fight has to have form, and that form is part of Lee, and he has to realize that. Trailing off, Master Lee yells at him, telling him to try techniques starting from the Black Heavens. Lee gets into form and says the name of the first Black Heaven technique, emergence. Then, in his mind, controlling and balancing his aura with energy, he does different tricks time after time. Lee jumps, twists, spins and flips, applying poses and striking different blows in the voids of his mind. However, it turns out that all those blows he was taking in his consciousness were also in the real world and came at everyone around him. This is seen with shock by Daniel, who had not even close to expecting this outcome now. Michael sees this as well, as only he and Danielle are on their feet now, the rest of them falling down. Mikhail can't realize with shock who he is, since the man was unintentionally releasing his energy just now. He looks at Lee with shock, not understanding how he parried all the attacks that were coming at him. However, things are not as rosy in Lee's mind as he would like, for he sees the corpse of his master. Mikhail is still looking at Lee with shock, not realizing if he is even conscious right now. However, while he was thinking, he didn't have time to notice when a huge, strong aura began to approach in his direction. A very angry Lee covered in blood began to unleash the renewed energy of his aura on everything everywhere, shouting that he would kill everyone. Daniel starts yelling about how Michael should come to his senses sooner or he will be killed. Danielle says that Michael can't be allowed to envelope himself in this beastly energy. Michael talks about how everything is right and something he is confused about, which is very wrong. Followed by Danielle talking about how the host didn't authorize it, but Michael does something about it. Michael activates some very strong, as if demonic form of himself and attacks Lee. Daniel informs Kaiser that Mikhail entered berserk mode without authorization. Kaiser tells him to leave him alone. He also talks about making sure Daniel doesn't limit himself in case anything happens. Keep an eye on Michael as well. Kaiser also reflects on the fact that he didn't think a gift for Kumun Ren would be in such a place. Meanwhile, the events of the story go to Kumun Ren. Someone is talking to him just about Daniel and Michael. Sophia asks if they are strong. Kumun Ren says yes. She asks if they are his equal. Sophia looks at Kumun Ren and says that there is information that the gentleman has targeted them at Kumun Ren. Sophia tells him about how they've been gone for days. Maybe they're targeting Kumun Ren. Kumun Ren says that maybe Sophia's right. It's unlikely he can handle the two of them at once. Kumun Ren puts the book down and talks about how these guys don't always resemble humans. They're like monsters. Meanwhile, one of them attacks Lee, leaving many different wounds and scratches with blood on Lee. And afterward, she jumps on Lee, clutching his shoulders with her bloodied hands as hard as she can. And after the squeeze, it grips Lee tighter and sends him flying straight into the rock next to him. Immediately afterward, he flies up to Lee again and delivers a powerful punch right to Lee's torso. The very two men from the main house have arrived and are watching this battle in the woods with shock. One of them talks about how he can't believe his eyes. Lee doesn't lose to them even being in that state. Watching Michael in berserk mode, he wondered if there was anyone else of such strength besides Kumon-ren. They debate among themselves whether they should intervene, but conclude that Lee does not distinguish between friends and enemies now. Kaiser begins to reflect on the fact that Lee is very strange. He has drastically lost his attack speed. In the moment Kaiser is distracted, he is informed that the third and fourth groups have stopped communicating. Telling him that the first and second have also stopped contacting him, Kaiser is shocked. Kaiser tries to reach them, however, all of these groups lie dead near the old man ghost. And the old ghost man himself says that apparently he's caught all the rats here already. The old man jumps and flies off somewhere, saying that the same heavy energy has gotten even heavier. He talks about how Lee's life is in danger if this continues, and so it does. Lee is in critical condition already. Daniel watches Lee and Michael fight and realizes that in all likelihood there will be no need for help. He sees Lee spitting blood, realizing that he most likely overestimated Lee's capabilities. However, in the moment, Lee's hand is right behind Michael's head and grabs him by the neck. Lee then energizes his head and delivers a devastating blow to this guy Michael. Daniel, who not long ago thought everything would go well, looks on in shock. Michael begins to scream, clutching and closing in pain, his entire forehead covered in blood. Michael's partner began shouting after him, asking him to get back and away from Lee immediately. Michael grabs Lee by the head and tells Daniel not to interfere, since Lee is about to die anyway. Michael follows up with a straight punch right to Lee's body to his stomach, sending Lee tumbling over the top. Throwing Lee up and then down, Michael began to stand directly over him, saying it was strong for him. However, in a moment, a shocked Michael notices that Lee begins to get up and climb. He looks at Lee with shock and can't realize how Lee has gotten up and acted again time after time. Lee gets to his feet, releases his aura, and talks about how he's going to destroy just this guy. Daniel intervenes in the battle. With a powerful charge of energy, he throws Lee aside with his power. Michael comes from behind and talks about how he asked Daniel to stay out of this fight. However, Daniel talks about how he only wanted to break the energy that was around and nothing more. Daniel talks about Lee being able to use a rare technique that allows him to control the aura around him. In the moment, they notice that a Federation helicopter is now flying right above them. Danielle talks about communication being cut off with several headquarters and afterward with Kaiser as well. Michael approaches Daniel, and together they decide what they should do next and how to solve the problem with Lee. Danielle looks at him and talks about how nothing needs to be resolved with Lee, since he's already dead. Meanwhile, Lee is once again immersed in his mind. He is trying to figure out where he is this time. Lee sees a memory in his head from the demon's life. Some boy came to him and asked him to give him strength. This boy then declared that if he was not given strength now, his master would die, and he calls Master Lee's name. Lee was surprised beyond belief at this. He hadn't expected to see just such a memory in his head, also with his master. Meanwhile, the old man and his men stand over Lee's body and try to figure out what's wrong with him. With shock, the old man tries to figure out if Lee is alive or not, since there are no symbols of life from him. Starkey starts to get angry and talk about how he was already on the cusp of knowing the techniques of heaven and earth. Trailing off, one of the men turns to the old man and asks, "Does this mean Lee is dead?" The old man talks about how it's all his fault. He was too late and could have helped Lee and saved him. One of the men talks about how he finds it hard to believe that even one of the Murim elders didn't pull it off. The old man talks about the heaven and earth boundary technique being the last and most mysterious technique in all martial arts. Also, the old man talks about how it was, thanks to Kumon-ren, that Lee mastered the technique haphazardly. The old man talks about how maybe it was all one big mistake. One of the guys interjects what he's talking about. However, the old man's attention turns to the ringing of the phone, to him telling him that the helicopter has arrived. The old man calls the assistant and asks about who came in the helicopter, and all she says is that everything was very strange. However, in a moment their dialogue is interrupted, for someone from behind greets the old man in an old voice. It turns out to be the same elder who once treated Lee. He talks about how they haven't seen each other in a while. The old man ghost apologizes for disturbing him, but the man asks him to leave all these pleasantries already. The old man healer wants to ask something, but abruptly stops talking when he sees Lee's body and heads towards him. He walks up to Lee, stoops down, and talks about how it's some kind of curse, The old ghost man replies to him saying that this is indeed a very sad event for everyone. However, the old healer asks everyone to be silent, because the question before him is whether to save Lee or kill him right here. The man in blue from the main building approaches the elder, asking if he can actually save Lee. The old man's healer says that of course he can, because his pulse is already normal, which surprises the old man and the other man to no end. The old ghost man looks at Lee with a shomo. He is surprised by everything because he personally checked and saw that Lee has no pulse already. The old healer says that ever since they began to feel his pulse, he had been interested in one hunch, and it proved to be correct. The old man looks at Lee and talks about how the energy that is in him now simply cannot exist in Marima. Some time passes from then on. Lee wakes up somewhere and doesn't feel the best. It turns out to be some kind of ward. He's lying on a bunk near some kind of computer and a stand. Lee sits up and starts touching his head, trying to remember everything and figure out where he even is. Memories begin to come to Lee, and he immediately goes into shock, for he remembers the death of his master. Lee is holding his head, he is wildly angry and reminds himself time after time of the master's death. The events of the story show us the old man's assistant, who tells us that Lee woke up to the old man's ghost. The old man's assistant asks him not to take custody of Lee, sees he's a trouble magnet. Now there's a demon story, which surprises the old man. The old man talks about needing Lee, because troublemakers like him can be used a lot of places. The aides change her clothes. Walking down the hallway, she can't figure out if the old man has some kind of plan for Lee. She is led into Lee's chamber. She is surprised to see that the walls around her are broken and punctured from Lee's blows, while he himself stands with energy around him. He looks at her and speaks sharply about how she should stop pretending she's the old man's assistant. She hides her eyes in surprise and asks why Lee didn't say anything before if he knew that. Lee says he guessed long ago, however, he didn't want to know and pry into his master's private affairs. Lee asks to let him out, but she says there is forbidden energy in his body. Lee looks up and asks if he is now trapped here. Trailing off, Lee talks about how since that's the case, why don't they destroy his ki center and drain him of his energy then? Lee says it's about time he did it a long time ago. He wants to end it all after all. A lot of problems and deaths are because of him. He says that if it wasn't for his desires for revenge against Kumun Ren, the master would still be alive and no one would have gotten hurt. Lee talks about how everyone he loved died because of him. The assistant just stands there listening to it all. An old ghost man enters the room, talking about how he can't listen to this anymore since he's been praised for always being Lee. Looking at Lee, he talks about how he's just some pathetic coward in front of him now, and the past head of Sunu. Lee only looks at the old man strangely, saying that he keeps him here because of the dark source. This surprises the old man and the assistant. Lee lowers his head, saying that he will tell everything he knows and in return ask him to let him go from here. The old man's wild energy and aura suggests that looking at someone like Lee, he's not just disappointed, he's furious about it. The old man talks about how he'd love to destroy Lee's Kai Center, but there's something he needs to know that he deserves to know. The old man and Lee head down a hallway somewhere. The old man leads Lee to some kind of cell and asks him to look in there. Lee looks inside and sees his master's body there, which is covered around with purple energy. Lee asks with shock about the fact that if it is really his master who is there now, the same one. The old man looks into the master's face and speaks of how he is not dead. But even in this state, he cannot be called alive. Lee turns to the old man asking what it all means. The old man says it's only a small piece of information. The old man looks at Lee and talks about how the enemy who is targeting Lee also wants to capture a lot of people, not just him, which surprises Lee. Lee looks down and asks the old man about what is the final goal in Kumun Ren's plan. However, the old man looks at Lee and says that Kumun Ren has nothing to do with this. He's just a puppet in this game. Trailing off, he tells Lee that Lee's real enemy is Kaiser, the head of the Black Forest Defense, who planned the whole thing. Meanwhile, the events of the story show us Kaiser himself communicating with someone, saying that he is still a shadow warrior. It turns out to be Kumun Ren. Looking at him, Kaiser talks about him arbitrarily ignoring orders from above. Kumun Ren looks at him and talks about how does Kaiser really think Kumun Ren needs help. Such words make Kaiser flinch. He's clearly unhappy with such an answer and reconsiders with Kumun Ren in silence. At Kaiser's summons, Daniel and Michael walk into the office. Kaiser talks about how they know Kumun Ren, right? He talks with a smile about being familiar. He knows about their incredible power and recognizes it. Kumun Ren turns around abruptly, saying that if that's all he has to do, he's going to go now. Mikhail abruptly turns to Kumun Ren and talks about how they recently fought a brat on the orders of the elder. He adds that everyone called him very capable, but in fact he turned out to be a weakling and they killed him. And then Michael adds that they later found out that he is Kumun Ren's disciple. This already surprises him. Mikhail looks at Kumun Ren and talks about how maybe the latter is also weak, and the rumors about him are too high right now. Kumun Ren turns to Kaiser, saying that according to him he's on the same level as them, and Kumun Ren asks why Kaiser thought that. Kaiser reminds Kumun Ren with a smile that he had taken a physical ability test with them earlier. Kumun Ren asks if this is about the incident in that lab that looks more like a basement. Kaiser says it is, and the comparison was based on the data received that day. However, in the next instant, Kumun Ren abruptly kicks Michael's foot, breaking an entire wall in the building with his body. Kumun Ren removes his foot and talks about how apparently they are a really competitive personality for him, and then turns to Kaiser, saying that if you compare it in the distant past, of course. Kumun Ren starts to leave, saying that if anyone is interested in his current abilities, they can contact him. Kaiser says he didn't expect Kumun Ren to show his claws at a time like this and asks Daniel to take Michael for treatment. Kumun Ren leaves the building with Kaiser. Walking out into the courtyard, he sees Julia, and she sees him, of course. Julia turns to Kumun Ren, asking what happened. His expression changed. Kumun Ren abruptly turns to her, saying that there's something he urgently needs to know now. As the events of the story move forward, the assistant asks the old man why he told the Lee child so much. He talks about how Lee's condition was strange, and it was necessary to lead him away from his horrible thoughts by giving him food for thought. She asks what will happen if Lee escapes, but the old man talks about how that place is equipped in such a way that he obviously won't make it. The old man talks about whether or not he himself will be there. He will be looking for the ability to pull his master out of that state. The assistant asks if there is any way at all. The old man says he doesn't know that himself. The old man talks about the ghostly doctor promising help, and meanwhile we see him walking towards Lee. They watch as Lee stands near some camera and holds out his hand to do something. The old man tries to get Lee's attention on his side, but gets knocked down in the nick of time. He stops talking as he sees Lee using some powerful energy into the cell door. The old man thinks about the fact that there can be no mistake. Right now, Lee is using a very powerful energy. Looking at Lee, the old man can't understand. But what is he still doing standing in front of the door with such energy? The doctor near the old man talks about how the patient from that cell has a sudden pulse that wasn't there before. The old man stands in shock, finding it hard to believe that Lee is now injecting his master with concentrated energy. Looking at Lee, it was hard for him to believe it after all. How could energy be introduced without direct contact, but only through a door? However, in the moment, Lee just starts to fall, which surprises both the old man doctor and the doctor next to him. Lee staggers but stands on his feet, and afterward begins to cough violently and ooze sweat like he's freakishly worried. The old man turns to Lee and asks the latter if he's all right. Lee is greatly surprised to see an old man doctor here. Lee tries to answer him, but the old man doctor turns to the doctor and asks him to urgently check the master's condition. The old man addresses Lee, saying that what he just did should never be shown to other people. The doctor reports that the pulse has come back to normal, but the master is still unconscious. The old man asks to keep an eye on him. The old man turns to Lee again, saying that they should move to another location to talk. They are sitting at a table somewhere. Lee is telling the old man about the demon energy. The old man is surprised by it all. The old man turns to Lee, saying that he was apparently in the demon's blast furnace. This surprises Lee. The old man suggests that because of the immortal demon's grave, Lee survived then from the fall and gained this power from him. Turning to Lee, he says that he, because of the large volume of blood, then absorbed all the energy into himself. That's why he survived. This surprises Lee. The old man also adds that the most interesting part of Lee's story is that he saw the demon's past. The old man turns to Lee, talking about how maybe then Lee can use his techniques since he saw his memories. Lee admits that the treatment technique he used was what he found in his memories, but says he doesn't have many of them. The old man doctor talks about how he understands everything because the techniques combine a lot of things. In the moment, Lee abruptly interrupts the elder and asks about why he decided to help Lee in such a situation. Lee looks down and talks about how he has no responsibility or strength right now. Lee, looking at the old man, also talks about how he is now connected to the demon, but why is the old man helping him after all this? However, in response, the old man only stands up and says that Lee is thinking about nonsense and needs to think about his body. The old man doctor talks about getting up to speed and wants to help find a way to restore Master Lee. Lee stands up and sharply asks the old man if he heard the news about the immortality cult by chance. The old man is surprised by this. Lee recalls them and talks about how when he was in hell, he heard about the escape he made. Lee also adds that several months have passed since then. Perhaps the old man has heard some news. The old man turns sharply to Lee and asks him, that is he really determined to find them now? The old man abruptly slams his hand on the table, starting to scold Lee, saying that he is already confused at all, and he shouldn't be thinking about such things. The old man talks about how they sat there for a long time, absorbing a lot of the demon's energy, and when it was gone, they left, and Lee just stole all the energy. The old man looks at Lee and talks about how if they find out all the energy Lee took, they will kill him. This surprises Lee. The old man turns away and talks about how there has been no news about them in that time, and he doesn't know if that's fortunate or not. The old man says that either they are operating outside of Marima, or have found a point that no one can reach. The events of the story show us the very head of the cult, Ma Yoshkin, who uses the same technique that Lee did recently. With this technique in front of many people, he brings to life some very old grandfather lying in bed. The people around here are shocked to the point of shock that Ma Yoshkin brought this old man back to life so easily. One of these men walks with Ma Yoshkin around the yard of someone's house and thanks him for his help today. The man talks about how if their business continues to go well, the cloit will be in tens of countries. Mayoshkin addresses him. Mayoshkin calls him Butler and talks about how the cult's main goal is revenge against Murame and nothing else. Butler bows sharply and apologizes for not thinking about it right away and knocking Mayoshkin down. Mayoshkin goes and insults the Murim, saying that they are not thankfully using what their head created. Mayoshkin is approached by his assistant and tells him that he has found something very important to him and must show him. He takes out his backpack and pulls out a piece of the Eternal Energy Stone from there, which Kumon Ren had in the prison back then. Mayoshkin is surprised to see the Keeper of Eternal Energy. The assistant talks about buying it in Marima as a relic. The aide tells Mayoshkin that the people who sold it to him said they would get more for a higher price. Looking at the Eternal Energy Guardian Stone, Mayoshkin realizes that someone has many of them and is selling them. It angers him to no end to think that maybe everything going on in the prison was someone else's plan, and now they've taken everything. Mayoshkin abruptly raises a wild energy from behind him and talks about how some lousy people allowed themselves to do that. Mayoshkin starts to leave and tells his men to find the scoundrel who created this urgently. Walking away with a powerful aura, he speaks of making sure they bring him alive to him urgently. Mayoshkin raises an even greater force and aura from behind him, saying that he must tear this person apart. Meanwhile, the event of the story moves us to Lee, who is merely standing against the camera with his master. The doctors discuss among themselves the fact that Lee has taken up his act again. He's been acting like this constantly since the day the old doctor left. Lee, meanwhile, is just standing against this camera and can't understand anything. It's like he's thinking about something. Lee remembers the old man and his words about being an energy thief and realizes that there is simply no other way for him. Meanwhile, the old ghost man sits and discusses something with Kang Sun, apologizing for pulling him away from his treatment. Kansun reads something on a tablet and talks about how whatever the cult of immortality is, it's connected to humans. The old man talks about the fact that he is receiving a lot of information that a lot of people are going outside of Marima. Kansun talks about how when he met the cult in hell, it seemed to him that they had a tremendous hatred for Murima. The old man complains about how the cult and the people from the dark forest are a headache, but is interrupted by his assistant. She reports that she has been contacted by the treatment center and they urgently want to find the old man, which surprises him. The old man talks about how he is in an important meeting right now and asks the assistant to tell them that he will answer them later. She obeys. The old man turns to Kansun and talks about how there is one issue that bothers him a lot. However, the assistant interrupts the old man again, saying that he wants to be contacted very urgently. The old man asks what they're contacting about. The assistant says that this kid Lee is the one calling them. This surprises him. The old man says he'll call him back later, but the assistant stands to answer now. She informs the old man that Lee has escaped from the hospital, which is even more shocking to the old man now. The aide also trails off, adding that this is the real deal. The staff confirmed that he escaped. The old man yells into the tube at Lee, saying that whether he knows what he's done or not, he's in tremendous danger now. Lee, in an incomprehensible place, goes in his pajamas, saying he didn't call to listen to advice from an old man now. In response to everything the old man says, Lee talks about them keeping an eye on the master while he's gone. He promises to try to be quick. The old man shouts into the phone and asks Lee the reason for such actions, because it is not so difficult to at least give him a reason. Lee talks about going to meet with the immortality cult now. Hearing this, the old man flinches instantly. The old man informs Lee that they are now looking for the man who stole their energy and are ready to tear him to pieces. The old man yells wildly at Lee, saying that it's not enough for him to hide, much less climb up and look for them himself. It's suicide. Trailing off, Lee tells the old man that he's been wondering who he is to these people, so he wants to find out. The old man clarifies with Lee about what he was told about possessing the demon's memories. The old man tells Lee that this is just a side effect of Ki's transmission. Lee shouldn't seriously hope for it. The old man talks about how he has a plan to bring Lee back as the head of the Sunu clan. The old man's assistant watches the whole thing. The old man talks about how his plan is already underway, but Lee interrupts the old man in a moment abruptly. Lee tells the old man that the master's condition is getting worse, and the old man has a duty to take care of him. The old man says he will do everything. The old man talks about something he wants to ask about, but Lee finishes talking about the master just hangs up right away. Lee tosses out his phone and talks about how he'll be back to the master soon and picks up a wild aura behind him. The events of the story show us Jenny talking about what this all even means now. With Kana sitting across from her, Jenny talks about how it's not like the old man has kept Lee locked up all this time. Kana says exactly that. Jenny slams her fist on the table and asks where this treatment center is. Kana stirs the cocktail and says that Lee is no longer there because of the news of the escape, and she found out about it. Kana talks about how now is not the time to think about that and follows up by asking Ginny how things are going in the Sunu clan right now. Ginny speaks sharply about whether Kana has decided to find information on the Sunu clan through him. Ginny laughs and talks about how as soon as the information about Lee was over, she changed the subject to the Sunu clan. Sarah stirs her cocktail and talks about how since she thinks so, fine, so be it. Trailing off, she looks at Ginny with a cocktail and asks her how things are going in the Sunu clan right now. Kana talks about how she knows that the influence of the elders in the clan is increasing and the sucker is decreasing, which she surprises Ginny with. Trailing off, Kana says that if Lee makes contact with the Sunu clan, asks Ginny to let her know right away. Meanwhile, Sosul tells the coma about why he's telling her all this now, with a strange look in his eyes. It turns out to be Elder Yang. He talks about how his job is to tell Sosul information. John talks about not knowing everything, but if Lee escaped, he might try to contact Sosul. This surprises her greatly. Trailing off, Ian slowly bows, saying that since that's the case, he'll go already. But something in the moment catches his attention. It turns out to be Sosul. She thanks Elder Yan for coming here to give her this information. The events of the story move on. We are shown Ma Yoshkin walking with someone and chatting about something. Ma Yoshkin's assistant tells him that he is already noticing their influence growing in the community. Everyone wants to meet them. However, Ma Yoshkin says that he is rejoicing too soon, as they still have a very long road ahead of them. Ma Yoshkin tells them to set aside their joy and put their energies into finding the thief of their energy and power. However, upon stepping out of the elevator into the parking lot, Ma Yoshkin stops abruptly and begins to feel a strange energy. In the moment, Lee appears abruptly in the parking lot, talking about how they finally got to meet him again. Ma Yoshkin looks directly at Lee with shock, his assistant asking about who the child in front of them is now. However, Ma Yoshkin only stares at Lee silently and shocked, as if feeling his energy right now on himself.